Chapter 441. Ryan looked up at the dense forest ahead, as if sensing something. Suddenly, Cookie's ears perked up, and he bared his teeth and let out a low growl. At this moment, a dense rustling sound came from a large fan-shaped area ahead, as if hundreds of small animals were rushing towards them. The next second, hundreds of red-eyed squirrels, each the size of a puppy, their skin exposed to flesh, rushed towards the man and the dog. Ryan could naturally sense that the red-eyed squirrels seemed to be in a state of mental agitation. Their ferocious expressions, sharp incisors, and scarlet gums were exposed, a stark contrast to the gentle state he had seen in the forest before. There was no doubt that the root cause of this situation must be the Mother Tree cult, which was performing some special ritual here. Facing the attacking red-eyed squirrels, Ryan didn't use his newly mastered crystallized killing move, Sawtooth Slash. Instead, he casually pointed his finger, and 3 dense, meshed metal nets, emitting a rich silver glow, hurled themselves at the squirrels. Swish! The squirrels seemed to instinctively sense danger and tried to leap and sideways to avoid it, but the 3 metal nets suddenly shifted from overlapping to 3 horizontally aligned, advancing in unison. For a moment, the squirrels were like a school of fish in the sea encountering a trawler, instantly snared. The extra fine mesh of the metal nets meant that virtually no fish escaped, and suddenly, a bloody storm rose from the air. Pat, pat! The flesh and blood of the red-eyed squirrels fell like raindrops. In less than 2 seconds, the hundreds of red-eyed squirrels were completely wiped out by Ryan's liquefied killing move, multiple cut nets. The few that remained were also killed by the sharp claws of the greyhound war dog Cookie. It was clear that Cookie seemed to dislike these mutant squirrels, their flesh exposed. It was so reluctant to even open its mouth to bite them, simply killing them with its sharp claws before tossing them aside in disdain. This forest has been transformed, Ryan thought to himself, gazing ahead. Combining what he had seen from the airship, this area was quite vast, perhaps tens of thousands of hectares. With such a vast area, the Mother Tree cult must have performed a large-scale prayer ceremony, drawing upon the power of the deity to achieve this effect. But such a prayer requires a great deal of preparation, rituals, offerings, and multiple officiants. It seems the intelligence from headquarters is correct. Without a traitor on the outside, this would be nearly impossible. After a moment's thought, Ryan continued on his way. He reviewed the map in his mind. Although his destination was the elven town of Besarin, where Anna lived, there was an elven outpost along the way, and he planned to visit it and confirmed his suspicions. Meanwhile, located in a forest clearing between the elven town of Becerra and Ferdinand City, a magical array covering several hundred square meters was laid out, a crisscrossing pattern of straight lines, triangles, and circles. The pattern appeared incredibly complex and emitted a faint green glow. This was actually a large prayer ritual of the secret snake cult. However, if one looked closely, one could see a gap in the northeast corner of the ritual, as if some powerful sorcery or extraordinary combat technique had blasted a crater several meters deep. Even more striking was the presence of hundreds of handsome, slender, pure-blooded elves tied up in the center of the magic circle. Judging by their figures and features, they included both men and women, young and old, seemingly all captured elves from a village or town. Quilut Vice-Pontiff, that man was too fast. We couldn't catch him, and he escaped again, a man in a black robe with a python tattoo on his chest said, wiping sweat from his forehead with a hint of panic. The middle-aged man, named Quilut, was completely shrouded in a black robe, his face obscured by a black hood. He simply nodded, not blaming his men. Because the other man was incredibly fast, skilled in two-handed great swords, and formidable, he seemed not far from becoming a sword master. He first appeared yesterday in the elven town of Besarin. At that time, they had just captured the town and were about to collect the elven captives when he unexpectedly took advantage of their inattention and rescued a half-elf girl. However, this wasn't a big deal. These hybrids, when used in prayer rituals, were nowhere near as effective as pure-blooded elves and weren't valuable, so he didn't take it seriously. While this incident was somewhat embarrassing for him, the leader of the group, the Vice-Pontiff, it wasn't significant compared to his primary mission. But what happened next really infuriated him. Last night, and this morning, the enemy launched 2 surprise attacks, interrupting the prayer rituals that were almost complete. At the same time, they were planning to rescue the pure-blooded elves. This was quite embarrassing. Of course, he hadn't done nothing. He had organized several rounds of encirclement and suppression, yet they still let them escape. Of course, it wasn't that the opponent's strength was superior to his own. Quilut could see that he hadn't reached the epic level. The problem lay with himself. The gift he received during the primordial serpent feast prayer was the bloodline of the legendary earthly serpent, Thradrin. This legendary bloodline, which favored gigantism, brute force, biting, entanglement, and venom, was relatively weak in speed. On the contrary, the opponent seemed to excel in swordsmanship and speed. This gave Quillut a headache. Has Midas not arrived yet? Quillut asked, as if thinking of something. Lord Midas should be here soon. 2 hours ago, we received a message that Lord Midas was less than 100 miles away. A subordinate beside him replied, bowing. Midas was the most powerful of the 12 serpent messengers. As for why Quillut asked about Midas, it was because Midas was arguably the fastest in the entire serpent cult. If Midas were there, the man with the great sword wouldn't be able to escape. If Midas could even briefly engage him, his attack would surely hit. Yes, contact Midas and have him speed up, Quillut said. As you command, Your Excellency the Vice-Pope. The black-robed subordinate quickly turned and left. No need, I'm already here. Before he finished his words, a figure flashed, a pale white aura sweeping around them. A second later, it stood before Quillut. Only then could the rumbling sound of its rapid movement rip through the air. The man was in his early 30s, with curly blonde hair and a slender build. His legs, in particular, seemed to make up 70% of his body. In Ryan's previous life, he would have been a truly long-legged Appa. The man, dressed in aristocratic hunting attire, gave no sign of his status as a member of the secret snake cult. However, a closer look at the back of his left hand revealed a subtle connection to the secret snake cult. A vivid, lifelike tattoo of a thin, emerald green snake appeared on the back of his hand. Vice-Pope of Quillut. The young man named Midas smiled faintly, placed his right hand on his chest, and bowed to the Quillut. Seeing Midas, the Quillut smiled a rare smile beneath his hood, and said kindly, Midas, you arrived faster than I expected. Just now, we encountered an enemy. They were very fast. If you had been here, they wouldn't have escaped me. Vice-Pope of Quillut, you're too modest. Leave the tracking to me. Which direction did they go? Midas asked, turning his head to the black-robed figure beside him. Lord Midas, the enemy is heading towards Ferdinand City. The black-robed subordinate immediately bowed. Midas, the enemy's swordsmanship is exceptional, and they're not far from the Sword Saint. Just find them. Oh, I see, Quillut Vice-Pontiff. I go now, Midas said with a smile. Yes. Pay attention to my signal. Before he finished speaking, a roar of air rippled through the air, and Midas, who remained where he was, gradually vanished. Everyone was shocked to realize that the Midas before them was merely a shadow, while his true form was already dozens of meters away. This speed was truly terrifying. But those members of the secret snake cult who knew Midas well knew that, in addition to his speed, he was also particularly skilled in poison, which was the reason he held the position of leader of the 12 secret snake masters. Midas, nicknamed the Evil Snake. Ryan, meanwhile, suffered a wave of attacks from red-eyed squirrels. In the following 10 minutes, he encountered 2 more waves of other mutant creatures. Although they were easily defeated, Ryan sensed something amiss. It seemed as if someone was controlling these infected wild animals. If that was the case, Ryan immediately looked up, his sharp eyes piercing the sky through the mottled shadows of the trees. Using the blood feather, he determined his current location in Ferdinand Forest. Comparing this with the map he had memorized, Ryan discovered that he was approximately 7 or 8 kilometers from an elf outpost. If my guess is correct, the enemy should be near that outpost. Ryan immediately advanced rapidly in the direction of the elf outpost. As expected, the frequency of obstacles Ryan encountered increased. Brown bears with flesh protruding from their bodies, giant tusked boars, and so on, were approaching one after another. However, Ryan laughed, for this proved his suspicions were largely correct. At that moment, the resounding cry of blood feathers suddenly echoed from the sky. 3 mutant vultures, radiating a red glow, charged towards blood feather. For a moment, a fierce hand-to-hand fight ensued. Ryan, with a fleeting thought, commanded blood feather to immediately break away from the fray and swoop down. The vultures, naturally, followed closely, swooping down as well. After blood feather landed in front of Ryan, he waved his hand, and a massive silver metal net suddenly appeared before the pursuing vultures. The 3 vultures were still swooping, when they suddenly felt the silver net appear before their eyes. Before they could adjust their direction, with a sharp chee sound, the blades pierced their bodies, reducing them to 3 piles of mincemeat. Suddenly, a flurry of feathers and flesh descended from the sky. The blood feather chirped happily a few times, nudged Ryan, and soared back into the air. It wasn't that the blood feather wasn't powerful, but Ryan felt that with his master present, there was no need to expose his pet to a siege. At this moment, the thin plate on his chest vibrated. Ryan pulled out the plate and injected his spiritual energy into it. Immediately, Claire's voice emanated from the plate. Captain Ryan, I'm Claire. Claire, I'm Ryan, please. Captain, excuse me for interrupting you. We've received the latest news from headquarters. Apparently, because of the Elven Realm, the Secret Serpent cult is making a large-scale deployment. Among the personnel sent are Vice Pontiff Quilut and the number 1 of the 12 Secret Serpent Masters. His. Suddenly, the sorcery transmission seemed to be interrupted. At the same time, Ryan seemed to hear a distant, ethereal whisper. While his mental strength wasn't a problem for resisting this level of mental interference, he had a basic understanding of why even the birds in the sky were infected. After all, it's easy for birds to flee once they notice something's amiss. Vice Pope Quilut seems to be a powerful being of epic proportions. Ryan's eyes flickered. Although Claire hadn't finished her words, he knew she was here to warn him. As for the number 1 of the 12 Serpent Masters, I seem to have heard the Eridar sisters mention him. It seems to be a figure nicknamed Serpent of Evil. Interesting. I hope you're strong enough for me to test the Dragon Vein Wizard's combat prowess. Upon hearing this news, Ryan remained calm and unafraid. After killing the mutant vulture, Ryan quickly arrived at a collapsed and burned building. According to the map, this was undoubtedly an elven outpost. But the ruins before him were only the vague remains of a square house, and several long, charred logs on the ground. The charred logs were likely the support pillars of the outpost. Ryan checked the temperature. No heat remained. Clearly more than 24 hours had passed. Furthermore, he looked around but found no elven corpses. However, there were several obvious drag marks and bloodstains on the surrounding ground, suggesting that the bodies had been taken away. If they had been gnawed by wild animals, they would have left some traces. Suddenly, Ryan stood up and looked somewhere in the dense forest to the side. A hoarse voice rang out. Slave hunters? This isn't the place for you. Didn't anyone tell you? You crossed the line. Get out of here. At this moment, a hooded figure in a black robe slowly emerged from the dense forest. Clearly, the other party had misjudged Ryan's identity. This was because, in the forest, using dogs for tracking was a common pet combination among the slave hunters in Ferdinand Forest. So, although Ryan wore wizard robes, the slave hunters here were extremely powerful, and wizards were not uncommon. Of course, the main reason was that the pairing of Ryan and Cookie, man and dog, inadvertently matched the appearance of the slave hunters. No wonder the cultist in front of him mistook him for someone at first sight. Ryan sensed the other person's aura and detected a familiarity. It seemed very similar to the aura of an enemy he had fought before. Instantly Ryan had an idea. Indeed, the other party's aura is almost identical to that of the flesh and blood tree spirit. It seems the attack on the elven outpost is indeed from the Mother Tree cult. However, judging from their tone, it seems that the slave hunting team here, or at least part of it, seems to have reached some kind of agreement with the Mother Tree cult. In that case, we can't just kill this guy outright. Perhaps torture is a more appropriate option, Ryan pondered. And so, when Ryan's dark eyes turned to the other party again, for some reason, a chilling feeling suddenly welled up in the black-robed man's heart. Chapter 442. The black-robed man was named Samuel, a high-ranking priest of the Mother Tree cult, responsible for the defense of this area. Having just been promoted to a 3rd-level sorcerer, during a prayer ceremony, he was feeling quite proud. If everything went smoothly for the cult this time, he estimated his strength would rise even further, perhaps even becoming the head of a province. At first, when he spotted someone rapidly advancing within the sorcery formation, Samuel didn't take it seriously. It wasn't until several waves of flesh and blood creatures failed to stop them that he realized their strength seemed considerable. However, having recently been promoted, Samuel naturally wouldn't retreat without a fight. But even now, standing before the young man, he realized he had underestimated the difficulty of this young man. Just as he was about to ask, "Who are you?" he suddenly saw a rapidly spinning silver metal ring in front of the young man. The silver metal ring, over 2 meters in diameter, whirred with a humming sound. At the same time, intense metallic energy waves permeated the air. Clearly, this was a rare and advanced metal-based sorcery. The problem was, Samuel didn't even hear the incantation. The next second, the silver metal ring vanished, and the warning in Samuel's heart rang like a bell. Samuel couldn't help but understand that he had run into a tough opponent. He cursed inwardly and tumbled sideways in a panic. Then, his hair standing on end, he saw a blurry silver halo brush against the hem of his still-standing robe, then swished past. Suddenly, the cloth fluttered down, and then, behind him, the 2 men hugging the tree uttered a clang. Even without turning back, Samuel knew the tree behind him must have split in half. Still shaken, Samuel reacted quickly, unleashing his innate sorcery, and some kind of sorcerous prayer. A layer of blood-red light suddenly appeared on his body, followed by a thick layer of defense like dry bark. Crash! Crack! At this moment, behind Samuel, the sound of a tree falling and numerous branches snapping echoed. Luckily I dodged it. I almost got hit. Shit! Just as Samuel regained some composure, he became furious at Ryan's unannounced attack. Samuel, who had just straightened up, preparing to launch a counterattack, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower body. Then, he glanced down and saw a silver halo that seemed to emerge from beneath him and return to the young man. Huh? It emerged from beneath me? Can this thing return? But don't I have bark defense and flesh light? Why didn't they work? How is this possible? Incredulous, Samuel looked closely, and saw the black robe severed at the thigh and falling to the ground. A streak of blood oozed from the exposed thigh. Ah! Samuel screamed in agony, instantly understanding what had happened. Having his legs severed by the serrated rings, he had managed to hold his balance if he hadn't moved, but in his panic, he fell heavily to the ground with a thud, followed by his two upright legs. Ah! Samuel collapsed to the ground, howling heartbreakingly. Not far away, Ryan maintained a calm expression. He waved his hand, deactivating his newly mastered third-level metal spell, serrated ring, and slowly walked over. A few minutes later, Ryan received first-hand information from Samuel, a priest of the Mother Tree cult. Ryan frowned slightly, his arms folded across his chest, lost in thought. So, the events in Ferdinand Forest were truly a feast. Not only did most of the cults come to claim a piece of the action, but several human slave hunting teams also participated. Under the coordination of the Mother Tree cult, the various cults have made a preliminary division of the area outside of Ferdinand City. The elven town of Besarin was assigned to the secret snake cult, sacrificing long-lived and powerful pure-blooded elves to gain a special gift from the gods? No wonder they attracted so many cults. This rate of power increase is even more buggy than the system. Ryan couldn't help but shake his head slightly and sigh. Now that he knew the information, Ryan naturally wouldn't hold the other party back. Puff! The hardened adamantium in his hand instantly transformed into a sharp dagger, piercing directly into the other party's head, then quickly returning to its original shape. Although Ryan knew the Mother Tree cult's core stronghold, where they maintained the massive sorcery formation, was approximately 30 kilometers away, he chose not to destroy it. Instead, he hurried toward the town of Besarin, carrying Cookie. According to Samuel's account, the secret snake cult members assigned to Besarin had already left a day and a half earlier. Although Ryan was confident in Lambert's strength, that was at the legendary level. Now, with an epic-level powerhouse among the enemies, the situation was more uncertain. Watching from Bloodfeather's perspective in midair, Ryan's method of advance was quite unique. His overall movement path formed a zigzag pattern, skirting the various giant trees in front of him. This seemingly zigzag movement, in fact, avoided hitting any trees, and his speed was actually superior to a direct charge. If the perspective shifted to the greyhound behind Ryan, Ryan's movements might not seem fast, but in reality, the multiple figures he left behind in an instant were merely shadows. His true form had already circumvented the various trees and vines that blocked his path and advanced dozens of meters. So, while Bloodfeather in the sky was fine, Cookie, following Ryan on the ground, was truly exhausted. Soon, Cookie was panting heavily, his tongue hanging out as he sped, and white heat emanated from his fur. Clearly, he was exerting himself to the utmost. Even so, Cookie helplessly discovered that 4 legs couldn't outrun 2, and he was drifting further and further away from his master. Luckily, whenever Ryan encountered a remnant of a campfire or a trace of a campsite, he would stop and observe for a moment, giving Cookie time to catch up again. Ryan now saw the traces of a campsite. The traces of 7 or 8 campfires lay on the ground, distinct from the previously concealed campsites he had seen along the way. This campsite hadn't been concealed at all, and scattered around the long-extinguished campfire were a number of food scraps and various bottles. Clearly, this place was most likely left by a slave hunting team. The relatively disorganized discipline and abundant food supply indicated that they had a substantial logistic staff. The slave hunting team and the cultists, newly arrived in Ferdinand Forest, showed distinct differences in both mentality and preparation, making them easy to identify. Ryan followed the trail left by the cultists, peering deeper into the dense forest. He saw that their route wasn't toward Besarin, but rather northwest of Ferdinand Forest. This direction should lead to another elven town, Bellams. Ryan compared the cult's direction with a map in his mind, and quickly came to a conclusion. Sure enough, Just as that guy said, the slave hunting team and the cult have reached some limited cooperation, or perhaps formed some strange balance, with each taking a piece of the land. At this moment, the thin slice in Ryan's arms vibrated again. Ryan immediately took out the slice, and injected a trace of mental energy into it. "Captain Ryan, please reply." Claire's slightly anxious voice echoed through the film. "This is Ryan. Claire, go ahead." "Captain, great. Finally got back to you." Claire felt a wave of relief. "Well, you must be extra careful with the secret snake cult. Their vice pontiff, Quilut, is a powerful being of epic caliber. We're still gathering detailed intelligence on other cults." Claire spoke quickly, seeming to worry about another interruption. "I understand. By the way, Claire, I have two situations. Have Alina report them to headquarters." Ryan summarized the information he had obtained from the interrogation and spoke. "Master Ryan, I'm right beside Claire. The situation you describe is extremely important. I will report it to headquarters immediately." At this moment, the voice of the capable young woman, Alina, emanated from the thin sheet. "Well, that's all for now." "Okay, Master Ryan, be very careful." Just as Ryan hung up the sheet, the greyhound war dog Cookie finally emerged from the dense forest with a wheezing sound, catching up with his master. But the next moment, he was stunned again. Cookie saw his master, Ryan, seemingly finished his inspection and then hurried forward, leaving several afterimages in his wake. This immediately made Cookie bark and break into a sprint. However, such a rapid advance was not without its benefits. What normally takes a day or two was compressed into less than 2 hours by Ryan. At this moment, Ryan and his dog had reached the outskirts of the elven town of Bassarin. The enormous dog, trailing behind him, looked as if it had been pulled from the water, its fur drenched in sweat. To tire a ferocious creature known for its speed, one could imagine how fast Ryan was traveling. In reality, Ryan hadn't charged at full speed, and he had paused several times to observe the enemy's movements. The Bassarin that emerged before Ryan's eyes was completely different from the peaceful and beautiful elven town he had imagined. It looked as if it had been ravaged by war, with most of the houses showing signs of damage, and many of the exquisite spires collapsed. At the end of the main road, the statues standing in the fountain in the square were also severely damaged, and the ground was riddled with potholes, clearly indicating the town had been through a fierce battle. This made Ryan's heart sink. Suddenly, Ryan looked up at the street to the side. He saw 4 black-robed men approaching him. Their robes bore the markings of various snakes. Clearly, they were members of the secret snake cult, remaining here for some reason. "Huh? I thought they were some elven escapees, but they're actually slave hunters. They were part of a small team tasked with capturing any escaped slaves in the small town of Bassarin. Kid, this isn't the place for you." 2 secret snake cult members casually raised their hands, dismissing them. Ryan, with a single glance, clearly sensed their strength, peak level, second level, and first level sorcerers, respectively. Clearly, from the intelligence he had gathered, they were at the level of minions. This kind of person wasn't even worth interrogating. There was no need to question the main force. Ryan could already track them. Then, Ryan casually raised his hand, and 4 silver, upright metal rings suddenly appeared, vanishing into thin air with a whoosh. She. The sounds of flesh being sliced apart rang out one after another. The men immediately sensed something was wrong, but before they could even utter a cry, 4 rapidly spinning silver rings whirled through them like a whirlwind. Each person received a serrated ring. Plop! Plop! As Ryan and Cookie passed by them without a glance back, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground echoed. All 4 men were neatly split in half from head to toe, their bodies falling to one side, like 2 slices of bread in a sandwich. As for any innate sorcery, it was instantly shattered by the attack of the serrated rings. However, just as Ryan was about to leave, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. He had just sensed a vague sense of being watched. It didn't feel like the gaze of a threatening enemy, but more like the gaze of a harmless, vulnerable creature, like a fawn watching him from a hidden corner. This made Ryan feel even more puzzled. Could it be that something else still existed in this deserted elven town? Ryan concentrated and sensed it carefully. With a faint smile, he walked towards an ornately carved wooden house on the street. The arched spire was broken, but the overall structure was intact. Ryan quickly arrived at a room on the 2nd floor, and slowly walked to the wardrobe by the street-facing window. It seemed as if it was from this window that he had sensed the vague, prying gaze. The wardrobe before him stood about 2 meters tall, intricately carved with graceful curves and flora and fauna, brimming with elven elegance. The door was half closed, allowing for a clear view of the interior, revealing nothing. But Ryan was certain the faint gaze upon him had come from there. If it's invisible to the naked eye, it must be because there's some kind of obstruction. Ryan reached out and creaked, opening the door wide. This action seemed to immediately alert a hidden, fragile being. With Ryan's strength, he could naturally detect movement in the emptiness before him. With a wave of his hand, he instantly dispelled the obscuring spell that enveloped the wardrobe. A small elven girl, about 6 or 7 years old, emerged from the wardrobe, staring at him with wide, terrified eyes. It seemed she hadn't expected Ryan to actually find her. Hello. Ryan didn't approach any closer, but instead took a step back and smiled. But the other girl still had a look of fear on her face. She shrank back again, clutching the hula doll in her arms, but a hint of confusion lingered in her large eyes. Ryan immediately realized that this little elven girl probably didn't understand his common language yet. Children her age had likely only learned their own language. Elven, hello, I'm not an enemy. I'm here to find my friend, Anna, a half-elf. Ryan said in his somewhat fluent Elvish. He had learned some of his Elvish from Anna, and while his Elvish was clumsy, his pronunciation was clear and fluent. Ryan's words visibly startled the little elven girl, but then she relaxed a little, hugging the hula doll's slender body. She replied in Elvish, also in Elvish. Hello, are you really here to see Sister Anna? Yes, Ryan smiled and nodded. I believe you. The little elf girl looked at Ryan, then at Cookie beside him, and nodded. Cookie approached with curiosity, sniffing the little girl again. He felt a sense of familiarity, and the little girl smiled, reaching out her fair, slender hand to touch Cookie. This immediately made Cookie look extremely comfortable. Do you know where Anna went? Was she captured by those bad guys? Ryan asked, seeing the little girl calm down a little. No, a human carrying a greatsword came and rescued Sister Anna, then took her in that direction. The little elf girl shook her head and pointed northwest. Carrying a greatsword? Ryan's face lit up with delight. Clearly, the other person must be Lambert. At the same time, he looked in the direction the little girl pointed. But it was heading towards the center of Ferdinand Forest. This puzzled Ryan. After all, Lambert should have been protecting Anna from Ferdinand Forest. Why would he head towards the center of the forest, where the situation was more complicated? Ryan was puzzled. But now wasn't the time to think about that. He just had to catch up with the two. Cookie, the greyhound ward dog, naturally remembered Anna's scent. Ryan immediately instructed Cookie to use his extremely sensitive nose to search for Anna. Soon, after circling the area twice, Cookie barked twice, indicating that he had found Anna. Ryan looked at the little elf girl before him and hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to take her along. The person must possess some kind of artifact capable of performing concealment spells, but it wasn't safe for her to remain here. First, once the artifact's energy was depleted, she would naturally be unable to perform such spells. Second, if the newcomer was powerful enough, they could still discover the little girl. After some thought, Ryan decided he couldn't let such an elf girl remain here alone. The girl's eyes resembled those of his sister, Mint, with the same innocence. Let's go find Anna together, okay? Ryan said, smiling, extending his hand to the little girl. Yes, the little girl blinked, staring at Ryan for a moment, then nodded firmly. Come, I hold you. Ryan lifted the almost weightless little girl with one hand, then leisurely followed Cookie, the spirit ward dog. A man and a dog once again scurried through the forest. This time, the dog was in front, the man behind. The dog wasn't even panting from exhaustion. Big brother, you're amazing. The little elf girl, resting on Ryan's shoulder, said, feeling the swiftness of the wind. Thank you. Big brother, I heard you humans have mercenaries, people who help complete missions for a fee, right? The other girl suddenly asked. Yes, why are you asking that all of a sudden? Ryan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Big brother, can I hire you? The little elf girl continued. Hire me? Ryan was surprised. Can I give you this pendant as payment? Mom said it's a magical artifact that can cast a veiling spell, so it should be worth a lot of money. Can you help me kill those bad guys? Those guys killed my good brother Damon, Uncle Severin, Sister Alinda, and my father. And also captured. As she spoke, the little girl's mood darkened, her eyes welling with tears. They're just like the 4 men you just killed, big brother. Their black robes are all adorned with various snake patterns. Is that okay? For a moment, Ryan didn't know what to say. Clearly, the little elf girl before him had seen him, through the window, instantly kill 4 men with his new sorcery, the serrated ring. However, Ryan lowered his head slightly, looked intently into the little girl's red, hopeful eyes, and nodded immediately saying, okay, I promise. But this pendant is from your mother. You must keep it safe. Can I exchange it for something else as payment? Ryan said gently. The little girl was a little embarrassed, unsure what this powerful human brother had noticed in her. He gently brushed the little girl's hair, removing a natural-colored hairpin. He said, use this as payment, okay? But it's not worth much. The little elf girl asked, a little puzzled. That's enough. You don't understand. Hiring actually involves an equal exchange. Since those people you're talking about aren't worth much, killing them, and using this hairpin as payment is sufficient. Oh, thank you, brother. The little girl looked a little bewildered. She had grown somewhat sensible. Although she didn't know how to refute Ryan's words, she could sense the kindness in the words of her human brother. Big brother, my name is Aisha. What's yours? The little elf girl volunteered to tell Ryan her name, even though her mother had warned her not to talk to strangers, let alone tell them her name. My name is Ryan. Chapter 443. 1 hour ago. Deep in a dense forest, over 10 kilometers away from the secret snake cult's large prayer ceremony, stood 3 4 to 5 meter tall iron trees, resembling human figures, standing behind a man and a woman. Their rough trunks bore the features of an elderly human, and from each side, a particularly thick branch stretched out, like arms. These were the elven iron guards. However, their movement consumed considerable energy, so they usually remained in a state of rest, rooted in the earth, slowly absorbing the earth's nourishment. The elves, taking advantage of the iron guard's characteristics, not only regularly cast nature spells to aid their growth, but also deployed them in strategic locations within Ferdinand Forest as concealed defenses against intrusion. This was precisely where the iron guards were stationed. Lambert, having just returned from a surprise attack, was talking to Anna. Miss Anna, I'm sorry, I wasn't able to save your people, Lambert said apologetically. No. Sir Lambert, please don't say that. It's because the enemy is too strong, Anna said, waving her hand quickly. She glanced at the 2 holes in Lambert's light linen coat, and knew that Sir Lambert had done his best. The cultists had a powerful figure of epic caliber in their ranks, something no one had anticipated. It was precisely because of this that Bashalin's defenses were so quickly destroyed by the cultists. If Sir Lambert hadn't saved her, she would likely have shared the same fate as the rest of her people, being sacrificed in the cult's prayer ritual. Therefore, she was actually very grateful to Ryan's friend, Lambert. However, Anna found it extremely difficult to accept the thought of giving up on rescuing her people. Aunt Delana was among the captives. After her mother's disappearance, she was her only remaining family. Furthermore, while some pure-blood elves looked down on half-bloods like her, many others cared deeply for her. Thus, Anna was still feeling torn. Rescue efforts on her own were practically impossible. But she couldn't bring herself to ask her friend Ryan to attempt another rescue. Miss Anna, I go back later. At least we can disrupt their rituals and delay their prayers. As long as your people are alive, we always have a chance to rescue them, Lambert said after a moment's thought. Also, I calculated the time. Lord Ryan should be arriving soon. Lambert remembered clearly that, according to Ryan's previous statement, he had set out a day later than he had, and was likely already in Ferdinand Forest. In fact, Ryan was likely already heading his way. When Anna heard Lambert mention that Ryan would be coming, her beautiful eyes flickered for a moment, but then a look of deep worry appeared on her face, and she murmured softly, "But if Ryan faces that person, I'm afraid." In Anna's memory, although Ryan was very powerful, he was not yet an epic-level powerhouse. He might not be able to deal with that person. Most importantly, she didn't want Ryan to risk anything for her or her people. When the incident occurred earlier, Anna had wanted to send a message to Ryan immediately, but on second thought, she gave up the idea. Because she had underestimated the enemy's strength at the time, she assumed the elves could easily withstand their attack with their own strength, but she hadn't anticipated their sheer strength. Afterward, after the battle, Anna never had the chance to send a message to Ryan. So, this is why Ryan, back in the Imperial capital, hadn't received any messages from Anna. Don't worry, Miss Anna. Once Lord Ryan arrives, these current difficulties will be no more. That guy will be defeated, and your people will be rescued, Lambert said confidently. Although the epic-level warrior of the secret snake cult was formidable, Lambert had witnessed Ryan's battle against the incarnation of the undersea goddess in the Dragon Valley secret realm, and naturally had immense confidence in him. At the very least, once Ryan arrived, he could seize the opportunity to rescue the elves. Sir Lambert, otherwise, please harass them here while I go to Ferdinand City and report on what's happening in Bassarin. You see, my injuries are now completely healed. Anna stood up, indicating that her leg injury had fully healed. She had sustained a shin injury in the previous battle to protect Bassarin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed in this secluded place to recover. Well, although your injuries are healing quickly, your strength hasn't recovered yet, Lambert said, shaking his head. Miss Anna, it stands to reason that such a major event has occurred in the southern forest, yet Ferdinand City remains silent. Doesn't this seem strange to you? If you think about it, you understand that something must have happened in Ferdinand City as well. Therefore, I'm afraid that even if you braved numerous obstacles to get there, it might be pointless. Lambert's words were a revelation to Anna. In terms of combat experience and worldly wisdom, Lambert was naturally far superior to Anna, a complete blank sage. He saw things with unerring precision. But, just as Anna anxiously pondered what to do. Who? Suddenly Lambert's face hardened, and he glanced toward the dense forest. Dang! The next second, Lambert drew his sword with lightning speed, blocking something. With a whirring sound, a short feathered arrow lodged in the ground. Sure enough. At that moment, a blond young man in aristocratic hunting garb loomed from the dense forest, a long blowpipe in his hand. Although Lambert was already quite infuriated by the enemy's surprise attack, he was also quite aware that he was the only person nearby. Therefore, this was not the right place to fight. Remember, he had promised Ryan to protect the safety of Miss Anna, who was beside him. Naturally, it would be best to move the battle as far away as possible. Miss Anna, hide behind the ironwood guard, Lambert said gravely. As soon as he finished speaking, Lambert vanished like a gust of wind. Minos, the evil serpent, was about to say something when his pupils suddenly shrank. Lambert's two-handed sword was already approaching the city. The opponent's speed was even faster than he had expected. This made him tiptoe and quickly retreat. From Anna's perspective, with just two swish sounds, both figures vanished into the depths of the dense forest. She only heard the rumbling sound of high-speed air, and the sound of numerous trees breaking and falling from that direction. The expected sound of metal clashing only occurred a few times. Less than 10 seconds passed. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed out from the dense forest. It was Lambert. Just as Anna's face lit up with joy, believing Lambert had triumphed, her pretty face changed again. Because a small, thumb-thick, emerald green snake was biting Lambert's left shoulder. Swish! With an expressionless face, Lambert swung his sword, instantly severing a piece of flesh and the snake. However, the emerald green snake seemed to be quite venomous. Although Lambert had handled it decisively, the blood that flowed from the incision was a bright red tinged with an eerie, pale green fluorescence. Oh no! It's highly toxic, Anna exclaimed, her face horrified, as she hurried over. Without waiting for Lambert to say anything, Anna immediately unleashed her level 1 nature magic, healing. Suddenly, small green leaves emitting a pale green glow formed a miniature tornado that enveloped Lambert. Small green leaves, like moths to a flame, continued to dart into Lambert's wound, clinging to it and rapidly forming a film of green light. But to Anna's surprise, Lambert's wound hadn't healed, it still bled. Her bright green natural energy seemed unable to remove the dark green venom remaining in the wound. Just as Anna was about to cast another spell, Lambert waved his hand, stopping her from doing so. The opponent's poison is very unusual, he said. Miss Anna, there's no need to waste any more mental energy. We must move immediately. Although he didn't know any sorcery, his formidable physique was already as effective as any ordinary sorcery. Yet, he still couldn't withstand the opponent's venom. Lambert knew the poison was very potent. Anna's next attack had little effect, but being able to stabilize the poison was already a relief. But, the other party is also seriously injured, and won't dare come again for a while. I'm worried about that person, Lambert said, shaking his head. Lambert was confident in his own strength. As long as the other party wasn't at an epic level, a near full-strength attack from his sword would definitely not be easy. Also, although their previous fight had been brief, they had already gauged each other's strength level. Moreover, Lambert could see from the other party's techniques the close connection between him and snakes. Clearly, the other party was a legendary peak-level powerhouse of the secret snake cult, and was part of the secret snake cult that had invaded Bashalin. With this analysis, Lambert naturally understood that he and Anna had to move immediately. Well, Mr. Lambert, I know of a hidden shelter nearby that should be safer, Anna nodded. Several kilometers away. Minos, the evil serpent, was also in poor condition. Seems to be the Tide Swordmaster style. He's quite powerful. Minos licked his lips, his face flushing unnaturally. He clutched his abdomen with his right hand. A narrow wound still glowed faintly white, the result of Lambert's sword faith lingering on it. This very fact was preventing Minos's body from healing quickly. After finding a safe spot, Midas pulled a potion from his pocket and applied it to the wound. Immediately, he launched a flare into the air, and a small, emerald-green snake-like firework signal appeared in midair. Not far away, Quilut, the vice pontiff of the secret snake cult, and his group naturally saw Midas's signal flare immediately. Quilut couldn't help but laugh, saying, as expected of the evil serpent, the number one among the secret snake cultists, he found the guy so quickly. Yes, Lord Midas is very efficient. A member of the secret snake cult nearby immediately agreed with a smile. Tell the search team to search in that direction, and release the mutant flying snakes. Once they track down that person, immediately release the signal flare. As for the rest of you, continue repairing the ritual. Quilut gave the orders as he stood up. As you command, Lord Vice Pontiff. The other secret snake cult members immediately bowed. Just as Quilut decided to head for the signal's location, he stopped after taking a step. He suddenly glanced toward the dense forest to his left, smiled, and said, "Huh? Looks like we have guests." Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh. The next second, dozens of arrows and javelins swiftly descended upon the snake cult members who were assembling the ritual. However, they were instantly blocked by a massive, pale black membrane shield that suddenly rose. Though these arrows and javelins were incredibly sharp and thrown with immense force, they simply couldn't penetrate the black membrane. This proved that the attackers weren't as powerful as Lambert, who could cleave the shield with a single sword stroke. At this point, the snake cult members turned and unleashed their innate magic to counter the oncoming attacks. They also discerned the incoming forces, a group of towering centaurs. These centaurs stood over 2.5 meters tall, their upper bodies muscular human, their lower bodies shaped like horses with 4 hooves. Most of them had brown or gray fur. However, the leader was a white centaur over 3 meters tall, with a middle-aged face, a stubble-like beard, and tied hair. He wielded a javelin and shield, appearing exceptionally strong. Just now, he was the only one to successfully stab a member of the snake cult with a javelin. Foreign invaders die. Seeing their ranged attacks ineffective, the attacking centaurs shouted as they charged fiercely towards the snake cult members, seemingly planning a close-quarters attack. With their 4 hooves, they were incredibly fast. Dozens of them charging gave the impression of a cavalry charge of tens of thousands. The snake cult members were also a bit bewildered upon seeing these centaurs. These centaurs were rarely seen outside, considered a vassal race of the elves, and only found in small numbers in the Ferdinand forest. The unknown meant uncertainty about their strength. Therefore, upon witnessing the might of the enemy's charge, the members of the secret snake cult were momentarily terrified. A centaur? Quite right. Presumably, the gift they received during the prayer ceremony will be even greater. Quilut, the secret snake cult's vice pontiff, actually smiled upon seeing this. Late legendary? Quilut glanced at the white centaur, his smile widening. In a flash, he arrived at the center of the battlefield, appearing directly in front of the charging centaurs. Faced with the sudden onslaught of the Quilut, the charging white centaur leader paused for a moment, then suddenly expanded his right arm to double its size, thrusting his javelin hard at the Quilut. The centaur leader believed that any enemy facing his charge would have to dodge, allowing him to seize the opportunity to break into the enemy camp and rescue the elves. But the result was beyond his expectations. The metal javelin he thrust forward was grasped tightly by the Quilut with a snap. But that wasn't enough. The next moment, before the centaur leader's horrified gaze, he saw the hand holding the javelin rise with a single hand. The Quilut single-handedly withstood the charge of the white centaur leader, who was traveling at hundreds of kilometers per hour and weighing over half a ton. Such strength. For a moment, a deeply ominous premonition seized the centaur leader. Sure enough, a terrifying radiance of will radiated all around. Instantly, a dark, patterned python, as thick as a bucket, suddenly appeared from each centaur's body and began to wrap around, writhing and constricting. Instantly, screams rang out as the powerful centaurs fell to the ground. They continued to fight fiercely against the pythons, but their size seemed to match their strength. The stronger the power, the larger the patterned python. The python the white centaur leader was fighting was especially powerful, reaching the thickness of a millstone and measuring over 10 meters long. This is a domain. You're epic. At this point, the white centaur leader couldn't help but understand. This unassuming, hooded, black-robed figure before him was actually an epic-level powerhouse. You guessed right, but alas, it's too late. Crackle. With a clench of the Quilut's right hand, over 30 centaurs were crushed by the sudden surge of the python, their tendons and bones snapping. The sound of broken bones echoed throughout the arena. The Quilut Archdeacon's python domain is growing in power. Yes, this centaur leader looked formidable, but unfortunately, he couldn't withstand it. Your Excellency, the Vice-Pope's strength is undeniable. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to capture the elven town so easily when we attacked it. Many members of the secret snake cult immediately flattered him. I've always heard that there's a centaur tribe in Ferdinand Forest that's long extinct outside. This time, we finally see some alive. Go, arrest these centaurs and sacrifice them during the prayer ceremony later. Quilut, in a good mood, pointed to the centaurs lying on the ground and ordered. As you command, Your Excellency, the Vice-Pope. The secret snake cult members also looked delighted and bowed in response. Although the strongest and most prestigious members of the cult benefited most from the prayer ceremony, while the upper echelons ate meat, the lower echelons also got some soup. Those who also participated in the prayers could also see a significant increase in strength. Of course, the magnitude of the increase couldn't be compared to that of the cult's higher echelons. But it does exist, doesn't it? That's why, compared to cultivation, they're more enthusiastic about holding prayer ceremonies, because as long as the offerings are high quality, their strength increases rapidly. So, originally, most members of the secret snake cult viewed the endless stream of powerful creatures in the Ferdinand Forest as a nuisance that slowed their progress, but now it seems not to be the case. They are all nourishment for their continued growth. At the same time, a slender airship, as slender as a date pit, suddenly appeared in the sky dozens of kilometers from outpost number 7, immediately catching the attention of the logistics team left behind by Ryan. Lady Beyonce, come and see. This airship seems unusual. A logistics officer on the airship, in charge of observation, immediately said. Colonel Ian, inside the outpost, also immediately received a report from his subordinates about the appearance of an unidentified airship. For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on the airship. At this moment, the extremely streamlined airship suddenly began to slow down and slowly stopped in the air several kilometers away from them. Chapter 444. This is a long-distance airship. Alina, standing beside Beyonce, said with a hint of surprise, her eyes widening. This type of airship is extremely expensive, typically used for long-distance voyages, such as those to the Federation, requiring extremely high craftsmanship. Clearly, the other party's background is quite impressive. Furthermore, they stopped only at this distance, without signaling or making any other communications. The possibility of them being an enemy is very high. At this moment, the main hatch of the airship suddenly opened, revealing an unusually tall and muscular figure, who appeared before the crowd, who were observing it through bronze telescopes. The person did not stand up, but sat down, but even in this position, he was far taller than a normal person standing. This is Beyonce and Claire, the strongest members of the logistics team, suddenly felt a palpitation in their hearts. Precisely because they were the strongest, they could sense a surge of willpower probing, sweeping across Watchtower number 7 and everyone aboard their 3-story airship. But after a brief glance, the other party seemed to lose interest, and the next second, the hatch closed again. Go to the rendezvous point. They're not here, Bowstaff said solemnly to the cockpit after closing the hatch. As you command, Master Bowstaff. And so, under the watchful eyes of the extremely nervous logistics team and the outpost's garrison, the sleek airship took off again, soaring deep into Ferdinand Forest, seemingly unconcerned about conspicuousness. But at this moment, besides the hope of surviving, everyone's mind was seized by another thought. Who was the other party? Contact headquarters immediately, and send the enemy's airship model and the individual's facial features. Request the headquarters intelligence office to investigate as quickly as possible. Alina, regaining her composure, said immediately with a serious expression. Okay, Lady Alina. A logistics officer immediately turned and made the call. At this moment, Beyonce slowly exhaled, seemingly regaining consciousness. She said to Claire beside her, Claire, did you sense it? Yes, the enemy is hostile to us. That individual is truly terrifying, Claire said with a pale face, still trembling with fear. As a wizard with powerful mental powers, she was very sensitive to hostility. Claire sensed the hint of hostility within the enemy's will. Yes, the enemy is extremely powerful, even more terrifying than the captain. But what I don't understand is, if they are hostile to us, why don't they attack us? Beyonce said with a serious expression and a slight frown on her face. I guess the enemy probably thinks we're too weak, not worth their time. Alina, who had just finished her arrangements, joined Beyonce and Claire's conversation. This is quite common in headquarters intelligence regarding divine projections and incarnations. Some gods won't attack ordinary people or those of lesser strength, Alina added. Sir Alina, are you saying that in his eyes we're all ants? Beyoncé spoke with a surge of anger, her chest rising and falling. But a moment's reflection discouraged Beyoncé. The enemy's willpower, which had just enveloped the outpost, was too overwhelming. To her, it was like the difference between an elephant and an ant. She was powerless to resist it. By the way, do you think it's possible they're here to look for the captain? Claire asked, her thin brows raised as a sudden thought struck her. Because the captain isn't here, they left? Beyoncé's eyes twitched, a thought coming to her mind. That's right. That's right. Oh no! Alina blushed, her pretty face paling. Sir Claire, please contact Lord Ryan immediately. Although the enemy's identity is still unknown, have Lord Ryan make preparations. Okay, Sir Alina. Deep in a dense forest over 10 kilometers from the secret snake cult camp. No, Miss Anna, let's make a detour and then head to the camp where they're setting up their rituals. Lambert suddenly had an idea, and waved his hand, dismissing Anna's suggestion to find a place to hide. First, he was almost certain that the enemy's flare was intended to summon reinforcements. Who were those reinforcements? This was actually easy to determine. Apart from that individual, no other member of the secret snake cult posed a significant threat to him. Given the enemy's epic strength, if they truly approached, it was difficult to guarantee that any covert tactics would be completely effective. At that point, they would be in a very passive position. Secondly, the tactic of detouring before heading back to the camp was somewhat opaque. It wasn't that the enemy would be completely unaware, but they had previously retreated towards Ferdinand City. Now, suddenly heading towards the camp, Lambert believed it would be difficult for them to react in a short period of time. Perhaps, he could seize this opportunity to rescue the pure-blooded elves, and later, he and Anna would be able to evacuate the chaotic scene with ease. Anna was delighted upon hearing this, and nodded repeatedly. Naturally, she had no reason to refuse this plan, which could both rescue her people and evade the enemy. Good idea, Lord Lambert. And so, the two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly circled towards the snake cult camp. A few minutes later, numerous mutant flying snakes, over a meter long, swooped past. Soon after, Midas arrived again, and immediately discovered that the two men had left. Just as Midas was about to carefully check for their whereabouts, he turned to the dense forest behind him, and saw that Vice Pope Quillut had arrived with 5 or 6 of his subordinates. Midas, are you injured? Vice Pope Quillut, they just left. I'm a little injured, but they're not doing well either. They were struck by my green serpent kiss, Midas said, bowing. Quillut nodded, then turned to the snake cult members behind him and asked, have all the mutant flying snakes been released? Yes, Your Excellency, especially those heading towards Ferdinand City. We should be able to find them soon. Yes. A few minutes passed. Midas, sensing something was amiss, turned and asked, still haven't found anything? No, Your Excellency. The snake cult members responsible for releasing the mutant flying snakes shook their heads. It shouldn't be possible, Midas pondered. Flying snakes can fly at extremely high speeds. After being released, they fan out. Logically, even if they can't catch up, they should be able to observe something from the air. The next second, a sudden thought struck him. His eyes flickered open, and he looked at Quillut, the Vice Pope beside him, and said, not good. Vice Pope Quillut, I think I know where they're going. They must have made a feint to the east, and returned to our camp. Quillut was stunned at first, but then his expression hardened. He realized this was very likely. With a wave of his hand, he declared, everyone, return to camp. Suddenly, dozens of thick vines from the ground suddenly entwined themselves with the crowd. It was the 3 Ironwood Guards, who launched the attack. But the next second, the 3 Ironwood Guards were entangled by a giant millstone-sized python. With a crackling sound, the 3 Ironwood Guards were broken into several pieces and scattered on the ground. The Quillut's expression remained unchanged. He simply said in a deep voice, Midas, you're the fastest. Please rush over first. At least make sure those pure-blooded elves aren't rescued. If these pure-blooded elves were rescued, all his hard work these past few days would have been for nothing. Well, Quillut Vice Pontiff, leave it to me. Midas, the evil serpent, glanced at the remains of the 3 Ironwood Guard trees on the ground, bowed slightly, and in an instant, vanished from the spot, leaving only a deep pit in the ground. Meanwhile, Lambert and Anna, transformed into a giant deer, were swiftly moving through the dense forest. With Anna, who was familiar with the terrain, leading the way, they arrived near the snake cult camp again within minutes. Miss Anna, please wait a moment. I go investigate. If I'm sure the person isn't there, I attack immediately. Then, you can take advantage of the chaos and quickly rescue your people, Lambert said, stopping Anna as she tried to investigate. Okay, Mr. Lambert, please be careful then. Anna's pretty face hardened as she nodded. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Lambert quickly shifted his position, attacking the secret snake cult camp from the side and rear. A dazzling flash of sword light flashed, and the next moment, the large, pale black membrane shield above the camp reappeared. Many secret snake cult members, who were repairing rituals, immediately realized something was wrong and shouted, "Enemy attack!" "Oh no! That guy again!" Fire flares immediately. As the sky blazed with successive flares, several kilometers away, Minus, the evil snake, narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, sure enough, they're turning around to attack the camp. With a loud bang, Minus's pace increased again, and the white air waves around him became even more intense, causing the surrounding trees to rustle. South of the camp, Ryan, who was following Cookie in pursuit of Anna, naturally spotted the dense swarm of flares in the distance. Flares from the secret snake cult. If that's the case, then Cookie doesn't need to track them anymore, Ryan thought to himself. The secret snake cult's flares are easy to spot. They're all shaped like fireworks of various snakes. Aisha, perhaps Big Brother has already found those bad guys. Hold on tight, Ryan whispered. Okay, Brother Ryan. Asia tucked her little head into Ryan's chest and said obediently. With a raised hand, Ryan suddenly opened 3 silver metal nets before him and blasted forward at high speed. A tunnel suddenly appeared in the dense forest ahead, and Ryan instantly left behind 9 afterimages as he unleashed his ultimate skill, Shadow Step, with all his might. A closer look would reveal that Ryan was actually following closely behind the 3 metal nets, not being left behind by much. This speed was truly terrifying. At the same time, in midair, Bostaff was chatting with a slave-hunting captain who had boarded the airship to make contact. Lord Bostaff, we've finally arrived. With you here, we have a new anchor, Zoller complimented with a smile. Bostaff glanced around and boomed, where are Ackerman and Romero? Bostaff was referring to the other 2 slave-hunting captains. The 2 captains are besieging the elven town together. I help you, Lord Bostaff, track down Ryan. Huh? Bostaff glanced out the window. The flares fired by the secret snake cult were remarkably clear in midair. Sir, this is the secret snake cult signal flare. Let's go and take a look. Lord Bostaff, you may not know this, but before you arrived, we made an unspoken agreement with those cults, dividing the territory. You already said it was unspoken. Besides, it was your agreement with them, not mine, Bostaff said, his face expressionless. Yes. Although Zoller was quite powerful, he felt a chill in his heart at this glance. Thinking of Lord Bostaff's terrifying power, he immediately stopped talking. Secret snake cult camp. The membrane shield was instantly shattered by Lambert's powerful sword-wielding strike, creating a gap over 2 meters high. Lambert dodged and entered. Suddenly, a wolf entered the flock. Although the members of the snake cult were no ordinary warriors, Lambert's strength had reached the level of a sword saint. Even with the severe injuries sustained from the poison, he was no match for them. But the next second, a white gust of air slashed through the camp, heading straight for Lambert. Dang! Lambert swung his sword to block, but was knocked back several meters by the blow. The opponent then spun 360 degrees in the air, mitigating the impact of the collision with old Ryan, before landing on the ground. Lambert glanced at the opponent, his eyes suddenly glaring. Not good. You figured it out so quickly? Haha, you're here after all. It was Minus, the evil serpent. Just as Lambert was about to kill the opponent as quickly as possible despite being injured again, a chill ran down his spine. He quickly turned sideways, and saw a hooded figure appear from the other side of the dense forest, flanking him from both sides. I heard you were trying to save this woman. It seems she's very important to you. Very well, let's start with her, Minus said, glancing at Anna, who was about to untie the ropes of her tribesmen. He licked his lips and said, Minus hated Lambert for severely injuring him, and naturally intended revenge. He believed that attacking Lambert's loved one would be the best option, as it would not only weaken their fighting spirit, but also cause them unbearable pain. But just as Minus rushed towards Anna, he suddenly stopped and turned to look southward at the dense forest. And then, everyone present looked southward. A silver light suddenly shot out from the dense forest like a dazzling meteor. It was a young man holding a child. What's going on? Fighting while holding a child? Everyone watched this scene bewildered. Ryan, however, showed no sign of stopping. He sensed clearly that the person charging Anna was extremely fast, and he needed to kill him quickly. With a flick of his mind, Ryan activated his Dragon Soul Smash for the first time against an enemy. With a flick of his right hand, a buzzing, silver glowing metal ring appeared out of thin air and attacked the still wounded evil serpent, facing the sudden approach. Facing the sudden attack. Minus chuckled in anger, thinking, do you think I'm injured, and therefore a pushover? With this thought in mind, Minus didn't even try to dodge Ryan's attack. Instead, he intended to use the dagger in his hand to block Ryan's physical sorcery attack, a display of strength and a prelude to a counterattack. Ding! But when Minus actually crossed his daggers to block the silver halo, his expression suddenly changed drastically. For Minus felt a deep, piercing pain. It was as if someone had slashed his very soul. The damage might not be fatal, but it was excruciating. This was the special effect of the Dragon Soul's heavy attack. The added bonus of true damage. Although Minus was extremely powerful and his reflexes were incredibly fast, he managed to recover in less than 0.2 seconds. But he suddenly realized that the entire world seemed different. Why had the world suddenly turned upside down? Hey, why did my head hit the ground a few times? This headless corpse, still holding its daggers crossed, looked so familiar. Isn't that me? Fuck. At that moment, Minus suddenly realized what he was looking at, his own headless corpse. From the perspective of the others, Minus, the evil serpent, was momentarily stunned after receiving a blow from Ryan's metal ring. Then, a sweeping blow from Ryan's sword decapitated him. The nearby members of the secret snake cult watched the scene with bulging eyes, stunned. This casual killing was like killing a chicken. But the problem was that the opponent was the evil serpent. The number one among his own church's 12 secret snake masters. He was killed like a chicken. This shock was like a bolt from the blue for all the secret snake cult members present. Lambert, standing nearby, watched the scene in even greater astonishment. He glanced at the evil serpent's head still rolling on the ground, then at Ryan, whose expression was impassive, and who was still holding the child. He pursed his lips twice, but said nothing. No, Ryan, I know you're strong. But this guy isn't that weak. Did he just die like that? Indeed, Minus's powerful vitality allowed his head, lying alone on the ground, to barely manage a word, his sorcery. But suddenly, his voice stopped as Minus suddenly realized there was a dog's head before him. A real dog's head. Ah! Cookie, clutching the man's head, darted away into the dense forest. Ryan's appearance made even the epically powerful Vice Pontiff Quilu narrow his eyes. Because even he couldn't defeat Minus in a single blow. After all, Minus was a human, not a wooden stake. He could dodge and flee. When faced with a stronger opponent, he simply ran. Therefore, killing Minus with one move truly shocked Quilut. Coupled with Minus's words, just before his head was taken away, Quilut hesitated for a moment, and instead looked at Ryan with flickering eyes. Who are you? Chapter 445. However, Ryan didn't respond to Quilut's words. Instead, he turned and spoke seriously to Lambert. Mr. Lambert, thank you for your help this time. Leave the rest to me. Lambert was stunned, but immediately smiled and said, Mr. Ryan, you're too polite. I only did what I promised you. The rest is up to you. As he spoke, Lambert spat out another mouthful of blood. His complexion was a little dark from the lingering poison, and after just another fierce battle, he looked quite unwell. Well, try this potion. Ryan nodded heavily, pulling out several bottles of potion from his pocket and handing them to Lambert. These were the antidotes and healing potions provided to Ryan by the Sword-Bearer headquarters. They were very effective. They were all made by several master pharmacists from the Royal Apothecary College. Even the quantity allocated to the Sword-Bearer headquarters was limited, so they were only provided to a few priority sword-bearers. Thank you. The little elf girl, Aishia, was slowly lowered from Ryan's arms. As if following Ryan's instructions, Aishia quickly ran towards Anna. At this moment, Ryan slowly stood up and turned to look at him. The Quilut, who had been waiting for Ryan's response, looked increasingly displeased. When had he ever been so ignored? Even though he still didn't understand the meaning of Minus's last words, he was already planning a tentative attack. Instantly, a force field of will, as if tangible, began to sweep towards Ryan, Lambert, the captured elves, and the centaurs. The next second, with the exception of a few people like Anna and Aishia, who were further away, the phantoms of giant, striped pythons suddenly appeared over everyone within the force field. Instantly, the phantoms began to wrap around their prey, tightening their grip, and Ryan was no exception. However, Ryan's iron armor shielded them from view. But as if sensing Ryan's immense strength, the phantoms grew thicker and thicker, and even the iron armor formed by the third-level combined sorcery began to creak under the weight. Strong domain power. He's truly an epic-level powerhouse. Since the opponent was an epic-level powerhouse, there was no need for him to hide his true power. Ryan's muscles rapidly expanded, and dark dragon scales appeared on his skin. The skin on his back suddenly burst, forming a pair of fleshy wings. His tail vertebrae bulged, and he casually swung his thick, powerful tail. Suddenly, Ryan's height exploded to approximately 14 meters, while the giant python shadow wrapped around his body seemed unable to grow further. Of course, this might be due to some limit. During Ryan's transformation, like a rope unable to bear the weight, it instantly broke into several pieces and dissipated into nothingness. At the same time, Ryan, transformed into his third form, the Dragon King, his strength also reached epic levels. A powerful aura resisted and blocked the Quilut's will. It was like a giant reef standing on the coast for thousands of years, withstanding the raging waves. Some invisible energy field clashed violently in midair, like two giant bubbles squeezing each other, instantly crushing the scattered fallen leaves caught between them into dust. The people who had been entangled by the giant python shadow now gasped for breath, their expressions of relief as the python suddenly dissipated. Lambert and Anna were fine. They both had some understanding of Ryan's strength. But the pure-blooded elves and centaurs, who had just been rescued, didn't know that. They stared in shock at the 14-meter-tall Ryan, then glanced at the hooded, black-robed figure of normal height across from them. Suddenly, their minds seemed to shift. Because, in this scene, the young human who had rescued them looked more like a villain and a monster. The little elf girl, Aisha, gaped at the scene, her mouth wide open, her eyes wide as she stared at the scene in astonishment. "Sister Anna, is this Brother Ryan a monster?" "Of course not. We can't judge a person by appearances alone. We have to see what's inside, right?" Anna said, hugging Aisha and shaking her head. Although she was talking to Aisha, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Ryan without blinking. "Yes, that's right. Mom taught me that, too. I think Brother Ryan is a good person." In the center of the venue. Bloodline transformation? Melee-type Dragon Man? Imperial royal family? Ryan's transformation instantly gave Quilut a lot to think about. As the vice pontiff of the secret snake cult, Quilut had access to many sources, and was well informed, so he naturally had access to many secrets. He knew that anyone with Dragon Man bloodline was most likely a descendant of the Dragon Empire's royal family. Although he had heard of occasional cases of ordinary people possessing Dragon Man bloodline, such cases were so rare that they could almost be ignored. Of course, if the epic combat power was only granted through bloodline transformation, Quilut wouldn't have taken his opponent seriously. He was more concerned with his royal status. This was because Quilut knew the weakness of transformation. It couldn't last long. No matter what type of bloodline transformation, it would quickly consume the vast amount of energy stored in the body. Once the energy was exhausted, the transformation was forcibly terminated, and the power plummeted instantly, returning to its original state. This was true even for the royal family of the Dragon Empire, who possessed the Dragon Man transformation. Of course, more importantly, the prayer ritual would obviously benefit even more with the addition of a royal heir. Furthermore, as a descendant of the legendary earthly serpent, Slytherin, Quilut was also particularly skilled in hand-to-hand combat. So, as Ryan transformed, Quilut also suddenly expanded. His stature suddenly grew taller, and the hood that had been covering his head ripped open, revealing a middle-aged yet sinister face that instantly transformed into a serpent's head. In just a second or two, an enormous, striped python appeared before everyone, coiled in a coil. The python's head was the size of a carriage, and its body was over 30 meters long. At this moment, its height from the ground was as high as Ryan in his Dragon King form, or even higher. The other creature's coiled body, resembling a small mountain, sent shudders down everyone's spines. This sudden change in size once again sent the onlookers' hearts trembling. Swish! The transformed Quilut immediately launched an attack, its massive head darting towards Ryan like lightning. As it approached, its bloody maw suddenly opened wide, and for a moment, Ryan could almost smell the stench of its breath. Facing the bite, Ryan flapped his fleshy wings behind him, sending the entire Dragon Man flying backwards in an instant, dodging the attack. Boom! The opponent's carriage-sized, patterned python head plunged directly into the ground, instantly creating a massive crater 5 or 6 meters in diameter, sending clouds of dust billowing everywhere. The sheer power of this casual bite was terrifying. Among the people present, only Ryan's expression remained unchanged. He didn't undergo the fourth stage of Dragon Beast transformation, not because it was extremely stamina-consuming, but because after ascending to Dragon Vein Wizard status, he had never properly tested the power of Dragon Soul Smash. Previously, in the witchcraft testing room, he had blasted the test device with a single spell, and that was before Dragon Soul Smash was activated. And before that, with just a single activation, he had instantly defeated the evil serpent, the number one of the 12 serpent masters. It wasn't a proper test, either. That's why Ryan, contrary to his usual practice, didn't engage in close combat this time, but instead retreated and cast a spell. He wanted to test the power of the Dragon Soul's heavy blow. He quickly began to cast a spell from a distance. Thorny Iron Ball. A massive thorny iron ball, over 2.5 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared in front of Ryan. Sizzle! Sizzle! The iron ball's surface was densely covered with spikes of varying lengths, rubbing against the ground with sparks. While it looked powerful, compared to the Quilut's current size, it was only about the size of a basketball. The Quilut's crouched body straightened, staring at Ryan, who was casting a spell, with a puzzled expression. Huh? Dragon people don't fight hand-to-hand? I've never heard of such a thing happening to the dragon bloodline of the Dragon Empire's royal family. For a moment, Quilut felt as if he'd taken off his pants only to have his girlfriend have her period. Even on the other side, with a swipe of Ryan's dragon claw, a giant thorn iron ball roared, drawing a line of sparks and striking like lightning at Quilut's transformed python. Following this, Ryan cast a series of spells. Level 1 Metal Transfiguration. Level 2 Cutting Net. Level 3 Serrated Ring. Crystallized Killer Move, Serrated Cutting Net. 6 rapidly spinning silver metal rings suddenly appeared in front of Ryan, following closely behind the thorn iron ball and charging towards Quilut. This made Quilut slightly more serious. After all, the latter's magical energy fluctuations were almost reaching the energy fluctuations of Dawn Magic, the 4th level of magic, and their power was not to be underestimated. Of course, he had already thought of how to respond. When the opponent's iron ball came towards him, he whipped his tail and swatted it back like a rubber ball, using his own magic to counter the opponent's other magic. Perfect. But the moment his massive tail made contact with the thorny iron ball, the Quilut's massive body trembled violently. For at the moment of impact, he felt a piercing stab in his soul, a sensation like being struck by lightning, and his entire body froze for a moment. When he came to his senses, he was suddenly struck by excruciating pain in many parts of his body, as if struck by 6 more lightning bolts in an instant. Roar! This made the Quilut unable to contain himself any longer, and he screamed to the sky. From the perspective of the outsider, although the Quilut's massive tail had swept across the thorny iron ball, its massive body twitched briefly, and then, completely defenseless, it took in all 6 rapidly spinning silver metal rings. In an instant, 6 silver metal rings sliced into the snake's body. Shichichi. The huge, brightly colored snake's scales shattered, blood splattering everywhere. The serrated metal rings, still spinning, had already penetrated nearly half a meter into the massive snake's body, yet they continued to spin. Only then did Quilut understand what Minos, the evil serpent, had finally intended. Alas, it was too late. In an instant, Quilut was severely wounded. Not physically, but rather, a profoundly painful, intractable wound to his soul. And Ryan had truly tested the power of Dragon Soul Smash. Clearly, the effect was exceptionally good. Of course, Dragon Soul Smash wasn't without its drawbacks, its excessive mental energy consumption. Just now, he had unleashed his crystallized killing move while Dragon Soul Smash was active, doubling the mental energy consumption and directly sapping nearly a third of his mental energy. However, seeing the other party's pain, Ryan was confident that with 2 more crystallized killing moves, he could immediately eliminate the vice-possessed Archbishop of the Secret Snake Cult. A few minutes ago, in the sky south of Ferdinand Forest, a streamlined airship was flying at a rapid speed. Due to its immense speed, it soon reached the skies above Bassarin. At this moment, the Quilut's loud roar immediately caused Bostaff inside the cabin to raise an eyebrow. He exclaimed, "That roar?" Zoil immediately peered out of the porthole. A moment later, his face was filled with shock. He exclaimed, "What a massive snake?" "No, that's the Secret Snake Cult's camp." "I know. That's the bloodline transformation of the vice-possessed Archbishop Quilut." As one of the 3 captains of the slave-hunting teams, Zoil was well informed. He knew that the Secret Snake Cult's new leader was Vice-Pontiff Quilut. Inside the camp, there were giant snakes. Only Quilut could possess such power. "Hey, that dragon man battling Quilut, isn't that the Ryan you're looking for, Lord Bostaff?" Zoil exclaimed again. Bostaff immediately followed Zoil's gaze and looked into the distance. Sure enough, a massive snake, visible even from dozens of kilometers away, was battling a dragon man. This is a 3rd stage dragon man transformation, and this form and scale color seem unprecedented. "No wonder," Bostaff said, a sudden realization dawning on him. He understood what Buchanan had said earlier, why the second prince valued Ryan's bloodline so highly. Go! Speed up. And in the field. Just as Ryan was about to press on, a blood feather suddenly chirped in the sky. Ryan turned and saw an extremely slender airship soaring over the camp at breakneck speed, casting a massive shadow. At this moment, everyone else also looked up, gazing at the airship that had suddenly appeared in midair. Suddenly, the hatch opened, revealing a majestic human figure. His massive frame practically filled the entire hatch. The next second, before everyone's astonished eyes, they watched that imposing figure leap from the dozens-meter-high airship. Boom! With a whistling sound, the figure plummeted to the ground like a meteorite. Suddenly, everyone felt the ground shake, followed by a circular dust wave that swept all around. Several members of the secret snake cult, caught off guard by the shock, swallowed a large amount of dirt. But by this point, they no longer cared. Concern welled up on their faces. Judging by the design of the enemy airship, they knew it wasn't from their sect. It was likely reinforcements from the Empire. As the smoke and dust cleared, a massive figure wearing massive iron shoulder pads and half-leather armor appeared. He chuckled, looked at Ryan, and said, "Are you Ryan? Although I don't want to join forces with those secret snake cult scum, if it can easily accomplish the mission, don't blame me for taking advantage of the opportunity. Remember my name, Bowstaff." As he spoke, he raised his hand to the sky, and a massive bladed spear dropped from the airship. The blade spear was about 12 or 13 meters long, with a nearly 2-meter-long single-sided sharp blade at the front and a long handle at the back. Seeing such a long weapon, onlookers were momentarily surprised. The next second, the giant Bowstaff charged towards Ryan. With every step, his entire form drastically changed. His height surged, red dragon scales appeared on his body, and his muscles expanded. Soon, he transformed into a massive dragon man, approximately 17 or 18 meters tall. He also had wings and looked almost identical to Ryan at this stage. However, the color of his dragon scales was noticeably different. Also, more peculiarly, he had 3 scales on his chest, red, yellow, and green. At this moment, everyone realized that the blade spear's length was perfectly matched to the man's current height. Another enemy of epic strength? Lambert was speechless watching this scene. At first, he thought it was a guardian of the Empire coming to his aid, but it turned out to be an enemy. Lord Ryan is indeed powerful, but his ability to provoke his opponents is also top-notch. After witnessing Bowstaff's transformation, Ryan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had a rough idea of his origins. In addition, he noticed something strange. The aura of the other party was momentarily chaotic during the transformation. Normally, a descendant of the Red Dragon bloodline would have a transforming aura as hot and fierce as magma, while a descendant of the Yellow Dragon would have a heavy aura like the earth. However, the aura of the other party after the transformation was even more complex. This immediately reminded him of something. The other party has ascended to epic combat power. Could it be that they relied on? Just as Ryan pondered this, Bowstaff was already charging towards him, his blade spear in his hand striking him with a powerful downward strike. A flaming slash over 10 meters long suddenly appeared, striking Ryan. This was a hybrid attack that combined the Red Dragon's pyrotechnic talent with extraordinary combat techniques. At this moment, the severely injured Quilut took the opportunity to curl up its massive serpentine body, turning its head to look at its followers. The next second, it took a deep breath. Accompanied by screams, phantoms appeared, and streams of blood were drawn from the bodies of the secret snake cult members, all swallowed by the Quilut's bloody maw. In an instant, although the wounds on his soul could not be healed, the wounds on his body were mostly healed. The Quilut's venomous snake eyes stared at Ryan, and the next second, it suddenly lunged forward. Chapter 446. Faced with the pincer attack from 2 epic warriors, the python-like Quilut and the dragonman Bowstaff, Ryan's eyes flickered, and he made a decision instantly. He raised his left and right dragon claws, and 4 metal kite-shaped shields suddenly appeared before him, forming a straight line in front of him, blocking Bowstaff's flaming slashes. 6 other silver, buzzing metal rings appeared and swished towards the Quilut behind Ryan. The Quilut, having just suffered the consequences of this attack, suddenly narrowed his huge serpent eyes, and his downward thrust faltered. He had assumed Ryan's move was some kind of killer move, not to be used at will, or that it came with a price. But now it seemed otherwise. He hadn't expected Ryan to be able to use it continuously. This caused the Quilut to immediately halt their attack and bite, retreating into a coiled ball with all their might. Simultaneously, they unleashed a hazy black light barrier to protect themselves. Ren's initial momentum of attacking from both sides was instantly broken. Now, Ryan only had to deal with Bowstaff alone, naturally reducing the pressure. With a flick of his mind, the 6 silver metal rings that had been attacking the Quileute suddenly reversed course, striking Bowstaff in front of him. In reality, seeing this scene, the Quileute, who were fighting alongside Ryan, could have easily warned Bowstaff. However, due to the already fragile and unremarkable partnership between the cult and the slave hunting team, he didn't consider proactively warning him. In the Quileute's view, if the strange dragon man had the opportunity, he would surely take down both him and Ryan at the same time. Secondly, he shared the same thought. It would be great if the 2 dragons before him were seriously injured. He could reap the benefits. Also, he had just suffered a setback from Ryan's move, and he felt uneasy if the dragon on the other side didn't take the fall as well. Of course, he couldn't let this fellow named Ryan kill him. So, Quileute took a deep breath, as if preparing to unleash some kind of long-range attack. Even on the other side, Bowstaff scoffed at the sight of the 6 incoming silver metal rings. He believed that such a thing could never harm him. Bowstaff, grasping his blade spear, swung with lightning speed in a 360-degree whirlwind. A huge arc of bright silver light flashed, instantly striking the first 3 metal rings. In an instant, just as Bowstaff had predicted, the 3 metal rings, unable to withstand the whirlwind slash of his bladed spear, shattered abruptly. The jagged metal rings, with their inherent thickness and hardness, could not possibly remain unscathed by the blow of an epic-level powerhouse. But at the same moment the metal rings shattered, Bowstaff felt something within him shatter. Or rather, a small part of it, followed by a sharp pain from the depths of his soul. Instantly, Bowstaff's entire body convulsed, his eyes widening as if struck by lightning. The excruciating pain, like a knife cutting through his soul, had barely subsided before he was struck simultaneously by the 3 metal rings behind him. The powerful defense of the dragon's scales meant the wounds didn't seem deep, but in an instant, veins popped on Bowstaff's forehead, his huge eyes rolled back, and his entire body shook like a sieve, as if he were suffering from a seizure. Fortunately, this abnormal state didn't last long, less than half a second. But when Bowstaff recovered, he looked at Ryan with a look as if he had seen a ghost. With a whoosh, his massive legs plowed 2 deep furrows into the ground, abruptly halting his charge and retreating. "What exactly was that attack you just made?" Bowstaff questioned, looking at Ryan in disbelief. No wonder Bowstaff was surprised. As a being fused with the bloodlines of 3 great dragon offspring, he possessed an extremely high resistance to all types of sorcery. In previous battles, he could generally ignore sorcery below level 3. And sorcery at the 3rd crystallization level would at most cause him minor injuries, something he could certainly withstand head-on. But Ryan's sorcery, just now, was truly bizarre. It was as if, beyond the power of the sorcery itself, it also carried a soul-destroying effect. On the other side, seeing Bowstaff halt his charge in a panic, Quileute felt a surge of satisfaction. This was a rather dark sentiment. It was like a pedestrian falling into a manhole cover while walking at night. Instead of warning others, they climbed out and watched from the sidelines, feeling happy as others fell in. The more people fell in, the happier they felt. However, when he saw Ryan pursuing Bowstaff, he didn't stand idly by. Instead, he indiscriminately spitted at Ryan and Bowstaff. As for whether his recently defeated ally could withstand the blow, that was not his concern at all. As long as he could seize the opportunity to injure the young man named Ryan, he would have achieved his goal. Like fireworks, streams of dark green poisonous mist erupted from the Quileute's bloody maw. This mist was extremely dense, somewhere between a gaseous and liquid state, and the intense stench was palpable even before it reached him. Faced with the attack from behind, Ryan naturally chose not to resist. With a flap of his fleshy wings, he dodged sideways, escaping the mist's range. Several sturdy centaurs, who had been rescued, were unable to dodge, and were enveloped by the poisonous mist. They immediately let out a hissing sound of dissolving and screamed in agony. Before anyone could intervene, all that remained was a pile of bones and a pool of yellow-green ichor. A closer inspection revealed that even the bones were corroding and softening, demonstrating the poison's potent nature. Bowstaff, however, faced the poisonous mist with unwavering fear. His dragon scales suddenly changed color. Instantly, they shifted from red to green. Then, a thin green membrane enveloped him. When the poisonous mist reached Bowstaff, it had no effect at all. This scene naturally made Ryan wonder, is this the green dragon's immunity to poison? It confirms my suspicions. But the Quileute's attack clearly had more than just this one move. Facing the ineffective poisonous mist attack, the next second, a dark field rapidly expanded, like an expanding circular pool of ink. Bowstaff's eyes flashed, and he immediately rushed towards Ryan, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. Although Bowstaff was taller than Ryan, the clash of forces didn't give him any advantage. Instead, he was knocked back several steps by Ryan. Although Ryan didn't retreat, the collision delayed him for a moment. The Quilut's sphere of attack, surging like ink, instantly enveloped Ryan. Then, the Quilut's massive, serpentine form attacked Ryan again. Ryan instantly considered using his final crystallization attack on the Quilut, but in an instant, he sensed something was amiss. He felt the surrounding energy particles, even the closest metallic ones, were difficult to mobilize. The sphere the opponent had unleashed was unique, expelling nearly all energy particles from this specific area. Someone like you who only reached epic power after transformation has a major weakness. You don't have an absolute sphere, nor do you have the dawn-killing move. The absolute sphere, unlike ordinary spheres, is more pure and exclusive. Within it, even mystical energy particles are expelled. Of course, unleashing this absolute domain is extremely difficult and consumes a tremendous amount of willpower. Even epic-level warriors cannot unleash it multiple times in a single battle. Furthermore, not all epic-level warriors possess the ability to unleash it. It's like not all level 4 Dawn wizards possess Dawn's ultimate move. Some only possess level 4 sorcery. A moment of hesitation caused Ryan's feet to be entangled by an endless stream of inky pythons. The next second, a Quilut python, tens of meters long, wrapped around the body of the Dragon King of Ryan. The Quilut, confident of victory, declared, "In my absolute domain, your sorcery will be useless. Only hand-to-hand combat is permitted. Enjoy the thrill of being strangled." As soon as the words left his mouth, Quilut's enormous body began to contract and tense, and his eyes were filled with triumph. But the next second, Quilut noticed something was wrong with Ryan's expression. Because Ryan's expression was too calm, not like someone about to die. He looked more like an audience member who already knew the answer to a riddle, watching a clown perform a trick. Hand-to-hand combat? What makes you think hand-to-hand combat is my weakness? Ryan was slightly taken aback by the words of the Serpent Archdeacon, but he quickly recovered and laughed. Just as Quilut was still trying to process the meaning of Ryan's words, he suddenly felt that he was unable to wrap his arms around Ryan, who was now much smaller than him. For a moment, he felt as if he were wrapped around the crater of a volcano about to erupt. Even at his full serpent-like form, he still couldn't contain the opponent's expansion and eruption. Awing! With a dragon roar from Ryan. Instantly, his body expanded again, his form undergoing another drastic change. Unlike the previously robust Dragonman form, this time, his belly also began to swell, his height ballooning to nearly 20 meters. A pair of increasingly formidable, thick arms slowly stretched the Quilut's giant python. Slowly, but with incredible determination. The Quilut's transformed python's eyes nearly popped out. How could it be so powerful? In the next second, Ryan swiftly freed himself from the loosened python's grip. Then, grabbing the python's tail, he swung the over 30-meter-long python in a 360-degree circle, swung it straight up, and slammed it heavily to the ground. Boom! Suddenly, a ravine stretching dozens of meters long and several meters deep suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. This was accompanied by a violent shockwave, and a large amount of smoke and dust rose into the sky. Not good. This is the fourth stage of transformation. Bowstaff, who usually had a calm expression, now had a look of uncertainty on his face. He finally understood why Second Prince Everton valued this Ryan's blood essence so much. The other party could actually transform into a fourth stage. You have to know that even he, and the other two who had merged into his body, had previously only been able to transform into a third stage. Even after the fusion, according to experimental data, he still had a certain gap between the power and speed of the fourth stage, although of course, the gap was not great. Seeing Quilut's current state, Bowstaff knew he had to take action. Otherwise, once Ryan had truly finished him off, the situation would be completely ruined. Swish! Bowstaff, wielding his bladed spear, charged at Ryan's back like lightning. Just as he was about to unleash a common yet highly refined thrust at Ryan's back, Ryan suddenly spun, with lightning speed, and grasped the tip of his bladed spear with a single hand, looking at him with a faint smile. The next moment, another massive claw slammed down on Bowstaff's head. Oh no! Unable to pull his bladed spear, Bowstaff made a quick decision, releasing the handle and crossing his hands above his head to block the claw's blow. Bang! A shockwave suddenly swept across the surroundings. The 17 or 18-meter tall Bowstaff was slammed into the ground, like a nail driven into a wooden board. From the waist down, he was instantly 8 or 9 meters into the earth, demonstrating the immense power of the claw. Bowstaff's eyes, mouth, nose, and ears were gushing with blood. His head was buzzing, and the dragon scales on his arms had burst, revealing stringy, blood-red flesh. Impossible. How could he be so strong? He should be about the same as me. How could he be so strong? Bostaff's eyes widened, and he roared inwardly. Of course, he didn't know that Ryan possessed a system that allowed him to absorb the blood essence of other dragons and dragonborn creatures, thereby increasing the concentration of his own dragon blood. Before Ryan's battle with the Void Dragon, in terms of absolute strength, Ryan might not have been much stronger than Bostaff. But after Ryan absorbed the blood essence of an entire Void Dragon, the gap began to widen. Judging from the current results, it seemed quite a bit. Just as Bostaff cried out inwardly, Ryan's attack didn't end. He struck down with another lightning-fast claw. Bang! A second claw slammed down. Another shockwave swept across the area, forming a crater where Bostaff had stood. This time, after the dragon scales exploded, Bostaff's sturdy arms were blasted with blood-red flesh, and bones were broken. Through sheer willpower, Bostaff's bloody, mangled hands managed to remain in a crossed position. The color of the dragon scales on his body suddenly turned yellow, then green, and then red, as if his body were losing control. However, it seemed that the ground had become considerably more compacted after the 2 consecutive attacks. This time, Bostaff did not sink much deeper into the ground. Huh? Ryan seemed to let out a soft hum. Bostaff's persistence was somewhat unexpected. However, he didn't want to delay any longer. He had to finish him off. After all, if he kept going, the Quileute from the secret snake cult would attack again, and in his 4th form, his stamina was depleted to an alarming degree. So, Ryan launched his 3rd attack. Ah! Bostaff, exerting all his might, roared to the heavens. He knew that if he could hold on a little longer, the Quileute from the secret snake cult on the other side would recover and come to his aid, and he would survive. But Bostaff froze for a moment. Instead of seeing the dark shadow of Ryan's giant claw, he saw the familiar shadow of a spear. Because Ryan's attack this time wasn't a claw. Puff! Bostaff's bladed spear was stabbed down hard by Ryan's other giant claw. It pierced Bostaff's roaring mouth, piercing his head, neck, chest, and abdomen, then stuck straight into the ground like a skewer. Bostaff's eyes bulged, his body twitching, his broken arm still held high, as if he couldn't understand why the 3rd strike wasn't a claw strike. How could it not be a claw strike? He was unwilling to accept this. His massive dragonman body twitched several times before it hung upright, head tilted back, dangling from the straight blade, completely motionless. Chapter 447. Minutes ago, just after Bostaff had jumped off the airship, more than 10 rappelling ropes were immediately lowered from the suspended shuttle-shaped airship, and a number of heavily armed personnel slid down from the airship one after another. Judging from their attire, some of them appeared to be members of a slave-hunting squad. Led by a burly man, they were about to surround the recently rescued pure-blooded elves and centaurs. However, the battle unfolded before them, leaving them dumbfounded. Many rubbed their eyes repeatedly in disbelief. For they saw Lord Bostaff, who had practically never been defeated, being pierced through the heart by a single enemy spear, pinning him to the ground. For those familiar with Bostaff, the shock was immense. You have to remember that Bostaff had spent several years in the slave-hunting corps, boasting a distinguished record. Later, he was transferred to the imperial capital, and soon after, rumors circulated that he had reached the epic level. And now, such a renowned figure had been killed on the spot. How could they possibly handle this? Especially Zoller, one of the slave-hunting corps captains. His face was ashen, his mouth twitching slightly, and he was completely paralyzed. He was more informed than his subordinates, and therefore, he could better understand the terrifying power of Ryan. That was Lord Bostaff and Quileute, the vice-pontiff of the secret snake cult. 2 epic-level warriors, combined, hadn't even been able to defeat this Ryan. Zoller, stunned for a moment, finally regained his composure. He glanced hesitantly around a few times, and then quietly retreated to the back of the corps. He planned to flee immediately. Staying would mean certain death. But then, a voice tinged with sarcasm rang out. "Sir, where are you going?" The speaker was Lambert, who had just taken the potion given by Ryan. Thanks to the combined effects of the special antidote and the super healing potion, his injuries had almost healed. Swish. The subordinates, including those in the slave-hunting team, simultaneously turned their horrified eyes upon their captain. "This is all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? We are from the slave-hunting team, and have nothing to do with any of you present here," Zoel said with a wry smile. "Oh. Then wait. By the way, are there still some of your men on the airship? Send a message, have the airship land quickly." Otherwise, I'm sorry. I don't know if this long-distance airship can withstand my sword. Lambert swung his sword with lightning speed. A dazzling flash of sword light, with a swish, split a member of the slave hunting team who was about to escape in two. Quick, land the airship nearby. Zoller's eyes twitched as he looked at Lambert. From the previous sword strike, he could clearly see Lambert's strength. Another exceptionally powerful individual, probably one step away from epic status. What the hell? Characters rarely seen before, appearing one after another. Excellent. Then we wait nearby. Lord Ryan will soon finish his next battle. Seeing that the other party was still taking the initiative, and the airship was slowly descending nearby, Lambert smiled and nodded, then folded his arms, and continued to watch the battle from the side. At this moment, only Ryan and Quillut were left on the field. Just now, Quillut had been planning to rescue Bowstaff, but he hadn't expected him to die so quickly. This caused the giant snake, which had rushed out halfway, to retract again and coil itself up. Quillut could naturally sense Ryan's transformed form. The intensity of his energy fluctuations was now even greater than his own. The irregular energy rings surging on his body, like electric currents, were his energy field. At this moment, even if he cast Absolute Domain again, there was no chance of suppressing him. But hand-to-hand combat? Quillut glanced again at Ryan's increasingly sturdy figure, and realized he wasn't sure either. In that case, that seems to be the only way. Just as Quillut was about to make a decision, his face suddenly froze. He saw that after Ryan had killed the strange dragon man named Bowstaff, he didn't immediately turn around and attack him. Instead, he took another step forward, approaching the dead dragon man. What's going on? The Quillut looked puzzled. The next second, Ryan's sharp dragon claws pierced the dead Bowstaff's chest with a whirring sound, sending blood splattering everywhere. Seeing this scene, many people around, both friend and foe, gasped in fear. The other party was clearly dead. Whipping his corpse after death was truly too brutal. Sir Ryan, is he trying to confirm whether he's dead? That's wrong. It's unnecessary, Lambert thought. After all, at their level of strength, they could tell whether the other party was dead or not with a single glance. Why would they need to do this? Anna, holding Asia nearby, didn't see anything wrong with this. She naturally assumed Ryan had a reason for doing this, perhaps because the other party wasn't dead yet, or because he was doing it to ensure safety. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, that's probably what it means. They will find all sorts of explanations, both reasonable and unreasonable, for their significant other. The Quillut, witnessing this scene, felt a chill in their hearts, sensing that Ryan was becoming increasingly cold and cruel. His enormous, serpentine eyes flickered, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed across his face. He took this opportunity to stealthily maneuver, slowly snake-like, to the center of a massive ritual. The ritual, far from the center of the recent battle, was largely intact. On the other hand, Ryan's stabbing of Bowstaff's heart was naturally intentional. As expected, the system prompt appeared. Ding! Detected the host has come into contact with the blood essence of an unknown dragon. A partial dragon gene fragment has been found that can be absorbed. Yes/no? Note: absorption of this dragon gene fragment will enhance the host's dragon bloodline concentration. As expected, Ryan smiled and immediately selected yes. Instantly, Ryan felt a sudden surge of warmth from the massive dragon claw he had penetrated, rapidly seeping through his entire body. The entire process lasted only a second or two before swiftly ending. Although Ryan could sense some changes and improvements deep within his body, a glance at the attribute panel revealed that his mutated dragon bloodline still displayed high, meaning his bloodline level hadn't changed at all. He had anticipated this situation. After all, the higher the bloodline level, the more difficult it is to increase. Furthermore, as I absorb more dragon genes, the less pure the bloodline essences of those giant dragon offspring will become less effective. In other words, after repeated absorption, dragons with insufficient strength or purity have too many duplicated genes. However, any improvement is always good, especially an increase in bloodline concentration, which will correspondingly increase the power of Dragon Soul Smash. Ryan remembered clearly the system panel's note about Dragon Soul Smash. True damage power is directly proportional to dragon bloodline concentration, mental strength, and sorcery power. The correlation between true damage and dragon bloodline concentration is the most important. This is why Ryan chose to absorb Bowstaff's dragon bloodline essence immediately, rather than turning around to deal with Quillut. Huh? At this moment, Ryan suddenly felt a strange energy fluctuation coming from behind him. He immediately turned and looked at Quillut not far away. This is... In the few seconds he absorbed Bowstaff's bloodline essence, Quillut, the vice pope of the secret snake cult, had quite the advantage. At this moment, he was using the previous grand ritual to initiate a prayer ceremony. Great devouring serpent, your faithful follower, the Quileute. I offer my body in exchange for your blessing of strength, allowing me to defeat the formidable enemy in this difficult battle, and spread your supreme glory. The sight of the over 30-meter-long serpent muttering a prayer in a rhythmic, low voice struck everyone as strange and peculiar. But no one dared to laugh. For those near the massive ritual, whether the remaining snake cult members or the centaurs, who hadn't yet escaped, were now pierced by lines of blood, centered on the Quileute's giant serpent's body, piercing their bodies. If the centaurs, visibly terrified by the piercing of their bloodline and the question of their faith, displayed expressions of utter fervor and devotion on the faces of the secret snake cult's followers, enduring a kind of exhaustion, they also displayed expressions of utter fervor and fanaticism. The secret snake cult members knelt one after another, chanting along with their vice pontiff, Quileute. Instantly, a vast and majestic force seemed to penetrate layers of space, descending upon the vast ritual, and above the Quileute, a giant python. Instantly, an invisible pressure swept over the surroundings like a tsunami. The centaurs, their faces clearly showing expressions of fear, panic, anger, and resentment, crept toward the center of the secret snake cult ritual. Anna and most of the pure-blooded elves, however, had escaped the attack due to their earlier escape and distance. Oh no! This is summoning the power of the gods. Lambert, standing nearby, his expression changed, and he struck the Quileute with lightning speed. But the swift and dazzling sword light was slowed by an invisible force midair, its speed gradually decreasing. After 2 seconds, it suddenly dissipated into thin air. Seeing this, Ryan, who was about to step forward to interrupt, suddenly had an idea. It seems this isn't a bad thing. Because based on past experience, as long as I can defeat them, it seems that the residual energy of these divine projections or incarnations can be utilized and absorbed by the system. The level and quality of this energy are extremely high, and it can significantly accelerate my crystallization progress. If Ryan had been somewhat unsure before, but since he acquired the core skill Dragon Soul Smash, which deals true damage, he was incredibly confident when facing a divine projection or incarnation. But before that, I need to recharge my mental strength. Ryan's hesitation led the Quileute to mistakenly believe he was overwhelmed by the immense power of the divine arrival. This made the Quileute feel elated. Although the cost of this prayer was immense, as long as he could defeat his opponent and survive, he could slowly make up for it later. The Quileute, transformed into a giant python, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, interrupting my prayer? Too late. Soon you and all of you will know what true despair is. Before he finished speaking, the Quileute's stature exploded again, from over 30 meters to over 50 meters. The python's body also began to suddenly turn red. With 2 consecutive puffs, 2 thick, human-like hands suddenly extended from the front third of the snake. Followed by the same sound, 2 short, thick, human-like legs suddenly sprouted from the second third of the snake. This bizarre, 4-legged lizard-like form filled everyone present with a sense of fear and trembling. Even Ryan, in his 4-stage dragon beast form, standing nearly 20 meters tall, still looked quite small compared to the Quileute's current size. From a hand-to-hand combat perspective, such a significant size difference would naturally be a significant disadvantage. But to everyone's astonishment, Ryan had no intention of advancing. Instead, he raised his dragon claws, and the next second, 6 silver metal rings suddenly appeared in front of him, charging towards the powerful Quileute. Seeing the buzzing silver metal rings, the Quileute instinctively felt a sense of fear. But the next moment, he realized that, given his current size, the damage the metal rings could inflict would be much less than before. There was no need to dodge. Puff! Puff! As the silver metal rings pierced the massive snake's body, Quileute felt a momentary sting and dizziness, but he quickly withstood the impact. Hey, so that's your ultimate move, but how many times can you use it? Once or twice? I repay you double for the pain you've inflicted. Facing Quileute, whose face was increasingly ferocious and charging at him, Ryan smiled. Logically speaking, Quileute's judgment was correct. At his peak physical strength, his mental power could unleash his crystallized killer move, Sawtooth Slicing Net, 3 times. But the key was that he could regenerate his mental power by adding points. And, even more crucially, he had far more than just 1 attribute point remaining. If 1 wasn't enough, then try twice. If 2 isn't enough, then 10. With a wave of Ryan's hand, 6 silver metal rings reappeared, striking Quileute with lightning speed. Quileute's eyes twitched at the sight. Although he could resist, it didn't mean it wouldn't hurt. It was like a human being. While most people can withstand a single wasp sting, it still hurts. Quilut wanted to dodge, but after his massive growth, he couldn't avoid the incredibly fast metal rings even if he wanted to. Puff! Puff! As the 6 metal rings pierced again, Quilut's enormous, snake-like pupil shed tears of pain. Ah! Ah! I want you dead. Just when Quilut thought this might be the last time Ryan would be able to unleash this killer move, his serpentine pupils suddenly widened. At that moment, 6 more metal rings attacked him. How can you unleash this attack indefinitely? Quilut roared. The other party didn't perform any prayer rituals. Nor did he use any magical weapons. He didn't even take any mental recovery potions. How did he do it? Quilut was completely puzzled. However, the metal rings wouldn't wait for him to connect. Puff! Puff! 6 silver metal rings pierced Quilut's massive snake body again, shattering its scales and splattering blood. But only then did Quilut realize that what was about to begin was truly hell. As Ryan mentally repeated the process of adding points and casting spells, 6 more metal rings swarmed toward Quilut. 12? No! Much more. After Ryan finished adding points and unleashed his crystallized killing move 3 times, he added points again and cast them again, 8 times in a row. Instantly, through the reflection of Quilut's enormous snake pupils, one could see nearly 50 metal rings hurling toward him. Now, Quilut's massive, nearly 50-meter-long body trembled in fear. A person wouldn't fear a single wasp, because even if stung, driven by rage, they would want to kill it. But a person would fear a swarm of wasps, because even if stung by chance, the fear would make them want to run for their lives. So the Quilut turned and ran. But he forgot that the metal ring's attacks weren't purely sorcerous, but were accompanied by terrifying, true damage that could penetrate the soul. Outwardly, once struck, a slight stiffening effect would occur. So, after each metal ring struck the Quilut, it was plunged into a continuous cycle of stiffness and excruciating pain. After the Quilut had absorbed 48 metal rings, its massive snake body continued to twitch. Then, like a landslide, it collapsed to the ground with a thud, sending clouds of dust billowing everywhere. Throughout this entire process, the Quilut remained silent. It wasn't that he was tough, but rather that his soul, like a glass struck by a sudden blow, was shattered. Chapter 448. As the Quilut collapsed, the massive ritual on the ground erupted with a powerful ripple and tremor. A blood-red, black energy glow, like boiling magma, shot up into the sky. Then, the light receded again, like the ocean after a tsunami, slowly returning to calm. After a quick glance and confirming the Quilut's complete death, Ryan headed towards the fallen, massive snake-like form. As he approached, Ryan sensed a distinct aura emanating from it. This aura was filled with evil, bloodlust, grandeur, and majesty. This familiar scene made Ryan smile. After several experiences of defeating projections and incarnations of gods, Ryan had acquired a certain amount of experience. Basically, any enemy with even a passing connection to the gods would eventually absorb a small amount of their escaping, high-quality energy through his system. The system prompt confirmed Ryan's thoughts. Ding! Detecting some unknown high-quality energy that can enhance the crystallization of spiritual power. Do you want to absorb it? Note, the system absorbs impurities. Some? Ryan's eyes lit up, as if a thought had occurred to him. He silently said yes. At the same time, to avoid any suspicion, he thrust his massive dragon claw into the Quilut's massive body 7 inches deep. This scene immediately filled everyone's faces with horror. How brutal! Ryan, on his side, instantly felt the immense aura surrounding the Quilut's massive body being absorbed by him, seeping through his entire body and rushing straight into his mind. The already viscous silver liquid in his mind seemed to freeze. Of course, this was an illusion. In reality, it was because the number of crystals in the silver liquid had exceeded a certain threshold, so its entire state, or rather, properties, had almost completely transformed from liquid to solid. A few seconds later, Ryan glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 176, 94% crystallization. Thanks to the 10 attribute points he had just added to Spirit, Ryan's Spirit attribute had increased from 166 to 176. The crystallization progress was 76% before, and now it's reached 94%, a full 18% increase. This rate of increase is incredibly rapid. Ryan was overjoyed. That's normal. Previously, the system used the word a small amount, but this time it's partial. Actually, if I weren't in the late stage of crystallization, the increase would be far more than 18%. After all, the later the crystallization of spiritual power, the harder it is to improve. Ryan, in high spirits, once again sensed his surroundings and confirmed there were no hidden enemies. He immediately disbanded his dragon beast form. Ryan knew that since several cults had divided Ferdinand Forest into different areas, after the secret snake cult was eliminated, there would be no other cults within a considerable area. After returning to human form, Ryan turned and walked towards Anna's location. Seeing Ryan approach, the pure-blooded elves and centaurs stiffened slightly, their expressions becoming slightly unnatural. After all, the young human before him was not only an epic-level powerhouse, but his previous battle performance was also quite ferocious. At this moment, Anna, unable to contain her excitement and joy, dashed like a live butterfly into Ryan's arms, hugging him tightly. Ryan, naturally, smiled faintly and gently embraced Anna's slender, vibrant body. The person most deeply moved by this scene was, of course, Anna's aunt, Drana. She was watching from a distance, a hint of a smile on her face. In fact, from the beginning, she wasn't optimistic about Anna and Ryan's relationship. She might even say she was strongly opposed to it. For one thing, Anna's mother, her sister, had been unlucky in marriage, which had led to Drana's inherently poor perception of human men. For another, she had witnessed Ryan and a beautiful barbarian girl cuddling from the window, which made it even harder for her, as an elf, to accept. Finally, there was Ryan himself. Drana had never imagined that a small-town boy could become a powerful being of epic proportions. This was even more outrageous than the ancient children of destiny recorded in the ancient elven texts. It was only then that she realized that applying past experience to current situations wasn't always correct. Let Anna and Ryan handle the situation on their own. Lambert, standing by, watched the scene with a smile, thinking to himself, as expected, this Miss Anna and Lord Ryan have a close relationship. It took Anna a while to realize that a large group of her tribe, including Aunt Drana, were staring at her. However, curiosity piqued, Anna raised her pretty face, a blush on her face, and quickly asked, Ryan, how did you get here? No, I mean, how did you know something happened here? And how can you be so strong? That person is an epic powerhouse. Ryan rubbed Anna's head and smiled. You have so many questions. Which one should I answer first? First, I have to criticize you. With such a big thing happening here, why didn't you contact me? Under Ryan's fiery gaze, Anna shyly lowered her head again. She lowered her head and said softly, I didn't want anyone to know, because I was worried you'd risk your life to find me. The enemy was too strong. Hearing Anna's explanation, Ryan felt something deep within him. He couldn't help but recall the first time he saw the girl in front of him in gold hire. Anna sat on the steps in the sunshine, nibbling on bran cakes, a look of contentment on her face. She was petite and frail, but her heart was filled with kindness and determination. Silly girl, do you understand who's stronger now? Yes. Anna nodded heavily. What will you do next time you encounter something like this? Ryan pressed again. Looking for you. Very good, remember that answer. Ryan kissed Anna's smooth forehead lovingly, but the gesture still made the half-elf girl blush. No. Ryan, Aunt Drana is still here. Anna buried her head in Ryan's chest like an ostrich, her hands nervously tugging at his sleeve. It was then that Ryan remembered that he and Anna weren't the only ones in front of him. When he looked up, everyone, including the surrendered slave hunters, immediately averted their gazes, feigning indifference. Only the little elf girl, Aishia, blinked her large eyes, still staring intently at Ryan and Anna. Noticing Ryan's gaze shifting towards her, Aishia trotted over. Ryan let go of Anna slightly, crouched down, and said with a smile, Aishia, I've completed your mercenary mission, so this hairpin is mine as a reward. Yes. Brother Ryan, thank you. Anna, standing by, stared at Ryan and Aishia curiously, as she didn't quite understand what mercenary meant. Ryan stood up and slowly inserted the wooden hairpin into Anna's left hair, smiling, this hairpin is for you. Aishia, does this hairpin look beautiful on Anna? Ryan asked, tilting his head. Of course it does. Seeing Ryan give his beloved hairpin to her beloved sister, Anna, Aishia was naturally pleased, her large eyes crescenting into a smile. Just as Anna, holding Aishia, was understanding the meaning of hire, Ryan, smiling, walked among the pure-blooded elves. He bowed slightly to Drana, saying, Ms. Drana, I'm late. My apologies. No, Ryan. Lord Ryan. Every race would show due respect to an epic powerhouse. So, although Drana was a little unaccustomed to this, she immediately corrected herself. No, Ms. Drana, you are Anna's elder, so you are naturally my elder. Just call me Ryan. However, Ryan waved his hand, interrupting Drana. Hearing Ryan's words, the surrounding pure-blooded elves once again looked at Anna, Drana, and Ryan with curiosity. It wasn't vanity, Being looked at with a mixture of curiosity and admiration by his own kind, Delana felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. You know, in the past, some of his fellow tribesmen in Bassarin had gossiped about Anna's half-elf identity, their eyes filled with strangeness and disapproval, but now, all that had vanished. Well, Ryan, we're the ones who want to thank you for your assistance this time. Ms. Delana, it's my duty. After a brief exchange with Delana, Ryan turned and bowed slightly to Lambert, who was standing beside him. Mr. Lambert, thank you for your hard work this time. If you need my help next time, please don't hesitate to ask. Mr. Ryan, you're too polite. I was only doing what I promised you. Also, you've entrusted me with such an important task as protecting Miss Anna. It demonstrates your trust in me. I'm deeply honored and happy. Lambert felt flattered to see Ryan actually bow and thank him. After the recent battle, there was no doubt that Ryan had become a true epic-level powerhouse, just like his master, the Tide Sword Master. And just now, he had received a promise from an epic-level powerhouse. This naturally brightened Lambert's mood, and he immediately felt that the risk he had taken was truly worthwhile. At this moment, Ryan suddenly turned to the pure-blooded elves and asked, by the way, do you know what happened in Ferdinand Forest? Hearing Ryan's question, the pure-blooded elves glanced at each other, then their gazes focused on an old elf. The old elf was a handsome man, his true age revealed only by his snow-white hair and the tiny wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Lord Ryan, I am Aldelin, the mayor of Bassarin. Perhaps I can answer your question. Ryan glanced at Anna and Drana, who both nodded. Then he said to the old man, Mayor Aldelin, please speak. It is as follows, Lord Ryan. A few days ago, urgent news arrived from Ferdinand City. Prince Sidelin of our clan has been attracted and corrupted by the supreme mother tree of the mother tree cult. Ferdinand City has fallen into unrest, and the archdruids stationed in various towns must be immediately withdrawn. What? The pure-blooded elves and the surviving centaurs erupted in a commotion. Prince Sidelin would actually betray his faith and the moon goddess. Oh my god! Is this true? No wonder Ferdinand City hasn't sent any reinforcements yet. Clearly, most of the pure-blooded elves in Bassarin were unaware of this news. Upon hearing their mayor's account, they were inexplicably shocked. To stabilize everyone's nerves, the archdruids advised keeping the information secret for now, but now, alas. There's no need for that, Alderin sighed. Ryan nodded. This news was likely true, as it aligned with what the Swordbearer headquarters had learned. HQ had previously concluded that a high-ranking elven leader had rebelled. But now, it seemed, the situation was even more serious than they had suspected. Prince Sidelin was no ordinary elven leader. From what Ryan knew, he seemed to be the only prince of the Ferdinand Forest elven tribe. With Prince Sidelin's cooperation, it's no surprise that dozens of elven outposts along the border of Ferdinand Forest were destroyed. The subsequent cult invasion caused chaos and heavy casualties among the elves. So what's the situation in Ferdinand City now? Ryan couldn't help but ask. Well, I'm not entirely sure about the current situation, but Ferdinand City has 5 defensive crystal towers dating back to ancient times, so it shouldn't be so easily breached. But relying solely on the elves to repel the cultists and quell the rebellion would be difficult. Furthermore, if this continues for a long time, our already sparse numbers will become even rarer. So, Lord Ryan, could you please travel to Tamriel, the capital of the Dragon Empire, and contact Lux, our elven ambassador to the capital, and have him seek assistance from the Empire? Of course, don't worry, we pay you a satisfactory fee. Originally, Ryan had expected the mayor of Bassarin to ask for help directly, perhaps by traveling to Ferdinand City. Instead, he simply contacted the elven ambassador. This, naturally, seemed too easy for him. Mayor Alderin, this is easy for me. I don't need any reward. Perhaps you could tell me something. My wizard school needs an ancient tree heart. I've heard it's a treasure of the elves. Could you tell me where I can trade it? Alderin was taken aback at first, but then he smiled and said, Lord Ryan, my reward is 2 ancient tree hearts. I hope you won't refuse. The old elf, Alderin, took a small box from another male elf nearby and handed it to Ryan. Ryan raised his brow, and couldn't help but laugh as well. What a coincidence. He had originally intended to inquire about the transaction information from the old elf before him, but unexpectedly, he got it right away. At this moment, the thin sheet on Ryan's body vibrated. Ryan stepped aside, took out the sheet, injected a trace of spiritual power into it, and said, I am Ryan, please speak. Captain Ryan, I finally reached you. As Ryan took the sheet, he could almost hear Claire's relieved voice from the other side. Claire spoke quickly and anxiously, attention. A powerful individual, possibly of epic strength, appears to be on their way to you. Their purpose is unknown, but they are likely malicious. Lady Alina is contacting headquarters for their information. By the way, they are currently aboard a streamlined, long-distance airship, rapidly heading towards the elven town of Bassarin. Claire, are you referring to someone riding an airship, approximately 4 meters tall, with massive iron shoulder pads? As soon as she finished speaking, a brief silence fell on the other side of the sheet. Yes. Could it be that, Captain, you've already met them? Claire's mind was a little confused. Could it be that they were Captain Ryan's friends? But judging from all the signs, it didn't seem likely. Well, I suppose I've met them. Ryan tilted his head, glancing at Bowstaff, who lay motionless, pinned to the blade spear. Is he your friend? Claire asked cautiously. No. Then you must be careful. The enemy is very powerful. You shouldn't be. He's right next to me now. He poses no threat to me. Huh? For a moment, the 3 women on the other side of the sheet all had question marks on their faces. Simply put, I killed him, Ryan added, seeming to notice Claire's bewildered tone. A long silence fell on the other side of the sheet. After several seconds, Alina coughed, took the sheet, and said, Lord Ryan, I'm truly sorry. We were unable to provide you with the information in time due to communication issues. It's okay. By the way, I also killed the vice president of the Secret Snake Cult, an epic powerhouse named Quilut. At the same time, I also saved the pure-blooded elves and centaurs in the town of Bassarin. The 3 women on the other side of the sheet were stunned, completely at a loss for words. Then, Lord Rain, what do you need us to do? Alina, who had seen a lot, was now unsteady. Well, Alina, please contact headquarters. I have a basic understanding of the situation in Ferdinand Forest. Aldelin, the mayor of Bassarin town. After Ryan shared the news he had learned from Aldelin and the other pure-blooded elves with Alina, a long pause passed before he heard the reply. Lord Rain, I think this information you have obtained is extremely important. With this intelligence, I think subsequent decisions at Sword-Bearer headquarters, and even at the highest levels of the Empire, will be much easier. Alina's trembling voice revealed her excitement. Chapter 449. Well, Alina, please inform Marshal Alfred of this news as soon as possible. By the way, Anna may be bringing the pure-blooded elves and centaurs to outpost number 7 for a short rest. You should make preparations in advance, Ryan said after a moment's thought. Alina, standing across from the thin sheet, seemed to be momentarily stunned by Anna's name, but immediately said, I understand, Lord Ryan. Miss Anna and her people? I make all the arrangements. By the way, what about you? I escort them for a while, and then I plan to visit the nearby Valzig ruins. By the way, Alina, please keep an eye on the cult's activities near the Valzig ruins. As you command, Lord Ryan. After concluding the communication, Ryan headed towards the group. Supporting the elves would naturally be best handled by the Imperial authorities. Furthermore, he knew that the higher-ups had already stationed 2 Imperial guardians in the nearby province. His visit to Ferdinand Forest was actually a personal matter, initially intended to ensure Anna's safety. Later, with the coordination of the Sword-Bearer headquarters, it became a preliminary reconnaissance mission. However, based on the current information, it seems that this reconnaissance mission has been successfully completed. Additionally, with his current 94% crystallization of spiritual power, he could reach the level of a 4th-level Dawn Wizard at any time, but he still hadn't mastered the 4th level of the Iron Heart meditation. Coincidentally, he also happened to have obtained 2 ancient tree hearts, so he planned to visit the Walzig ruins. As for Anna, Lambert, and the others, they can take this long-distance airship to outpost number 7 for a short rest. Ryan said to the Elven Elder Alderin, Mayor Alderin, I think it would be best for your people to find a place to rest and recuperate first. We can make plans once the situation becomes clearer. I have a recommendation. Imperial Outpost number 7 near Ferdinand Forest. However, since we are leaving our homeland, perhaps it would be more appropriate for you to negotiate this matter first. Okay, I agree. But with so many people, Lord Ryan, can the outpost you mentioned accommodate them? Alderin was delighted at first, but then frowned. It should be no problem. Ryan looked around. He had just noticed that the surviving pure-blood elves in Bassarin were mostly the elderly, women, and children. There were very few adult male elves, likely those who died in the previous defense. This is why the Elven Elder Alderin hadn't just proposed any counterattack or requested to rescue Ferdinand City. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he and his surviving tribesmen no longer had any fighting power left. Forget about providing support or counterattacks. Even self-preservation would be a serious problem if Ryan and Lambert left. That's great. Lord Ryan, leave this matter to me. I communicate with the tribesmen immediately. Only by surviving can we rebuild our home. Indeed? Ryan nodded and smiled. Anna, why don't you and Lady Delana also go to Outpost 7 to rest? It'd be much safer there. Lady Alina, whom you know, will be there too. She arranged everything. Ryan, what about you? Anna asked with concern, her bright eyes fixed on him. Just now, she had vaguely overheard Ryan mentioning something about ruins. Well, I joined a wizard school in the Imperial capital. They're currently exploring the nearby Valzig ruins. I want the heart of the ancient tree because it can break the ancient sorcerer's formation and allow me to enter the core area of the ruins. After some thought, Ryan chose not to hide the fact that he was exploring the ruins from Anna. Ryan then, can I go with you? Oh, and I've mastered the druid's giant bear transformation, so I can join the battle. As if worried that Ryan wouldn't believe her, Anna immediately began to silently chant a spell. However, Ryan gently patted Anna's shoulder, stopping her. Shaking his head, he said, Anna, it's really not possible. I know you've improved greatly, but there might be ancient witch formations and other dangers at the ruins. I'm confident I can protect myself, but if you come along. Anna, with Ryan's strength, he'd be safer alone, said Ms. Delana, standing nearby. Well then, Ryan, you must be careful. Anna's large eyes were filled with disappointment. Don't worry. Seeing Anna's downcast mood, Ryan hugged her and, in front of Delana and the others, gently kissed her forehead again. Ouch! Anna exclaimed, shyly burying her head in Ryan's chest, not daring to lift it. As for the disappointment she felt earlier, it had long since vanished. After comforting Anna for a moment, Ryan walked towards Lambert. Sir Lambert, your injuries haven't fully healed yet. Why don't you take this airship to the nearby Imperial Outpost number 7 to rest? I feel more at ease with you around. Thank you, Sir Ryan. How about you? Lambert said with a smile. I escort you a little while on my blood-feather hippogriff. However, I need to be away for a while later. The Academy has some matters to attend to nearby. Okay, Sir Ryan, go ahead. I'm here. I take care of Miss Anna and the others. Lambert patted his chest and said with a smile. Soon after, the long-distance airship originally belonging to Bowstaff took off again, this time heading for the outskirts of Ferdinand Forest. Ryan, riding his blood-feather hippogriff, began escorting the airship. He planned to escort the airship a little while to ensure its safety before heading to the ruins of Walzig. Enter Bloodfeather. Ryan casually checked the previous system battle notification. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful enemy and earned 58 gold skill points. Congratulations, your willpower, hidden, attribute has been increased. Congratulations, your Dragon Vein Wizard, legendary, class level has been increased. Congratulations, your Dragon Vein Wizard, legendary, class level has been increased. If the previous one-hit kill of the evil serpent could be considered a battle, then his subsequent victories over Bowstaff and the Quilut of the secret snake cult would have been 3 consecutive battles. The latter two, in particular, were both truly epic level powerhouses. This allowed Ryan's legendary class, Dragon Vein Wizard, to advance 8 levels in a row, directly from level 1 to level 9. This gave Ryan 8 attribute points and 8 skill points. During the battle, Ryan added a total of 10 attribute points to restore his mental strength. So, after this ins and outs, he currently had 12 attribute points remaining, 10 skill points, and an astonishing 277 gold skill points. However, thanks to the rapid increase in the Dragon Vein Wizard, legend, class level, although Ryan didn't become richer with each battle, his remaining attribute points only decreased by 2, still enough to sustain at least 2 medium-intensity battles. This gave Ryan confidence in his upcoming trip to the Walzig ruins. Half an hour later, the capital of the Doingi province. In a luxurious mansion in the heart of the city, a sturdy man with a rugged face and long golden hair stood at the window of the third-floor study, overlooking the vast, dense forest to the west. Lord Lothar, urgent Imperial military intelligence regarding Ferdinand Forest. A guard stepped forward quickly, bowing and handing over a piece of information. Oh! Finally, some news. The sturdy man named Lothar opened the intelligence and quickly scanned it, his heart pounding. Has Prince Seidlin of the Elven tribe been seduced and corrupted by the Mother Tree cult? To corrupt a being of epic power without divine intervention is practically impossible. Is the so-called Supreme Mother Tree targeting the elves? It seems the elves of Ferdinand Forest are in serious trouble this time. Lothar's thoughts raced, and he said gravely, inform everyone and the airship to be ready. We will depart in a quarter of an hour for Ferdinand Forest Outpost 1. As you command, Lord Lothar. Immediately afterwards, guards filed in and dressed the sturdy man in full knight armor. The armor's surface was covered in intricate golden patterns, resembling some kind of inscribed symbol. After being fully dressed, the lion-like man took up the knight's sword and massive shield hanging on the wall. The massive shield was a rare square shape, 2 inches thick, and entirely crafted from a dark purple metal. Its most striking feature were the 18 sharp spikes on its surface, each one like an impenetrable dagger. One could imagine how striking such a shield would be to the head or body. The lion-like man was named Lothar Elliot, a veteran guardian of the Dragon Empire, known as the Imperial Bastion. A quarter of an hour later, an airship, adorned with the 18-spike shield on its massive airbag, slowly took off from the airship landing point in Dorne. At the same time, the capital of Gironda province. At the airship docking station at the highest point of the city, another large airship was heading towards Imperial Outpost No. 1 in Ferdinand Forest. 2 hours later, at the top of Ferdinand Forest Outpost No. 1, 2 large airships arrived one after the other. The troops stationed at the outpost were scrambling to keep themselves busy. They had never imagined that 2 Imperial Guardians would arrive today. The highest-ranking officer of the garrison, a middle-aged man in a colonel's uniform, was not even eligible to attend the meeting. He was currently guarding the conference room door with a serious expression. The spacious conference room, which could originally seat over 40 people, felt crowded after being filled with nearly 20 powerful men in various armor, robes, and uniforms. It seemed because everyone's aura was so extraordinary that, despite being separated by almost a full body length, the atmosphere still felt full and dense. Everyone, top-secret intelligence has just arrived from the Empire. A major incident has occurred in Ferdinand Forest. Prince Sidron of the Forest Elf cult has been seduced and corrupted by the Mother Tree cult. Ferdinand City is currently in the grip of civil strife. Lothar, clad in golden patterned knight armor, spoke in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, many people in the audience gasped. Prince Sidron? This person isn't from the Forest Elf clan. The other party's strength is said to have long reached epic level. He's a bit of a challenge. No, didn't you hear Lord Sidron say that he was seduced and corrupted by the Mother Tree cult? I think the most challenging side is the Mother Tree cult. The speaker was Luther, Ryan's good friend, nicknamed Chimera Knight. Indeed, I agree with Luther. The unknown enemy is the most terrifying. At the same time as an emergency combat meeting was being held inside Imperial Outpost No. 1, in the heart of Ferdinand Forest, a vast city, over 80% covered in green vegetation, was under attack by some evil. Giant green vines, resembling ivy magnified dozens of times, with defensive properties, grew around the city. However, a large section of the several-meter-high vine wall on the southern side of the city had been destroyed. Many of the giant vines in the gaps in the wall were still being corroded by some kind of flesh and fire energy, emitting a strange, burning smell. Peering inside through the gaps, one could see. Most of the city's houses were made of wood, scattered across lawns and the branches of giant trees. Their original rhythmic arrangement was now shattered by damage, burning, and decay. The sounds of fighting, the clash of weapons, screams, and the explosions of sorcery still echoed in the distance. Traveling along the shattered streets toward the city center, one could see an exquisitely carved white marble building near the heart of the city. The building, resembling a temple, was magnificent and stretched for several kilometers. It was the palace of the Forest Elf royal family of Ferdinand. In the center of the palace stood a giant tree, resembling a banyan tree, but hundreds of meters tall, with a semicircular canopy-like crown. This tree was Yggdrasil, known as the crown of Ferdinand's forest. At that moment, directly above the Yggdrasil, a brilliant green barrier swirled, enveloping the palace and the main buildings of Ferdinand's city. Looking down from the sky, one could see 5 prismatic crystals, over a meter tall, floating on the pedestals of the palace's 5 corners. It was these 5 crystals that shot beams of light, half a meter in diameter, into the sky. Together, they formed this green hemispherical barrier. If Aldelin, the mayor of Besserin, were here, he would immediately inform Ryan why there had been no news from Ferdinand City. Because Ferdinand City had already activated its final defense, the crystal barrier. Once activated, the 5 emerald crystals, accumulating millennia of energy, could withstand attacks from even demigods for a limited time. However, there was a minor problem. Communication was impossible. Not only were the likes of hippogriffs, carrier pigeons, and blood falcons unable to enter or exit, but even high-level sorcery communications were blocked by the incredibly powerful energy fluctuations. While ensuring absolute safety for a certain period, messages could neither be transmitted nor received. Simply put, the Imperial Palace and the surrounding core area had become an isolated island. Not far from the Green Barrier, a group of people were discussing something. Leading the group were 4 men, 3 of whom were elderly men wearing black robes with tree motifs. The other, a slender figure clad in dark leather armor, had a handsome appearance. His pointed ears betrayed his elven identity. Before him, a fist-sized, spherical golden tree, wrapped in a transparent membrane, floated. A miniature tree. If Ryan were there, he would immediately recall the golden tree he had seen after slaying the flesh tree spirit in Nightsong Forest. The aura it exuded was identical. Prince Seidlin, if we destroy 3 of these 5 crystals, this ancient magic formation will collapse, right? A black-robed elder to Seidlin's right asked. Well, the crystal barrier can only be breached from the inside. When there are fewer than 3 crystals, the barrier automatically fails. As Prince Seidlin spoke this supposedly top-secret information, his expression was strange, and his voice was hollow, as if he were lost in some world of his own. If one looked closely, one could see that his eyes were fixed on the floating golden tree before him, as if he were admiring a rare treasure or a peerless beauty. Perhaps because he'd stared for too long, Prince Seidlin's eyes strangely glowed with a faint, dark red glow, and the whites of his eyes were streaked with bloodshot veins like earthworms. Does anyone besides you know about this secret passage you mentioned? Upon hearing the method for breaking the crystal barrier, the black-robed elder to Prince Seidlin's left beamed with joy, and continued to ask. Clearly, he was wondering if they would be ambushed if they entered through the secret passage. No, not even the archdruids and grand commanders know. This is a secret belonging to the elven royal family, Prince Seidlin said, his voice hollow as he continued to gaze at the miniature tree radiating golden light. Great. Once the crystal barrier is destroyed, the Great Mother Tree, Ganather, will descend directly from the void into our world. The black-robed elder, speaking with a slightly disdainful glance, glanced at Prince Seidlin, who was still lost in his thoughts about the miniature golden tree. Ever since Prince Seidlin established a secret spiritual connection with the Great Mother Tree, Ganather, in the void several months ago, he has been subtly and constantly transformed. 2 weeks ago, he finally became a devoted devotee of the Great Mother Tree. Your Highness, then your long-cherished wish, the restoration of Andressur, the near-death crown of Ferdinand Forest, will be realized. As the black-robed elder spoke, a sly glint flickered in his lowered eyes. A curve of his lips curved upwards. Convincing a powerful figure of epic stature to convert and embrace the Supreme Mother Tree is naturally no easy task. If it weren't for a meticulous plan, if it weren't for Prince Seidlin's obsession with restoring Andressur, who had already reached the end of his life, then, relying solely on the power of the Supreme Mother Tree, it would be difficult to exert much influence on an epic-level strongman with firm beliefs in the distant void. Chapter 450. Elsewhere, after delivering the long-distance airship carrying Anna and the pure-blooded elves to safety, Ryan piloted Bloodfeather mid-flight, heading for the nearby Valzig ruins. Since he had already accomplished his stated goal, ensuring Anna's safety, Ryan relaxed his concealment of his movements somewhat, riding Bloodfeather as he swiftly cut through the sky. He planned to land and walk once he was almost at his destination. The speed difference between flying at high speed and traversing the dense forest was enormous. After only about half an hour, Ryan began to slow Bloodfeather down, quickly comparing it to the map he had memorized, and began to slowly descend. That's around here. About 3 kilometers northwest. Ryan thought to himself, glancing around from midair. Strictly speaking, this location had already left Ferdinand Forest. While in midair, Ryan had spotted the destroyed elven outpost several kilometers away. Of course, the geographical environment doesn't change significantly due to artificial demarcations. This area is still a densely forested area, with rolling hills, lush shrubs, and dense vegetation. The only difference is that this is now considered the territory of the Empire. A few minutes later, Ryan looked out at the dense forest and sighed. It's completely flat, with no trace of human creation, no signs of any ruins at all. If it weren't for Minter Mogaro telling me, I'd find it hard to believe that this place was once the site of a large ancient wizarding school. Suddenly, the thin piece in Ryan's arms vibrated. I'm Ryan, Ryan said, pulling out a thin sheet. Lord Ryan, we've received Miss Anna and her tribe, along with Lord Lambert. They've all been accommodated. Alina's voice emanated from the sheet. At the same time, Ryan could faintly hear several familiar, clear female voices whispering in the background. Lord Ryan, I have Miss Anna speak to you. Okay. Soon, Anna's soft, slightly shy voice echoed from the other side of the sheet. Ryan, we've arrived at Post 7. Lord Alina was so thoughtful, and has already arranged rooms, food, and medicine for everyone. She's so thoughtful. And Miss Beyonce and Miss Claire are both doing well, Anna added. Hearing Anna's familiar voice, Ryan's heart softened. Clearly, the whispers had been Anna and Claire's conversation. Then you should get some rest. If there's anything with the tribe, ask Alina for help. I enter the ruins later. The signal might not be good. I contact you when I get out, Ryan said after a moment's thought. Well, Ryan, you must be careful then. I will, don't worry. Inside post number 7. After Anna ended her call with Ryan, Claire and Beyonce exchanged a glance. Then, one of them affectionately took Anna's delicate, fair hand and said, Hee, Miss Anna, this is the first time we've heard the captain speak so tenderly. It seems he truly dotes on you. But a beauty like you deserves the captain's affection. As Claire spoke, she surveyed Anna, whose true appearance had long since returned. She couldn't help but feel deeply moved by the creator's favor for Anna. As a half-elf, Anna wasn't the tall, aloof demeanor of typical elven beauties. Instead, she possessed an almost perfect blend of the cuteness and delicacy of a human girl with the beauty and nobility of the elven. So, when Alina had previously heard that Captain Ryan's girlfriend was coming to Post 7, she and Beyonce had been both surprised and intrigued. Don't say that, Miss Claire. You're beautiful too, Anna said, blushing and lowering her head slightly, as if a little embarrassed. By the way, Miss Beyonce and Miss Alina are both very beautiful too, Anna added, as if feeling it wasn't appropriate to praise only one person. Chuckles. Ha ha. All three of them burst into laughter. Miss Anna, you're so adorable. No, I'm planning on sleeping with you tonight. I want to enjoy the captain's treatment too. Claire's eyes swiveled, and she offered a sly smile. Okay, Claire, let Miss Anna get some rest first. Later, when we're having dinner, you can tell her how she hooked up with the captain. Hee. The voluptuous Beyonce also smirked. The two of them echoed each other, causing Anna's pretty face to blush and feel bewildered. But she could sense that the two women meant no harm. They were merely teasing. Ryan, meanwhile, had already followed the token given to him by his mentor, Maduro, a prismatic crystal from the Bishu Constructor School, to a cave entrance located at the bottom of a hill, dimly obscured by shrubs. Judging by the diameter of the cave entrance, at first glance, many would mistake it for a brown bear cave. But Ryan pushed aside the brush and followed the route indicated in the crystal. After passing through several forks and narrow tunnels, he finally reached the meeting point Mentor Maduro had mentioned after about half an hour's walk. From a distance, Ryan saw a rather spacious underground hall emitting a pale green fluorescent light at the end of the tunnel ahead. However, before Ryan could actually enter the hall, his nose twitched slightly, his face solemn, and he stopped. Such a strong smell of blood. Could something have happened to the school team? No, this bloody smell is too pungent to be human. Also, there seemed to be some strange particles in the air, trying to force their way into my armor. Ryan's keen perception immediately detected something amiss ahead. This place is a bit strange. After a brief moment of thought, Ryan cast another steel armor spell on himself before slowly walking inside. The hall, which now shone with a pale green fluorescent light, resembled the pale green emergency lights that lit up after a power outage in his previous life, but several times dimmer. However, with Ryan's eyesight, he could take in everything. The hall ceiling soared dozens of meters, with a massive, broken stone statue in the center, and dozens of stone spheres, each 1 or 2 meters in diameter, scattered around. What caught his attention even more were the numerous corpses of strange humanoid creatures on the ground. The bloody smell he just experienced must have come from the blood of one of these creatures. Ryan then approached a corpse, and crouched down to examine it carefully. After a careful inspection, Ryan discovered that the corpses closely resembled the Trogs described in ancient texts. The Trogs were a unique group of cave dwellers, ape-like in appearance, with canine teeth and clawed limbs to facilitate digging. Their characteristic petrified skin, thickest on their backs, covered their entire bodies. But Ryan's face remained puzzled. The Trogs' bodies didn't match the descriptions in the ancient texts. They were much larger. According to ancient texts, the average Trog was supposed to be around 1.5 to 1.7 meters tall. But the dead Trogs before him were over 2 meters tall, and their hair seemed to have fallen off in large patches for some unknown reason. Furthermore, some of the Trog corpses were little more than skeletons, others had recently decayed, and many were remarkably fresh, having died no more than 24 hours earlier. For a moment, puzzled, Ryan stood up and surveyed the hall again. The north and south walls of the hall showed signs of damage and excavation, with numerous irregular holes. Furthermore, the hall's overall style was completely different from the undecorated rock tunnel he had previously seen. Whether it was the dome, the columns, or the marble paving on the floor, all bore the marks of a high level of craftsmanship. Thinking back, it seemed as if the tunnel he had just entered had been dug by someone new. Furthermore, the hall's architectural style was completely different from that of the Empire, possessing a paradoxical quality of simplicity yet hinting at a certain high level of craftsmanship. The precision of this sphere, Ryan thought to himself, gazing at the stone sphere beside the column. The stone sphere before him was nearly a perfect sphere. You have to know that pi isn't a rational number. Anything involving a circle or sphere is extremely difficult to create. Generally speaking, the precision of a sphere's machining can reveal clues to the quality of craftsmanship. The craftsmanship surpasses our own school by at least 2 levels. As expected of a major ancient wizarding school. Suddenly, Ryan's eyes narrowed slightly. Swish. Swish. A faint sound of piercing air echoed from all around, slowly approaching Ryan from 3 different directions. One is in front, attracting attention, while 2 are attacking from behind. They seem quite intelligent, but their strength is still a bit too weak. Ryan shook his head slightly. The next second, Ryan's afterimages flashed by, and the 3 stone pallets that had been lurking, attempting a sneak attack using the gloom, suddenly widened their pupils. They saw their prey suddenly appear before them. Puff! The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed almost simultaneously from 3 directions. A closer look revealed 3 identical figures of Ryan, each clutching a newly transformed knight's long sword, thrusting it between the brows of 3 stone monsters. The next moment, the 3 figures vanished, while Ryan's original form remained motionless, still perched on the spot where he had been, surveying the surroundings. Plop! Plop! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground echoed continuously, followed by a rustling sound from further away, as if the stone monsters were startled by the scene unfolding before them. As silence returned, Ryan, following the agreed-upon signal within the school, injected a trace of his mental energy into the crystal. Immediately, a wall several square meters in size to the north rapidly shifted, revealing a tunnel with a square cross-section resembling a subway tunnel. A middle-aged man, wielding a short staff, and wearing the robes of a Bishu constructivist wizard, glanced around and at Ryan with unusual caution. "Are you Ryan, sent by the school's metal division? Come in." The middle-aged wizard was clearly surprised by Ryan's youthful appearance. Furthermore, noticing the quietness of the surroundings, a look of confusion crossed his face as he muttered, "You didn't encounter any mutated stone pallets when you came in? You are incredibly lucky. But why did the metal division send you? How can you be of any help at such a young age?" The middle-aged wizard muttered, as he quickly activated the mechanism to close the wall again after Ryan entered. After all, the instructor had sent him to fetch him, merely mentioning that this Ryan was an imperial swordsman with a high affinity for metal and exceptional talent. In Albert's opinion, even the most gifted wizard needed considerable time and dedication to transform the talent into strength, and this was certainly his case. But then, his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. He looked Ryan up and down, stammering slightly. "You're actually a level 3 crystallization wizard? Are you really from our school?" Because they had been at a distance earlier, and Albert had been focused on observing the outside world, now that Ryan had approached him, he immediately sensed the surge of his mental energy. Albert's strength had already reached the late stage of level 2 liquidation wizardry. At his age, he was considered extremely talented, even by the standards of the Empire, and within the Bishu Construct School, he was a top-tier prodigy. But compared to Ryan, the difference was still a world of difference. So, he stared at Ryan with a look of astonishment, stunned for a moment. What was this person before him? Such a young, 3rd-level crystallized wizard? Could he be a spy from another school or a rival organization? The real Ryan had already. Seeing the man's slightly stiffened form and the growing wariness in his eyes, Ryan couldn't help but smile. "Hello, I'm Ryan. I've only been a member of the school for less than 6 months. It's normal you haven't met me before. My mentor is Maduro." After Albert asked a few more questions, he finally felt relieved, but then he became a little reserved. Hello, Sir Ryan. I'm Albert, a disciple of Master Mariah. I take you to meet your mentor now. I'm sure he'd be very happy to see you." "Okay, thank you." Ryan understood Albert's hesitation. After all, wizards were ranked according to their strength. Albert immediately led Ryan inside a winding inner tunnel. The tunnel walls were clad in marble, and were clean and tidy, clearly not dug by a trog. "By the way, Sir Albert, are those monsters outside trogs? They seem a little different from what's described in the ancient texts," Ryan asked casually along the way. "Indeed, that's why the instructor defines them as mutated trogs. As for the reason? Sir Ryan, do you sense a peculiar energy radiation in the air here? Indeed, And it seems to be even more concentrated once we enter here. Ryan nodded. At this moment, Ryan could clearly sense that this energy radiation was growing stronger as he went deeper. However, he was currently protected by the 3rd level defensive spell, Steel Armor, so he didn't have to worry about this level of radiation affecting him. Abel, who was standing next to him, also possessed a protective spell. The other party was affected by this radiation, which is why he's like this. Have you investigated the cause of the radiation? Ryan continued. Well, based on the clues we've uncovered over the past 6 months, there must have been a massive explosion at the Varzig school thousands of years ago. We've also uncovered the specific cause, which appears to have stemmed from a dangerous experiment conducted by a senior Dawn wizard at the time. According to a damaged diary found among the remains of several Varzig school wizards, a Dawn wizard named Magnier discovered a metal with a special energy in a certain mine. He believed that if this special energy could be harnessed, he would have a high chance of reaching the 5th level full moon wizard, so he began a frenzied experiment. Ryan nodded. For any Dawn wizard, if they find the opportunity to reach the 5th level of full moon wizardry, they will definitely seize it with all their might. This strange metal extracted from, or is silvery white, and radiates strange energy. It has extremely strong penetrating properties, but in small quantities, it won't cause significant harm to the human body. Radiation? Silvery white? Ryan's mind flashed with inspiration, and his eyes lit up, as if he had grasped a key point. Why does it sound so familiar? Could it be uranium ore? It's the raw material used to make atomic bombs in my previous life, the radioactive isotope uranium-235 extracted from ordinary uranium ore. However, after careful consideration, Ryan shook his head slightly. It wasn't necessarily uranium-235. It could be another radioactive metal. After all, the world had changed, and Ryan wasn't sure if the periodic table still applied. Even if it did, he hadn't thoroughly studied whether there were any subsequent elements in this world, so he wasn't sure either. Albert, standing nearby, didn't notice Ryan's unusual expression and continued his narration as he walked. The Dawn wizard named Magner, after decades of experimentation, finally found a dangerous but effective method for extracting it. Some wizards tried to suggest it, but were unsuccessful. Unfortunately, one day, the experiment went awry, resulting in a massive explosion. The school, severely weakened, soon vanished completely. And the stone pallets we saw seemed to be the result of an explosion that opened up a cavern underground, allowing the underground creatures to. The Trogs were drawn into the interior of the Varzig school. But even more surprising is that the Trogs actually relished this extremely damaging, strange radiation. Based on our observations over the past 6 months, Trogs originally at the 9th level can, after several months of radiation exposure, significantly increase to peak Knight status, or even Grand Knight status. For the more resilient Trog leaders, the increase is even more terrifying. There, that's it, see? Albert suddenly stopped and pointed toward the end of the tunnel. At this moment, the two had reached the end of the tunnel. What caught Ryan's eye were several horizontal iron bars, each as thick as his forearm, blocking the end of the tunnel. However, through these iron railings, one could see a massive platform over 10 meters below. A dense mass of Trogs lay crouched at a passage entrance on the north side, their faces radiating the comfort and greed of a winter-hot spring. Some Trogs even engaged in a fight over their position a little closer to the front, and low growls could be heard. Leaning against the thick metal railing at the front was a powerful Trog, over 3.5 meters tall, its head covered in white fur. It was enjoying the prime position, seemingly sound asleep. That fellow is the Trog chieftain. After being irradiated, he's now at the late legendary level, Albert continued. If it were just one, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat. But the problem is, they're simply too numerous. In the past 6 months, we've eliminated at least several thousand Trogs, yet scattered Trogs continue to emerge, seemingly endlessly. This is one of the reasons we've been held up here for so long, Albert sighed. Sir Ryan, let's not talk about this for now. The instructor and the other members of the exploration team are all in the room. At this time, Albert said, as he turned around and pressed the mechanism on his left. The wall suddenly slid, revealing a hidden door. Chapter 451. The room was relatively empty. In the center stood a magic circle over 10 meters in diameter, emitting a faint green halo. A pale green leaf floated up and down in the center of the circle. Inside the circle, a man and a woman, dressed in the robes of a school wizard, were busy with their respective tasks. As Ryan entered, he felt a freshness in the air. It turned out that the surrounding radiation was blocked by the magic circle emitting a pale green light. The controller of the magic circle seemed to be the female wizard, as she was drawing a new magic pattern in a corner of the magic circle. She was approximately in the middle stage of crystallization. Her profile was dignified, but crow's feet had formed around her eyes, and her hair was beginning to gray, indicating her advanced age. What caught Ryan's attention even more was the elderly man nearby, assembling a backpack-like device. He had thick eyebrows and bright eyes. Judging from his aura, he had reached the peak of crystallization wizardry. Clearly, this person must be Mariah, the leader of the Bishu Constructivist School. Albert bowed slightly to the old man and said respectfully, "Master, Lord Ryan has arrived." "Oh!" Mariah and the older female wizard both glanced up at Ryan, but they didn't stop working. But the next second, they both paused. Because at that moment, their expressions mirrored Albert's at the beginning. Eyes wide open, mouths slightly open in shock. You are Ryan? You've actually reached the peak of crystallization?" Mariah stood up quickly and strode over to Ryan, sizing him up. "That's impossible. Madro clearly told me you only reached the second-level liquefaction wizard a few months ago." This. The older female wizard also stood up, smiled at Ryan, and greeted him proactively, showing respect for his strength. Albert, standing beside him, was completely stunned. Just now, he had only felt that Ryan's strength was stronger than his, but he only thought that Ryan was at most in the early or middle stages of crystallization. Who could have imagined that Ryan was already at the peak of crystallization? This is on par with his mentor, and even Moria, the head of the construction school. This made Albert look at Ryan with a hint of resentment. With such strength, is it really necessary to join a medium-sized wizard school? If you do, you should at least choose a large wizard school. Ryan had long anticipated their reactions. Naturally, Ryan had carefully considered whether to display his wizarding prowess. Ryan decided it would be best to inform the school of his progress towards the peak of the third level of crystallization. First, if he demonstrated his peak crystallization strength, if the school discovered the fourth or even fifth level of the Iron Heart meditation within the ruins, he would have a reason to borrow it. He wouldn't even need to ask. The school would likely open up the relevant knowledge to him. This might even include some precious fourth-level sorcery. After all sorcery at the fourth-level Dawn Wizard level is extremely valuable. It could be said to be the foundation of a wizarding school. Second, for him, demonstrating his crystallization progress was not the same as exposing his own strength. A large portion of his strength comes from the core skills listed in his class panel, such as Dragon Soul Smash. Another portion comes from the transformation of his mutated dragon bloodline and his mastery of various ultimate mysteries. Relatively speaking, the third-level crystallization peak wizard doesn't constitute a significant portion of his strength. Therefore, revealing his crystallization progress is far from revealing his true strength. Of course, the most important point is that Ryan's current strength is more than enough to handle most those who harbor ill intentions or covet him. So, Ryan embellished his prepared story, describing the ancient Dragon Soul Potion and the events leading up to his entry into the Dragon Valley secret realm, and then recounted it. After hearing what Ryan said, the three of them, including Moria, marveled with envy and admiration. "I haven't seen Battleov, the dean of Winterhold College, for years, but I knew he'd been collecting ingredients for the ancient Dragon Soul Potion. I never expected he'd finally succeed. But Ryan, you actually managed to obtain a bottle of that precious ancient Dragon Soul Potion from him. That's truly remarkable. I wouldn't even be able to acquire one with the most precious treasures," Moria said with a wry smile as he reminisced. "Oh, by the way, Ryan, I forgot to introduce you. This is Miss Fiona, the deputy head of the school." After a long pause, Moria finally recovered. He pointed to the elderly, which beside him, and introduced her with a smile. "Miss Fiona, nice to meet you." Ryan smiled and bowed. "Hello, Lord Ryan. Although this is the first time we meet, I have left a very deep impression on you." Fiona complimented him appropriately. After some pleasantries, the group sat down within the green glowing witch formation and settled down to business. Moria explained, "The strange radiation here has a unique and powerful effect on the stone golems. Fortunately, this boost diminishes as the golem's strength increases. Currently, the fastest improvement occurs in the early stages, but at the quasi-legendary level, it's much slower, requiring decades or even decades of accumulation. As for legendary level stone golems, relying on this level of radiation to improve would be even slower. The only way is to go deeper, to areas with higher radiation intensity." As the sect leader Moria explained this to Ryan, he pointed through the iron-barred window to the entrance on the platform below, densely packed with stone golems. "I see. That's why so many stone golems gather at that entrance," Ryan nodded. With so many stone golems, even he could only rely on his dragon bloodline transformation, but that would cost him a significant amount of attribute points. That's exactly the problem. That's the route we need to take to reach the core area of the Varzig school. Although we've devised a method to lure away most of the trogs, there should still be a few left, Mariah continued. The current level of radiation would require a mid-level level 2 liquefaction wizard to cast protective spells with all their might. You can imagine, if we managed to reach the core area, the radiation intensity we face would be so intense that even a level 3 crystallization wizard would struggle. Over the past 6 months, we've explored the entrance using small puppets. Besides some protective magic formations, there are also some rare war golems inside. They're still capable of being driven and attacking outside enemies with astonishing power. In other words, if we go deeper, we likely have to withstand increasingly intense radiation while also responding to various combat situations and other emergencies. Even a level 3 crystallized wizard's mental strength wouldn't last long. At this point, Mariah gestured to Deputy Sect Leader Fiona to continue. Lord Mariah and I have devised many solutions and conducted numerous magical tests. We've found that natural magic offers the best protection. Fiona smiled at Ryan and continued Mariah's words. This is an ancient tree leaf. When activated by the magic formation, it can achieve a counterbalance to the current intensity of the radiation, thus avoiding the drain on mental energy used to cast protective spells. This is how we can maintain our presence here for a long time. Fiona pointed to the green leaf floating in the center of the magic formation. At the same time, this also proves the feasibility of this idea. Of course, if we want to go deeper, we need even more powerful natural treasures. For example, we estimate that the heart of the ancient tree can significantly reduce or even completely offset the radiation damage in the core area. I see. Ryan nodded. No wonder the Mariah sect leader is in desperate need of the heart of the ancient tree. Unfortunately, something has happened with the elves recently, and our original contact has suddenly disappeared. Our exploration team originally had 2 people, but I've sent them to investigate the situation nearby. Mariah frowned and sighed. It's a terrible feeling to have spent so much time and effort finding a method, only to be unable to realize it due to limited raw materials. Lord Mariah, perhaps I can help with this matter. I brought the ancient tree heart this time. Ryan smiled faintly and pulled a wooden box from his chest. It was the same wooden box given to him by the elven elder, Aldalin, the mayor of Bassarin. Hearing Ryan's words, Mariah and the other 2 seemed to have a question mark etched in their foreheads. However, when Ryan opened the box, the 2 oval objects emitting rich natural energy fluctuations immediately answered their questions. They hadn't heard wrong. This truly is the ancient tree heart. There's no doubt about it. This level of natural energy fluctuations is unmatched by other ironwood hearts or ancient tree leaves, Deputy Sect Leader Fiona exclaimed in disbelief. Haha, great. 2 pieces. That's fantastic. Ryan, you're the school's lucky star. Your arrival solves the biggest problem. Moria patted Ryan's shoulder, laughing heartily. At that moment, Ryan felt the vibration of the thin slice in his arms. He bowed slightly and said sheepishly sorry. He walked aside, took out the slice, and injected a trace of mental energy into it. I'm Ryan. Hey, Ray. Sir, hey you. The regional plague is the messenger. Perhaps due to the intense radiation interference here, Alina's voice coming from the other side of the slice was inaudible. Hello? Hey. The call was disconnected. However, Ryan managed to catch a few key words: regional, plague, and messenger. Recalling what he had previously asked Alina to do, investigating the cult's activities near the Walzig ruins, Ryan immediately had a thought. Could this be the plague cult's area of activity? Ryan couldn't help but wonder. When Ryan turned and sat down again, Moria was already placing the ancient tree heart into the backpack-like device he had been crafting. As each ancient tree heart was placed, the backpack quickly emitted a visible spherical protective barrier, less than 3 meters in diameter, but more than enough to protect one person. Ancient tree hearts are valuable. I thought you'd be lucky to have exchanged one, but I didn't expect to get 2. Ryan, how about you come in with me? Moria invited with a smile. Ryan couldn't help but glance at the deputy sect leader, Fiona, who had spent a lot of effort exploring the ruins early on. In his opinion, she deserved priority. Before Ryan could say anything, Deputy Sect Leader Fiona smiled and said, Sir Ryan, I know how to do it, and Lord Mariah knows almost everything. And since you're even stronger than me, you're naturally more suitable. Very well then. Just as Ryan was about to say something, footsteps suddenly rang out at the door. The wall shifted again. Sect Leader, this is bad? 2 male wizards in the sect's standard wizard robes hurried in. We've investigated and discovered that the nearby elven town of Ruttheron has been taken over by the plague cult. The heart of the ancient tree may be difficult to obtain. What? Mariah and Fiona's expressions changed. It wasn't because of the heart of the ancient tree, but because the situation was far more dire than they had anticipated. The cult's operation was massive. Just as the two wizards approached, Ryan frowned, raised his hand, and said, "Wait! You two seem..." "Huh? You?" The two looked surprised, clearly not recognizing Ryan. "Oh no! You have some kind of psychic mark on you. You're being tracked," Deputy Sect Leader Fiona said solemnly. "No, this is a curse." "You two have been cursed," Mariah said, his expression changing. At this moment, illuminated by the pale green magic array in the room, a fist-sized, thin black mist faintly appeared above the two men's heads. This immediately caused their expressions to change drastically, as if they had realized something. But before they could explain, their faces suddenly flushed, and they began to vomit blood. Boom! Followed by a loud bang. The wall of a nearby room near the tunnel suddenly exploded. "Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that following two little fish would lead us to the ruins of an ancient wizard school." A hoarse, teasing voice rang out from the other end of the long tunnel. Following this, 5 black-robed, hooded figures appeared at the breach in the blown-open wall. "Plague cult," Mariah said, his face grave, as he glanced at the cauldron pattern bubbling with green foam on their robes. "Huh? Peak crystallization?" The hooded, black-robed figure in the lead, his expression changed upon seeing Mariah and Ryan, and he whispered. Clearly, he hadn't expected that following two wizards in the late second stage liquefaction stage would lead him to encounter two high-level wizards at the peak of the third stage crystallization stage. However, Gershi, one of the 3 Plaguebringers, was also at the peak of crystallization, so the battle erupted suddenly. Plaguebringer Curse. Gershi immediately cast the spell. Swish. He swung his bone staff, and 5 black mists the size of millstones swarmed towards Ryan and his 4 companions. However, the black mist's speed immediately slowed as it entered the pale green magic circle in the center of the room. Apparently, due to the mist's influence, the green leaves in the center of the magic circle dimmed at a noticeable speed. Too arrogant. Mariah quickly cast his spell. Ryan similarly raised his right hand, and a silver metal ring appeared before him, whizzing towards the black-robed figure opposite him. As if sensing the extraordinary power of Ryan's spell, Gershi, the leader, shouted, "Get out of the way!" The 2 black-robed figures reacted fairly quickly, but the other 2 were a beat slower. Perhaps they thought, protected by the black swirling shield of defensive sorcery, that they wouldn't be seriously injured. But with a whirlwind sound, the shields around the 2 men were instantly pierced, seemingly without a trace. Naturally, their bodies were not spared. Ah! The 2 black-robed men felt the excruciating pain radiating from their waists and abdomens. They looked down in disbelief, then shuddered and screamed. Plop! Plop! The sound of 2 heavy objects hitting the ground echoed, and 2 halves of their bodies fell to the ground. However, their strong vitality prevented them from dying immediately, and they continued to struggle and scream. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone present, friend and foe alike, looked at Ryan in horror. They seemed to be saying, "Isn't the power of this silver metal ring too great?" As for Plaguebringer Gershi, his heart sank. He knew his 2 subordinates' strengths intimately. Moreover, before entering the room, both had cast the 3rd-level defensive spell, Shadow Guard. But even so, they couldn't block the silver metal ring for even a second. No wonder, the moment he saw the young man cast the silver metal ring, alarm bells went off. Just as everyone marveled at the power of Ryan's spell, suddenly, a black-robed figure hiding behind a wall let out another scream. At the same time, the wall cracked with a shudder, a horizontal crack appearing, and the silver metal ring passed through, returning to Ryan's presence. Hiss! This scene caused everyone in the school, including Moria, to gasp. The power and flexibility of this sorcery were incredible. The key was that such a difficult sorcery required near instantaneous practice. The difficulty was immense. Damn it! Jelsha raged at the sight. In just 2 seconds, Ryan's spell instantly eliminated 3 of the elite members of the cult he had brought with him, leaving only him and 1 other person. However, he didn't believe he would lose, because their plague cult excelled not at single-target sorcery, but at group-action sorcery and curses. Plague Cloud. The skull atop Jelshi's bone staff exploded, and instantly, a thick, dark green mist several meters in diameter appeared out of thin air, rapidly drifting towards the Bishio Constructor School's location. The mist was incredibly powerful, corroding much of the already dim pale green sorcery formation as it passed, then continuing its trajectory towards the group. "Get out of the way!" Mariah shouted, immediately dodging to the side. He was well aware that some of the plague cult sorcery was a ranged attack, extremely vicious and difficult to defeat. Being struck might not be fatal immediately, but it would put one in an extremely vulnerable position. Sizzle! A thick, dark green fog, incredibly corrosive and toxic, escaped Ryan and his companions, but after reaching the far end of the room, it had corroded a hole several meters in diameter through the wall at the other end. You have to understand that this room was like a crane arm extending from midair, suspended directly above the platform below. For the previous 6 months, everyone in the school had operated cautiously within the room, but the intense sorcerous energy fluctuations from the recent battle had already caused a stir among the hundreds of stone golems below. Even the massive stone golem Cheaton, who had been leaning against the entrance railing with his eyes half closed, now opened his fierce, yellow-brown pupils and gazed towards the room more than 10 meters above. Instantly, thousands of pairs of pupils focused in the air. Chapter 452. Boom! Just as thousands of stone pallets, each more powerful than a great knight, stared down at the corridor extending into the air, the outer wall suddenly exploded again. A black-robed figure, with a look of relief on his face, leaped from the opening. However, mid-air, he seemed completely unaware that the outer wall of this side of the room was actually suspended in the air. So, when he glanced down, his eyes suddenly widened to the limit, his expression filled with shock. He had just thought of leaping out of the room's confines to gain more room to maneuver in order to evade Ryan's jagged ring. Unexpectedly, while this leap did provide more evasive space, it also led him directly to a point of no return. Ah! Just as the black-robed figure screamed, Galsey, the Plaguebringer, also leaped from the same opening in the room. After 3 of his subordinates died in quick succession, Gershi knew this battle was difficult to win, especially with a powerful crystallized peak wizard lurking nearby. So, after watching the last of his subordinates retreat through the other wall of the room, he leaped out immediately after them. But similarly, Gershi's hair stood on end as he glanced down from midair. Fortunately, as one of the sect's 3 Plaguebringers, his strength was undoubtedly far superior to his subordinates. For his subordinates, this was a desperate situation, but not for him. Furthermore, in this critical moment, Gershi's brain raced, and he instantly came up with a solution. He quickly cast a levitation spell on himself, then chanted an incantation, releasing another plague cloud. Instantly, a thick, dark green fog rose in front of him. This time, he didn't blast the cloud downwards or towards the trogs in a certain direction. Instead, he concealed himself within the fog. As he neared landing, the trogs that had been surrounding him, waiting for him to land, began to stagger and their steps became unsteady. Many of the trogs that were closest to him grabbed their necks and foamed at the mouth. When the dark green fog surrounding Gershi actually made contact with some of the trogs, their highly defensive surfaces, like rock, began to blister and ulcerate visibly. The blisters varied in size, but soon burst automatically, oozing out streams of foul-smelling yellow pus. Suddenly, the trogs' screams echoed one after another. The trogs that had originally planned to attack and rip the intruder apart retreated in fear. Then, the dark green fog, 7 or 8 meters around Gershi, who had just landed, was now completely empty, and Gershi breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up through the fog, glancing at the room in midair and the others, a hint of satisfaction on his face. At this moment, in the room, everyone in the school, including Moria, glanced down at Gershi, who had vanished into the dark green poisonous cloud, with regret on their faces. What a decisive escape! Yes, with so many trogs below, otherwise they would have definitely caught up to him. No, he couldn't have escaped, said Ryan with a faint smile. Before he could finish his words, he leaped from the gap in the wall and chased after the Plaguebringer Gershi. Don't go down, Ryan. There are trogs all over the place. Mariah gasped. Too many. Gershi, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly felt a cracking sound overhead and quickly looked up. The sight of the terrifying figure made his heart tremble once again. The impression Ryan's silver metal ring had left on him was too profound. Is this young man crazy? He's even chasing him down. Gershi's eyelids twitched as he watched Ryan's figure. He was a little confused as to what Ryan was relying on to deal with such a large number of trogs. However, even more excited and angry than Gershi was the horde of trogs below. Seeing another human leap fearlessly down, they all flashed a look of despair. The black-robed man has poisonous mist, but I can't kill you, the one without it. They immediately gathered below Ryan, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Suddenly, Ryan's figure suddenly expanded in midair, muscles bulging, dragon scales emerging. His length rapidly expanded from approximately 2 meters to 3, 4, and finally 14 meters. Instantly, a terrifying pressure spread throughout the entire area. For a moment, the stone golems below felt as if they were witnessing a multi-ton meteorite plummeting from the sky. A massive black shadow suddenly appeared before their eyes, followed by a sharp pain. Bang! Smoke and dust erupted. The sound of Ryan's landing crushed 7 or 8 stone golems beneath him into a pulp, and the other nearby stone golems were sent flying over 10 meters by the shockwave and blast. Transforming into his third form, Ryan aimed for a swift victory. Epic! An epic-level powerhouse. This is a transformation from the Dragonman bloodline. As a plague cult powerhouse at the pinnacle of legend, Gershi naturally sensed Ryan's terrifying aura the first time. You forced me to do this. Damn it! In this critical moment, Gershi knew that if he didn't take any life-saving measures, he would die. He ripped the green crystal pendant from his neck, muttering something rapidly. This was a high-level evil item, the Poison Aura Pendant, a special evil item blessed with supreme power during a prayer ceremony. Once released, it unleashes a poison aura, a powerful sorcery previously reserved for 4th-level Dawn wizards. It inflicts severe poison, weakness, organ failure, and high fever on all living creatures within a radius of approximately 100 meters. It poses a considerable threat even to epic-level powerhouses. Especially within the sphere of the poisonous aura, remaining within it for too long could result in death. Of course, unleashing this high-level evil spell would also deplete both Gal's mental strength and vital essence, but he believed it would undoubtedly cause Ren a great deal of trouble. A powerful wave of energy erupted from Gal's body, followed by a dark green ring of light that impacted and enveloped the entire area. Huh? Ren was slightly startled at this scene, wondering if he needed to activate his 4th-stage transformation. But he soon realized that, with his moderate to high poison resistance and the protection of dragon scales, while he felt some discomfort on his skin and breathing, it wasn't unbearable. This was something Galsey hadn't anticipated. Ryan's wasn't just a transformation of dragon blood, but a mutated dragon bloodline. One of its key special abilities was poison resistance, a poison resistance fused with the power of Breaking Bad. So, with her mental strength weakened, Galsey suddenly felt her vision go black, and she completely lost consciousness. From an onlooker's perspective, it looked like Ryan had just struck a lightning-fast claw strike, instantly crushing the Plaguebringer Galsey into a pulp. However, as Ryan looked around, he was slightly stunned. What a coincidence! This poisonous aura didn't cause much damage to him, but instead completely devastated the thousands of stone pallets. The poisonous aura's radius was enormous. At this moment, virtually every stone pallet on the platform below was enveloped by it. Their once sharp pupils had become quite blurred, their steps unsteady, and their bodies began to stagger. Although their skin didn't blister, it had a strange reddish hue. Then, their bodies began to swell, and melt. Yes, they melted, like a candle meeting a flame. This horrifying scene caused the stone pallet chieftain, who had been planning to attack, to roar in fear and flee towards a nearby cave. But the swelling and blisters on its body seemed to indicate that it too would be spared. A few minutes later, when Ryan returned to the upper room, the 3 members of the school stared at him with eyes as bright as lights, as if trying to see through him. Ryan, is this the dragon bloodline talent you further awakened in the Dragon Valley secret realm? Isn't this already the 3rd stage of the Dragonman transformation? As the leader of the Bishio Construct School, Mariah was well informed and privy to many royal secrets. Naturally, he recognized Ryan's Dragonman transformation immediately. Considering this, coupled with Ryan's earlier explanation for his rapid strength increase, Moria no longer had any doubts. Or perhaps, he had simply come up with a compelling reason. Albert, standing beside him, had a look of so that's it. No wonder. As if Ryan's current strength was entirely due to his dragon bloodline. People often do this. If someone's luck is significantly better than theirs, they feel somewhat unbalanced. But if they've benefited from their ancestors' blessings and inherited the same bloodline, they're much more accepting. That's right, leader. Ryan smiled faintly, not explaining further. By the way, how are these two? Not wanting to continue the conversation, Ryan glanced at the 2 unconscious wizards of the school and asked. The situation isn't good. We need to find a suitable environment for treatment. Originally, with this magic array protecting against radiation, we could have performed treatment in this room. However, now it will likely take at least 2 days to fully repair the magic array. Fiona frowned, looking at the already largely destroyed anti-radiation magic array and sighing. Moria's face was thoughtful, but he quickly made a decision. He looked at Ryan and said, in that case, Ryan, do you need some time to recover? I'm thinking, perhaps it would be safer for you and I to head into the core area now. I'm worried that more members of the plague cult might arrive later. Look, the group of stone pallets that were giving us such a headache have been completely wiped out. We also happen to have 2 sets of radiation shielding equipment. Now is the perfect time to enter. As for Lady Fiona and Albert, you can take them with you to evacuate the ruins and return to the nearby Imperial Outpost number 5 to rest. I don't need to rest here, and I completely agree with the sect leader's suggestion, Ryan said after a moment's thought. As if thinking of the personnel the secret snake cult has dispatched this time, Ryan added, the plague cult's members coming to Ferdinand Forest may not be limited to these. After all, considering the secret snake cult, besides the peak legendary serpent, there's also the epically powerful Vice Pontiff Quilut. If that's the case, the plague cult is likely led by an epically powerful individual. After hearing Ryan's words, Mariah looked at Fiona and Albert again. Seeing neither of them had any objections, he immediately declared, all right, let's do it. You all retreat quickly too. We split up immediately. Then the team split in 2. Deputy Sect Leader Fiona and Albert quickly evacuated with the 2 wounded, while Mariah and Ryan each carried a backpack-shaped radiation shield and headed for the lower entrance. Thanks to the ancient tree heart, a high-level natural treasure, acting as a kind of energy source, Ryan didn't need to expend any mental energy casting spells to resist the current radiation. Suddenly, Ryan seemed to sense something and looked northwest. He had just sensed a powerful energy fluctuation. Moria, startled slightly, looked in the same direction. Then, he glanced at Ryan and said, Ryan, did you feel it too? Very clear. It seems to be coming from the center of Ferdinand Forest, Ryan nodded. Judging from the distance and the intensity of the energy fluctuations we sensed, it's probably at the demigod level. It seems the situation on the outside is even more dire than you and I imagined, Mariah said after a moment's reflection. Meanwhile, at outpost number 7, Lambert, Anna, Alina, and several other women all looked on in astonishment, quickly peering through the windows toward the center of Ferdinand Forest. Even from such a great distance, a visible green beam of light shot up into the sky, piercing the heavens. Then, it slowly dwindled and calmed, but the intense energy fluctuations spread outward like a tsunami. This level of energy fluctuations. Even Lambert, the strongest among them, was quite shocked. This is not good. This energy fluctuation. This must be the destruction of the ancient defensive crystal tower, said the elven elder Alderin, a sudden realization on his face, a look of horror on his face. What? Grandpa Alderin, doesn't that mean? Anna exclaimed, covering her mouth. That's not even close. I once overheard an elven commander say there are 5 defensive crystal towers. As long as 3 remain standing, the crystal barrier won't dissipate. Outpost number 1 was midair, heading towards Ferdinand City. A large airship, escorted by 2 teams of Griffin Knights, was rapidly flying. After suddenly spotting a violent energy surge and a green beam of light from afar, the airship's front was suddenly filled with a powerful array of knights and wizards. Leading the charge was none other than Lothar, the guardian known as the Imperial Fortress. A brilliant, gray-haired old man slowly approached Lothar's side, his expression slightly solemn. He said, Your Majesty, according to Imperial Secret Intelligence, the cause of such a powerful natural energy fluctuation is most likely an explosion in the El's Defense Crystal Tower. Your Majesty is a more respectful title than Your Excellency, commonly used by Imperial members and Imperial guardians. The old man wielded a short staff and wore a plain, pale gray wizard robe. To others, his mental power was imperceptible, making him look like an elderly man next door. However, he was an extremely rare 4th-level Dawn Wizard. To be more precise, a Dawn Wizard specializing in the Earth element. His name was Reginald, known as Earth Pulse, and he was the 2nd Imperial Guardian sent by the higher-ups. Your Majesty, it seems we need to speed up. But I'm even more curious about the purpose of the Mother Tree Cult's current operation. Lothar nodded, his face equally serious. Inside the Valzig ruins. As Moria chanted a somewhat lengthy spell, a snapping sound emanated from a plate on the thick metal fence in front of him, followed by the creaking sound of gears. The thick metal fence slowly shifted aside, revealing an entrance 4 or 5 men wide and over 10 meters high. Don't underestimate this metal fence. Although we are both metal wizards and possess metal transfiguration, this fence is reinforced with special inscriptions. Furthermore, a solidifying magic array is placed within the passage, making it virtually impossible to destroy it with metal transfiguration. Fortunately, we previously discovered a diary containing a passage spell among the relics of some of the wizards of the Valzig school, Mariah whispered to Ryan as they walked. Ryan nodded, He had sensed it just now. The thick, black metal fence before him seemed unusual, its surface covered in obscure and complex inscriptions. This seemed to explain why, over the years, numerous stone trolls had been unable to breach it and enter the core. When Ryan stepped inside, he found himself in front of a vast, empty passageway. The wall lights within the passageway had long since ceased to function, but Ryan's dark vision allowed him to see everything. On both sides of the passageway lay thick, gray stone walls. Every few to 10 meters, there were artificial depressions. Ryan even spotted some circular, tubular holes resembling cannon muzzles. At the deepest point of the passageway, there seemed to be a doorway, and within it, 2 gigantic golems over 8 meters tall could be seen. The golem was entirely made of a special stone, its limbs and body incredibly thick. It lacked weapons, but its clenched stone fists were enormous compared to its body, resembling 2 gigantic millstones. See those 2 golems? They're angry fist war golems. The detailed blueprints have been lost for years. If the old masters in the school's rock department were here, they'd probably be overjoyed. However, they're a real problem for us. When I used my small puppet to explore this area earlier, I triggered this angry fist war golem, which is probably at the peak of legendary power. Ryan, you deal with the golem on the left, and I deal with the one on the right. Try not to damage it too severely, if possible. Mariah glanced at Ryan and said softly, Master, perhaps you don't need to bother with so much trouble. Leave it to me. Chapter 453. Ryan smiled faintly and stepped forward. However, after only 2 steps, he felt as if he had stepped into a faint sensory field of some kind, a detection magic array. Then, he heard the sound of some device being activated within the 2 raging fist war golems. Unknown intruder detected. Akkadian. Eliminate. Akkadian. 2 cold, deep, and mechanical male voices rang out. The other party spoke in Akkadian, the language most commonly used by ancient wizards, so Ryan naturally understood. Although he had been warned by the sect leader Mariah about this scene, Ryan was still somewhat astonished by the wonders of sorcery. The craftsmanship displayed by the golem before him was close to the level of robot manufacturing in previous generations, and even surpassed it in some aspects. Remember, this was just the product of the research of an ancient wizard school thousands of years ago. Standing by, Ryan's mind raced, but his hands were no less swift. Level 1 spell, Metal Transfiguration. Level 2 spell, Cutting Net. Level 3 spell, Serrated Ring. Crystallized Killing Move, Serrated Cutting Net. As Ryan rapidly chanted the spell, 3 silver metal rings appeared in midair in front of each of his hands, each humming and spinning at high speed. 6 silver metal rings in total flashed forward. She. The 2 angry fist war golems had barely activated, and before they could even take a single step, they were each pierced through by 3 silver metal rings. Instantly, the 2 angry fist war golems, each over 8 meters tall, froze. A closer look revealed that both golems had been severed in half. They were cut into 4 sections, each incision striking at the neck, the energy device on the chest, and the waist. Meanwhile, thanks to the strategic timing of the cuts, the angry fist war golem remained propped up against the wall, its back still in a pre-activated position. With the wall behind it providing balance, it didn't disintegrate. This scene immediately stunned Mariah, who was standing behind Ryan. Clearly, this result was somewhat unexpected. Just now, he had thought Ryan was about to use his dragon blood transformation again, and was about to warn him. While blood transformation was immensely powerful, it was also extremely stamina-consuming. They still had a long period of exploration ahead of them in the unknown, so they naturally wanted to conserve their energy as much as possible. Unexpectedly, Ryan unleashed a metal-based crystallized killing move he had never seen before, and its power was incredibly powerful, comparable to a 4th-level dawn witchcraft. This level of power was extremely rare, even among the numerous crystallized killing moves he knew from other schools. A single move instantly destroyed a Raging Fist war puppet, despite its exceptional defense. Even with the bonus of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, it was a bit excessive. The only plausible explanation was, it was likely that Ryan's aptitude for metalwork was even greater than he had anticipated. At this point, Ryan turned and walked back smiling, saying, Master, I just severed their energy devices and key components, leaving the main structure largely intact. This way, when the masters of the school's rockwork arrive next time, we should be able to study them thoroughly. Perhaps, even without the blueprints, we can infer the details from the finished product. Hearing this, Moria couldn't help but laugh. Ryan, you've surprised me again. I didn't expect you to be able to do this. By the way, that attack just now was a metal-based crystallization killer move, wasn't it? Yes, sect leader. Seeing sect leader Moria's intense gaze fixed on him, Ryan suddenly remembered that he was also a rare metal-based wizard. Could it be that he coveted him? It probably wasn't that likely. The sect leader, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes, didn't look like that kind of person. After hearing Ryan's answer, Moria's eyebrows furrowed slightly, his face thoughtful, as if he were making some important decision. This made Ryan feel a little nervous. After all, he was the leader of a sect. If he really made that request, it would be difficult for him to refuse. At this moment, Moria said, "Ryan, your talent is unprecedented. Have you ever considered becoming the head of the school someday?" Ryan's eyes widened, a bit startled. Has the other person just looked at him like that? Was that the question he was thinking about? Me as the head of the school? But I'm not. Moria waved his hand. Nothing else matters. What matters is strength. In the foreseeable future, the situation in the Empire will become even more turbulent. At this time, a strong and capable pillar of strength is particularly important to the Bishio Construct School. If you agree, all future school resources, including the proceeds from this exploration, can be directly allocated to you. In principle, you can directly learn or use anything the school has. Seeing Ryan seemed a bit dazed, Moria patted him on the shoulder, smiled, and said, "Of course, now's not the time to discuss this. But Ryan, I think you should seriously consider it." Before Ryan could reply, Moria took the lead and walked forward. Ryan, with a wry smile and a shake of his head, followed. As Moria had said, now was not the time to discuss this. Moria observed the doorway for a moment before beginning to search the surroundings. It was clear that Moria was quite experienced in this kind of ruins exploration. Within 2 minutes, he had quickly located a device behind the 2 furious hammer war golems. With a click it swung. Hiss! The stone door slowly opened a tiny crack. "Be careful." Suddenly, radiation, over 10 times more intense than that outside, suddenly leaked out from the crack. The pale green protective membranes powered by the ancient tree hearts on the 2 men suddenly vibrated violently, and were quickly suppressed to a certain limit. Fortunately, the green protective membrane stabilized when it was within 10 centimeters of the skin. This startled Ryan. Such a high-intensity radiation. No wonder, even with the vast resources of a large, ancient wizarding school like Walzig, there was no effective way to repair it, forcing them to abandon this school's headquarters, which had cost so much time and effort to build. Luckily, Ryan, you brought 2 ancient tree hearts. Otherwise, if it were just one, the high-intensity radiation inside would have wasted a significant amount of our energy. The sight beyond the door, seen through the crack, startled the 2 men, leaving them stunned for a long time. Directly ahead lay what should have been a relatively empty experimental area, once bustling with wizards. But the scene before him resembled a ruin forgotten by time. Starting from the area beneath his feet upon entering the doorway, and extending inward, the empty underground hall was covered in a thick layer of dust. The surrounding walls were covered with radiating traces of fiery metal explosions and burns. Near the doorway, he could vaguely see more than a dozen test benches damaged by the explosion, along with a large pile of chaotically arranged deformation test vessels. Deeper still, within Ryan's sight, most of the area appeared to be in a state of fragmentation or powder, completely unrecognizable. To the left and right of the door, respectively, lay a deep corridor, leading to unknown areas. However, judging by the typical divisions of a wizarding school, it was likely to be a storage area, a library, and living quarters. The explosion must have occurred in the testing area directly ahead of us. Its power was beyond my imagination. Nothing here will likely survive. Well, let's go to the warehouse area on the left first. Moria pondered for a moment, then made a decision. Yes. Ryan naturally had no objection. From Moria's tone, it seemed he had already gained a preliminary understanding of the Walzig School's layout from the relics of the wizards here. Also, if there were any findings, the data room or warehouse area, away from the core of the explosion, would be the most likely locations. So, the 2 of them, one in front of the other, stepped into the dust-covered radiation zone. But when they actually entered, the sight of the explosion and the tragic destruction, the atmosphere that would almost suffocate and drive ordinary people crazy, still made Ryan feel a little depressed. It should be just ahead. The dust removal array here seems to be still functioning. Moria's voice was clearly filled with surprise. Ryan glanced down, and saw that the marble floor in the corridor beneath his feet was pristine, a stark contrast to the dusty floor just now, which felt like stepping on cotton. But the dust removal array is simple to create, and requires minimal energy. It's normal that it's still functioning, Moria muttered thoughtfully. Ryan, we need to be even more careful next time. Perhaps, even in the core area, some defensive or warning arrays haven't failed. Okay, sect leader, Ryan nodded in agreement. It's always better to be cautious. The defensive arrays of the ancient wizard schools might have some strange methods of combating enemies. Even with the support of bloodline transformation, it's best to be cautious. There are only a few doors on either side of this corridor. Soon, Mariah and Ryan arrived at the first door. It was located on the right side of the corridor, still half open. The sign on the door read Book Lending Room in Akkadian. This immediately filled Ryan with joy. Before arriving, Ryan had pondered a question. If the fourth level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation method was most likely to have been preserved, where would it be? The most likely place, naturally, would be the Book Lending Room. However, when Ryan peered through the crack in the door, his heart sank. His initial surge of joy lasted less than a second before being extinguished by the sight before him. Although there were densely packed bookcases inside, they had now all collapsed neatly to the left. Moreover, seemingly because this room was closer to the explosion zone, a large section of the wall on the right side of the room had been completely pierced, practically connecting it to the testing area. The ground was littered with various parchment scrolls, ancient books with hard cover or wrought iron bindings, and so on. Ryan, his face grim, quickly approached and tried to pick up a scroll, but to his surprise, the parchment slipped through his fingers like flour. He barely exerted any force, and the parchment shattered into dust. Moria also bent down to pick up an ancient book with a wrought iron binding. But the once sturdy book, with its metal decorations, also shattered into dust, leaving only a few thin, rusted pieces of iron that hadn't completely broken apart. Alas! What a pity! These books have been exposed to this high-intensity radiation for thousands of years. The material has completely dried out and aged. I'm afraid. Moria sighed with disappointment. But Ryan, of course, refused to give up and walked deeper into the interior. Generally speaking, wizarding schools preserve more important information in magical artifacts like memory crystals. Logically, there's a slight chance it could survive this level of radiation. Although the hope is slim. Sure enough, when Ryan reached the back of the room, he found that the innermost cabinets had also collapsed, and there were many broken crystals on the floor, clearly damaged. Let's go and check the next room, Mariah said regretfully. Ryan shared a sense of regret. It was both about the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation method and the ancient wizard's knowledge before him. Clearly, if these scrolls and books were intact, once the old scholars of the school arrived to take over, one could imagine how much more useful they would be. After all, there was a saying in the past that science and technology are the primary productive forces, and in this world, witchcraft experiments are the primary productive forces. So, the two continued down the corridor, and this time, a door appeared on the left. This door made both Ryan and Mariah look delighted. Because this one was farther away than the previous one, and the door was still closed, it was clear that the contents inside were relatively well preserved. The door plate read Warehouse in Akkadian. If the most likely place for advanced meditation was the library, then this was the second most likely place. Mariah first examined the door, then he pulled an antique brass key from his bag and inserted it into the lock. A slight mechanical sound echoed, as if the key was rapidly transforming to fit the current lock. Click! The door opened. Moria slowly pushed it open, but the next second, he stopped dead in his tracks. Ryan looked through the open door. Although it was dim, almost pitch black, his dark vision allowed him to clearly see what lay beyond. Before him lay a vast hall, tens of meters high, split into two levels. They were currently on the upper level, and would need to descend a spiral stone staircase to reach the lower level. But that wasn't what shocked Ryan the most. Ryan was stunned by the colossal golem standing in the center of the hall, over 30 meters tall. Unlike the stone bodies of the two previous hammer war golems, this one was composed entirely of some dark metal, emitting a faint metallic sheen. Behind it were four enormous tubes resembling train whistles. At first glance, Ryan thought he'd encountered a transformer. After entering the hall, Moria's eyes never left the colossal golem. This is astonishing. This must be... Moria, the leader of his sect, was so excited that he was almost incoherent. But before he could finish, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Intruder spotted. Akkadian. Then, two red lights, the size of a human head, suddenly lit up from the head of the giant golem over 30 meters tall in front of the two men. Chapter 454. No, Ryan, be careful! Mariah shouted immediately. But before he could finish his words, a dark gray steel fist, several times larger than a millstone, came crashing down like lightning. Bang! Instantly, a crater several meters in diameter was shattered into the hard marble floor, and scattered debris splattered around like bullets. Ding ding dang dang. The debris struck the metal coating of the two men, making a sharp clash. If Ryan and Mariah weren't both peak-level crystallization metal wizards, the splash damage from the aftermath alone would have been too much for even a typical level 2 defensive spell to withstand, piercing through them directly. Not to mention the opponent's massive steel fist's direct attack. What surprised Ryan even more was the opponent's attack speed. Normally, such a massive metal golem should be relatively clumsy, but the speed of that punch was incredibly fast. If it weren't for the incredibly fast movement speed of his top-level ultimate shadow step, he would have had a hard time dodging it. A normal crystallized wizard would have struggled to dodge that blow, and if they chose to withstand it head-on, becoming a paper-thin figure under the locomotive-like impact of the fist would have been a luxury. There was a high probability they would be shattered to pieces. Instant death. Ryan narrowed his eyes slightly, and he was shocked to discover that at the end of the opponent's metal forearm, at the elbow joint, were two small, cylindrical exhaust pipes, which were now hissing with white gas. In other words, the opponent's steel fist must have been turbocharged when it struck. No wonder the giant iron fist was so incredibly swift. Retreat. Moria pulled Ryan, intending to retreat first. Given the choice, no one would consider engaging the massive being before them head-on. Naturally, both men wanted to immediately evacuate the hall and return to the corridor they had just come from. Judging from their opponent's size, it was impossible to pursue them in the relatively narrow corridor. However, as Moria turned, he was horrified to discover that the iron gate they had just entered had vanished. In its place was the clattering sound of gears turning and the movement of multiple metal walls. It turned out that when the massive being activated, the iron gate and walls behind them also changed simultaneously. In other words, it was a complete defensive measure. When an intruder was detected, the supergiant metal golem would activate, simultaneously blocking their retreat. And in the brief pause between them, the supergiant golem roared and took a step towards them. The next powerful blow was clearly on its way. In a flash, Ryan spun again, facing the oncoming giant. His body suddenly expanded and soared, instantly reaching over 20 meters. Circles of dark gray energy emanated from his body. This time, Ryan didn't hide his strength. Instead, he chose to go all out, entering his fourth form, his most powerful form yet, Dragon Beast form. A surge of overwhelming aura immediately forced the sect leader, Mariah, to retreat several steps. Mariah, watching the dragon vein transformation before him, whose aura surpassed even its previous forms, felt a mixture of excitement, shock, joy, and extreme worry. Even though Ryan's aura now far surpassed that of an average epic-level warrior, perhaps even reaching the level of a senior epic, Moria still lacked confidence. Because his size indicated that Ryan, at just over 20 meters tall, was still a far cry from the massive golem over 30 meters tall charging head-on. If the other party were a heavy truck, Ryan would be nothing more than a small van. If the other party were an adult man, Ryan would be nothing more than an 8 or 9-year-old child. Ryan, don't resist. They're ancient, top-tier metal golem destroyers. They're incredibly powerful golems capable of tearing apart dragons with their bare hands, Moria shouted. However, what Moria didn't know was that since Ryan dared to confront them head-on, he must have some means. This time, Ryan's dragon beast form was different from before. At this moment, something new seemed to have grown from Ryan's neck, a translucent dragon's head. It was the special ability Ryan had acquired after defeating and absorbing the essence of the Void Dragon's bloodline. 2 heads. Bang! At this moment, the destroyer's massive metal fist roared, stirring the air as it descended upon Ryan's head. However, Ryan's claws closed and grasped it. But the destroyer golem before him, over 30 meters tall, its locomotive-sized fist possessed a striking power far greater than any foe Ryan had ever encountered. For the first time, he struggled mightily to resist. The muscles in Ryan's massive legs were now almost completely tense, the dragon scales on his skin threatening to burst. The marble floor, reinforced by the solidifying magic array, was soft as mud, and Ryan's footsteps instantly left a massive footprint nearly a meter deep. Blocked? Moria was stunned by the sight of such a devastating scene. He had actually blocked the destroyer's attack. But once he recovered, he immediately cast a spell on the destroyer's head, attempting to disrupt its attack on Ryan. But over a dozen sharp metal spikes bombarded the destroyer's head and neck, but had little effect. Although there were some minor dents, a flash of dark gray energy passed through the destroyer's body, and these tiny dents quickly healed to their original state. Ryan naturally witnessed this scene. His expression grew even more solemn. The sorcery that sect leader Moria had just unleashed was considered top tier among third-level sorcery spells, yet it had virtually no effect. One could imagine the sheer defensive power of the destroyer golem before him. Unparalleled offensive power and exceptional defense. No wonder he could tear a dragon apart with his bare hands. It seemed the ruins of this ancient wizarding school weren't so easy to explore. At that moment, as if realizing the enemy before him couldn't be annihilated with a single blow, the destroyer raised his other massive steel fist and slammed it down again at Ryan in his dragon form. Ha! Ryan roared, and one of his claws, which had been closed in defense, opened and launched an attack, grabbing the destroyer's incoming left fist with lightning speed. Bang! Ryan's claws were nearly torn, bleeding profusely, but his muscles bulged as he held the destroyer's fists with both claws firmly. At the same time, his lower body sank deep into the impenetrable marble floor, all the way to his knees. But he had once again withstood. Moria was deeply moved by this scene. It wasn't just Ryan's astonishing strength that impressed Moria, but his fighting spirit as well. As the destroyer faced his fists, his eyes suddenly glowed red, and a mechanical voice rang out again. Target threat level increased. Akkadian. Activate full load. Overclocking strike, activate. Hearing this, Ryan couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was going to be a desperate fight. Just now, he'd given it his all, but he'd barely managed to block 2 punches. Now, the destroyer was at full power. Bang! 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 At this moment, a barrage of massive fists, accelerated by the turbo boost from their elbows, rained down upon Ryan in his dragon beast form. Even the fists, the size of a carriage, left a dense trail of afterimages. One could imagine the ferocity of this attack. A direct hit would have been a recipe for utter destruction. Moria was now as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, his heart in his throat. But all the methods he could think of had no effect on the ancient, giant metal golem before him, the destroyer. Think about it another way. If a wizard at the peak of level 3 crystallization could cause the destroyer such trouble, how could it possibly defeat a dragon? It was a paradox. Etherealization. With a loud roar, Ryan, in his dragon beast form, instantly became translucent, as if his body didn't exist in this world. If Ryan felt anything different at this moment, it was that this was the first time he had used the dual-headed ability of his 4th form, and he felt the mental energy drain as immense as a flood. Yet the effect was remarkable. The terrifying, dense attack, like hundreds of heavy locomotives charging down, seemed to have mostly hit the air. Or perhaps it was channeled into the warp. But even after using etherealization, Ryan felt a sharp pain in his arms. After all, etherealization doesn't grant complete immunity to damage, but it does grant immunity to 90% of physical damage. Even 10% of the destroyer's physical damage, if it rains down like raindrops, is still quite significant. Oh no! My mental strength is running low. Just as Ryan was about to hit points, he suddenly noticed that the destroyer golem's punching speed had slowed significantly. Huh? It had indeed slowed. Ryan was certain of it. In just a second, the opponent's punching speed had gone from Tyson in his prime to that of a 70-year-old man. Charge! Charge! At this moment, the destroyer began to emit mechanical sounds, its movements becoming increasingly clumsy. On the ground, large patches of energy-conducting patterns lit up, clearly some kind of energy-charging magic array. Just as Ryan's heart tightened, he added another point to his spiritual attribute. Suddenly, the energy-conducting patterns on the ground dimmed again, as if some malfunction had prevented the energy from reaching this side. This dramatic scene instantly eased Ryan and Moria's nervous hearts. Energy malfunction, about to go dormant. A few seconds later, the destroyer golem's movements completely ceased. At this point, after repeatedly observing the destroyer golem and confirming that it was truly depleted of energy, Ryan released his 4-form dragon beast transformation. After returning to his adult form, he let out a long sigh. This was the most critical situation he had encountered since mastering the dragon beast transformation. Moria quickly lowered his head to examine the hidden patterns on the ground, then quickly cast a spell to destroy several nodes. He explained, "It seems we're lucky. The energy pool used for charging should be the same one in the testing area. It's likely damaged due to the explosion. Otherwise, this destroyer golem, without its large furnace core, would have caused us considerable trouble. Now that I've destroyed several key nodes in the conduction magic array, we should be safe." Huh? Only then did Moria breathe a sigh of relief. "This destroyer golem, could you please give me a brief introduction?" Ryan asked, raising his brow. The giant metal golem before him truly impressed Ryan. This was the first time he had been so passive in his 4th form. Of course. This is the destroyer, one of the finest ancient metal golems. According to ancient texts, This supergiant golem has been recorded as having killed adult dragons in hand-to-hand combat numerous times. So powerful, Ryan gasped. But after a moment's reflection, Ryan couldn't help but nod. If he hadn't used the void transformation move just now, he would have been severely injured by the opponent's lightning-fast steel fists. Looking at the destroyer golem before him, Ryan believed it could truly defeat an adult dragon if it had enough energy. However, normally, a destroyer golem would be powered by a large furnace core, but this one uses some kind of energy device. As for the reason, I suspect it's because the large furnace core can't be started or stopped immediately. Furthermore, the roaring noise isn't conducive to a warehouse environment. So, the wizard at the time, Walzig, came up with this compromise. If the destroyer ran low on energy, the conductive array in the area would instantly transfer the energy from the school's energy pool to the other side. But unexpectedly, the energy pool was destroyed by the explosion first. Following Moria's direction, Ryan discovered that there was indeed a vacant space in the destroyer golem's abdomen, seemingly suitable for a cylindrical object. But this is a good thing. It proves the warehouse wasn't significantly damaged by the explosion. Apart from anything else, this destroyer golem alone is of immense value. Moria exclaimed excitedly. Oh! Sect leader, we can control this destroyer golem. Ryan raised his brow, equally surprised and delighted. If we could control this, then we wouldn't have to ride the dragon. In principle, it's fine. However, the settings will need to be readjusted. Additionally, if you want to operate the destroyer in the field, you need to reinstall the large energy furnace. It takes some time, but it's definitely doable. Mariah nodded confidently. By the way, Ryan, if you agree to what I just proposed, you have the right to use this destroyer golem. How's that? Huh? That? Ryan realized he wanted to say something to refuse. But looking at the massive destroyer before him, over 30 meters tall, he found himself unable to say no. After all, this was a mecha from this world. What man doesn't want to pilot a mech? Especially since he's the perfect metal type. Alright then. I agree, but let's make this clear, sect leader. I won't manage the group, but I can be the honorary sect leader. Ryan thought for a moment and said, Haha, no problem. Let's make a verbal agreement first. We still have to go through the contract process when we get back. Moria laughed happily. Okay, by the way, sect leader, shouldn't we hurry up and look for something? Ryan reminded him. Yes. Moria finally came to his senses. However, a few minutes later, after a quick search of the warehouse, Ryan's expression shifted. Although most of the rare materials in the warehouse were still there, many had lost their effectiveness due to radiation and the passage of time. Only the rare metal classifications were largely preserved. But the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation technique, which Ryan was most interested in, was not in the warehouse. It would be a lie for Ryan to say he wasn't disappointed. His purpose for this visit was to master the 4th level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, but the current situation indicated that this hope was likely dashed. Come on, Ryan, let's go to the office area. Perhaps we can find something there. Mariah, noticing the disappointment on Ryan's face, offered a reassuring word. High-level wizards, like us, usually keep important manuscripts and materials in the office safe. Oh! Ryan turned to Mariah. Since this was his first time exploring ancient ruins, he didn't know many of the details. Hearing what Mariah, the sect leader, said, he felt much more at ease. Ryan still had some faith in what Moria, the veteran crystallized wizard, had to say. After all, he had far more experience exploring the area than a novice like him. 5 minutes later, the two men returned to the entrance. This time, they decided to explore the corridor to the right, the office area. This area was likely the office space for those of high-ranking wizards, and those with a certain status in the school. Just as Ryan was about to try to open the first office door, Moria stopped him, shook his head, and said, Ryan, generally speaking, the further inside, the more likely it is to be the office of a high-ranking wizard in the school. So, let's change our strategy and search from the innermost office outward. Ryan thought for a moment, and felt that Moria's words made sense. If a wizard truly had the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation method in his office, it would have to be the Dawn Wizard. Or, most likely, it was in the office of a deputy master or even the master of the Valzig school. So, the two of them walked towards the far end of the right corridor. Experimental Area Supervisor. Warehouse Area Supervisor. Deputy Sect Leader's Office. Sect Leader's Office. Just now, they had noticed that many rooms were half closed, their desks, chairs, and documents in disarray. Clearly, after the explosion, many of the wizards, who had managed to survive, had immediately evacuated. But because the doors of these rooms were left open, After thousands of years of radiation exposure, the documents contained therein were completely unreadable. Only those rooms with intact doors could possibly hold valuable items. This one. Moria and Ryan, following the door plates, arrived at the door of a room at the far end of the corridor. The door was tightly closed, and Moria once again took out the antique brass key and inserted it into the keyhole. With a click, the door opened. Suddenly, Ryan's pupils shrank. Through the crack in the door, he saw what seemed to be a shadow, fleeting across the room. Chapter 455. Ryan was certain he had just seen something. However, when he sensed again, he found the other person had vanished. Regardless, with his perception, it was impossible not to sense something in a room of over 100 square meters, but strangely, the other person had vanished out of thin air. "Master, I feel something is amiss." "Be careful," Ryan whispered to Moria, who was about to enter. Moria had just opened the door, and hadn't noticed the fleeting figure in the room. However, after experiencing several crises, his trust in Ryan had greatly increased. Hearing Ryan's words, his expression naturally grew serious. "For example? Just now, I seemed to see a shadow. A vengeful spirit? That's quite possible." However, since they had already arrived here, they naturally didn't give up. Knowing what might be happening inside the room, they naturally exercised caution. They first cast defensive spells, then secured the door wide open using multiple metal clips, twisted from hardened adamantium, to the wall, preserving the appearance of an open door. This way, if they were forced to evade, they could quickly escape. When they entered the room, they discovered it was over 100 square meters. Directly opposite the entrance was a row of bookshelves. To the left was a living area with a coffee table and 4 sofas. Further back, a large desk. It truly is the sect leader's room. At that moment, as if sensing something, Ryan suddenly turned to look at the door behind him. He saw a pale blue figure standing there. The other person was a humanoid figure, seemingly wearing a butler's coat. His face was clearly visible, about 40 or 50 years old, though his expression was strange, and his gaze was fixed on Ryan and Moria. "Outsider. This is the master's room." Although no sound echoed, both men had heard the other's words, the effect of some kind of mental vibration. Ryan and Moria exchanged glances. Could it be possible that the other person had survived in some form of spirit? This was a bit troubling. Logically speaking, only a place without people was called a ruin. Now that there were people, it was clear that they were the outsiders. "You shouldn't have come. Since you're here, surrender. When the master returns, you will be judged." Another mental vibration echoed. Surrender? Judgment? This left Ryan speechless. After all, it was a 1,000-year-old ruin, so exploring it was perfectly normal. Just as Ryan and Moria were about to say something, the other person suddenly extended a hand toward them. Instantly, 2 strange pale blue arrows blasted towards the two. Huh? They looked like ice arrows, but ice doesn't have this kind of energy fluctuation. Although Ryan and Moria both possessed defensive spells, like steel armor, they were cautious about resisting the spell's effects, quickly dodging it instead. However, faced with the Shadow's unceremonious attack, Ryan naturally counterattacked immediately. As Ryan raised his hand, a massive metal net radiating silver light launched towards the pale blue figure. Just when Ryan expected the opponent to deploy magic to defend himself or dodge, he was stunned to discover that the opponent didn't even dodge or evade his attack. The silver metal mesh pierced through the body, leaving a fine grid-like pattern on the stone wall. Strangely, the opponent's pale blue form trembled slightly like a stream, emitting a halo of gently stirred water, and then, immediately, remained perfectly still. It seemed his magic hadn't caused any damage to the opponent. No, perhaps it had, but minimally. But this shouldn't be possible. It's normal for spirits to be immune to physical attacks, but not to energy attacks like magic. Logically, the metal energy particles attached to the mesh should have caused considerable damage, even if the opponent was a spirit. Huh? Even a spirit shouldn't be immune to magic damage. Moria frowned and exclaimed. He naturally noticed the problem. Moria knew the power of Ryan's previous net-cutting attack, yet it had failed to produce any result. This was completely unnatural. I try. Moria then unleashed a water arrow, raising his hand and waving it rapidly towards the eerie phantom. The pale blue phantom rippled again, like a stream of water. Just like when Ryan had used the metal net, the water arrows pierced through its body, but clearly, they didn't cause much damage. Swish. At the same time, Ryan hurled a metal short spear at the opponent. The spear passed through its body and sank into the wall behind it with a whoosh, also causing no damage. This scene made the two men frown. The sorcery was weak, and physical attacks were completely ineffective. How could they fight this? It felt like a more powerful version of the Void Dragon's Vivification skill, but Vivification only protected them from about half the energy damage from sorcery, while the Phantom before them reduced it by at least 90%. Although Ryan and Moria's attacks were largely ineffective, their previous attacks seemed to have further infuriated the opponent. Outsiders. You're provoking me. Perhaps I shouldn't wait for the master to return and should just take care of you. Another mental shockwave echoed. The pale blue phantom launched another volley of pale blue arrows at Ryan and Moria. This time, Ryan could clearly sense a strange attack. The blue energy arrows were impure, like a tangled ball of yarn, their eyes energy laced with chaotic radiation. And when these blue arrows struck the side of the bookshelf, the wooden shelf suddenly seemed to decay. This strange attack immediately caused both men to frown. On the one hand, the adverse consequences of being hit were difficult to predict. On the other hand, if they couldn't stop the attack, the precious scrolls and books on the bookshelves would be damaged. Their gains from this exploration of the ruins would be greatly reduced, or even zero. While dodging the enemy's attacks, Moria quickly said to Ryan, "It seems there's only one way. The enemy isn't completely immune to witchcraft. We can attack with high-frequency witchcraft. Over time, small amounts will add up to a large effect. Master, let me try again." Ryan's eyes flickered. Although Moria was a little puzzled, he quickly nodded and dodged to the other side, casting a series of spells from various categories, including Wind Blade and Fireball, partly to attract the light blue spirit's attention, creating a good opportunity for Ryan to attack, partly to test whether the other party was more susceptible to certain types of magic attacks. He glanced sideways, and saw Ryan casting another metal-based cutting net, his face puzzled. Hadn't he just tried that? It had virtually no effect. Why was Ryan still planning to try? However, this time, when the silver metal net pierced the other party's spirit, a look of fear crossed the light blue spirit's face. At the same time, Moria could clearly see that the other party's spirit had become increasingly transparent, and the energy fluctuations had weakened considerably. Moria's mouth opened slightly, wanting to ask something, but he didn't know where to begin. If Ryan's previous strength, like his transformation into a dragon man, were a clue, then that was a clue. But what about that just now? The same silver metal cutting net had no effect at first, but the second time it had a startling effect? Damn invaders. You only dare to bully a servant like me while the master is away. But do you think you've won? While my strength is far inferior to the master's, I have my own strengths. Blizzard. The other party's face was filled with fear and anger. After transmitting 2 sentences through a series of mental waves, he suddenly raised his hands again, and a large blue cloud began to appear out of thin air above the room. Hurry! Ryan, Blizzard is an area spell. Once he unleashes it, we might be fine, but these ancient books might be. Mariah's face darkened with worry. Having just seen the effectiveness of Dragon Soul's heavy attack, Ryan felt reassured. From now on, it's just a matter of expending a little more mental energy. True damage, indeed, is a killer. With Ryan's finger tapping, three fine, mesh-like metal nets, emitting a rich silver glow, rapidly blasted towards the pale green shadow. The opponent seemed to instinctively sense danger and tried to retreat, but on the one hand, the blizzard-like spell he was casting was a channeled spell, and on the other hand, Ryan's spells were all instantaneous. So, in less than a second, 9 fine silver metal nets pierced through his body in quick succession, and the pale blue shadow rippled continuously, fading away like ripples on water. Finally, the other party uttered a halting sentence. Just wait. When the master returns from the New World, he will find you and kill you one by one. New World. Ryan's face was thoughtful. Well, the New World, where the Eagle Federation is located, was discovered not long ago. So, it seems the Walzig ruins occurred during the Great Exploration period. During the Great Exploration period, most wizarding schools sent out expeditions, large and small, to the New World. Some even went all out. It seems the leader of the Walzig school also traveled to the New World at the time, and from what we can tell, he hasn't returned. Well, at least he didn't come back here again. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many uncollected tomes on his desk and bookshelves, Mariah recounted, gesturing at the various books on the shelves. Oh, by the way, sect leader, if that thing just now was a spirit, then why didn't we encounter such strange spirits in other rooms? Ryan wondered. I think that thing is a spirit mutated by radiation. I think we can temporarily call it a radiated spirit, Mariah said, frowning after a moment's thought. The conditions for the formation of this kind of radiant spirit must be quite demanding. Look, there's a defensive magic array on the floor of this room, which weakens the intensity of the radiation. Furthermore, the person in front of him was at least a level 2 liquefaction wizard, otherwise he wouldn't have mastered a level 2 spell like Blizzard. Add to that the obsession before death, and a certain balance has been achieved, resulting in the emergence of such a strange spirit. I just don't know if ice talent is a necessary condition for the formation of this kind of radiant spirit. Mariah pondered and quickly analyzed. But that's not the point. We study this later. Ryan, come and check if these tomes are damaged. Mariah called to Ryan with a smile. A few minutes later, the two could hardly hide their disappointment. These tomes are damaged too. Yes, come to think of it. It's not that there's no radiation here, it's just that the intensity has been weakened. These books and parchments won't survive either, Mariah sighed. After hearing Moria's words, although Ryan agreed, he was still quite unwilling in his heart. After all, this was the room of the master of the school. If there's nothing here, then the chances of it being found in other rooms are even lower. But then, Ryan suddenly thought of something. He hurried behind the desk and burst into laughter. He laughed heartily. Master, there's a safe here. A safe? Moria immediately strode over. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Advanced meditation techniques wouldn't just be left on a bookshelf. Seeing a safe under the desk, Moria slapped her thigh, a look of surprise on her face. Moria pulled out the antique brass key again, and seconds later, the safe clicked open. Inside were 2 parchment scrolls, a black leather diary, and a crystal. Moria, excited, quickly pulled out one of the parchment scrolls. It's not broken. That's great. Moria exclaimed excitedly to Ryan upon receiving it. Ryan couldn't help but laugh. Moria immediately and carefully opened the parchment scroll. Found it, that's it. This parchment contains the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation Method, from the 1st to the 4th level. Moria, like Ryan, was a metal wizard, and his excitement at having found the 4th level of this advanced meditation method was beyond words. Ryan's face was equally delighted. To his surprise, he hadn't found it in the warehouse or the archives before, but he found it in the office. As expected, Ruin's exploration still requires professionals to conduct or lead it. Otherwise, he would probably have left after searching the warehouse and the archives. By the way, if the first parchment is so important, what about the second one? Ryan immediately focused his attention on the second parchment. Chapter 456. The same thought naturally occurred to Mariah. He quickly opened the second scroll. Huh? There's even a copy of the metal-type Dawn Killer move. Mariah's left hand, now holding the other scroll, was trembling. Ha ha ha, Ryan, with the 4th level of advanced meditation and the Dawn Killing move, spring has finally arrived for us metal wizards. If it were just the 4th level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, Moria, the head of a wizarding school, wouldn't have lost his composure. But with the metal wizard's Dawn Killing move, the significance is completely different. In these days when level 5 full moon wizards are almost extinct, possessing these two means that metal wizards will be able to rival the current mainstream wizarding schools specializing in fire, water, and earth. Dawn Killing move, Iron Forest. Requires the level 4 Steelthorn Grove spell, the level 3 Thorn Iron Ball spell, the level 2 Ironthorn Path spell, and the level 1 Ironthorn spell. However, as Moria muttered this, his brow furrowed. The 4th level sorcery, Steelthorn Grove, is mentioned in the parchment scroll, and the 3rd level sorcery, Thorn Iron Ball School, is also mentioned. But the 2nd level sorcery, Ironthorn Path, and the 1st level sorcery, Ironthorn, are missing. How could that be? Mariah said with a wry smile. This? Ryan's mouth dropped open, momentarily unsure what to say. It's like wanting to make sea cucumber with scallions, but finding the sea cucumbers and no scallions. But it does make sense. 4th level sorcery, because of its importance, was stored in a safe. On the other hand, sorcery of levels 3 and below, because of their relative insignificance, was placed in the archives. Due to the explosion and radiation, nothing in the archives was saved. What a pity! Mariah shook his head and sighed helplessly. Don't underestimate these mere 2nd and 1st level spells. Collecting them is incredibly difficult. Hearing Mariah's words, Ryan's expression was truly speechless. After all, for a Dawn Killing move, he'd mastered the most elusive 4th and 3rd level spells, only to be stymied by the relatively simple 2nd and 1st level spells. At this point, Mariah handed Ryan the parchment scroll containing the 4th level of the Iron Heart Meditation, smiled, and said, Ryan, take a look. As the next sect leader, you have the right to browse freely, without having to consider contribution points. Thank you, sect leader. Taking the 4th level Iron Heart, Ryan didn't flip through it immediately. Instead, he followed Moria's lead and glanced at the black leather journal. Naturally, he was also very interested in the contents. Since the diary mostly contained the owner's thoughts on major events within the school at the time, there wasn't much to note. However, as they read to the end, they both found something interesting. On March 11th, I received a report from the school's New World Advanced team stating that they had discovered clues to the ancient Goblin Empire's capital there. However, the report also mentioned that the Harsh School and several other super large and large schools had also discovered this clue. Perhaps, for other wizarding schools, the ruins of the ancient Goblin Empire's capital are merely a trivial exploration, but only I know how significant they are to the Walzig School. If we can find the ancient goblin constructs, we surely be able to create golems on par with 5th level full moon wizards. Therefore, I've decided to personally travel to the New World. This will also serve as a demonstration to the other wizarding schools of the Walzig School's determination to conquer the land. However, my departure from the school is a major event. Before I leave, I must discuss matters with Magner and Snape and arrange all matters within the school. On March 12th, I completed the discussion with them, but we had significant disagreements. Snape disagreed, believing my plan to be too hasty and risky. Magner, on the other hand, was engrossed in studying a strange stone he acquired from who knows where, and had no interest in managing the school. While I acknowledge that Magner's strange stone possesses some special energy, but this thing doesn't mean much to our school, which focuses on construction. In my opinion, Magner has already strayed from the right path. But Magner is second only to me in the school, and has the best chance of reaching the pinnacle of dawn and becoming a level 5 full moon wizard. Banning his experiments outright would only provoke hostility, and trying to persuade him wouldn't be enough time. Forget it, let him continue his research. When he reaches a dead end, he naturally give up. Although I'm still a little worried about his current state, this is the only way for now. A few pages were torn off, perhaps recording some arguments? Ryan and Moria weren't entirely sure, but that wasn't the point. They continued to flip through the pages. I decided to set off on March 17th. Since Magner feels that studying that strange or holds special significance for him, let him do it, and Snape will handle the day-to-day affairs. This will be a good idea, as it will prevent us from arguing. Also, as the sect leader, I must bring the 5th level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, as per established rules. A copy of the 5th level must be kept in the sect's library. Oh, and I have to leave the Destroyer's control crystal behind. However, it's generally best to keep it locked in my safe, otherwise Snape will control the Destroyer whenever he wants. Motto will keep the key for me. He's very loyal. I keep this diary. The New World is very dangerous, and even I'm not 100% sure. 5th level. There really is a 5th level. Ryan, do you know what this means? Moria seemed incredibly excited, even a little delirious. Ryan nodded heavily, his heart also filled with excitement. I hadn't expected that this time, when he came to the Walzig ruins, he would not only find the 4th level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, but also a clue to the 5th level. Yes. Although it was only a clue, you have to remember that the 5th level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation was previously believed to have been lost in the long river of history, and virtually impossible to find. So, having a clue this time was a huge step forward. It was like going from 0 to 1. But, the ruins of the Goblin Empire's capital? Ryan couldn't help but recall a long time ago, when he had obtained a map of the ruins of Longbottom City in the ancient Goblin Empire, and handed it over to the Imperial Navy. It seems that the ancient Goblin Empire's territory was likely centered in the New World, now the Eagle Federation, radiating outward. What a vast empire. Ryan sighed after a moment's thought. But there's no rush. Exploring the New World, or the Eagle Federation, can wait until you and I become Dawn Wizards. Moria paced back and forth, trying to calm his excitement. After a moment, he spoke. Even this high-level wizard at the peak of dawn was unable to return safely from the New World. If he hadn't died in a conflict between wizarding schools, then this proves that the ruins of the ancient Goblin Empire are far more dangerous than one might imagine. Yes, sect leader, I agree. Ryan nodded. I haven't even reached the 4th level of Dawn Wizard yet. It's too early to think about the 5th level. Even in recent times, 5th level full moon wizards were rare, and over the past few thousand years, they've all but vanished. If reaching the 4th level Dawn Wizard's level is like climbing Mount Tai, then becoming a 5th level full moon wizard is comparable to climbing Mount Everest. But, it seems this is the Destroyer's control crystal. Mariah gazed at the crystal in his hand with shining eyes. Although thousands of years had passed, due to the dual protective magic arrays within the room and the safe, the radiation didn't seem to have much of an effect on the control crystal within the safe. Ryan, just watch for now. I think if we can power this thing, then even if a cult comes knocking, we won't have to worry about it. Moria couldn't help but laugh at the last part. Thinking of the destroyer's terrifying power, Ryan nodded immediately. If they could power this thing, they wouldn't have to worry about the cult coming knocking, but they could come knocking on the cult's door. So, after setting up a warning magic array at the door and placing 2 small puppets, Moria focused his attention on the control crystal, carefully studying the manual. Ryan, naturally, flipped through the parchment scroll from the 4th layer of the Iron Heart. In the middle of Ferdinand Forest, a large airship was flying high in the sky. Suddenly, a pale golden beam the size of a bowl shot from the ground ahead. It was so fast that the legendary knights and wizards on the ship's side barely reacted before they realized the beam was already within reach. Upon closer inspection, everyone's expressions were filled with shock, for only then could they clearly see that it was a palm-sized, pale golden leaf. Yes, it was a leaf. The first thought on everyone's face was, a leaf? How could it be so fast? Their second thought was, don't worry, His Majesty Reginald and His Majesty Lothar are here, so nothing should happen. In an instant, a khaki hemispherical film of light appeared directly in front of the massive airship, shielding it. But with a single hiss, the pale golden leaf forcibly broke through the protective hemispherical film and, in the next instant, struck the massive airship's airbag. Swish! Despite the small size of the leaf, the damage it caused was staggering. A massive hole, 4 or 5 meters in diameter, was pierced through the airbag from front to back. Instantly, the airship's airbag, like a balloon deflated by a needle, rapidly deflating, and the airship naturally began to plummet. But suddenly, 4 large, yellow wings appeared on either side of the airship, instantly restoring its balance and gliding slowly forward. At this moment, everyone saw the Imperial Guardians, Reginald and Lothar, emerge from the cabin and arrive directly in front of the airship's side, each staring solemnly downward. A mere leaf has broken through my 4th level protective sorcery, Earth Barrier. This leaf seems to be. It should be, but Your Majesty Reginald, this also shows that they're worried we might ruin their plans, doesn't it? Lothar, holding the giant shield, smiled and said, Indeed, Your Majesty. Reginald also smiled. As the airship slowly descended into the dense forest, many of the surrounding trees suddenly began to tremble violently. Then, massive tree roots, like human legs, emerged from the ground, and faintly human faces appeared on the trunks. Had Anna been present, she would have immediately recognized them as a large group of Ironwood guards. Even more striking was the appearance of a tall, thin, male elf in ornate robes among the Ironwood guards. He approached the crashed airship, his gaze fixed on Lothar and Reginald, and he spoke in the common tongue, Humans, this is elven territory. According to an ancient covenant, you cannot enter without our permission. Reginald glanced at him, his brow furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion on his face. However, Lothar spoke loudly, Sir, we didn't want to come either, but we received a request for assistance from your ambassador, saying you were attacked by a cult. That's why the Empire is sending us as reinforcements. Human, thank you for your kindness, but we will handle the cult issue ourselves. Luther and the other legends were immediately displeased by his words. They had come all this way to support us, and yet they didn't appreciate it. What a proud elf. What nonsense! If it weren't for the Empire's orders, who would want to come? Lothar's brow furrowed. With their master refusing, if they continued forward, direct conflict would be inevitable. However, Reginald, standing beside him, seemed to understand something. He suddenly smiled and said, Actually, you don't represent the elves, do you? Followers of the Mother Tree cult. What? Everyone looked at him in surprise. The high elf in front of him frowned, saying, I don't know what you're talking about. Hee, from the attack you just unleashed, I sensed a hint of the Void Mother Tree's unique aura. Even you carry a well-disguised aura of the Void Mother Tree. If you're not a follower of the Mother Tree, then how did you use the leaves from the Void Mother Tree over there? Or perhaps, you cursed the Void Mother Tree, Ganethil, right then and there. Though you're an epic powerhouse, you should still respect the Great Mother Tree. The male elf exclaimed in anger upon hearing Reginald address the Void Mother Tree by name. But his rebuttal was tantamount to a direct admission that he was a follower of the Void Mother Tree, instantly causing an uproar among the legends. Clearly, although the other party was a high elf, he had somehow long since become a member of the Mother Tree cult. So this guy shot down the airship. Suddenly, at that moment, all the Imperial personnel, including Lothar and Reginald, looked up at the sky ahead, and the high elf immediately turned to look behind them. A thick green beam of light shot up from the not-so-distant center of Ferdinand Forest. "Oh no! That's the second one," Reginald said, his face grim. "Haha, it's too late for you to rush over now. The great void mother tree will descend upon this world." At this moment, the high elf turned and looked at the crowd, his eyes gradually darkening, gleaming with pride and madness. Seeing such a frenzied look in the eyes of a high elf, who revered nature and valued balance, was a stark contrast. Thus, all the imperial legends present, including Luther, stared at him, seemingly wondering how the so-called void mother tree had seduced the elves. "Goodbye, human. I have more important things to do. By the way, a word of advice. If you don't leave Ferdinand Forest soon, you won't be able to leave soon." At the same time, the elven elders Aldurin, Drenna, Anna, and the other pure-blooded elves at outpost number 7 instantly paled with fear. They quickly gathered at the outpost window, gazing towards the center of Ferdinand Forest. Another visible green beam shot up into the sky. Impossible. How could the second crystal tower be destroyed so quickly? Aldurin's face was filled with horror and disbelief. "Grandpa Aldurin, does this mean that if another green beam appears, Ferdinand City will be completely?" Anna exclaimed, covering her mouth. Because Aldurin had previously said that when the third crystal tower was destroyed, the ancient sorcerer's crystal barrier would completely shatter. Indeed. Aldurin nodded gravely. But the next second, something even more horrifying happened to the pure-blooded elves. With the appearance of the green beam, the entire Ferdinand Forest seemed to vibrate with the aftermath of some energy, accompanied by a whisper, or perhaps a muttering. Instantly, a mother's call rose in the hearts of all the pure-blooded elves, including Anna, the half-elf. It was as if whispering in their ears, "Children, help me." At the same time, all the pure-blooded elves felt a fear, a dread, a trembling, deep within their hearts, from the deepest veins of their blood. This is the call from the mother tree Andrassil," Drenna said with shock. "A crisis of annihilation is imminent." This was the first time she had heard the mother tree's cry for help. But instinctively, she instantly understood what the mother tree was saying. At this moment, an unknown pure-blooded elf woman suddenly stepped out of the group. Her beautiful face was filled with determination and resoluteness. She said to Aldurin and Drenna, "No, we must return and help the mother tree Andrassil. Although we don't have much power, we can pray for the mother tree Andrassil." One by one, the pure-blooded elves stood up and joined the woman. There were elderly people, children, and elves with bandaged wounds still unhealed. But all of them had a resolute gaze. Chapter 457. Because the mother tree Andrassil is the mother of all pure-blooded elves, this mother is quite literally true. Elves are a remarkable race. They can reproduce sexually like humans, but they can also give birth through the mother tree Andrassil. Just as other plants bloom and bear fruit, the fruit of the mother tree contains elves. The child could not refuse its mother's call and request for help. All the elves, led by Aldurin, prepared to leave the room and head for Ferdinand City. Alina, witnessing the scene, naturally changed her expression. She exchanged a glance with Claire, who was standing beside her, and both saw worry in each other's eyes. She quickly walked over to Anna and said, "Miss Anna, Lord Ryan will be very worried if you go." "Yes, Miss Anna, why don't you wait until Captain Ryan returns before going over," Claire said, also stepping forward and gently taking Anna's fair hand. At the mention of the word Ryan, Anna's forward movement trembled slightly, and her steps paused. But the next second, her face stern, she shook her head, and said to Alina, "Sir Alina, I believe if Ryan were here, he would support my going." Then, Anna carefully removed her hand from Claire's and said, "Sir Claire, it's a pleasure to be with you, but this matter is very important, and I must go." Suddenly, Alina laughed and said, "Wait! Everyone, if you really want to go, why not take our airship together? Miss Anna, our airship has a communication device. Once the signal with Lord Ryan is stable, we can contact him at any time." The pure-blooded elves, including Anna, all expressed hesitation. It was clear that they didn't want to involve Alina, Claire, and the others in the elf matter. "If you all want to go to Ferdinand City, taking an airship is undoubtedly the fastest way, isn't it?" Alina continued. Alina's sudden change of attitude naturally startled Claire and Beyoncé. For a moment, they were a little confused as to why. "Well then, I trouble you, Master Alina. But I hope you do it safely. We don't want you to be in danger." Mayor Aldurin nodded to Alina and said, "Everyone, wouldn't you consider counting me in? After all, the journey to Ferdinand City isn't exactly safe," Lambert said, folding his arms and smiling slightly. "Of course. If Master Lambert is willing to come along, That would be great, Alina said with a smile. At this moment, Alina waved toward Beyoncé and whispered a few words in her ear. Beyoncé's face flashed with realization, and then she quickly left. Meanwhile, 1 hour ago. Walzig Ruins. Ryan was diligently studying the 4th level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation. Unlike the three-dimensional pattern formed by 108 will runes on the 3rd level, the Iron Heart model on the 4th level was composed of a full 256 will runes. Furthermore, judging by the overall structure, the density of these 256 will runes far exceeded that of the three-dimensional model on the 3rd level. Thus, from an overall perspective, it resembled a multi-story pagoda, with the upper levels smaller than the lower ones, but each one more embellished and intricately crafted. TSK, 256 will runes. That's ridiculously difficult. However, as Ryan sighed, he recalled the description of the 4th level of meditation in the parchment scroll, and immediately felt the urge to master it as quickly as possible. Because once mastered, the 4th level, Heart of Steel, would naturally have an incredible amplification effect. It far exceeded the 60% improvement of the 3rd level, but was a multiple. Yes, doubled. The power of any metal-based sorcery doubled. This effect needed no examples or explanation. I currently have 12 attribute points remaining. If I save 5 for an epic battle, I have 7 available. Still not enough. So, even though Ryan knew it was unlikely to master it all at once, he still decided to give it a try, at least to see how it went. However, looking at it from another perspective, if I can truly master the 4th level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, then with a surge in power, my wizarding prowess alone might be enough to face epic-level combatants, right? After all, I possess the core skills of a Dragon Vein wizard. The more powerful my spells, the higher the true damage. So, I can invest almost all of my 12 attribute points. Of course, to be on the safe side, it's better to keep 2. At this thought, Ryan's eyes lit up. After all, with 10 attribute points as a backup, it's already worth a try. So, Ryan began to visualize a three-dimensional model of the 4th level of Iron Heart in his mind. The 1st will rune. The 30th. The 199th will rune. Huh? Ryan exhaled deeply. The first attempt ended with 199. This difficulty is a bit exaggerated. It's still quite a ways off from 256. However, Ryan wasn't one to be easily discouraged. So he tried a second time, and a third time, until his temples ached. The results were naturally remarkable. The final attempt ended with 212 runes that were drawn in one go. Next, it was time to add points. Repeating this process, after adding points 3 times, Ryan had brought his progress toward the 4th level model to 237. Only 19 points away from 256. Good, there's a chance we can do it. Ryan's eyes brightened. Meanwhile, while sect leader Mariah had been diligently studying the destroyer's control crystal nearby, he suddenly seemed to sense something. He turned to glance at Ryan, whose forehead was covered in sweat. Startled, he quickly warned, Ryan, you don't tell me you're already trying? Huh? Ryan was unsure how to respond. He wasn't just trying, he was almost there. Don't worry, just take a look and familiarize yourself with it. It's said that the 4th level of all advanced meditation techniques, because it involves the secrets of the Dawn Wizard, is incredibly difficult to master. It requires years of dedicated effort, Mariah said gravely. All right, sect leader. After a moment's thought, Ryan nodded. What more could one say about the elder's concern? However, while Ryan appreciated Moria's concern and knew what he said was true, he also knew his situation was different from everyone else's. Because he had a system. At that moment, both he and Moria suddenly looked in a certain direction. That fluctuation just now, was it the second time? Moria said, his face darkening. Yes, the second time. Ryan nodded. It seems the cult's attack this time is much stronger than I imagined. Ryan, let's go to the warehouse again. Master, have you mastered the control method? Ryan looked at Moria with some surprise. Even those unfamiliar with construction know that controlling a supergiant golem of epic power is no small feat. Well, the biggest problem with the destroyer golem isn't the control, but the energy source. According to the information in the control crystal, there's a large furnace core stored in the warehouse's secret room. But after all these years, and the effects of radiation, it's likely no longer functioning properly. So, I'm going to see if it can be repaired. I see. Ryan nodded. The two of them quickly returned to the warehouse. Just as Moria was heading to the warehouse's secret room, the plate on Ryan's chest vibrated again. However, due to the interference from the radiation, He couldn't hear what the other party was saying, not even a single word. This gave Ryan a vague sense of foreboding. He sensed something was afoot. Logically, Alina already knew he was exploring the ruins, and if it weren't for something important, she wouldn't have contacted him. Meanwhile, in the middle of Ferdinand Forest, the Imperial airship slowly descended. Want to leave? Since you become a member of the Mother Tree cult, you naturally can't represent the elves. As for the cultists, our Empire's philosophy remains consistent. Total annihilation. Reginald's previously kind face suddenly darkened as he spoke in a deep voice. His resounding words caused the High Elf, who had been about to leave, to pause and turn to look at Reginald. But before he could say anything, the High Elf's expression suddenly changed. A vine quickly swept him up into the air, while the Ironwood guards nearby rushed towards him, seemingly intending to help fend him off. But in an instant, the ground where the elf had stood shook violently, and a massive, earth-yellow hand, over 10 meters in diameter, suddenly grabbed him from midair. Ah! The High Elf cried out in terror. A ball of green vines, tinged with a faint bloody hue, entwined itself around him. Simultaneously, from him, the ball of vines, each as thick as a bowl, shot out in all directions. These vines either entwined or pierced the khaki hand, as if attempting to ward off its lethal attack. But the next second, the entwined vines were instantly broken by the swollen fingers of the hand, while the piercing vines shattered like willow branches hitting concrete. Instantly, fragments of vines fell from the sky. The khaki hand inched closer and closer to the vine ball. Once the vine ball, centered around the elf, was completely within its grasp, it suddenly clenched and tightened its grip. There was a sudden, audible puff sound, like the sound of a small tomato being crushed. Red-green liquid slowly oozed from the fingers of a large, earthy yellow hand. Then, the hand loosened, vanished, and fell back to the ground. A large, bloody mass also fell to the ground. This High Elf had been ordered to use a leaf from the Void Mother Tree to destroy the Empire's airships, and slow their movement, but the smooth execution made him forget that it was the power derived from the Void Mother Tree. He himself was naturally no match for the Empire's guardian. Your Majesty, your Hand of Earth is becoming increasingly skilled. Seeing this, Lothar smiled at Reginald beside him. There were no more than 3 people in the entire Empire who could unleash 4th-level Earth magic almost instantly and attack the enemy with ease. Thank you, Your Majesty Lothar. Now that they're aware of our arrival, perhaps we no longer need to hide our presence. Indeed. Everyone, summon your flying mounts and rush to Ferdinand City. Lothar turned and addressed the group behind him. As you command, Your Majesty Lothar. A group of Imperial legends, including Luther, summoned their own flying mounts from the airship's lower deck. Hang! A giant ochre-colored dragon suddenly burst from the earth, its massive fleshy wings flaring toward the sky. Its scales shimmered in the sunlight, resembling a golden dragon. This was none other than Ted, the dragon companion of Imperial Guardian Reginald. Instantly, over a dozen powerful flying mounts, accompanied by 2 teams of griffin riders, led by a giant ochre-colored dragon, soared towards Ferdinand City at a speed barely slower than the original airship. Outpost number 7. The sword-bearer airship Alina was aboard was now fully loaded and heading towards the center of Ferdinand Forest, while the streamlined airship seized from Bowstaff was heading towards the ruins where Ryan was. Aboard the airship was none other than Beyonce. According to Alina's instructions, Beyonce boarded the faster airship to the Valzig ruins area to inform Ryan, while the others boarded the sword-bearer airship to Ferdinand City. This way, if all went well, the 2 would arrive in Ferdinand City at roughly the same time. At this moment, inside Ferdinand City, a group of black-robed figures surrounded a High Elf, standing in front of a deep pit several dozen meters in diameter, chatting and laughing. Prince Sidron, we're grateful for your help this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to enter the palace after the crystal barrier opened, let alone destroy the 2 crystal towers so easily. Now, only the last crystal tower remains, said an old man in a black robe, a smile barely concealed. At this moment, Prince Sidron frowned slightly and uttered a soft What happened, Prince Sidron? The old man, naturally noticing the prince's strange expression, asked. Nothing, just Patrick's spiritual imprint suddenly disappeared. Something must be wrong with him. The 3 black-robed old men standing by all looked solemn. They knew that Patrick was a subordinate of Prince Sidron, a High Elf, who had surrendered to the Void Mother Tree. His mission was to block the Imperial reinforcements. It seemed that the Imperial reinforcements were already on their way. Prince Sidron, it seems we need to speed up our progress a bit, the black-robed elder said. Well, let's go, Prince Sidron said, as he walked forward, his slightly hollow eyes fixed on the pale golden miniature tree floating in midair. Chapter 458. As the black-robed men, surrounding Prince Seidlin, continued forward, the leading black-robed elder nodded to the other two. The two elders quickly understood and turned away. The leading black-robed elder then looked ahead, a meaningful smile playing across his face. Not far ahead, a massive tree, hundreds of meters tall and resembling a banyan tree, with a green, semicircular canopy, stood. It was none other than Andrishil, the mother tree of the elves. As the distance closed, the immensity of its size became more apparent. However, the green vortex atop the 100-meter-tall tree had noticeably faded and thinned. This was clearly due to the destruction of the two crystal towers, significantly reducing the crystal barrier's energy supply. However, the elder's gaze wasn't directed at the mother tree itself. Instead, it was directed beyond it, past the green vortex, and deep into the sky. A faint golden light flickered in the distant sky. Meanwhile, in the warehouse's secret chamber at the Walzig ruins, Ryan spotted the large furnace core, a sophisticated energy device the size of a millstone, its surface intricately woven with metal tubes of varying sizes. Overall, it resembled an engine magnified 5 or 6 times over. Moria fiddled with it for a moment, then frowned, shook his head, and sighed. No, it won't start at all. I do have a lava core, but it can only serve as a fuse for a medium-sized furnace core. I need to modify it. Ryan, this will take quite some time. Please keep watch in the hall for me. You can also take a look at the 2 parchment scrolls and the black leather journal. There are some words in the diary that I think are very inspiring for every wizard at the peak of crystallization. Dawn represents the rising sun and infinite possibilities. When we return this time, we can explore and experiment. The opportunities are great, especially for you. Mariah patted Ryan on the shoulder and said with a smile. No problem, sect leader. Ryan's mind was currently focused on meditation. When he heard he was supposed to be on guard while flipping through the parchment scroll, he naturally nodded in agreement. In fact, if Ryan had paid even a little attention to Mariah's words, he would have thought of something. If a legendary energy source, like the molten core, was acceptable, then the epic energy source he had on hand, the abyssal fire crystal, seemed even more suitable. In the hall, Ryan carefully flipped through the black leather diary. Although it contained only a few disjointed jots, the words of a high-level wizard, the sect leader of the ancient Varzig school, who was likely at the peak of the 4th level of Dawn, even a few words were very inspiring to Ryan. In fact, they even served as a finishing touch. The 4th level of advanced meditation differs from the first 3. The first 3 emphasize the refinement of mental power, so learning it earlier or later doesn't make a big difference. For example, Ryan reflected on this statement, and it was indeed true. He began practicing the 3rd level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation method at 1% crystallization after reaching the 3rd level of Crystallization Wizard. Learning later wouldn't be a problem. It would simply get stuck at 1% crystallization and be unable to progress. But the 4th level is different. It determines whether one can advance to the 4th level of Dawn Wizard, so it needs to be learned and mastered at the peak of crystallization. This was also the first difficulty mentioned in the Black Leather Diary. When mental power nears perfection, the 4th level of meditation is required for the final compression of mental power. This is the most difficult part. Finally, during the above process, it is also necessary to outline the model of the 4th level innate magic. These 2 sentences in the Black Leather Diary respectively point out the 2nd and 3rd difficulties in becoming a Dawn Wizard. The complexity of these 3 combined can be imagined. Ryan seemed to have a sudden realization. No wonder even a brilliant genius like Badalov, the Dean of Winterhold Academy, is stuck at the peak of crystallization and needs to wait for an opportunity before he can hope to reach the 4th level Dawn Wizard. However, Badalov has the Dragon Soul Potion and other preparations this time, so he should be able to make another attempt to reach the 4th level Dawn Realm. Originally, Moria had wanted Ryan to review the Black Leather Diary and approach the 4th level Dawn Wizard advancement with more caution. Unexpectedly, after reading it, Ryan became even more eager to try. Ryan hadn't been entirely sure before, but after reading the Black Leather Journal, he had a clearer understanding of the promotion process. For him, with his systematic approach and a specific execution process, things naturally became easier. While Moria was busy in the warehouse's secret room, Ryan activated 3 combat puppets in the lobby with animating magic to take up security, then continued his attempts at the 4th level. After several hours and 6 more attempts at adding points, Ryan finally succeeded in successfully outlining the complex model of the 256 will runes of the 4th level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation method. At this moment, A strange feeling emerged in his heart, and the complex three-layered crystal in his spiritual sea also changed. At the bottom of the three-layer crystal, the circular base had grown in diameter again and thickened further, appearing even more stable. The spiritual sea, which had once been close to icy, had now completely transformed into a collection of ice crystals, like a basket of tiny diamonds, devoid of a trace of moisture. At this moment, a system notification came. You have completed the 4th level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, and your understanding has improved. Your Iron Heart Advanced Meditation skill has been upgraded, adding 11 experience points. At the same time, Ryan found the Iron Heart icon on the Dragon Vein Wizard Legend class panel and examined the changes in its description. The new description read, Iron Heart Advanced Meditation Level 10, 1/20th, 000, with the special effect Metal Control Level 4. Metal Control Level 4 Passive Effect. Your ability to manipulate metal energy particles is doubled. It wasn't easy. Finally succeeded. Level 4 Metal Control. The system description has changed from significant improvement to doubled. This is... Suddenly, Ryan's eyes widened. After reading the system prompts and the change in description, he casually glanced at the attribute panel and noticed that the mental power value on it had undergone another significant change. Spirit, 186, 97% crystallization. It wasn't the increase in mental power. Since I just added a total of 10 attribute points to Spirit, a high of 186 was normal. The key point was that the crystallization progress had increased by 3 points. You have to remember that this is the most difficult peak stage of crystallization. Even a single percentage point increase requires a considerable amount of hard work. Clearly, there was only one reason for this. It was the 4th level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation he had just mastered, which had dramatically accelerated his crystallization progress. This also demonstrated the powerful compression and purification effects of the 4th level of the Advanced Meditation. Indeed, if it didn't have this effect, how could I have compressed my mental power to its maximum when attacking Dawn? Unfortunately, I'm still 3 points short. Otherwise. But suddenly, a flash of light flashed through Ryan's mind, as if a thought had occurred to him, and a smile appeared on his face. The 4th level of meditation corresponds to levels 10 to 12, but I'm only at level 10 now. That means there's still a lot of potential for purifying mental power. If the advanced meditation were to be upgraded to level 12, the purification and compression effects would undoubtedly be further enhanced. Without hesitation, Ryan invested 2 skill points in the level 10 Iron Heart Advanced Meditation. As the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation method advanced from level 10 to level 12, memories of the 4th level of Iron Heart Advanced Meditation method instantly flooded into Ryan's mind. Instantly, Ryan felt as if he were in a mysterious space, having experienced decades of arduous cultivation at the 4th level of the meditation method. A few minutes later, when Ryan attempted to outline the 4th level of the meditation method again, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the visualization time had been cut in half. Most importantly, the effectiveness of compressing and purifying mental energy had also been significantly improved. The crystallization progress now stood at 100%. Shoo! Dimensional reduction strikes are truly powerful, Ryan exclaimed in delight. Using the 4th level meditation method to accelerate the crystallization process is like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, or using an anti-aircraft gun to smother a mosquito. At this moment, suddenly, the thin sheet in Ryan's arms vibrated again. Captain Ryan, hey. At the ruins of Ons. A familiar, but rarely heard voice emanated from the sheet. Beyonce? This time, the signal was much clearer than before. Ryan thought about the intermittent keywords the other party had just used. Ryan's eyebrows raised, and he immediately realized something. Beyonce at the ruins? Why not Claire or Alina? Could it be that something happened to them, and only Beyonce escaped? Ryan's eyes flashed, and he instantly thought of many things. Ryan flashed to the entrance of the warehouse's secret room. Without bothering to disturb the sect leader Moria, who was absorbed in the restoration work, he said, Sect leader, my friend might be in trouble. The sword-bearer's airship should be above our ruins. I need to go meet it. Oh! Wait a minute. I go with you. Moria paused, his face serious. Okay. Soon, the two emerged from the hidden cave entrance and immediately saw an airship hovering in the air not far away. However, Ryan was stunned at the first sight of the airship. Wasn't this the long-distance airship captured from Bowstaff? I'm Ryan. Ryan immediately pulled out a sheet of paper and said, Excellent, Captain Ryan. I'm Beyonce. Oh, I see you. As Beyonce's excited voice followed, the airship slowly moved towards their location. Since they were not far away, Ryan soon spotted Beyonce waving at him from the side of the ship. Beyonce cast a swift wind spell and effortlessly leaped from the 20-meter-high airship. As a quasi-legendary ranger, she could do this effortlessly. Captain, Miss Anna, and the pure-blood elves have received a call from the Elven Mother Tree, Andrassel, and are now heading for Ferdinand City. Beyonce, clad in close-fitting leather armor that outlined her voluptuous and tall figure, said with a hint of anxiety. What? The call of the Elven Mother Tree. Before Ryan could say anything, Mariah, standing beside him, exclaimed in shock. Ryan's face was filled with thought, wondering why Anna insisted on heading to Ferdinand City even though she knew it was the focus of the cult's attack. Clearly, the call of the Elven Mother Tree was the key. Master, is there any explanation here? Ryan asked immediately. Hearing Ryan address the other party, as sect leader startled Beyonce, who was standing by, and she began to pay more attention to Moria. However, a brief moment of perception struck her as somewhat odd. While the other party's aura was powerful, it seemed only on par with the captain's. Well, according to historical records, the Elven Mother Tree Andrassel has survived for over 10,000 years. The key point is that when it summoned the elves, it must have sensed the approach of some powerful enemy it could not withstand. Concerning the Mother Tree cult you mentioned earlier, it's very likely that this time, the Void Mother Tree they worship will descend directly, Moria said gravely. Descend directly? Ryan's expression changed. That's a possibility, but it would at least be a powerful clone. Beyonce nodded and said, Headquarters has reached the same conclusion. A few minutes ago, Madame Alina sent me a message saying she'd received urgent intelligence from the Imperial Swordbearers, saying the Mother Tree cult has deployed almost all of its forces for this attack on Ferdinand Forest. A pope and 2 vice-pontiffs have all arrived at Ferdinand Forest. That means the Mother Tree cult alone has 3 epic-level masters. They must be making a major move. Master, it seems I can't accompany you to explore the ruins any longer. I need to hurry. Wait! Ryan, even if you're as powerful as you are, I'm afraid you can't handle 3 epic-level masters, not to mention a god about to descend. Mariah stopped Ryan and said in a deep voice. Just as Ryan was about to say something, Mariah waved his hand and continued, I'm not stopping you from going, but asking you to wait a moment. Why don't we take that big thing with us? Mariah smiled mysteriously. Sect leader, you mean you can repair the large furnace core in a short time? Ryan was momentarily confused. After all, Mariah had just said that repairing a large furnace core wouldn't be done quickly. No, but I can replace it, Mariah said, pointing to the airship overhead. Although the airship uses a medium-sized furnace core, it's powered by a flame heart, which has a higher energy level than a lava heart. Simply remove it and place it in the large furnace core, and it will be ready to go. Of course, while it still can't operate the destroyer at full power, it can at least unleash 50% of its combat power. Wait, sect leader, you mentioned I have an abyssal fire crystal here, right? Ryan suddenly thought, pulling a box from his waist pouch and handing it to Moria. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Of course I can, Moria said, his eyes widening as he stared at Ryan. I remember you getting it in the Flame Canyon? I remember mentioning it in a sec message a few months ago, but I was so busy preparing to explore the ruins that I didn't pay much attention. Yes, sect leader, that time. That's easy. Ferdinand City. The 2 departing black-robed elders, both vice-pontiffs of the Mother Tree cult, passed through the underground tunnel again. After leaving the palace, they quickly arrived at a well-prepared camp. In the center of the camp stood a massive, dying ancient tree. Atop its thick trunk, a gaunt, pained face etched itself. Any elves present would have instantly recognized this ancient war tree, second only to the Mother Elf tree, bound there for some unknown reason. But even more horrifying was the fact that the green leaves on all the branches of the massive ancient tree had been replaced with elves of all ages and genders. Each branch painfully pierced an elf's chest and abdomen, and crimson blood slowly flowed down the branches, pooling at the trunk and continuing to flow toward the roots below. Strangely, the elves, who should have been in intense pain, now had their eyes tightly closed, smiles on their faces, and arms outstretched, as if welcoming something. Smiles and blood. Welcome and thrust. An atmosphere of fear, trembling, and eerie formed. Surrounding the bound ancient war tree stood dozens of black-robed figures, with golden trees tattooed on their chests. Seeing the 2 vice-popes approach, the leader immediately stepped forward and respectfully said, Vice-Pope Persis, Vice-Pope Paxson, everything is ready. Very good, then let us begin. The old man named Persis nodded. Everyone, including the elves, the Empire, and other sects, thinks we need to destroy the third crystal before we can begin formal prayers. They're completely mistaken. It seems my lord will be the first deity to descend as a primary avatar. The old man named Paxson said with a chuckle, quite proudly. A primary avatar represents an avatar that carries more than 30% of a deity's true spirit. At the command of the two vice-pontiffs, a massive prayer ceremony began. One after another, the black-robed figures began to chant loudly. Looking down from high above, one could see that there were 5 such camps, forming a massive inverted pentagram formation. Boom! One after another, blood-green beams of light, 5 in total, shot diagonally into the sky. Thousands of meters above, the 5 beams converged, forming a single, even thicker beam that shot straight into the sky. The target was the bright point gleaming with a pale golden glow. The next second, a magnificent phantom of a giant golden tree, seemingly filling half the sky, appeared in the sky. A special, surging energy field enveloped a vast area spanning several square kilometers. At that moment, all the elves in the large area below the golden tree, whether epic or ordinary, felt as if their hearts had been struck by a powerful blow. Faces of bewildered panic appeared on their faces as they gazed at the suddenly appearing golden tree in the sky. The crystal barrier, already dimming considerably, suddenly emitted a series of cracks and cracks, like shattering glass. Inside the palace, the several elven elders guarding the last 3 crystal towers, wearing garlands and fern-covered shoulder armor, were overwhelmed by this scene. As druid elders, they naturally understood what this signified. This force is simply too great. If all 5 crystal towers were in place, we could still try to resist. Now that only 3 remain, I'm afraid. The crystal barrier is about to shatter. We must find a solution. What else can we do now? The crystal barrier is our last resort. Chapter 459. The unusual phenomenon in the sky naturally attracted the attention of the Imperial support team. At this moment, the group, who were about to reach the outskirts of Ferdinand City, suddenly felt a tremendous pressure coming from the sky. Then, they witnessed a scene that most would never forget. A giant golden tree, occupying a full half of the sky, suddenly appeared in the sky above. It looked very close, but upon closer inspection, it seemed far away, as if a giant golden painting of a tree hung overhead. The golden tree was so magnificent, every detail of its branches was lifelike, even the veins in the golden leaves were visible. This captivated Luther and other legendary masters, leaving them sighing in deep admiration. Only the 2 Imperial Guardians, riding on the ochre-colored dragon, had their expressions drastically changed. "No! Don't look!" Reginald roared. The Imperial Guardian's mental shock sent a warning that resonated through the hearts of every legendary warrior, instantly sending them into a cold sweat. Gods cannot be looked at directly. They all knew this. But sometimes, unknowingly, one can become enchanted by them. While the golden giant tree in the sky might not be a true god, and might not possess the might of a true god, it most likely possessed at least the power of a demigod. Demigods, too, must not be looked at directly for extended periods. Otherwise, even legendary warriors like them would be unconsciously drawn in, listening to the whispers of the gods, and gradually sinking into depravity. Only those who could withstand this erosion were epic-level warriors, like the 4th Dawn Wizard, who compressed their mental power to a particle, or the Sword Saint, who condensed their convictions to the utmost. The sudden appearance of the golden giant tree in the sky caused the flying mounts of the legendary warriors to descend slowly and crookedly, as if burdened with a heavy load or intoxicated. Hung! Even the ochre-colored dragon Ted felt the overwhelming pressure. He roared and attempted to continue flying, but Reginald patted his neck, signaling him to descend slowly. This level of pressure is at least at the level of a demigod. It's clear their goal isn't a simple sacrifice, but to summon an avatar, or even the true form, of the Void Mother Tree, Ganethir. Your Majesty, I'm afraid this matter is beyond the ability of the 2 of us to handle. To be on the safe side, we should contact the Empire immediately, Reginald said gravely. Well, but if they want to complete their descent, it won't be that easy. Look, our allies are still resisting. I think we need to delay their descent as much as possible. Lothar pointed to the massive green vortex ahead. Reginald took a closer look and was surprised to discover that the green vortex, despite being under immense pressure, seemed to be supported by some internal force, significantly slowing its shattering. And in the air not far from Ferdinand City, Alina, Anna, Claire, and the pure-blooded elves on the Swordbearer airship were all stunned, staring blankly at the dramatic changes in the sky ahead. The sudden appearance of the giant golden tree and its terrifying aura sent a wave of fear through the pure-blooded elves present. At the same time, the pure-blooded elves immediately understood why the Elven Mother Tree Andrassel, had called them. The giant sword behind Lambert swung out like lightning. The sharp sound of piercing the air seemed to sever the influence of some kind of field. At this moment, everyone regained consciousness. Alina, pale, bowed slightly to Lambert and said, "Thank you, Sir Lambert. I almost fainted just now." "You're welcome. Fortunately, we're far enough away. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to help you, and I'm afraid I'd be affected myself." Lambert's face was more solemn than ever. Lambert's words naturally drew the attention of Alina, Anna, Claire, and the others. "Sir Lambert, even you are affected by that?" Anna exclaimed in surprise. Anna had witnessed Lambert's strength before, and knew that he was already at the peak of legendary status. If even he could be affected, one could imagine how terrifying the being in the sky must be. "Yes. The golden giant tree in the sky is probably at the level of a demigod." Lambert nodded. "Demigod?" The usually calm Alina stammered, unsure what to say. "Claire, please contact Swordbearer headquarters immediately. Report the situation." "All right, Your Excellency Alina, I be there." Claire calmed herself, nodded quickly, and quickly turned and left, returning to the cabin to make contact. In the center of Ferdinand City, just as the Druid elders were at their wits' end, a pale green light suddenly erupted from their bodies, enveloping them. "This is—" All the elven elders looked horrified, turning to look at the elven mother tree, Andrassel, not far behind them. It wasn't just the Druid elders whose bodies were glowing. The elven guards, clad in ornate pale gold armor, were also radiating a green light, and so were the elven guards further away. Even the women and children, who were clearly weak in combat, hiding in a secluded area within the palace, looked down in astonishment at the green glowing figures. Even within a radius of dozens of kilometers, the elves dressed as rangers, still battling the cultists, were emitting a faint green glow. In the Swordbearer airship, Anna and the pure-blooded elves, speeding towards Ferdinand City, were all ablaze with a striking pale green light. For a moment, it seemed as if all the elves, even half-elves like Anna, within a radius of dozens of kilometers, had received some powerful summons. The next second, as if drawn by some invisible hand, the elves moved directly from afar to the elven mother tree, Andrassel. Swish! Swish! Instantly, balls of light enveloped in green light swarmed from all directions, swift as lightning, towards the elven mother tree. Anna and the pure-blooded elves also transformed into streaks of green light and vanished onto the Swordbearer's airship. Alina and Claire stared at the scene in astonishment, unsure what to say. "Miss Anna has been summoned? This is ruined. If Lord Ryan knew." Claire stamped her foot anxiously. "A pure-blooded elf is fine, but Miss Anna is a half-elf. I really don't know why the elven mother tree would summon a half-elf." In the imperial capital of Tamriel, on the astrologer's terrace, in the second-floor hall, Grand Astrologer Dalian and a group of astrologers were observing a projection of the Empire's territory on an oval stone platform. A golden dot of light appeared above the southwestern region of the Empire. "Gold? This? Lord Dalian." Several astrologers exclaimed in fear. At the same time, everyone present turned to the face of Dalian, the highest-ranking official. "Demigod-level energy fluctuations indicate the arrival of a deity." Dalian nodded with concern. At this moment, a servant hurried to Dalian's side and whispered, "Red line to Swordbearer headquarters, Ferdinand Forest, the incarnation of the Void Mother Tree, Ganather, has arrived." "I understand. Quickly convey this information to all departments." "I be gone for a moment," Dalian said, glancing around at everyone. Although everyone was puzzled as to why the Grand Astrologer would leave at such a crucial moment, they wisely refrained from questioning. Grand Astrologer Dalian arrived at a secret chamber within the astrologer's terrace. On the floor, a simple, intricately designed teleportation array flickered with a pale blue light. Dalian stepped forward, and the next second, he disappeared. Dragon's Lair. Grand Astrologer Dalian reappeared. He nodded familiarly to the burly red dragon man on guard, then walked inside. Following a long, dark red corridor, Dalian arrived at a rather spacious hall. A massive red dragon lay soundly asleep. On the floor, a massive sorcerer's array was formed. 6 fire sorcerers, in the late third-level crystallization stage, were manipulating the array and healing the creatures. The red dragon's chest should have had a hideous wound. Although the skin had healed, the scales hadn't yet grown, leaving a noticeable scar. A beautiful red figure nearby, upon seeing Dalian's arrival, frowned slightly and asked, "Your Majesty Dalian, how is the situation?" "Your Highness Menia, the situation is worse than expected. An avatar of the Void Mother Tree, Ganather, has arrived. Judging by its strength, it's likely no ordinary avatar. Well, that's within our expectations. Prepare the ancient teleportation array. I will immediately awaken your Majesty Stratza and Thassa, and we depart immediately. Already prepared, Your Highness Menia. We can teleport at any time, said Grand Astrologer Dalian with a faint smile. Activating the ancient teleportation array requires precious elemental cores, and the Empire will only consider using it in extremely critical circumstances. Walzig ruins. Ryan, Mariah, and Beyonce all sense the surge of energy emanating from the heart of Ferdinand Forest. In the northwest sky, a massive golden tree seemed poised to fall from the sky. From their perspective, the golden tree resembled the setting sun, which hadn't yet fully set. Oh no! Ryan's eyes narrowed, a chill in his heart. Although distant, this aura was familiar to him. It was identical to the pale golden tree he had once absorbed through the system. It was definitely the aura of the Void Mother Tree, worshipped and believed in by the Mother Tree cult. The significance of this scene was self-evident. The Mother Tree cult had summoned an incarnation of the Void Mother Tree, no, at least a clone, to this world. Leader, I ride the Bloodfeather Hippogriff first. You? Ryan said solemnly to Mariah beside him. Wait, the airship should be faster than your Bloodfeather Hippogriff. Mariah paused, then waved his hand. Well, hang the destroyer directly beneath the airship, and we go straight over. Mariah said. How do you debug the large furnace core? After all, Mariah had just received the abyssal fire crystal he had given her, and hadn't yet installed it in the large furnace core. Haha, don't worry. We can debug it while we're flying, Mariah said with a laugh. Let's get the destroyer out first. A few minutes later, Beyonce suddenly felt the ground beneath her feet tremble rhythmically. The next second, her eyes widened. Dozens of meters ahead of her, the ground, once covered in brush, suddenly opened up into a massive hole several dozen meters in diameter. Naturally, she couldn't help but gaze into the depths of the hollow. The scene within the chasm below resembled a vast library, but in its center, a massive golem stood majestically. The golem had a metallic sheen and a hideous appearance. Beyonce, at a single glance, felt a surge of fear from the depths of her heart. No wonder Lord Ryan and this Lord Moria want to bring this, what's it called, destroyer golem. With a giant golem like this, the cultists are in trouble. The thought of this terrifying golem as an ally brought Beyonce's heart to a greater degree of peace. Even the influence of the giant golden tree in the sky seemed to fade. Ryan and Mariah quickly performed metal transfiguration, attaching several arm-thick metal hinges to the destroyer's waist, chest, and back. The airship then began to operate at full power and took off. A rather streamlined airship, with a massive, ferocious metal golem suspended from its underside, flew towards the golden tree. Generating speed. Atop the massive metal golem, a small figure busied itself with something while muttering to itself. It's time for the destroyer to take the stage. Let's see who dares to claim to be less sophisticated than the school of construction. Right now, the destroyer golem is the foundation of our school. Inside the cabin, Ryan held a parchment scroll and carefully read the 4th level sorcery, Steelthorn Grove. Considering the dire situation he faced, Ryan decided to learn and master it first. After all, if the situation truly became dire, he planned to use Steelthorn Grove as a 4th level talent spell and ascend directly to Dawn. Half an hour later, Ryan's face lit up with joy. According to the description of the effects in the parchment, the diameter of a normal Steelthorn Grove is approximately 50 meters. But Ryan had just briefly sensed it, and although he hadn't formally cast it, the area he could control had expanded to a diameter of approximately 120 meters, more than doubling it. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. You have studied Steelthorn Grove, and your understanding has increased. You have learned a new skill. Steelthorn Grove. Your Steelthorn Grove skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 12. At the same time, a new icon appeared below the Dragon Vein Wizard Legend panel. The icon depicted a figure in wizard robes, striking the ground with one hand. A forest of steel shrubs of varying heights, each with incredibly sharp spikes, rose up around it. Also, the small text below the icon read, Steelthorn Grove Level 1, 1/100, Steelthorn Grove Level 1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of mental energy to activate surrounding metal energy particles using a specific spell model, forming a field of steel spikes in a specific direction or surrounding area, piercing all targets within the coverage area. Note, casting time, 3 seconds. Field type sorcery? Ryan was overjoyed. Strictly speaking, this was the first field type sorcery Ryan had mastered, completely making up for the regrets he had experienced on his knightly path. Although mastering a 4th level sorcery was extremely difficult, For Ryan, this wasn't a problem. As long as he successfully ascended to Dawn Wizard, this 4th level sorcery would become his innate sorcery. At the same time, a team led by Imperial Guardians Lothar and Reginald had already arrived at Ferdinand City, but they were stopped. 2 black-robed elders suddenly appeared in front of the group. Everyone, you are not welcome here. A word of advice. My lord is about to arrive. It's not too late to leave now. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape. Chapter 460. Neither Lothar nor Reginald responded to the words of the 2 elders from the Mother Tree cult. They simply glared at each other with disdain. This disdainful look clearly stung Persis and Paxson, but before they could say anything else, boom. Boom. Suddenly, with a violent tremor, the ground suddenly cracked, and 2 enormous, ochre-colored hands rose up, grabbing at the 2 elders from the Mother Tree cult. You? The Imperial troops' disdainful attitude and sudden attack caused the faces of Persis and Paxson, the 2 vice-pontiffs of the Mother Tree cult, to turn crimson. They stared at Reginald, clearly furious. The 2 men quickly chanted a spell and raised their hands, and 2 blood-green spherical shields immediately protected them. Haha, can you hold it off? Reginald, the Imperial Guardian, wore a profound smile. He stretched out his hands and clasped them fiercely. Instantly, 2 khaki-colored hands clasped simultaneously. Crack! Puff! Persis and Paxson's hastily cast blood-green spherical shields lasted only half a second before bursting like a watermelon. Seeing this, Reginald let out a soft huh, a look of surprise on his face. Logically, the 2 men should have been seriously injured, if not killed. Suddenly, 2 strange vines swept them away with lightning speed. Luther and the other Imperial legendaries, who had been watching the spectacle with glee, had apparently noticed this. Their expressions froze. The 2 elders of the Mother Tree cult suddenly appeared over 20 meters away. In other words, the 2 had just used some strange means to dodge the Guardian, Earth Pulse, Reginald's nearly instantaneous 4th level Earth spell. Hand of Earth. Instantaneous Earth-based Dawn spell, you must be the Imperial Guardian Reginald, known as Earth Pulse. I admit, outside, we're no match for you, but alas. It's different here. Paxson chuckled. The glory of our Lord has already engulfed Ferdinand City. Persis shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of heavy footsteps echoed. A towering, human-shaped tree, bearing 2 people on its branches, strode towards them. Ancient War Tree? Someone in Luther's group of legendary warriors immediately recognized the other's origins and asked in confusion. This was supposed to be the Ancient War Tree of the Elves, but now, strangely, it was being controlled by the Mother Tree cult. As the humanoid tree approached, everyone's faces suddenly lit up with surprise. Many gasped and exclaimed, how could the Ancient War Tree of the Elven race become like this? The humanoid tree, tens of meters tall, was covered in flesh and blood, oozing from its trunk and branches, as if the bark couldn't contain the flesh within. Hanging upside down from its densely packed branches were elves, smiling but with eyes closed and tears of blood streaming down their faces. These elves were emaciated, their cheeks sunken, seemingly nothing more than skin and bones. Their once fair skin had taken on an eerie, iron-blue hue. However, their movements were remarkably agile, laughing as they swayed and leaped back and forth on the tree, seemingly in a state of play. See? Under the glory of our Lord, the Elven War Tree is also serving us. Since you refuse to accept my toast, let my Lord's improved War Tree accompany you for some fun. Persis and Paxson echoed in unison. A blood-green halo, centered around the fallen War Tree, rapidly spread outward. The next moment, Luther and the others' feet were suddenly entangled by wildly growing blood-red vines. Immediately afterwards, the strange elves on the War Tree, like monkeys, with long vines dangling from their backs, sprinted towards them. Earth Spike Field. Faced with this scene, Reginald unsheathed his stone staff for the first time. He quickly chanted a spell, and pointed it at the enemy. Instantly, with him as the center, a dense mass of sharp earth spikes emerged from the ground, forming a fan-shaped area that stretched forward. Instantly, the elves, unable to dodge in time, were impaled like candied haws on the spot. The spikes extended until they reached a point over 10 meters in front of the fallen War Tree, where they finally reached a certain equilibrium with the tree's blood-green aura and stopped advancing. Clearly, Imperial Guardian Reginald, known as the Earth Pulse, was even more powerful. However, upon witnessing this, Persis and Paxson showed no signs of panic. Instead, they exchanged a strange glance, grinning strangely, and remarked, TSK, truly formidable strength. They can withstand the War Tree's attack. Truly worthy of being an Imperial Guardian. Then 2 more trees. I hope you enjoy the fun. How about that? Hee hee. Just as he finished speaking, heavy footsteps echoed, and 2 equally tall and eerie ancient war trees suddenly appeared beside the original fallen war tree. Reginald's expression grew serious. This scene also caused Lothar, the Imperial Fortress, who had been observing the battle from the sidelines, to narrow his eyes slightly. 3 ancient war trees of epic strength would be a significant challenge even for him to withstand. Your Majesty Reginald, leave it to me. You find an opportunity to lead the team in a breakthrough. Lothar took a step forward. Your Majesty Lothar you. Reginald glanced at Lothar, his face questioning. Don't worry, don't forget my title. I may not be able to defeat them, but that doesn't mean I will lose. Lothar smiled, raising his giant spiked shield in a gesture. Okay. Lothar's words made Reginald smile. Oh! Paxson, listen, these 2 gentlemen are trying to break through our defenses in this situation. What do you think we should do? Persis said sinisterly. You truly disregard us, Persis. Then we should stop hiding our intentions, Paxson said with a chuckle. The conversation between the 2 immediately gave Lothar and Reginald a bad feeling. After all, the enemy's confident tone clearly suggested they had something to rely on. Bang! 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 2 more eerie, fallen war trees strode over and stood beside the 3. For a moment, the enemy's 5 fallen war trees stood in a row, their power unmatched. This made Luther and the others look horrified. The 2 black-robed elders were also epic-level beings. So, that meant 5 plus 2, a total of 7 epic-level powerhouses. Even though they had great confidence in the Imperial Guardians, Lothar and Reginald, the other party. Lothar's face darkened upon seeing this. Your Majesty Reginald, it seems we're in trouble. Not really, it's just that it's difficult for us to break in, Reginald said, rapidly chanting an incantation. A thick, ochre-colored film of light suddenly enveloped Lothar. The Empire had sent these 2, having prioritized this. A knight who infuses his faith into his guardianship naturally possesses domain power, which is also defensive and protective. Add to that an Earth-type Dawn Wizard, equally skilled in defense. With this combined power, while the offensive power might not be all that strong, the defensive power would likely reach a certain extreme. Swish! A dense swarm of controlled, strange elves rushed toward the Imperial forces. The overlapping blood-green auras inflicted immense pressure on even legendary warriors, like Luther. Boom! Lothar's momentum surged, and combined with the Earth-Yellow Earth Guardian, he momentarily blocked the auras of the 5 fallen war trees. But judging by the veins throbbing like earthworms on his forehead, Lothar had already exhausted all his strength. After barely achieving a balance in the domain, the 2 sides engaged in battle. For a moment, the battle was intense. Persis and Paxson smiled at this scene. They knew they didn't need to defeat the Imperial Guardians before them. They simply needed to delay, or at least halt, their advance. When the Great Void Mother Tree truly descends, all these Imperial warriors will be reduced to ashes. In midair, still some distance from Ferdinand City, aboard the Imperial Swordbearer airship, Alina, Claire, Lambert, and the others watched the green dot enveloping Anna and a group of pure-blood elves as it rapidly receded into the distance, momentarily at a loss. Huh? Ms. Alina, look over there, isn't that the Imperial force? Lambert, arms folded, narrowed his eyes as he gazed into the distance, suddenly speaking to Alina beside him. It really does look like the Imperial force, seemingly engaged in a fierce battle with the cultists. Claire exclaimed in surprise, following Lambert's gaze. Alina, being the weakest, quickly picked up her bronze telescope and began observing. After a moment, she excitedly exclaimed, "Great! It should be the support force led by the 2 Imperial Guardians." Half an hour ago, she had received news of the Imperial support force from Swordbearer headquarters. That's right. Then there's no problem. We rendezvous with them immediately, Alina said with a sense of relief. Also, Miss Claire, please contact Miss Beyonce immediately. After she sees Lord Ryan, please report what's happening with Miss Anna. Yes, Miss O'Lear. Claire's pretty face was filled with excitement, seeing the Imperial reinforcements arrive, and a turn for the better. Well, both of you, the situation may not be so optimistic. Miss O'Lear, prepare the airship for battle. At this moment, Lambert, who was only a step away from the Sword Master, said something that seemed to dampen the mood. Lord Lambert, what do you mean? Alina immediately understood, and hurriedly picked up the bronze telescope again to investigate. As the airship approached, she could see clearly that even with 2 guardians, the Imperial army seemed unable to break through the cult's defenses. Oh my god! This 1, 2, 5, 5 monsters of epic power. Alina didn't know what the enormous humanoid tree was, but the circles of blood-green light made it clear that it must be some kind of domain. In other words, a monster of epic power. No wonder the Imperial army was stopped here. Hey, Lord Luther is here. This time, Alina spotted a familiar figure, Luther, riding a two-headed chimera, weaving in and out of the humanoid tree. All personnel, level 1 combat readiness. Ready heavy artillery, port and starboard. Commands were rapidly issued. 3 rows of black gun barrels appeared on both sides of the ship. 36 guns on each side, a total of 72 heavy artillery pieces on both sides. As the sword-bearer's exclusive airship, it naturally possessed considerable combat power. In fact, it was a combat airship modeled after the side of a battleship. Fire! Boom, boom, boom! The flames of the heavy artillery continued to spew out. Although the fallen war ancients possessed extraordinary power, their massive size made them perfect targets. Aiming was almost unnecessary. These human-shaped giants, over 30 meters tall, were practically walking targets. In an instant, 6 or 7 plumes of smoke erupted from the 5 fallen war ancients, a cascade of violent explosions. Many fleshy branches were blown off, and even the thick trunks of 2 fallen war trees were blasted with basin-sized dents, revealing the squirming red flesh within. Persis and Paxson, standing atop the ancient trees, were momentarily flustered and quickly cast another defensive spell. It wasn't that they feared artillery. But while heavy artillery was a mortal weapon, if it were hit head-on and caught unprepared, even they would suffer heavy losses. Looking for death. Persis, watching the Imperial airship suddenly appear in the distance, was instantly enraged. With a flick of his finger, a blood-green energy arrow shot rapidly towards Alina's airship, but was intercepted by Reginald's ochre-colored hand. Huh? Lothar glanced back. This is the mark of the Imperial sword-bearer. He immediately recognized the pattern on the huge airbag of the airship behind him. It was the mark of the Imperial sword-bearer. Luther, take a few people and protect the airship. Facing the Mother Tree cult's plans, Lothar naturally wouldn't let them go as they wished. Moreover, with the airship's heavy artillery to hold them back, the situation would be even more favorable for them. Meanwhile, on the long-distance airship, Beyoncé received a message from Claire. What? Beyoncé's eyes widened at Claire's description. Whether Anna and the pure-blood elves transformed into green balls of light and were taken to the Elven Mother Tree, or whether the reinforcements led by the 2 Imperial Guardians were blocked outside the core area of Ferdinand, both shocked Beyoncé beyond words. It was as if the level of battle in Ferdinand Forest had suddenly risen to a level beyond the reach of a quasi-legend like her. Knock, knock, knock! Captain, this is Beyoncé. An emergency regarding Miss Anna. Come in. Ryan, who had just mastered the 4th-level sorcery, Steelthorn Grove, looked up at Beyoncé, who hurried into the cabin with a solemn expression. Captain. Miss Anna transformed into a green ball of light, and was stopped by the support team led by the Imperial Guardian. Ryan's heart trembled upon hearing this, but he took a deep breath, calmed himself, and said slowly, I understand. How long will it take? 5 minutes. No, if we're overloaded, we be there in 3. Yes, prepare for battle. Yes, Captain. After Beyoncé left the cabin, Ryan stood up and walked under the airship. Ryan, are we going to fight? Just in time, I've already repaired it. Moria had just emerged from the suspended destroyer golem. Master, let me do it. Ryan thought for a moment, and said to Moria seriously. You want to personally rescue Miss Anna? Okay. This is the destroyer's control crystal. Just infuse it with your spiritual power. Mariah seemed to have a thought and laughed. It's understandable that young people want to be heroes and save the damsel in distress. This opportunity to shine should naturally be given to young people. Moria readily handed the destroyer control crystal to Ryan. Ryan took the crystal and, upon hearing what Mariah said, immediately realized he had misunderstood. However, time was of the essence, so there was no need for further explanation. Okay, sect leader. I keep an eye on it. At this moment, Mariah had another thought and offered a few words of caution. But Ryan, you must be careful. Using peak-level crystallized mental energy to control the destroyer will consume a significant amount. I suggest you try to end the battle within 10 minutes. Also, there's a hidden recess on the destroyer's back, perfect for a person. Okay. Outside the core area of Ferdinand City. The battle rages on. Although the Imperial team hasn't been defeated, the problem is that they've been dragged here. If the giant golden tree overhead truly completed its descent ritual, what would the consequences be? Just as Lothar and Reginald were at their wits' end, a clear, magically amplified female voice rang out from the sword-bearer airship. "Everyone, Captain Ryan will be here shortly." "Everyone, hold on a little longer." Even in the midst of battle, Lothar and Reginald both looked a little surprised. Is this little girl seriously ill? She's the captain? The sword-bearer captain? But even an adamantine-level sword-bearer captain, what use would she be in the current situation? These Imperial legends around him, if placed in the sword-bearer realm, would each be as powerful as an adamantine-level sword-bearer captain? However, when Luther, who was in the midst of battle, heard Ryan's name, he excitedly shouted, "That's fantastic." As for the two co-popes of the Mother Tree cult, they naturally heard Claire's magically amplified voice, but they naturally ignored her words and instead sneered. Unless it was another Imperial Guardian, or perhaps a legendary figure. He was probably here to make fun of me. Time ticked by. Suddenly, a beautiful, streamlined airship, carrying a massive metal golem, appeared in the sky. The long-distance airship acquired from Bowstaff naturally also boasted heavy cannons mounted on both sides. In terms of caliber, it was even larger and more powerful than the sword-bearer airship Alina was on. So, just as the crowd on the ground saw the airship, the streamlined craft quickly swung sideways and aimed one of its heavy cannons at the center of the battlefield. Immediately, the cannons roared and tongues of fire spewed out. However, what caught everyone's attention even more was the sudden, swift, catapulted crash of a massive metal golem from dozens of meters in the air. Bang! Bang! After crashing to the ground, the ferocious, 10-meter-tall golem leaned slightly to cushion its impact, then sped towards the center of the battlefield. Every step it took was accompanied by cracks, tremors, and groans in the ground. And, from its landing to its charge, it seemed. As the operator became more and more proficient, the golem's speed grew even faster. Persis and Paxton's eyelids fluttered at the sight. A question mark filled their minds. Is this the sword-wielding captain that girl just mentioned? There was no need to perceive it in detail. Just from the golem's massive size, even more exaggerated than that of the ancient war tree, and the destructive aura it wielded as it charged towards them, one could tell it was an epic force, absolutely formidable. Quick, you and I each dispatch an ancient war tree to stop it. Persis and Paxton exchanged glances and said, I've never heard of a golem this powerful in the Empire. Paxton nodded, cursing the sudden turn of events. The outcome was already decided. If they could successfully hold off the Imperial reinforcements, they could wait for the Great Void Mother Tree to descend and sweep away everything. But now, after releasing a series of vines, the two ancient war trees took advantage of the gap and swiftly rushed towards the destroyer controlled by Ryan. The three giants, moving towards each other at breakneck speed, were within striking distance within seconds. Faced with the pincer attack of two ancient war trees, one on each side, Ryan narrowed his eyes and commanded the destroyer golem to accelerate once more. He leaned slightly downward, his arms thrusting out with lightning speed. Iron Fist Combo. As Ryan silently chanted, the auxiliary turbines in his arms, and the main turbines behind him roared loudly. The carriage-sized fists in his left and right hand stretched and retracted with lightning speed, creating high-speed afterimages. The gusts of wind instantly roared past with the force of a Force 18 typhoon. Such a tremendous movement naturally caused both combatants to pause. Even the two Imperial Guardians, Lothar and Reginald, could not help but exchange glances after they had escaped the battle, each seeing surprise and confusion in the other's eyes. When did the sword-bearers have such terrifyingly powerful, oversized golems? And is this the power a sword-bearer captain should possess? Luther, who thought he was familiar with Ryan's abilities, stared at the scene in astonishment, muttering to himself, This is a bit. Before he could finish his words. Boom, boom, boom. The ground began to tremble, and the rumbling sound continued, like a chorus of thunder. Circles of air waves spread out like a tsunami, and two mushroom clouds suddenly exploded, soaring into the sky. When the dust settled, the entire scene was filled with two massive depressions, resembling meteorite craters. The ground had been compacted to the texture of metal, and the two fallen war trees had been snapped in half. At this moment, Luther managed to utter the rest of his words. That's too much. Chapter 461. Everyone present on the Imperial side stared in amazement at their allies, the colossal golem, the destroyer. They had, of course, heard the clear female voice that had just emanated from the sword-bearer airship. But at the time, they hadn't held out much hope. After all, even if it was an adamantium-rank sword-bearer captain, the difference between one more and one less wouldn't have made a dent in the current situation. But this one before them. The surprise was too great. It was almost terrifying. A little further away, on the sword-bearer airship, Alina and Claire stared at each other in astonishment. When had their master managed to acquire such an outrageous colossal golem? Could it have been from the ruins of Walzig? Even Lambert, always fascinated by swordsmanship, opened his mouth slightly when he saw the power of the destroyer golem, wanting to say something but not knowing where to begin. If he weren't resolute, witnessing this scene would undoubtedly have shaken his faith in the sword. After all, even if he reached the realm of a true sword saint, the behemoth Ryan was controlling wouldn't necessarily be his match. But the question is, how difficult is it to become a sword saint? Comparatively, controlling the colossal golem before him could possess combat power comparable to that of a sword saint. The choice was self-evident. The temptation was too great. Further away, on the airship, Beyoncé's cherry-red lips formed an O shape, a long pause. Although she had imagined the destroyer colossal golem's power when she saw it before, Beyoncé discovered that her imagination was sometimes a little lacking. The shocking and violent scene before her was deeply etched in her mind. Ha ha, great! Great! With the destroyer, I apply to the Empire in a couple of days to upgrade my school to a large school. Let's see which school dares to object. Moria, standing nearby, practically roared with excitement upon seeing this scene. Since the Bishio Construct School had long lacked a level 4 Dawn Wizard and lacked epic-level combat power, it had no chance of applying for promotion to a large school. It's no wonder Moria lost his composure. You know, the resource allocation differences between medium-sized and large schools are vastly different. Furthermore, medium-sized schools face a relatively heavier burden when it comes to the various tasks assigned by the Empire. Of course, the most important thing is the difference in status and the difference in voice. At this moment, the ancient corrupted war trees nestled in the pits on either side of the destroyer golem had been severed, their semicircular crown shattered, but dense tendrils of flesh and blood quickly emerged from their two broken trunks. It looked as if it was trying to reconnect the broken trunk. Be careful. These fallen war ancients have a strong ability to recover. Luther, aboard the two-headed chimera, witnessed this and hurriedly warned Ryan. He worried that Ryan might accidentally cause the two war ancients to recover. However, Luther's worry was unnecessary. Because before he could finish his words, a large, irregular ball of blue electricity surged from the destroyer's massive steel fists, accompanied by a sharp, crackling sound of arcing arcs. The next second, two balls of electricity, several meters in diameter, separated from the destroyer's fists and, like lightning, struck the fallen war ancient in the pit, where it was trying to recover. Boom! A dazzling blue arc of lightning flashed, and a burning smell emanated, filling the entire area. The two fallen war trees had now been reduced to two large shards of charcoal, their flesh and tentacles reduced to ashes, and even their crowns had been shattered by the lightning. Clearly, these two fallen war trees had completely lost their vitality, and recovery was impossible. After doing this, the destroyer golem controlled by Ryan slowly stood up and looked towards Persis and Paxson. Persis and Paxson were naturally shocked and angry at this scene. Persis wanted to ask Ryan who he was, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he realized that he had targeted them both, and a chill ran down his spine. Quick, Paxson, contact the Pope immediately, Persis whispered. At the same time, he immediately ordered the other three war trees to adjust their formation and quickly block his path. At the same time, inside the Imperial Palace in Ferdinand City, a group of black-robed figures, led by an elderly man, surrounded a high elf. They stood before a large, floating green crystal. All around them lay the corpses of elven guards. Even directly in front of the green crystal lay the bodies of several archdruids, wearing fern-leaf shoulder armor. Clearly, the Mother Tree cult, with the assistance of Prince Seidlin, had successfully captured the third defensive crystal. At this moment, the black-robed elderly man, Pope of the Mother Tree cult, Mina, who had a radiant expression on his face, suddenly frowned, as if sensing something. He casually pointed in the air. A blood-green mirror quickly appeared before him, and within it, the anxious face of Vice Pope Paxson appeared. Your Holiness, the Empire has received powerful reinforcements, and we're about to be overwhelmed. Are there several more guardians from the Empire? Hearing Paxson's words, Mina asked in confusion. That shouldn't be the case. They've also given up a significant amount of profit in this operation, and the other cults have also promised to respond. In the short term, the power the Dragon Empire can project into Ferdinand Forest should be very limited. No, not a Dragon Empire Guardian. It's a golem, a terrifying golem. Golem? Mina, Pope of the Mother Tree cult, was even more bewildered upon hearing this. As far as he knew, most of the Empire's golems were at the legendary level, and the few that possessed entry-level epic power were already truly remarkable. You two, plus the 5 fallen war trees, are equivalent to 7 epic-level warriors. You're telling me you can't stop a golem? Mina was speechless. I really can't, Your Holiness. We desperately need reinforcements. Oh no! That terrifying golem is attacking again. Damn! Before he finished speaking, Paxton's face in the mirror paled. Then, the image began to shake violently, as if a battle was taking place on the other side. I see. I'm almost there. I sent Prince Seidlin to help you. Hold on. Mina sighed. In his opinion, his 2 lieutenants were truly incompetent. Prince Seidlin, I'm sorry. You just heard someone trying to hinder my lord's arrival. Now that this area is clear, could your highness please move over and help hold off the enemy for a bit? Mina said to Prince Seidlin with a smile. Your highness, you're so polite. In that case, I go now. Prince Seidlin continued to gaze intently at the pale golden miniature tree before him, his eyes still somewhat hollow. Haha, then, your highness, I trouble you. Mina smiled at this, and immediately arranged for his subordinates to take Prince Seidlin to the defense line of Persis and Paxton. After Prince Seidlin left, Mina once again focused his gaze on the green crystal before him. Now, we just need to destroy this last crystal tower. With a wave of his hand, Mina led 5 black-robed sorcerers behind him to form a line and quickly pray. With the experience gained from the previous 2 attempts, the sorcerers seemed somewhat adept this time. Following a low chant, 5 blood-green energy balls converged in front of them, growing larger and larger until they formed a sphere roughly the size of a wash basin. Then, these 5 blood-green balls slowly drifted into the sky, forming a massive sphere the size of a millstone, its energy surging ever more intensely. From the dissipated energy, it was easy to discern the highly compressed energy within. The next second, Mina raised both hands, taking control of the enormous blood-green sphere, and threw it heavily towards the green crystal over 100 meters away. Swoosh! Boom! A massive mushroom cloud suddenly rose. A beam of green light shot up into the sky. The billowing air and shockwaves grew taller and taller, spreading like a tsunami. Instantly, the dozen or so black-robed subordinates surrounding Mina, responsible for defending the magic formation, collapsed to the ground like tumbling gourds due to the violent explosion. Many vomited blood, seemingly injured by the blast. But Mina, possessing epic strength and protected by the sorcery formation, was naturally unharmed. He remained with his hands raised, a smile on his face, as if basking in the light and warmth before him. A few seconds later, the green vortex began to vanish at a visible speed. First, the top became hollow, like a shattered eggshell, and then, it vanished completely. At that moment, the vast green canopy of the Elven Mother Tree, Andrasil, hundreds of meters high, was in full view. Of course, more importantly, from Mina's perspective, this also meant the enemy had completely lost their protection, and the countdown to the arrival of the Great Void Mother Tree had begun. Outside the core area of Ferdinand City, the Empire's strength had been greatly enhanced by the addition of the Destroyer Super Golem controlled by Ryan, while the Mother Tree cult had just lost 2 corrupted War Mother Trees. The balance of power on the battlefield had suddenly shifted. In the intervening moments, Ryan had destroyed another corrupted War Ancient Tree, while Lothar and Reginald had repelled Persis and Paxton. Suddenly, the Imperials, having nearly broken through the enemy's defenses, looked up at the sky. A third pillar of green light shot up into the sky. A powerful energy surge was heard, followed by a massive mushroom cloud. Because of his closer distance, Ryan could clearly sense the rapidly disappearing green vortex, the crystal barrier. This immediately caused Ryan's expression to falter on his side. But the next moment, something strange happened again. Suddenly, a dazzling, immensely thick green beam of light shot up from the sky ahead. The beam was so thick, nearly tens of meters in diameter. Under the pure green light, the previously thinner green crystal barrier suddenly thickened at an incredibly fast rate. In just a few seconds, the green vortex seemed to have returned to its original state before the crystal was destroyed. If one looked toward the base of the green beam, one would see that, surrounding the elf Mother Tree Andrasil, thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands, of elves were kneeling on one knee, their right hands resting on their chests, devoutly praying. Including Anna, thin strands of green energy continuously flowed from the elves into the elf Mother Tree Andrasil. This scene was a perfect example of filial piety. As children and offspring of the Elven Mother Tree Andrasil, all elves, at this moment, gave their all to help the Mother Tree resist the enemy. At the same time, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, on the second floor of the astrologer's terrace, as the astrologers busied themselves, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Quick, look! Looking in the direction the person pointed, they saw 6 or 7 small red dots suddenly appear on the map of the Empire's territory on the oval stone platform. Gold represents demigod-level energy fluctuations, while red dots represent epic-level energy fluctuations. Not good. Immediately notify Grand Astrologer Dalian. This advent in Ferdinand Forest isn't an isolated act of the Mother Tree cult, but rather the coordinated efforts of multiple cults. Dragon's Nest. Grand Astrologer Dalian lagged slightly behind, following the slender, red-robed Minia as they headed deeper into the Dragon's Nest. Although Minia, like Dalian, was an Imperial Guardian, she was a woman and held a special status. She was the aunt of the current Emperor. Thus, the other Dragon Empire Guardians, including Dalian, naturally showed Minia more respect. "How long will it take for your Majesty to recover?" Dalian asked, his eyes piercing as he gazed deep into the long, tall passage. "Not quite there yet, but it should be soon." The cult's timing was excellent this time. Minia shook her head. As they spoke, the two soon arrived at a hall even larger than the lair of the red dragon Thassa. From the slender, natural stone pillars surrounding it, it somewhat resembled a karst cave. The temperature here was exceptionally high, likely a vast space carved out by the erosion of lava. At that moment, Dalian and Minia's attention was focused on the massive creature before them. In the center of the hall, a massive, slumbering red dragon loomed. In terms of size, it was at least twice the size of Minia's fellow red dragon, Thassa. It was a red dragon nearly 100 meters long. It was also the largest dragon in the Dragon Empire. Its name was Straz, the Red Dragon King, known as the Throne of Flame. It had been the dragon companion of the previous Dragon Emperor, Carlos I. After the latter's passing, Straz became the companion of the current Emperor, Carlos II. During the last battle in the Imperial capital, Strozzi was also seriously injured. However, as a dragon, his recovery speed was still faster than that of humans, so he recovered before Carlos II. Chapter 462. Just as Minia was about to wake him, Dalian frowned and said, "Please wait a moment, Your Highness Minia." Dalian then reached out and lightly tapped the mark on the chest of his wizard robe. Dots of starlight immediately spread out, forming a circular starry sky pattern before him. A middle-aged astrologer, looking anxious, quickly emerged from the starry sky pattern. He said quickly, "Your Highness Dalian, abnormal energy fluctuations are occurring in 7 or 8 provinces, including Marne, Moselle, Savoy. Preliminary investigation indicates a cult is holding a prayer ceremony. There's a high possibility of the resurrection of evil creatures, the appearance of a projection or incarnation of an evil god, and we advise the Guardians to immediately intervene." "Huh? The cults have joined forces?" Minia, clad in a red wizard robe, naturally heard these words. "No, their goal is to spread their teachings unchecked within the Empire. Most of the cults are sworn enemies. It's probably just some level of cooperation. After all, the Empire is their common enemy," Dalian said, shaking his head. "Based on the intelligence we've just gathered, the major cults are simply becoming more active within their respective spheres of influence, not truly united. In that case, Your Majesty Dalian, once I awaken Your Majesty Strozzi, no one else will be needed," Minia said after a moment's thought. According to the original plan, in response to the arrival of the Void Mother Tree, Ganather, the Empire planned to dispatch not only Strozzi, the Red Dragon King, whose power rivaled that of a demigod, but also 5 other guardians. The intention was to completely wipe out the main forces of the Mother Tree cult with a sweeping force, and inflict a severe blow to the Void Mother Tree. However, given the current situation, for the sake of stability within the Empire, the other Imperial Guardians naturally could not be mobilized. Is this not safe enough? Don't worry, with His Majesty Strozzi here, there's no need to worry. Don't forget, Lothar and Reginald are still there, and with the help of the Elves' epic warriors, there shouldn't be any problems. Okay, Your Highness Minia, then please awaken His Majesty Strozzi." Dalian thought for a moment, unable to think of a more appropriate solution. "Yes," Minia nodded. "The great Imperial Guardian Dragon, Strozzi, Scion of Dragon, calls you to awaken from your slumber. Facing the threat of the evil god, Your Majesty is needed to deter evil." As Minia whispered the oath, Dalian could clearly feel the ground tremble slightly. At the same time, a terrifying aura rose within the vast lair. As a great astrologer, Dalian naturally knew many of the Dragon Empire secrets. For example, only direct descendants of the Dragon Empire's royal family could, through a contract oath, awaken the Red Dragon King, Strozzi. If anyone else attempted to awaken him, the consequences would be disastrous. Dragon beings awakened after being disturbed generally have bad tempers, and red dragons are particularly prone to this. Therefore, they would likely smite the Awakener to death. Furthermore, Dalian knew that Strotzit, as the Red Dragon King, also known as the Throne of Flame, was undoubtedly a formidable force. In his prime, he possessed the strength of a standard demigod. Even now, after numerous battles, and bearing some hidden wounds, he was undoubtedly the pinnacle of the Dragon Empire's might. Of course, for such a powerful Red Dragon King to willingly become the Dragon Empire's guardian dragon, there must be a special reason, perhaps a special connection. If we trace back the history, we must go back to the founding of the Dragon Empire. Just as Dalian's thoughts drifted, a pair of enormous, vertical pupils, the size of windows, suddenly opened. Simultaneously, a deep voice rang out, "Minia, what has awakened me?" Respected Red Dragon King, Throne of Flame, the Empire's guardian dragon, Ferdinand Forrest, the clone of the Void Mother Tree, Ganasser, is descending. Facing a demigod-level evil god, we urgently need your assistance. Minia quickly explained the situation. As her brother's former dragon companion, she was well aware of the fiery temper of the dragon before her, so she kept her story short. After hearing Minia's description, Stara's dragon eyes clearly took on a new level of seriousness. He slowly rose to his feet, his mountain-like form trembling with every movement. The surrounding dragon guards all expressed fear, a natural sense of oppression born of their bloodline. Ganather, the Mother Void Tree? It's been a while since I've heard the name. In that case, let's go, Minia. Ferdinand City, outside the core area. The sudden rupture of the crystal barrier, followed by the subsequent appearance of a green beam of light that resupported it, caused Persis and Paxton's expressions to change rapidly, like chameleons. From overjoyed delight to a gloomy, almost dripping with water. They had thought the outcome was settled, and that the next step would be to face the arrival of the great Void Mother Tree. Unexpectedly, the elves, already at the end of their strength, still had a trick up their sleeve, and were able to resist once again. Persis, it's time to fight to the death. Prince Sidron will be here soon. We just need to hold on a little longer, Paxton said solemnly. On their own, the two of them, and the two nearly defeated ancient war trees, were naturally no match for the Imperial army before them. But with Prince Sidron, the situation would be different. Prince Sidron of the Elven clan was among the most powerful of the epic elves, arguably the best. This was why, when they discussed their internal action plan, they had chosen Prince Sidron as the one to induce the fall. The hearts of the Imperials, including Lothar, Reginald, and Ryan, had just been in turmoil. We need to speed up. This green beam of light won't last much longer. As a Dawn Wizard, Reginald possessed a keen sense of perception. He could sense that while the green beam's power was immense and overwhelming, it still seemed somewhat inferior to the giant golden tree overhead. At the same time, he could vaguely sense that the giant golden tree overhead was still slowly descending. In other words, the green beam of light hadn't completely reversed the situation. It had merely delayed the arrival of the Void Mother Tree, Ganasser. Ryan's eyes narrowed slightly. Within the destroyer, he naturally heard Reginald's words, and immediately launched another attack. Boom! Boom! A giant destroyer golem, roaring with its turbines, rushed towards Persis and Paxton. Every step it took caused the ground to sink, tremble, and groan. Lothar and Reginald, one on each side, attacked the ancient fallen war tree in front of them. Faced with the terrifying power of the destroyer, Persis and Paxton's expressions changed drastically, and they immediately began to cast their spells. Persis pulled a pale golden rhizome, half the length of his arm, from his bosom. With a pained expression, he chanted an incantation and quickly threw it into the air. The pale golden rhizome, seemingly able to grow with the wind, suddenly expanded at an incredible speed. Starting as thin as a thumb, it instantly grew to the thickness of a wrist, and then expanded to the thickness of an adult's thigh. And their number grew from 1 to dozens, and then to hundreds. Suddenly, hundreds upon thousands of roots, their skin cracked, revealing the red flesh beneath, shot towards the giant destroyer golem where Ryan was. Paxton gritted his teeth and ripped a round pendant from his chest. Inside the round crystal ball at the pendant's base was a pale golden branch the length of his index finger. This was Paxton's greatest reward from the prayer ritual, his ultimate life-saving device, a gift from the Mother Tree, Ganassil. Paxton quickly chanted an incantation, then pointed forcefully at the destroyer where Ryan was. The pale golden branch instantly expanded to over 10 meters, striking like a golden spear with lightning speed, like a flash of golden lightning. But even more surprising was the sudden appearance of a green torrent behind the two men, emitting a dense, whirring sound as it cut through the air, aimed directly at the destroyer golem where Ryan stood. A closer look would reveal that this wasn't a green torrent at all, but rather a series of green energy arrows, their speed and sheer number creating this illusion. At the source of the green torrent, a slender male elf stood, his bow drawn and ready to fire an arrow. Persis and Paxton looked back, overjoyed, exclaiming, "Haha, Prince Sidron has finally arrived. Now, the advantage is on our side again." Faced with the siege of 3 epic-level warriors, Ryan naturally couldn't resist head-on. He simply leaped forward with his destroyer. But in an instant, the pale golden roots that had been deployed first, now densely packed and swarming, shot upward from below like a guided cruise missile. Following closely behind, they instantly entangled the destroyer's legs and gave a powerful tug. Boom! The destroyer was pulled back to the ground, and the golden branches and the torrent of green arrows were within reach. Ryan's heart suddenly erupted with alarm. Lothar and Reginald, standing nearby, were about to offer support when they were desperately entangled by the suddenly erupting war trees. The 2 fallen war trees, willing to endure a series of fatal attacks from the 2 men, were determined to temporarily hold them captive. Clearly, this was to facilitate Persis and Paxton's attack on Ryan. Aboard the airship in the rear. Not good. Moria, who was about to join the fight, saw the scene and his expression suddenly changed. The destroyer needs a Dawn Wizard to fully unleash its power. While a peak-level crystallization wizard can control it, its flexibility and power are far inferior. In fact, there was something else Mariah hadn't said. The current situation was actually even worse than he just said, because Ryan had just unleashed a series of lightning strikes. You know, for a peak-level crystallization wizard, manipulating the destroyer to perform special attacks consumes a significant amount of mental energy. The 10 minutes he mentioned earlier was when he wasn't manipulating the destroyer to perform special attacks. So, in this situation, even if Ryan could manage to withstand the opponent's attacks, his mental energy would likely be exhausted. "Lord Mariah, what should we do?" Beyonce, standing nearby, blanched at this. "You command the gunboats here, I go help," Mariah said to Beyonce, preparing to use his levitation technique to leap from the airship. His only thought at that moment was that if Ryan's mental energy ran out, he could quickly replace him and regain control of the destroyer golem. But then, a unique mental wave suddenly emanated from the destroyer golem, and a blue ball of light enveloped the destroyer. Moria's body, just as he was about to leap, froze. He suddenly looked up and stared forward, his eyes filled with disbelief, surprise, and joy. Thomas spin shield. How is this possible? A blue energy shield appeared on the destroyer's body, blocking the barrage of golden branches and green energy arrows. Beyonce's face was puzzled. She didn't understand how a golem could cast an energy shield for protection. Wasn't that so strange? Thomas's shield is one of the destroyer's special abilities, but to use it, the operator must be a Dawn Wizard, Mariah muttered. After hearing Mariah's words, Beyonce finally understood. Her beautiful eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, as she stared in shock at the massive figure in the distance. "Oh my God! Lord Mariah, doesn't that mean the captain?" "Well, I don't know how Ryan did it, but I think there's only one explanation. Ryan has just reached the level of a Dawn Wizard." However, even so, Mariah was still a little confused as to how Ryan had done it. A few seconds ago, faced with a deadly siege, Ryan knew that if he wanted to protect himself and the destroyer from serious damage, he would best use the Thomas's shield as described in the operator's manual. A special shield said to be able to withstand all epic-level attacks. However, this required a 4th-level Dawn Wizard as the controller. Only a Dawn Wizard's condensed mental power could activate the destroyer golem and unleash this ultimate defensive measure. In that case, let's break through. Ryan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately made a decision. He needed to quickly eliminate the enemies in front of him and rescue Anna. As for whether the 4th-level spell, Steelthorn Grove, was the optimal choice for his innate spell, it was now unimportant. At this moment, a system notification sounded. Progression begins. Continuing transformation. Instantly, Ryan felt the 3rd layered mental crystal within his spiritual sea begin to undergo a drastic transformation. On top of the original 3-layer crystal, a smaller, but more complex 3-dimensional structure appeared. It was the 4th-level metal-based sorcery, Steelthorn Grove. Around the crystal, the silver crystals, like diamond quicksand, suddenly transformed into a sphere, rapidly collapsing inward and compressing. Is this what's called mental force materialization? Ryan pondered. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Host detected breaking through the 3rd-level wizard level, unlocking the improvement limit for the 3rd-level innate sorcery, steel armor. Yes/no. This improvement will cost 37 gold skill points. Note, The improved innate sorcery will be more suitable for the host's use, with increased power, attack range, and other aspects. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately chose yes. Instantly, a vast stream of memories regarding the improvement of the third-level innate sorcery, steel armor, began to flood into Ryan's mind. At the same time, the 3 layers of mental force crystals in his spiritual sea also underwent synchronous fine-tuning. Soon, another system notification came. Ding! The host's third-level talent spell, Steel Armor, has been improved. The new spell model has been successfully adjusted, increasing spell power by 14% and reducing mental energy consumption by 17%. The improvement to the third-level talent spell was only a small part of this advancement. System notifications flashed across the screen. Host's mental energy has been significantly increased. Activating point transformation. Ding! Successfully promoted to 4th level wizard. Spirit increased by 50. Achieved the 4th level talent spell, Steelthorn Grove. In an instant, Ryan's perception of his surroundings became clearer, more profound, and more profound. At this moment, he could clearly sense the hundreds of emerald green energy arrows, the trajectory of each arrow, and the figure drawing the bow and shooting the arrows at their source. He could still sense that even with the destroyer's Thomas rotary shield activated, the golden branches before him continued to slowly penetrate. He could even sense that the massive green beam of light in the sky not far above him was gradually retreating in its confrontation with the golden tree. Although the green beam of light still surged with energy, vast and endless, it was already losing its momentum, as if slowly fading. But Ryan understood that none of this mattered, because the next step was his time. Chapter 463. Acadian, detecting the operator is a metal-type Dawn wizard. Control authority has been upgraded to level 1. Remove plasma cannon weapon restrictions. Remove transformation restrictions. Remove. Ryan, in the control room, instantly heard a mechanical voice. At the same time, Ryan also sensed that he could now control several of the destroyer's new abilities. In a split second, he naturally had no time to carefully review the system prompts. Instead, he immediately controlled the destroyer to meet the enemy. Swish! A circular arc of electricity suddenly appeared, flashing from the top of the destroyer's head to the bottom in an instant. This circular arc was one of the destroyer's new abilities, called Free Arc, which could dispel most immobilization spells. Snap! Snap! A dense sound of roots snapping could be heard. The dense, fleshy roots that had once tightly wrapped around the destroyer golem, pinning it to its spot, suddenly broke apart, releasing a burning smell. This scene horrified Persis and Paxson. Persis exclaimed, "How is this possible? This is a small piece of root gifted by my lord, and it can't even restrain him?" Persis, unconvinced, immediately bit his finger, intending to use his own blood to stimulate the root and once again wrap around Ryan. Paxson, hurry! I can't control it anymore. In reality, Paxson knew what to do without Persis's reminder. Although waiting a little longer, until the golden branch pierced the giant golem before detonating it, would have been the most effective, it seemed too late. The effect was almost there, but it was almost there. Explode! Paxson roared, thrusting his finger fiercely at the golden branch. But before he could finish his words, the massive exhaust pipe behind Ryan's destroyer suddenly accelerated with a roar. In an instant, the massive metal golem went from absolute stillness to extreme movement, like a top-of-the-line sports car. With a single throttle and a tailspin, it instantly traveled over 10 meters. Boom! The golden branch, still struggling with Thomas's vortex, suddenly exploded. But a gigantic, metallic figure emerged from the mushroom cloud, almost unscathed. Clearly, Paxson's detonation was in vain. This scene naturally made Persis and Paxson's faces pale. After all, they had used all their best tactics, but in the end, the opponent had somehow dodged and remained unscathed. How could they even fight? For a moment, their fighting spirit was shattered. The fallen war trees that stood by to block Lothar and Reginald were already inferior to Lothar and Reginald. After their brief burst of power, their momentum began to rapidly decline, their strength greatly reduced. Add to that the series of heavy blows they had received, and they were no longer able to stop Lothar and Reginald. Just as they each delivered a final blow to the fallen war trees, about to support Ryan, they looked back and were slightly stunned. Reginald looked at the destroyer golem, which had increased its speed by at least 40% and remained unscathed, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Why did they need their support? The only ones who needed support were the 2 members of the Mother Tree cult. Just now. If I'm sensing correctly, the mental force field that erupted earlier seemed to be a Dawn-level fluctuation. Could it be that the Captain Ryan the little girl just called out to is actually a Dawn wizard? But that seems impossible. There are only a few Dawn wizards who are sword bearers. Reginald thought to himself, his mind racing. But no matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't come up with a clue. His curiosity about Captain Ryan, whom he had never met, only grew stronger. Having easily dodged the combined attacks of the Mother Tree cult, Ryan naturally began to counterattack. Crack! The two thick shields on the destroyer golem's chest suddenly slid downward, revealing a row of 6 black muzzles. Plasma burst. Ryan muttered to himself. Bang! Bang! Ball after ball of blue plasma, like hundreds of blue electric snakes bound in a sphere, swirled and flickered, bombarding Persis and Paxson. Sensing the destructive energy within, the two men paled and swiftly turned and fled. But they hadn't anticipated the carpet-bombing effect of this plasma barrage, stretching for hundreds of meters, instantly engulfing the panicked and fleeing Persis and Paxson. Over 100 meters away, Prince Seidlin flashed and dashed out, intending to rescue them, only to return to his spot in an instant. Clearly, even he wouldn't dare confront the sheer force of the plasma barrage head-on. Boom! 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 The dense explosions echoed like rain hitting banana leaves, or like the low rumble of thunder that echoes through the heavens during a thunderstorm. For a moment, the rumbles were almost continuous. This caused Lothar and Reginald, who had planned to flank and rear-end the two men, to abandon their pursuit. The continued shaking of the ground, and the mushroom cloud that grew larger with the explosions, awakened the elves praying devoutly within the green vortex, and they looked in the direction of Ryan. This naturally included Anna. Somehow, perhaps due to her keen telepathy, Anna felt that the recent explosion was related to Ryan. But even if it was Ryan, facing that thing overhead, the girl glanced up at the golden giant tree in the sky. Her beautiful eyes, which had just lit up, suddenly dimmed again, as if filled with hope and extreme worry. However, the elves' distraction caused the thin strands of green energy converging toward the elven mother tree, Andrasil, to fade slightly, while the terrifying pressure overhead suddenly intensified. This startled the elves and half-elves, including Anna, who quickly bowed their heads and prayed devoutly. The sight of the destroyer golem unleashing a barrage of plasma naturally shocked Alina, Claire, Beyoncé, Mariah, and others aboard the nearby airships. This is a plasma barrage that can only be used with level 1 authority. It's truly Dawn. Only a Dawn wizard can perform this move. Moria, familiar with the destroyer's control manual, trembled with excitement. In an instant, a wave of happiness filled Moria's heart. He felt that today was the happiest day of his decades as the head of the Bishu Constructivist School. From the acquisition of the destroyer super golem to the arrival of his disciple, Ryan, in the Dawn, though he still hadn't figured out how, each surprise was greater than the last. Promoted to a major school? No, this was just the beginning. The future of the Bishu Constructivist School lay in the vast sea of stars. In the center of the battlefield. After the smoke and dust cleared, the miserable forms of Persis and Paxson were revealed to everyone. Persis's body was charred black, his black wizard robe, once adorned with gold thread, now tattered and naked. Streams of blood flowed from the tattered garments. Ah! More importantly, one of his legs had been completely shattered, the thigh bone protruding outward, a bloody mess. His left palm was also severed. He was now holding his left hand with his right hand, vomiting blood and wailing. Paxson, standing beside him, was naturally no better off. His clothes were torn, black smoke billowing out, and one of his eyes had been blown away, as if blasted by gravel. Both legs below the knees were completely gone, as if amputated. Paxson could only wriggle and struggle on the ground. In fact, to others, the fact that they had survived the incredibly violent plasma explosion was already considered quite formidable. Bang! Bang! The rhythmic sound of heavy footsteps approached them. Persis and Paxson struggled to look up at the towering, metallic, and ferocious golem. Their Adam's apples moved up and down, as if they were begging for mercy. But unfortunately, Ryan didn't give them a chance. The next second, the two of them felt their vision go black. Then, nothing more happened. From the outside, Ryan controlled the destroyer, skillfully lifting the 100-ton golem's lower limbs and stomping them down, like an elephant raising its foot to crush an ant on the roadside. And this scene seemed to slightly reduce the darkness in Prince Seidlin's eyes, as if a bit of clarity had returned. He spoke in the common tongue. Human warriors of the Dragon Empire, I am Prince Seidlin of the Elven clan. What has happened here has nothing to do with the human empire. According to the ancient covenant, I urge you to leave quickly. At this moment, Lothar and Reginald had already arrived beside the destroyer controlled by Ryan. Upon hearing Prince Seidlin's words, they exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Prince Seidlin, Look at the giant golden tree above you. Do you really have the nerve to represent the elves? Reginald said with a hint of sarcasm. It's because of you that the elves have suffered such a terrible disaster. You are a traitor to the elves. Traitors are always despised, whether by humans or elves. Humph. What do you know? Prince Seidlin, having regained some of his composure, was clearly stung by Reginald's use of the word traitor, and immediately retorted. The elven mother tree Andrasil is nearing its end. Only the arrival of the great void mother tree Ganisil can bring a bright future to the elves. Just as Prince Seidlin was about to speak, Ryan, unwilling to listen, launched a plasma ball at him. But Prince Seidlin's reaction and speed were incredibly fast. A figure seemed to remain in place, but his true form had retreated over 100 meters, arriving not far in front of the green vortex. Ryan and the other two quickly pressed forward. Although Prince Seidlin had fallen, it was merely a figment of his imagination, a master who supposedly could save the elves. His combat awareness and strength remained largely unaffected. Having just witnessed the destructive power of the Destroyer Golem's plasma cannon, Prince Seidlin knew that a head-on confrontation was unlikely to succeed. Furthermore, in addition to the Golem, the enemy also possessed two other epic guardians. As an epic elven ranger, ranged combat was his ultimate path to victory. Also, there was a reason for his retreat to this location. Here and now, with the golden giant tree, Ganisir, about to descend overhead, his strength could be further enhanced. Beast charge. Prince Seidlin shot a thick green energy arrow into the sky. The next second, it exploded like an emerald firework, followed by a shower of emerald green light. As each emerald green light touched the ground, it merged with vines, shrubs, flowers, and even trees, transforming into a green glowing bull, giant bear, wild boar, or other ferocious charging beast. Instantly, thousands of green glowing beasts rushed toward the group. Absolute barrier. A gigantic humanoid figure appeared before Lothar, slamming a spiked shield, also magnified dozens of times, into the ground, blocking his path. No matter how the energy-manifested beasts attacked and exploded, they remained unmoved. Reginald, on the other hand, cast a massive, earth-yellow hemispherical energy shield around himself. Immediately afterwards, he used the Hand of the Earth, striking the ferocious green beasts with both hands. Both men defended themselves, but Ryan was the only one who did not. The destroyer controlled by Ryan showed no fear of the energy beasts and charged directly towards Prince Seidlin, like a bowling ball careening through a swarm of ants. Prince Seidlin, slightly startled by this sight, immediately changed his attack. He drew his bow again, aiming at the destroyer golem. A swirling cross-shaped energy vortex began to form at the tip of the green arrow. As it gathered power, the cross-shaped energy vortex spun faster and faster, growing ever larger. The next second, with a sharp sound, an emerald green arrow, carrying a cross-shaped energy vortex at its tip, struck the destroyer golem where Ryan was with lightning speed and piercing momentum. Be careful, it's the vortex attack, Lothar warned loudly. He was well aware of Prince Seidlin's strength. Shortly after reuniting with Reginald of the Earth Pulse, he received top-secret intelligence from the Empire that the fallen among the elves was none other than Prince Seidlin. The vortex attack was Prince Seidlin's most powerful single-target attack, possessing immense piercing power. Even if he were the Imperial Bulwark, he wouldn't have taken such a direct hit unless absolutely necessary. But the destroyer controlled by Ryan showed no sign of evasion. Instead, the blue Thomas spiral shield reappeared, and he slightly raised his left arm. The emerald green arrow instantly dented the pale blue Thomas's shield, like someone poking a balloon with their finger. The cross-shaped vortex at the top of the emerald green arrow possessed extraordinary penetrating power, piercing the Thomas's shield, impervious to most dawn magic. But the next moment, it was blocked by the metal shield that suddenly appeared on the destroyer's left arm. Sizzle! The emerald green arrow penetrated the metal shield nearly half a meter, but that was all. Compared to the thickness of the destroyer's shield, it barely scratched the metal surface beneath it, leaving a small dent. The destroyer, who hadn't slowed down now, beyond Prince Seidlin's expectations, was already over 100 meters in front of him. His plasma cannon activated again, and a blue arc flashed from the dark hole. Not good. Prince Seidlin's eyes narrowed, his heart trembling, and he was about to dodge. Suddenly, a pair of ochre-colored hands shot out from the ground and swatted him like a man swatting a fly. The one who struck was none other than Reginald, master of the Earth-based dawn magic, known as Earth Pulse. While it might be difficult for him to single-handedly challenge Prince Seidlin, a well-timed attack from the side to delay his movements would be no problem at all. It wasn't as if Prince Seidlin would be trapped by these earthly hands for long. The mere pause was enough for a volley of blue plasma to engulf him. Boom! 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 The continuous roar echoed again. After a few seconds, the explosion ceased. But the smoke and dust hadn't yet cleared, and it was unclear whether Prince Seedlin was alive or dead. At this moment, everyone in the Empire looked to the side and ahead, because just now, in addition to the elves' resounding prayers, they had also heard another kind of prayer mixed in. Just to the right of the green vortex, dozens of members of the Mother Tree cult, wearing black robes and adorned with golden leaves, branches, and even tree symbols on their chests, gathered around the black-robed elder, praying loudly, "Great Mother Tree of the Void, your glory rests only with your blessing. Only then can we pray for your arrival." Crack! Instantly, a thick, blood-green beam of light shot straight into the sky. For a moment, a sound like glass shattering under the weight echoed through the void. The giant golden tree, occupying most of the sky, seemed to take a major step closer to this world, its pressure increasing dramatically. Even the giant green vortex, which had been battling the golden tree, now took on a noticeable concave shape at its top. The hemispherical green energy vortex was now compressed into a sort of ellipsoid, giving everyone the impression of being on the verge of collapse. Chapter 464. Just as Pope Mahena of the Mother Tree cult gazed smugly at the sky, a sudden warning flashed through his mind. He turned sharply, only to see a group of Imperial warriors on various flying mounts, led by 2 guardians, charging towards them. The massive beast in the center made him shudder with fear. No wonder Persis and Paxson couldn't stop it. I didn't expect the Empire to have such a devastating weapon like the Super Golem. Even Prince Seidlin couldn't defeat it. But you're too late, Mahena thought, his lips curling slightly. Where Ryan's destroyer immediately charged toward the green barrier ahead, while Lothar and Reginald quickly rushed toward the Mother Tree cult's prayer ceremony, which was clearly nearing its end. Suddenly, a ferocious beastly roar erupted from the smoke-filled plasma bombardment zone. Followed by this, a massive, ochre-colored bear, its body charred and covered in wounds, roared furiously from the smoke and dust, pouncing fiercely on the destroyer golem. The bear's stature exceeded 25 meters, its limbs thick and powerful, rivaling even the destroyer's size by a considerable margin. Clearly, this was some special transformation Prince Seidlin had performed. Bang! The bear leaped into midair, slamming its claws down on the destroyer, where Ryan was. In a split second, a metallic fist, gleaming with steel, struck the bear's abdomen like lightning. The bear's ferocious expression froze. A noticeable dent formed on its abdomen, and the spine snapped with a snap. At the same time, without the support of its strong spine, a strangely large bulge suddenly formed on its back. Then, the giant bear flew backwards at an even faster speed than when it came. While in midair, the giant bear's form suddenly changed dramatically. First, it shrank rapidly, then transformed into a humanoid form. None other than Prince Seidlin. Boom! Prince Seidlin slammed heavily onto the ground and continued sliding for dozens of meters, leaving a long gully before coming to a stop. Ugh! Ugh! After spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, the area covered in black in Prince Seidlin's eyes shrank again. He looked around, seemingly bewildered, and then fainted. However, Ryan had no time to check on the Elven Prince's life or death. Instead, he swiftly rushed towards the Elven Mother Tree. He had to find Anna immediately. Meanwhile, the Mother Tree cult's Pope, Mina, faced with the siege of Lothar and Reginald, 2 Imperial guardians, suddenly raised his hands and passionately roared his final words. Descend! There was a crack. Boom! The huge green vortex exploded again, followed by a massive blast of air that spread out in all directions. This time, the green vortex was clearly even more completely damaged than before. The golden giant tree in the sky suddenly closed in again, like the dark clouds of a summer thunderstorm. A close look revealed that the tree's lowest golden branches were almost touching the green canopy of the hundreds-meter-tall Elven Mother Tree, Andrasil. The elves praying in circles around the Elven Mother Tree, Andrasil, collapsed to the ground in dejection. Clearly, the failure of the Elven Mother Tree, Andrasil, to resist the golden giant tree had severely damaged the elves, including Anna. For a moment, everyone in the Empire was horrified. Is this coming? Crash! When the golden branches finally touched the emerald crown of the Elven Mother Tree, Andrasil, a second later, a terrifying aura that chilled everyone present descended upon this world. The Elven Mother Tree's emerald crown, over 200 meters in diameter, suddenly turned to pale gold. It was like pouring a bottle of ink into a basin of clear water, quickly contaminating it. The immense emerald crown turned golden from the top, rapidly spreading downwards. In just a few seconds, 1/3 of the area was stained golden. The surrounding elves, including several epically powerful druid elders, had already sustained severe injuries from the previous confrontation and could only watch helplessly as this scene unfolded. Many of the elves wept. "Haha, my lord has arrived, and you will all die. But this is also your honor. As the first sacrifices for my lord's arrival, if you surrender now, I will grant you some privileges, such as choosing a dignified death." "Ha ha!" Minna, the Pope of the Mother Tree cult, laughed wildly as he struggled to fend off the attacks of Lothar and Reginald. But suddenly, Minna's smile faltered, like a barking wild dog suddenly being strangled by the neck. Following his gaze, he saw two enormous dragons, one large and one small, suddenly fly from the distant sky. The larger dragon was exceptionally massive. Yes, extraordinarily massive. Beside this enormous dragon, the normal-sized red dragon beside it looked as tiny as a 3-year-old child carried by a strong man. At this moment, Ryan, controlling the destroyer as it sped towards the base of the mother tree, narrowed his eyes. He recognized the normal-sized red dragon at a glance. He had seen it before. If he remembered correctly, it was Thassa, the dragon companion of Her Majesty the Red Queen Minia. He also had a dragon scale she had given him. While he didn't know the exact significance of the exceptionally large red dragon, it was clearly a powerful ally of the Empire. "Great. It's the Red Dragon King, His Majesty Strazza of the Throne of Flame, who has come in person," Lothar said with a sigh of relief. Facing the impending arrival of the Void Mother Tree, Ganasser, he, as commander of the Imperial reinforcements, faced immense pressure that others might not have realized. "Yes, and Her Royal Highness, the Red Queen Minia." Reginald nodded and smiled. Reginald and Lothar had also concluded their battle with the Mother Tree cult's Pope, Mina, and had conveniently made their way to the destroyer golem where Ryan was. The Throne of Flame? Ryan pondered. Because from all the wizard information he had previously researched, or from casual conversations between him and the sect leader, Moria, at the Valzig ruins, Ryan knew that anything with the word throne as a suffix was inherently exceptional. These two words signified that the opponent's strength had reached the level of a level 5 full moon wizard. That's what's commonly known as a demigod. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a throne. Ah! Foreign deity. This world is not for you to covet or meddle with. Accompanied by a dragon's roar that resounded through the heavens and earth, a deep, resonant voice echoed in the hearts of every living being present. Although it echoed within everyone's hearts, everyone knew that this voice wasn't addressed to them, but to the golden giant tree in the sky. Faced with a warning from the flaming throne, Strauss, perhaps because it couldn't understand or perhaps because it sensed some kind of threat, the golden giant tree, represented by the Void Mother Tree, Ganather, did not respond. Instead, a golden light shone brightly, suddenly accelerating the speed of the infection. The emerald green canopy of the Elven Mother Tree, Andrasil, was instantly infested, emitting a golden glow. This caused Andrasil to groan in pain. A faint human face, indistinguishable between male and female, appeared on the trunk of the massive banyan tree, hundreds of meters tall. "Red Dragon King Strash, please stop him from taking over my body." The Elven Mother Tree's cries for help and its accelerating infestation clearly enraged the Red Dragon King, Strash, known for his explosive temper. "Foreign deity, my flames will burn you to ash." With a furious roar, a continuous, immense breath of flame erupted from the nearly 100-meter-long Red Dragon King Strash. In an instant, the air within a radius of hundreds of meters seemed to ignite, and oxygen was instantly depleted. Hundreds of meters of blazing flames completely engulfed the golden giant tree, Ganather, which had just completed its half-descent in the sky. Even a portion of the crown of the Elven Mother Tree, Andrasir, was affected below. For a moment, it seemed as if half the sky was ablaze with the supreme flames of the Red Dragon King, Strauss. Standing nearby, Red Queen Minia observed the scene with a calm expression. This is the power of the Red Dragon King. Facing an evil deity like the Void Mother Tree, Ganather, whose ministry is inclined towards plant growth, flames are perhaps the most damaging form of energy. This is why, upon learning of the Mother Tree cult's actions, the Empire deliberated and hoped she would awaken His Majesty, the Red Dragon King Strauss, to take action. At this moment, golden starlight began to fall from the sky, along with leaves and even golden branches entwined with flames. Clearly, all these things were emanating from the golden giant tree in the sky. Upon witnessing this scene, the Mother Tree cult's Pope, Mahena, grimaced in disbelief as he muttered to himself, "No! My lord will not fail." He repeated this phrase over and over again. Then, as if to reassure himself and the followers still resisting behind him, Mahena's voice grew louder and louder, swiftly followed by a frantic roar. No! Not even the Red Dragon King can defeat a true god. It was unknown whether Mahenna's cries, a fanatical believer, had fully awakened the Void Mother Tree, Ganasser, or whether Ganasser truly felt the pain. A harsh, ethereal voice rang from the golden giant tree in the sky. How dare a lowly reptile harm the great? Suddenly Ryan, who was very close to the mother tree, felt a faint sense of aversion. For at this moment, he keenly noticed that although the Red Dragon King's flames were still scorching the enemy, the golden starlight falling from the sky had strangely stopped falling. Instead, it began to hover in midair. The next second, hundreds of golden light points, like fleeting golden meteors or cruise missiles finding their target, descended upon the massive Red Dragon King in the sky, attacking him swiftly. The speed was unparalleled. In an instant, Red Dragon King Straz was enveloped in golden light. Then, the golden light points coalesced, like a megaton nuclear bomb exploding, a dazzling shockwave aura flashing across the sky. Boom! Followed by a deafening explosion. Accompanied by the shrill roar of a giant dragon, a massive mushroom cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. This scene not only shocked the Imperials, but also left the members of the Mother Tree cult stunned. On the Imperial side, whether it was Red Queen Minia, Lothar, Reginald, or the others, none had anticipated such a sudden turn of events. Choosing an attack at the crucial moment of the enemy's arrival was arguably the best option, precisely when the enemy was struggling to balance both ends, facing the rejection of their world while also fending off the Red Dragon King's blazing flames. Even gods would be defeated. The problem was, seemingly because the Void Mother Tree, Ganather, had lost so much true spirit due to her injuries, she, in her rage, disregarded the losses and severely injured the Red Dragon King, Strazza. To put it simply, it seemed as if the Void Mother Tree, Ganather, had been driven mad. But even more precarious were the pure-blooded elves closest to the energy shockwaves. Get out of the way! Luther and the other flying knights immediately shouted to the elves. Clearly, the aftermath of the clash between demigods was too much for ordinary spectators to witness. The problem was that most of the elves were exhausted after the devastating prayers they had previously endured. It was too late to evacuate the core area of the clash between the two demigod-level warriors. Among the elves, Anna's slender, white hands tightly clasped those of her Aunt Drana beside her. Drana, holding Anna in her arms, said lovingly, "Don't be afraid, child. If this is the fate of all elves, then we will bravely face the final moment." "Yes," Anna nodded, leaning back into Aunt Drana's arms, saying nothing. She slowly closed her beautiful eyes, her long eyelashes flickering slightly, as if reflecting on memories and expressing her inner turmoil. For some reason, she felt unafraid in Aunt Delana's embrace, yet tears welled up in her eyes. Perhaps it was regret. Instantly, Anna's mind flashed through many past memories. The gentle companionship of her mother, the difficult times of living alone, and most of all, the memories of her time with Ryan. Faced with the surging energy torrent, the black-robed members of the Mother Tree cult, unable to dodge, were like snow under the scorching sun, no, a thin layer of frost. Instantly, it vaporized. Before even a scream could escape, it and its black robes were instantly reduced to ash. This was a demigod-level clash. Even though it wasn't in the core area, the radiating energy was more than even legendary or lower could withstand. But then, a blue shield suddenly appeared before Anna and Drana. Simultaneously, an immensely tall figure loomed over them, and the nearby pure-blooded elves. Elsewhere, ochre-colored shields and the phantoms of giant spiked shields appeared, protecting a significant number of pure-blooded elves. Anna, seemingly unable to sense the onset of pain, trembled as she opened her beautiful eyes. The next moment, she was shocked to discover that the sky had been obscured by a massive, metallic figure. "This is..." Drana's face was filled with confusion. "It's me!" Soon, a familiar voice echoed. "Ryan! Why are you here?" Anna's eyes widened in surprise. And now, the massive red dragon in the sky, its scale shattered, teetered, seemingly about to plummet from the sky in a split second. However, Strazza had managed to flap his massive fleshy wings, steadying himself, and quickly turned and flew off into the distance. The golden tree in the sky also shattered and slowly vanished. Just when everyone thought the two demigods had been equally wounded, the elven mother tree, Andrasil, suddenly emanated a golden glow. This sight caused the despairing Minna's eyes to widen suddenly, a look of immense surprise on his face. He exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! I told you! How could my lord be defeated? My lord has arrived." Chapter 465. This scene naturally caused the expressions of everyone present in the Empire to change drastically. What is the power of a demigod? Even the aftermath of the previous clash had clearly revealed it. Even someone as powerful as Her Highness, the Red Queen Minia, had been severely damaged by the aftermath of the Void Mother Tree, Ganasser, striking too close to the Red Dragon King, Straz, and the aftermath of the attack, which had resembled a barrage of thousands of golden meteors. At this moment, Minia and her fellow dragon, Thassa, were struggling to rise from the fallen ground, both in dire straits. On the scene, the only Imperial warriors remaining unscathed were the two Imperial guardians, Lothar, the Imperial fortress, and Reginald, the Earth Pulse, as well as Rain, who had just relocated Anna and Drana. But the enemy was a newly descended deity of unfathomable power. The Mother Tree, Ganasser, and Mina, a pope of the Mother Tree cult whose combat power rivaled Reginald's. Of course, everyone's focus was naturally on the former. The opponent, boasting the power of having defeated the Red Dragon King, Strozad, momentarily dared not approach to test his strength. Hurry! He was attacked by His Majesty Strozad during his descent, so his descent is incomplete. Therefore, even if he manages to succeed, he will only be at peak epic strength at best. If we wait until he fully recovers, then... At this moment, Minia, clad in a red wizard robe, clutching her chest, staggered to her feet, her pretty face anxious. At this moment, Minia was in very poor condition. If it weren't for the several trigger-activated defensive magical devices she always wore, her injuries would have been far more severe, even if she hadn't died. But even more heartbreaking was the death of her fellow dragon, Thassa, at her feet. Just 2 days after recovering from his injuries, he was once again severely wounded and groaned in pain. Upon Minia's warning, the two Imperial guardians, Lothar and Reginald, exchanged a quick glance and decided to test the waters. After all, if the opponent was at the peak of epic, there was still hope. Of course, to be cautious, Reginald immediately cast a 4th-level Earth-based defensive spell, Earth Shield, on Lothar, who was already skilled in defense and wielding a sturdy shield. Thus, protected by both shield and spell, Lothar swiftly charged towards the newly descended Mother Tree, Ganathir. Naturally, Mina, the Mother Tree cult's pope, attempted to intervene, but Reginald's hand of earth blocked his path. However, just as Lothar charged forward, to the surprise of most, the first to attack were 2 airships. Whether it was fearlessness or Minia's warning, I don't know. Both the sword-bearer airships carrying Alina and Claire, and the Voyage airships carrying Beyonce and Moria, had already formed battle lines in midair. They swung their craft sideways, and opened fire fiercely at the Golden Tree. For a moment, tongues of flame stretched and shone from the sides, and the heavy artillery roared. Boom, boom, boom. But alas! These shells, packed with high-speed kinetic energy, suddenly exploded just tens of meters from the Golden Tree. A massive golden hemispherical barrier completely protected the hundreds-meter-tall Golden Tree. Clearly, the airship's heavy artillery might be able to severely injure a legendary powerhouse with a direct hit, and perhaps even inflict minor damage to an epic powerhouse by surprise. But it was impossible to harm the Void Mother Tree, Ganasser, descending before them. However, this wasn't entirely ineffective. At least it allowed the Imperial warriors to directly sense the enemy's strength. It was indeed, as Red Queen Minia had warned, at the epic peak. There was no demigod level. After all, a demigod wouldn't have needed to expend divine power to create a protective barrier against the heavy artillery fire. Their domain alone would have been enough to annihilate the shells. This also reassured the legendary warriors, like Luther. They began to remotely control their flying mounts, spreading out in a large formation, surrounding the Golden Tree from afar and launching a series of ranged attacks. For a moment, metal spears, sharp arrows, sorcery, and more rained down upon the Golden Tree. While the effect was minimal, it did at least attract the enemy's attention, perhaps draining some of their divine power, creating an opening for the advancing Imperial Guardian, Lothar. At this point, Lothar had already entered the Golden Tree's domain. Armed with sword and shield, Lothar's body erupted with a powerful force of faith, swirling like flames. He charged into the golden realm of the Void Mother Tree, Ganathir. It was like a meteorite slamming into the sea. Instantly, he had captured the majority of the Void Mother Tree, Ganathir's attention. Over a dozen golden branches swept towards him, striking hard. The deeper he went, the thicker the golden realm became. Soon, Lothar slowed, unable to dodge. Bang! A golden branch, tens of meters long, struck Lothar head-on, known as the Imperial Fortress. Instantly, Lothar was flung back dozens of meters, like a cannonball. With a boom, he slammed heavily into the distant ground, creating a small mushroom cloud. Ryan and the other Imperial reinforcements watched this scene with mixed feelings of joy and worry. The good news was that the enemy's series of counterattacks had proven once again that, As Her Majesty the Red Queen Nina had said, their descent was incomplete because it had been interrupted by the Red Dragon King, Strazza. After the interruption, the enemy now possessed only peak epic strength. The bad news was that even at peak epic strength, judging by the enemy's massive size, hundreds of meters tall, and Lothar's failed attempts, it was clear that this peak epic was probably the most difficult to deal with. Having stationed Anna and Drana in the rear, Ryan commanded the destroyer to stand up. "Anna, Lady Drana, I'm going. Be careful." "Ryan, you have to be careful." Anna tried to dissuade him, but then realized what was happening. Ryan, at this moment, was just like her earlier. There were some things he couldn't say no to. She did it for her people. Ryan was the same. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan sped towards Lothar's position, instantly unleashing his destroyer plasma burst. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a vast expanse of blue plasma exploded, forming a barrier that knocked back several metal branches that had just attempted to pursue him. Swoosh! A familiar figure emerged from the smoke and dust. It was Lothar. However, his level 4 defensive sorcery had vanished, and the ochre-colored energy vortex had vanished. Even his sturdy armor seemed to show faint cracks. Would level 4 defensive sorcery only block a moment? This made Ryan slightly alarmed. This level of power was beyond the reach of even the supergiant Golem Destroyer, its forte in melee combat. Think about it, the destroyer stood over 30 meters tall, while the Void Mother Tree descending before him was over 300 meters. Given the opponent's displayed strength, even if he controlled the destroyer, combined with all the Imperial warriors present, his chances of victory were slim. His primary purpose for this trip was to rescue Anna. Now that that goal had been achieved, if the enemy proved too strong, there was no need to stay and fight. Because he had the system, there was no need to continue to fight the enemy. However, Ryan now had another identity, the Imperial Sword Bearer. Seeing so many of his colleagues fighting so hard, he couldn't just walk away. At least give it a try. Huh? As he hesitated, something suddenly flashed across Ryan's vision, and his eyes lit up. He maneuvered the destroyer at high speed, distracting the golden tree from a distance. He then quickly jumped off its back and sprinted towards Red Queen Nina. At that moment, the battle was raging, sorcery swirling in the air, and dust billowing everywhere. Few noticed Ryan's actions. Even if they did, they would have assumed he was trying to rescue Red Queen Nina. Halfway through, Ryan paused, quickly leaning over and gently touching a pool of golden blood on the ground, still shimmering with light. This was the largest pool of blood that had fallen from the sky when Red Dragon King Strazza was wounded. As Ryan's hand touched the pool of golden, viscous blood, a system prompt appeared, as expected. Ding! Detection. Host has touched a small amount of Red Dragon King blood essence. A large amount of absorbable dragon gene fragments has been found. Yes/no? Note: absorbing this dragon gene fragment significantly increases the host's dragon bloodline concentration. Substantially? For a moment, Ryan was at a loss for words. The Red Dragon King's serious injury was certainly a bad thing, but if the other party hadn't been injured and hadn't shed blood, he wouldn't have been able to absorb its gene fragments. Alas, we're all colleagues in the Empire. After absorbing your blood, I do my best to destroy this so-called Void Mother Tree clone. Ryan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, then, without hesitation, chose yes. Instantly, he felt a sudden, scorching, almost stinging, heat surge from his fingertips, where they had touched the golden blood, rapidly flowing through his body. Throughout this entire process, even after Ryan stood up, the changes to his body continued. Ryan also returned to the destroyer's rear. Perhaps because the Red Dragon King's bloodline was too concentrated, after the heat flow was completely absorbed, a system notification flashed across the screen. Congratulations, your mutant dragon bloodline concentration has been elevated to pure blood. Congratulations, with the power of your bloodline, you have unlocked the 5th form of the mutant dragon bloodline, Giant Dragon form. In this 5th form, the host will continue to possess the Void Dragon's special ability, Void Transformation. Void Transformation effect consumes a certain amount of mental energy to transform the body into void. During this period, the host is immune to 90% of physical attacks, and 50% of sorcery or other energy attacks. In the 5th form, the host will continue to possess the special ability, Two Heads. Two Heads effect. In addition to the host's head, a Void Dragon head will also grow, capable of unleashing Void Breath. Ding! The host's Dragon Bloodline concentration has increased to pure blood, and the Dragon Sorcerer's core skill, Dragon Soul Smash, has increased in power. Mutated Dragon Bloodline 5th form, Giant Dragon form. Upon activation, The entire body transforms into a giant dragon. Immunity to all low and mid-level poisons and diseases, and immunity to sorcery damage below 200 degrees. Note: duration is directly proportional to bloodline concentration and physical fitness. Bloodline concentration has increased? Yes, that's the blood of the Red Dragon King. Ryan was overjoyed upon seeing this prompt. Fifth form? Giant Dragon? Hiss. Another killer move. Increased power of Dragon Soul's heavy attack? In that case, it's not impossible to fight this epic level deity before me. Ryan instantly looked at the majestic golden tree before him, his eyes sparkling. But then, another thought occurred to him. Dragon Beast form consumes a great deal of his energy, so wouldn't Dragon form be the same? Ryan's mind flickered, as if a thought had occurred to him. He quickly flipped through the previous system notifications. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful foe and earned 58 gold skill points. Congratulations, your willpower, hidden, attribute has been increased. Congratulations, your Dragon Vein Wizard, legendary, class level has been increased. Congratulations, your Dragon Vein Wizard, legendary, class level has been increased. Previously, he had killed Persis and Paxson in quick succession, and later, he had defeated the traitorous elf Prince Seidlin. All three were truly epic level powerhouses, especially the latter, who appeared to be a veteran. This allowed his legendary class, Dragon Vein Wizard, to advance 4 levels in a row, from level 9 to level 13, gaining 4 attribute points and 4 skill points. Adding the remaining 2 attribute points and 8 skill points, Ryan now has a total of 6 attribute points and 12 skill points. As for gold skill points, although 37 were consumed during the upgrade, 148 were awarded, bringing the total to a record high of 388. Of course, Ryan's top priority right now is naturally his attribute points. With 6 attribute points, even if his transformation into a dragon consumes a significant amount of energy, it's enough to sustain him for a while. But, just to be safe, it's best to send the destroyer first. When Ryan ascended to Dawn Wizard, he gained full control of the destroyer. After all, the destroyer's most powerful move is the self-destruction of a large energy furnace. Of course, after using this move, the destroyer is effectively useless, completely uncontrollable. But compared to taking direct risks, this was no reason to hesitate. Having planned his strategy, Ryan immediately controlled the destroyer and charged towards the mother tree, Ganasser. Puff! Puff! As the destroyer golem burst into the golden realm and approached the giant golden tree, a dense system of pale golden roots, like giant pythons, suddenly emerged from the ground and rapidly coiled around the destroyer, pursuing it. Thomas Spin. Ryan immediately activated the spin, dodging sideways while firing plasma and continuing his charge. This scene immediately captured everyone's attention. For at this moment, Ryan's destroyer was already dozens of meters away from the Void Mother Tree, Ganasser. Just as everyone was wondering why Ryan didn't control the destroyer to fight outside, instead choosing to charge in, suddenly, as the destroyer's speed slowed due to the sticky golden field, a thick golden root suddenly wrapped around its leg. Then, 2, 3. Ryan! Anna's beautiful eyes widened, her hands covering her mouth as she exclaimed in shock. At that moment, a familiar figure flew backward from the destroyer's back like lightning. Crack! Suddenly, a large furnace core, equipped with abyssal fire crystals, suddenly ejected from the destroyer's chest. Then, like a missile, the spherical furnace shot towards the golden giant tree in front of it. Because the distance was so close, the Void Mother Tree, Ganasser, didn't seem to fully react. After all, the roots had already grasped this metal nub, so how could the other party suddenly? Boom! A powerful explosion, comparable to a small nuclear bomb, instantly spread out from the Void Mother Tree, Ganasser, at its center. Ganasser's painful groan echoed in everyone's heart. Hiss! The powerful Imperials gasped, yet at the same time, felt an indescribable sense of relief. The pain that the Red Dragon King, Strauss, had just endured on the Imperial side, this other party now thoroughly enjoyed. However, only one person, witnessing this scene, felt a mixture of joy and sorrow. On the airship. Alas! This. Never mind, let's just consider it for the Empire. What a pity! This is a destroyer golem, the sect leader, Mariah, muttered to himself. In fact, when he saw Ryan controlling the destroyer's continuous advance, he had guessed Ryan's likely next move. After all, he had also read the destroyer's control manual. Chapter 466. It was at this moment that Red Queen Mia finally paid her last attention to Ryan. She had accompanied His Majesty the Red Dragon King, Strass, to Ferdinand's city for the battle, and shortly after, the incident had occurred. Although they had interrupted the arrival of the Void Mother Tree, Ganasser, the Red Dragon King had departed gravely wounded, and she herself had been severely injured. It was only when the Destroyer Golem charged into the Mother Tree, Ganasser, that Minia realized the epic-level combat power of this colossal golem, which garnered her extra attention. Does the Empire have this type of golem? Huh? This young man? Seeing Ryan's figure catapulted away from the Destroyer Golem, Minia felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Minia's dragon companion, the Red Dragon Thassa, struggled to raise his head, his large, vertical pupils similarly gazing at Ryan's figure with curiosity. However, Thassa quickly realized something. Minia, this is Ryan, the young man from Meister. What? Him? How is this possible? Minia's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Ryan, completely bewildered for a moment. Before, his strength was only. But now he's a Dawn Wizard? Minia muttered to herself. Yes, but it's definitely that young man. Had you forgotten? I gave him a dragon scale. Thassa's dragon eyes flickered as she studied Ryan. What intrigued her even more was the subtle aura of blood he emanated, a unique aura that only dragons could sense. How come it smells even purer than Minia's bloodline? However, as the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the man and the dragon stopped discussing Ryan and focused their attention on the formidable enemy in the center of the arena. A massive, charred dent, tens of meters in diameter, appeared on the trunk of the hundreds-meter-tall golden giant tree. A slightly greater force would have blasted through the immensely thick trunk. Despite the severity of the injury, the golden halos surrounding the wound intensified. Golden light continuously streamed from other parts of the giant tree's body toward the wound. Clearly, the Void Mother Tree, Ganasser, was attempting to repair itself and heal the wound. However, even with abundant energy, such a massive wound would take far too long to heal. Furthermore, judging by the fact that the Void Mother Tree, Ganasser's golden domain had shrunk by half, the powerful Imperial warriors present all sensed that the opponent's strength had plummeted. It had probably dropped from the peak of epic to the late epic level. This caused Luther, Lambert, Mariah, and other legendary powerhouses of the Empire to beam with joy, their spirits rising. They unleashed a variety of sorcery, arrows, javelins, and other long-range attacks intensifying. The Mother Tree cult's Pope, Mina, and the remaining followers, upon witnessing this scene, all wore expressions of dismay. Clearly, they found it difficult to accept the outcome. No! We haven't failed yet. As long as we escort our lord back, there's still hope. At this moment, something unexpected happened beneath the Mother Tree's feet. Puff! Puff! A host of pale golden roots suddenly emerged from the ground, engulfing hundreds of elves, who hadn't yet completely left the core area. As soon as these roots engulfed the elves, numerous spikes suddenly erupted and swiftly penetrated the bodies of these already dying elves, having experienced 2 explosions. Like straws, these spikes gulped down the elves' blood and various bodily fluids. In just a few seconds, the elves' bones seemed to have melted away, their entire essence absorbed, leaving only a thin layer of skin that drifted away in the wind. With the deaths of over 100 elves, the Golden Tree's healing speed increased dramatically. The massive dent, originally 20 or 30 meters in diameter, had shrunk to a diameter of just over 10 meters. Reginald immediately understood the reason. The elves and the original elven Mother Tree, Andrasil, were practically one. And since the Void Mother Tree, Ganassil, now occupied Andrasil's body, it could naturally restore Andrasil's original form by devouring the elves. Quick! Attack these roots emerging from the ground, Reginald warned immediately. Get the elves away. The farther the better. The Empire's mighty warriors sprang into action, either rescuing nearby elves or manipulating their flying mounts to attack the roots as best they could. Even Lambert and Moria, who had previously been responsible for the airship's defense, disembarked from the 2 airships in the rear to join the attack on the Mother Tree's roots. After all, they couldn't let the enemy overturn the favorable situation they had worked so hard to create. Lothar chose not to attack the Void Mother Tree, but instead swapped positions with Reginald. He was responsible for entangling Mina, the Mother Tree cult's Pope, while Reginald used his sorcery to attack the Void Mother Tree, Ganasser, from a distance. Even for Lothar, known as the Imperial Fortress, close combat with the hundreds-meter-tall Void Mother Tree was far too dangerous. However, if he could simply contain Mina, the Pope of the Mother Tree cult, it would be much easier. As soon as Reginald freed himself from Mina's entanglement, he immediately began chanting. Until now, he hadn't had the opportunity to unleash his dawn-killing move. Now, after the Void Mother Tree had suffered a series of severe blows, the situation was completely different, and his Dawn-killing move had a place to be used. He believed that even if his Dawn-killing move couldn't seriously injure the Void Mother Tree, it would still cause considerable trouble. Level 1 Sorcery, Mud. As Reginald chanted, the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters suddenly became soft and muddy. Level 2 Earth Binding Spell. The soft, rotten ground suddenly became incredibly sticky. The Mother Tree's numerous pale golden roots, while not completely confined, were significantly slowed, giving many elves a glimmer of hope. Level 3 Boulder Spell. Immediately, a massive rock over 10 meters in diameter suddenly appeared in midair not far in front of Reginald. The rapidly rotating rock continued to absorb earth energy, rapidly expanding. Level 4 Earth Hand Spell. A pair of enormous, earth-colored hands suddenly burst from the ground, grasping the massive rock, which had expanded to a diameter of approximately 20 meters. They leaned back slightly, preparing to hurl it. Dawn's killing move, Boulder Throw. With the final line of his chant, Reginald, the Imperial Guardian known as Earth Pulse, pointed sharply at the golden giant tree before him. Whoosh! Accompanied by a fierce whistling sound, the pair of ochre-colored hands suddenly hurled the boulder, like a comet. The boulder, trailing a long ochre-colored energy tail, shot towards the Void Mother Tree Ganasser. Seeing this, Ryan, who had just regained his composure, narrowed his eyes slightly, as if a thought had occurred to him. He immediately began to unleash his recently mastered, yet incredibly proficient, 4th level innate sorcery, Steelthorn Grove. As Ryan activated Dragon Soul Smash, accompanied by a doubling of his mental energy expenditure, one after another, metallic shimmering low bush spikes, like a silvery green belt, penetrated deep into the golden realm of the Void Mother Tree, slamming heavily into it from the other side. Suddenly, Reginald's earth-based Dawn Killer move, Rock Throw, and Ryan's 4th level metal-based sorcery, Steelthorn Grove, struck the golden giant tree almost simultaneously. Instantly, the golden giant tree sustained 2 new wounds, and the previous wounds would not heal. Ah! The painful groan of the Void Mother Tree, Ganasser, echoed once again in everyone's hearts. Huh? My Dawn's killer move, Rock Throw, is so powerful. Strange, what's going on? Or has the opponent's defense been significantly reduced? Reginald was slightly taken aback when he heard the Mother Tree Ganasser's screams, a puzzlement brewing within him. He had originally intended simply to cause as much trouble as possible, but now it seemed that Dawn's killer move, Rock Throw, was surprisingly effective. But Reginald quickly shook his head, no longer dwelling on the question. Since it's working, then let's take advantage of the opponent's weakness and kill him. Reginald, a seasoned warrior, was naturally no one to hesitate. He quickly pulled a potion emitting a brilliant blue light from his bosom and gulped it down. Suddenly, his entire body perked up, and he once again unleashed his earth-based Dawn-killing move, Rock Throw, at the golden giant tree. While Ryan, hearing the painful groans of the Void Mother Tree, Ganasser, knew why. Clearly, it was because the true damage from his sorcery was working. His Dragon Soul Smash, due to the increased bloodline concentration, further increased the true damage component of all his sorcery attacks. Add to that, he was now a level 4 Dawn Wizard and had mastered the 4th level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, further increasing the power of his metal sorcery. He was unleashing another level 4 metal sorcery. The combination of these factors. The power of the true damage was incomparable to that of the peak of his crystallization. However, Ryan didn't want to reveal his ultimate weapon, Dragon Soul Smash, just yet. After all, he had already revealed enough this time. One always has to keep a trump card. So, he activated Dragon Soul Smash only when Reginald unleashed his Earth-based Dawn-killing move, joining the attack. Damn it! I didn't expect this Earth Pulse Reginald's Dawn-killing move to be so powerful. Mana, like everyone else, naturally believed that Reginald, who had just unleashed his Dawn-killing move, was the culprit for their deity's renewed injury. Their sect had meticulously planned this operation for years, gradually beginning all the steps 6 months ago. Unexpectedly, just before success, it fell apart at the last moment. Mina was unwilling to give up. No, I must buy time for my lord to recover. Everyone! The time has come to sacrifice for my lord. Mina roared. He himself, despite taking his injuries, used blood-green vines to entangle Lothar, the Imperial fortress. He then immediately turned and charged towards Reginald, who was once again unleashing his Earth-based Dawn-kill move, Boulder Throw. Die! Mina pointed fiercely at Reginald, and a beam of blood-green energy shot towards Reginald, the Earth Pulse. Ryan, naturally, witnessed this as well, and was momentarily stunned. But then, understanding dawned on him, and he felt a mixture of laughter and tears. Was this Reginald taking the blame for himself? Faced with this situation, Ryan couldn't help but help. He first cast a steel armor spell on Reginald, then immediately unleashed a steel thorn grove spell on Mina. Faced with Ryan's attack, Mina didn't dodge. Instead, she crushed a ring and cast a whirlpool-shaped, 4th-level defensive spell. Then, she continued to cast spells at Reginald. This was a complete determination to severely injure Reginald. Swish! A silver, metallic shimmering path of thorns grew straight up beside Mina, then suddenly exploded upward. Puff! Mina's blood-green whirlpool shattered in less than half a second, sending a sharp steel thorn piercing Mina's foot. Had he not preferred the backlash of the spell to dodge, Mina would have been skewered by now. But in an instant, Mina realized he was in deep trouble. A sharp pain shot through his soul, a momentary ache as if he were being torn in two. Only then did he realize that it was this strange attack that had severely damaged his own deity. He had mistaken the person for the one. But before he could escape the pain, another sharp pain ripped through his half-frozen body. A knight's long sword, gleaming with a cold gleam, pierced his back, emerged from his chest, and pierced through him. The attacker was none other than Lothar, the Imperial Fortress, who had just escaped the blood-green vines and was catching up from behind. But Lothar was also a little bewildered at this moment, for he hadn't expected his strike to go so smoothly, piercing through Mina, the formidable mother tree called Pope. The opponent had been frozen for at least half a second. Could it be that the spell had backfired? Lothar was puzzled. Damn it! I won't accept this. Let's die together. Instantly Mina knew his life was coming to an end. His eyes suddenly widened, his face stern. Not good. Lothar, who was closest, immediately sensed something was wrong. But just as he tried to retreat, Mina grasped his sword tightly. The next second. Boom! A violent explosion echoed, and a mushroom cloud suddenly rose from the scene. At the same time, a familiar figure flew backward from the mushroom cloud like lightning, slamming heavily to the ground nearby. It was Lothar, bleeding from his mouth and nose, severely injured. Facing the self-detonation of a veteran epic-level warrior, even Lothar, known as the Imperial Fortress, could not escape injury at such close range. But it was fortunate that he was the one who died. If it were anyone else, they would have perished instantly. Naturally, Ryan was speechless at this scene. Is Lothar taking the blame for him? Chapter 467. At this moment, the ground trembled violently, encompassing an area of dozens of miles. The roots of a massive golden tree, hundreds of meters tall, stretched frantically from the ground. Even main roots, thicker than a train, emerged from the depths of the earth. This dense mass of roots automatically split into two branches, forming two human-like legs. In mere seconds, an immense, humanoid war tree appeared before everyone. But it was clear that the Void Mother tree, Ganasser, was in very poor condition. The wound from the destroyer's self-explosion was still over 10 meters in diameter, and had not been healed by the golden energy. Furthermore, removing the massive body of the Elven Mother tree, Andrasir, from the ground seemed to have further drained its divine power. Its golden glow dimmed considerably, and even the golden domain could no longer be maintained, vanishing. However, with just one step, the Void Mother tree, Ganasser, moved nearly 100 meters. Crash! With a swipe of its massive golden branches, it instantly reduced several Griffin Knights, who had been unable to dodge, and were holding them back in midair, to a bloody mist. The terrifying power was still terrifying. Scatter! Scatter further! Everyone scatter! The Imperial legends shouted, simultaneously manipulating their flying mounts and rapidly adjusting their mid-air positions. Retreat at full speed. Continue the artillery attack. Aboard the two airships, Alina and Beyoncé issued nearly identical orders. The airships needed to evade immediately. For at this moment, the two airships were only 7 or 8 miles away from each other. At their speed, they would be within their reach in less than 10 seconds. However, as the two airships turned and retreated, the heavy artillery on their broadsides continued to roar like a machine gun. This time, dozens of shells struck the Void Mother tree firmly, undeterred by the barrier. This also showed that the Void Mother tree, Ganasser, was indeed nearing the end of its power. You ants will pay a heavy price for your foolish actions. My power will rule this place. The spiritual shock emanating from the Void Mother tree, Ganasser, resounded throughout the surroundings. However, to everyone's surprise, just as the Imperial warriors believed that the Void Mother tree, Ganasser, would first charge towards the epic-level powerhouse, Earth Pulse, Reginald, attacking the Imperial Guardian, who had inflicted the most severe damage on it. The Void Mother tree, Ganasser, took long strides, swiftly charging towards Ryan's position. After a moment's pause, everyone could understand why. After all, it was Ryan who had just controlled the destroyer golem to self-destruct, inflicting severe damage. The Void Mother Tree, Ganisil's pace, was astonishing. Each strike covered over 100 meters, and at the same time, the ground shook like a typhoon. And Ryan, the target, knew instantly that his kite-following tactics were impossible. Although the opponent's strides were slow, their length was large, and their overall speed surpassed his. But in reality, facing the greatly weakened Void Mother Tree, Ganithir, Ryan no longer had the awe he once had. For one thing, he had unlocked the fifth form of his mutated dragon bloodline. More importantly, after his bloodline concentration reached pure blood, the description of the Dragon Vein Wizard's core skill dramatically changed. Dragon Soul Smash effect. When this skill is activated, the mental energy consumed by your sorcery will be doubled, but all sorcery cast during this period will incur a certain amount of true damage. Note: the power of true damage is proportional to your dragon bloodline concentration, mental energy strength, and the power of the sorcery. Note: during dragon transformation, all attacks are considered sorcery attacks. That's right. That's the second note. In other words, as long as Ryan activates Dragon Soul Smash beforehand, all his attacks after transforming into a dragon, including physical attacks and dragon breath, will be treated as sorcery attacks and incur true damage. This was also the confidence that gave Ryan the courage to engage the divine clone in hand-to-hand combat. Facing the rapidly approaching Void Mother Tree, Ganisir, Ryan's eyes narrowed slightly, and suddenly, his entire form began to drastically transform. Ong! Ryan's body suddenly expanded, muscles bulging, dragon scales emerging. His length rapidly increased from approximately 2 meters to 3-5, and then over 10-20 meters. Only after exceeding 30 meters did the growth rate completely slow down. What appeared before everyone was a truly enormous dragon, its entire body a dark silver, its scales dense and thick, each larger than an adult's hand, gleaming with a mysterious metallic sheen. The dragon's body, covered in dark silver scales, was sleek and muscular, radiating circles of dark silver energy arcs. Meanwhile, each claw on each of its 4 limbs gleamed with a cold light. Even more remarkable was the dragon's 2 heads. One was a dark silver head of normal body color, the other a translucent void dragon head. Besides the color, the 2 heads were identical in form. Both possessed 2 slightly curved horns atop their heads, and 3 smaller horns lined up in the center. Facing the most formidable foe ever, Ryan leaped into his 5th form, and simultaneously activated his dual heads, reaching his current strongest form. A 2-headed dragon. A surge of overwhelming power not only slowed the charging Void Mother Tree, Ganisir, but also caused the nearby Imperial warriors to glance sideways, stunned. This form. Reginald, in the middle of his 3rd Earth-based Dawn Killer move, nearly lost his spell mid-spell upon seeing this. He barely managed to maintain it, avoiding the backlash of his sorcery. 2 heads. The gravely wounded Imperial fortress, Lothar, observing this scene, struggled to support his nearly shattered body with his knight's long sword, a smile on his face. He knew that with this blow, the Empire was secure. Luther, riding the 2-headed chimera, opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. In the distance, Anna and Drana exchanged a shocked glance, then continued to stare blankly at the 2-headed dragon before them. But the most shocked of the crowd was undoubtedly the Red Queen Mia. How is this possible? This is a pure-blood dragon transformation. And it seems to have incorporated void dragon blood. As a member of the royal family, Red Queen Mia was naturally the first to witness this scene. Her beautiful eyes widened, her cherry mouth wide open as if an apple could fit in it. Instantly, countless thoughts raced through Mia's mind. Could this be my brother's illegitimate child? But the age doesn't match. Could this be my emperor nephew's illegitimate child? Or is it the offspring of someone else in the royal family, a return of blood? Mia's dragon companion, Thassa, beside her, also had his eyes wide open, but a look of sudden realization crossed his face. No wonder she'd smelled that scent just now. It was indeed true. The concentration of this blood seemed to be even higher than Mia's. The 2-headed dragon Ryan transformed into simultaneously displayed identical, ferocious expressions on both heads. His chest instantly bulged, and he unleashed 2 long-range breaths at the charging Void Mother Tree. One from the Void Dragon's head was a blue breath of void, and the other from its normal head was a crimson breath of flame. These 2 dragon breaths, one blue and one red, blasted directly at the Void Mother Tree, Ganisir. But Ryan was not prepared. Swish. At the same time, the Void Mother Tree, Ganisir, also launched its attack. Ryan hadn't expected that even from a distance of nearly 200 meters, the enemy could still reach him. A large golden branch, lightning fast, struck the two-headed dragon he had transformed into from the side. Alarm bells rang loudly. Void. Instantly, Ryan acted decisively, unleashing the Void Dragon's Void ability, reducing physical attacks by 90% and energy attacks by 50%. Boom! The translucent dragon transformed by Ryan, like a cannonball, streaked in a straight line and slammed into the ground like lightning, instantly creating a mushroom cloud and billowing dust. However, Ryan's two different colored dragon breaths also struck the Void Mother Tree Ganisser. Aw, damn dance. Instantly, Ganisser screamed again. The massive golden trunk trembled in agony, its broken golden branches and leaves falling like rain, its golden glow dimming even further. As a divine being, the Void Mother Tree, Ganisser, naturally feared attacks like Ryan's, which carry true damage. This kind of damage, which could penetrate layers of defense and directly injure its true spirit, inflicted horrific and irreparable damage. Remember, its previous descent was interrupted by the Red Dragon King Strotzid. Of the 40% of true spirit it had intended to descend, only about 30% had been completed. When the destroyer golem subsequently self-destructed, 30% of its true spirit was severely damaged again, leaving perhaps only around 20%. Followed by another series of sorcery attacks from Ryan that dealt true damage, his true spirit now dwindled to just over 10%. His strength had been greatly reduced. Just when everyone thought Ryan was seriously injured, a two-headed dragon suddenly emerged from the column of dust. It was Ryan, charging once again towards the Void Mother Tree Ganisser. Having just activated his Void transformation, Ryan was immune to 90% of physical attacks, so his injuries were naturally minor. Furthermore, after enduring the attack head-on, Ryan felt more confident. He was confident that even if he withstood the attack head-on without activating his Void transformation, he would likely only suffer broken bones and tendons. The two-headed dragon he transformed into immediately launched a counterattack. Ryan gathered power in his right claw, a ball of intense dark silver light condensing at its tip. The next moment, a shadowy, 20 to 30 meter long dark silver claw flashed through the air. Then, it instantly appeared in front of the trunk of the Void Mother Tree, Ganisser. Puff! Boom! The dark silver claw sank more than 10 meters into the thick golden trunk, followed by a violent explosion. Ah! Void Mother Tree Ganisser was in agony. The pain from the previous true damage had barely subsided when the follow-up attack arrived. It was as if someone had stirred his brain with a spoon, and then stirred it a few more times while he was in excruciating pain. How could he bear this? Void Mother Tree Ganisser felt like he was going mad. The opponent's ability was like that of a deity capable of true spirit attacks. But the creature before him was clearly an ant, clearly a reptile. And Ryan's attack hadn't ceased. The two-headed dragon exhaled again, and two balls of flame, one red and one blue, struck the Void Mother Tree, Ganisser, once again. Boom! At this moment, the Void Mother Tree, Ganisser, was clearly in a state of extreme distress. Not only were claw marks of varying sizes streaked across its thick golden trunk, but the wound inflicted by the destroyer had been further inflicted, leaving a nearly transparent hole. Although Ryan had activated weakness control, this glaring, unhealed wound was clearly his greatest weakness. And so, the ensuing battle completely entered Ryan's time. Ryan added energy every 10 seconds, restoring his rapidly depleting physical and mental strength. Then, the two dragon heads unleashed breath after breath, engaging the Void Mother Tree, Ganisser, in melee combat. After repeating this 5 times, Ryan suddenly realized that the golden giant tree before him had gone still. The next second, still swarming upon the Void Mother Tree, Ganisser, Ryan felt the tree tilt. Boom! As the Void Mother Tree, Ganisser, collapsed to the ground, a powerful wave of energy suddenly erupted from its body, radiating outward in rings before gradually weakening. Ryan still maintained his sharp claws, piercing the opponent's body. It wasn't that he was deliberately posing, but rather that the system prompt appeared, ding, detecting a large amount of unknown high-quality energy that can enhance the quality of your spiritual power. Do you want to absorb it? Note, the system absorbs and removes impurities. Large amounts? Can enhance the quality of your spiritual power? Ryan's eyes lit up, as if a thought had occurred to him. Without hesitation, he chose yes. Instantly, he felt a surge of pure, powerful, yet sinister energy emanating from the Void Mother Tree, Ganisser, being rapidly absorbed by him. It rushed from all around him, and into his mind. The spiritual power particle in his mind, originally the size of a soybean, suddenly expanded. In a moment, it grew from the size of a soybean to the size of a walnut. At this moment, Ryan glanced at the system panel, Spirit, 241, Quality 34%. A sudden jump from 1% to 34%? This rate of improvement is too shocking. Ryan gasped, feeling both surprised and delighted. Because the quality level exceeded 30%, it was equivalent to entering the level of a senior Dawn Wizard. But he had only become a Dawn Wizard half a day ago. This rate of improvement was unprecedented. But think about it, it's normal. This is the avatar of a god. Also, this is the first time the system has used the word substantially. Previously, it was at most partially, and most of the time, a small amount. As Ryan felt the changes in himself, the people of the Empire beside him were stunned and their mouths dropped open. Chapter 468. At this point, Ryan had returned to his normal size. Turning around, he was momentarily stunned. The way everyone looked at him, whether familiar, like Anna, Delana, Luther, Lambert, or unfamiliar, like Lothar and Reginald, was as if he were a monster. Even the pure-blooded elves nearby were looking at him the same way. "Hey everyone, why are you looking at me like that?" Ryan said, coughing slightly awkwardly. Of course he knew why. After all, transforming into a giant dragon, and a two-headed one at that, it had shocked everyone. But he didn't intend to explain it. "By the way, shouldn't we treat the wounded first?" Ryan said, changing the subject. Ryan's reminder immediately brought everyone back to their senses. After the battle, despite victory, there were numerous casualties at the scene. The Empire's casualties were relatively few, with the majority naturally being pure-blooded elves. "Ryan, you." At this moment, Anna trotted over, her beautiful eyes gazing at him as if she were recognizing him anew. "I'm still me, aren't I? Don't worry, I'm not possessed by an evil god." Ryan smiled, stepped forward, ruffled Anna's hair, and then, holding her in his arms, placed a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead, reassuring her. Anna narrowed her eyes, seemingly reassured by Ryan's familiar embrace, as if it had reminded her of something. However, facing Ryan's public kiss, Anna felt incredibly shy, and she buried her head in his chest again. "Ryan, you're not a descendant of the Dragon Empire's royal family, are you?" After a moment, Anna whispered softly into Ryan's ear. "Of course not," Ryan said, letting out a laugh. He finally understood what the girl before him was worried about. Is she worried she wasn't worthy enough for him? "You're not Cinderella, and I'm not a prince." Ryan thought silently. Seeing Anna and Ryan cuddling together, Luther, Lambert, and the others didn't bother them. But then, several archdruids, each supporting the other, wearing fernleaf shoulder armor and crowns of leaves, approached, accompanied by Anna's aunt, Drana. The other party glanced back and forth between Ryan and Anna. The oldest druid elder, leading the group, smiled graciously and said, "Sir Ryan, thank you for your assistance to the elves this time, saving them from catastrophic calamity. You will be their eternal friend and most honored guest." As he spoke, he led several other great druids behind him in bowing deeply to Ryan. "Elders, this is what I should do." This action startled Ryan, who was speaking to Anna. For a moment, Ryan didn't know what to say. Anna seemed just as bewildered as he was. In fact, this was Anna's first time meeting a prominent elven figure. Delana, however, came to the rescue, smiling and saying, "Ryan, this is our elven druid, Grand Elder Orban Moonblade." "Greetings, Grand Elder Orban," Ryan said quickly. Ryan could naturally sense that the elven elders before him possessed epic strength, though their injuries were severe. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stood helpless during the previous battle. "Hey, you're Elder Nessa?" Anna, beside Ryan, looked at the female elven elder with a rather awkward yet excited expression. This puzzled Ryan. She was Anna's relative, and he hadn't heard of her before. Elder Nessa is the most legendary of our elven female druids. Furthermore, she was the teacher of my mother's teacher, Anna said quickly, as if noting Ryan's confusion. "Child, are you Darian Hawkmoon's child?" The beautiful elven woman, with faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, stepped forward, took Anna's hand, and smiled. Yes, yes. She hadn't expected her to be so amiable. As a half-blood, Anna had always felt somewhat insecure, even in the small town of Bassarin. After all, even within the elves, attitudes towards half-elves were divided. "Good girl, I heard from Drana that you're interested in the druidic ways. Would you be willing to become my disciple?" "Ah? Can I really?" Anna asked, overwhelmed with surprise and a hint of disbelief. Her beautiful eyes involuntarily glanced at Ryan beside her. Ryan naturally smiled and nodded. "But I'm half-elf, and my talent is truly good enough." "Is it good enough to become your disciple?" Anna asked nervously. Anna's words made everyone around her laugh. Ryan naturally saw the other party's overtures clearly. He had greatly helped the elves. It would be strange if they didn't show any appreciation. Even if Anna's druidic talent was poor, there were druid elders who would immediately accept her as a disciple. In fact, if Anna hadn't proactively mentioned Elder Nesha, the great Elder Auburn would have offered to take Anna as a disciple. Such a naive child. Nesha Inga smiled, then gently stroked Anna's head. A flash of pale green light flashed, and her smile brightened. "Don't worry, child. You have excellent druidic talent," Nesha Inga assured her. "Really? Excellent. Elder Nesha, I am willing to be your disciple." Anna's beautiful eyes lit up at the affirmation, and she nodded heavily. Anna had always hoped to be of some help to Ryan. Not only this time, but even the last time he returned to Meister, Ryan's strength had greatly exceeded her expectations. This time, the strength Ryan displayed was likely beyond her reach, no matter how hard she tried. But Anna still wanted to improve her own strength as much as possible. At the very least, she couldn't become a burden to Ryan. But when Elder Nessa mentioned the name Darian Hawkmoon, Ryan immediately recalled the clues about Anna's mother he had extracted from Reagan, one of the 3 brothers of the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. The Golden Age bar on the 4th ring of the Imperial Capital, through a teleportation array in the wine cellar on the 2nd underground level. Ryan thought silently. Before, it was due to a lack of strength. But now, he felt he had enough strength to begin his investigation. This time, even if he faced the second prince head-on, he felt confident. At this moment, a mature, feminine voice rang out from the side. "Ryan, do you remember me?" Minia, dressed in a red wizard robe, approached with a smile. "Your Highness Minia, hello, long time no see." Ryan bowed slightly. "Long time no see, Ryan. Perhaps we should have a good chat later." Of course, Ryan nodded and smiled. In fact, Minia had long expected him to come. When he decided to perform the dragon transformation, the royal family would inevitably contact him, and the Red Queen Minia before him was the best person to communicate with. However, for now, she probably had to deal with some matters with the elves first. "Great Elder Auburn, it's been 3 years since we last met." Minia turned to the elven elders beside him, bowing slightly and smiling. "Yes, Your Highness," Great Elder Auburn returned the greeting. "By the way, may I ask, where is King Starion? With such a serious enemy situation, I don't seem to see King Starion." Minia glanced around and inquired. This Great Elder Auburn exchanged a look of hesitation with the other druid elders, but after a moment, he sighed and continued, "Your Highness, it's not that we intentionally concealed this. King Starion specifically instructed us not to disclose his departure when he left Ferdinand Forest." Elder Auburn glanced at the fallen mother tree in Drassel and the ruins of the palace, and said with a look of disappointment, "But now, there's no need to hide anything. Over half a year ago, King Starion and his captain of the guard set out for the legendary Silvermoon Glade to search for the mother tree's seeds." Hearing this, Ryan's face dawned with realization. No wonder he hadn't seen any demigod-level elves. As a race with a long history, even at their most weakened, the elves couldn't possibly be without a demigod. Furthermore, Ryan understood why the Mother Tree cult would go to such lengths to seduce Prince Sidron and corrupt him. Without King Starion, Prince Sidron, a prince of elven royal blood, would inevitably have a much greater voice within the elves. Even if King Starion had arranged for the archdruids to participate in government, this couldn't be avoided. As for the elves' concealment of their powerful demigod's absence, the reason is quite understandable: to avoid enemy harassment. Even in the eyes of the elves, the Dragon Empire, as a human empire, isn't particularly trustworthy. "Oh! Silvermoon Glade?" Minia said, a thoughtful expression on her face. "Yes, it's the home of another branch of our elven race, the Silvermoon Elves. After the medieval turmoil over 10,000 years ago, they lost contact with us. This time, there's news that a passage leading to Silvermoon Glade has been discovered in the Eagle Federation, so..." "I see. If there's another place the Mother Tree seed exists, the most likely place is in Silvermoon Glade," Minia said, as if a thought had occurred to her. "That's right, wise Prince Minia," Great Elder Auburn nodded. Hearing this, Ryan completely understood. King Starion's absence was to seek out this so-called Silvermoon Elf, seeking the Mother Tree's seeds to address the impending end of his own Mother Tree's lifespan. But Ryan had a vague feeling that the timing of this seemed a little off. The Mother Tree cult began seducing Prince Sidlin shortly after King Starion's departure, a seemingly uncharacteristic coincidence. "Perhaps the news King Starion received isn't necessarily true," Minia said, her pretty face grim. And this was exactly what Ryan was thinking. After hearing Minia's words, Great Elder Auburn and several other druid elders seemed to understand something, their expressions changing. However, King Starion's strength is such that his life is unlikely to be in danger. However, he is likely trapped in some secret realm. Media paused and continued. Her words brought a sigh of relief to the elves. Seeing this, Ryan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When it comes to scheming and intrigue, the elves are ultimately far inferior to humans. The Mother Tree cult schemes wouldn't be considered particularly brilliant in the human empire, but, by the way, why was the elven Mother Tree so easily defeated by that descendant? Logically, with the Mother Tree and Drassel's strength, it shouldn't have been so easy for them. At this point, Mia asked again. According to ancient records, both the Void Mother Tree, Ganasser, and our own Mother Tree, Andrasser, seem to have originated from the World Tree, Terrasser, deep within the universe. After a moment's reflection, Great Elder Auburn spoke slowly. So, if the Void Mother Tree, Ganasser, wishes to descend, Andrasser, the Mother Tree of the same origin, is its best choice, allowing it to unleash its full power. Ryan, listening nearby, nodded. I see. No wonder the Mother Tree cult went to such great lengths to target the elves of Ferdinand Forest, not only planning ahead, but also mobilizing nearly the entire Sex elite to carry out this operation. But precisely because of this, the Mother Tree cult was effectively wiped out this time. The 3 popes, 1 priest, 2 vice presidents, were all slain. They probably won't have the energy to stir up trouble anytime soon. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Ryan turned to look. The others also turned to look. They saw that Prince Seidlin, whose fate was unknown after Ryan's defeat, was not dead. At this moment, he was stroking his chest as he staggered toward the fallen elven tree, and Drassel, his expression utterly distraught. However, unlike before, his eyes seemed to have regained clarity, at least no longer as blank and lifeless as before. Furthermore, his aura was extremely weak, so the powerful Imperial warriors observing the scene did not step forward to intervene. As for the other pure-blooded elves, they all looked at their prince with complicated expressions, seemingly at a loss for words. On the one hand, they all knew that their prince had been seduced by a cult in his desire to give the tree a new life. On the other hand, it was precisely because of their own Prince Seidlin that the tribe had suffered such a heavy loss, reducing the already sparse population by nearly half. Plop! Prince Seidlin knelt beside the elven Mother Tree, and Drassel, weeping bitterly and confessing, "It's all my fault. I am the sinner of the elves. I woke, but it was too late. Mother Tree, please forgive me." Just as the elders of Auburn were moved and were about to step forward to persuade Prince Seidlin, suddenly, Prince Seidlin's entire body emanated a rich green light, and then he transformed into tiny green starlight, seemingly merging with the elven Mother Tree, and Drassel. "Your Highness!" Seeing this scene, the elders of Auburn and the other pure-blooded elves exclaimed in amazement. Chapter 469. Although Prince Seidlin had made an irreparable mistake this time, most pure-blooded elves, including Great Elder Orban, had no intention of causing him any trouble. At most, they would place him under house arrest until King Starion returned, where he would deal with him. But the scene before them moved them deeply. Many pure-blooded elves quickly ran towards the elven Mother Tree, and Drassel, where Prince Seidlin had disappeared. The evil god's bewitchment has caused great harm. Red Queen Minia sighed. Even someone as powerful as Prince Seidlin could be seduced, or bewitched by the evil god. This is why the Empire's stance against cults is so resolute. If the cult allowed widespread deception, leading to the evil god's true arrival, the consequences would be catastrophic. Just as everyone was feeling a sense of inexplicable sadness over the prince's death, and Drassel, the elven Mother Tree, which should have been long dead, suddenly emitted a faint green glow. At first, it was barely noticeable, sensed only by those at the epic level. But then, it grew increasingly intense. Furthermore, this faint light spread from the massive trunk to every tiny branch of the Mother Tree. What is this? This scene naturally astonished everyone in the Empire, including Ryan, who was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the Mother Tree had resurrected? This was too miraculous. The next second, all the green light suddenly vanished. Suddenly, with a crack, the massive trunk split open from the center, and from it slowly rose a seed brimming with a rich green glow. This is the Mother Tree seed. Great Elder Auburn was so excited he was practically incoherent. What? The Mother Tree seed? How is this possible? Hasn't the Mother Tree been unable to produce seeds since the medieval incident? How could it suddenly? The elven elders nearby exclaimed in amazement. It must be Prince Seidlin's true spirit that has filled the flaws in the Mother Tree and Drassel, allowing it to once again produce the Mother Tree seed. Elder Nessa, after calming down, offered her speculation. That must be it. That's the only explanation. Great. We finally have the Mother Tree seed again. For a moment, the elves were filled with mixed feelings, grief over the prince's passing and joy at the appearance of the mother tree seed. Even Anna, beside Ryan, looked both excited and sad. We need to plant the mother tree seed immediately in suitable soil. However, due to the destruction of the defensive crystal, we don't have enough energy to activate it in the short term. At this time, another elf, seemingly quite elderly, spoke to Great Elder Orban. Let's get started. Also, orders streamed down from Great Elder Orban's lips. The appearance of the mother tree seed visibly transformed the aura of the pure-blooded elves present. From their previous dejected dejection, they began to feel a surge of vitality. For a moment, the elves, having suffered heavy losses in this cult incident, felt a sense of rebirth from the ashes. This truly amazed Ryan. As long as you don't let difficulties defeat you, they will ultimately make you stronger. If it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid the elves' situation would be even worse. At this moment, a familiar, mature female voice rang out beside Ryan. Minia, a graceful woman in a red wizard robe, slowly approached. Your Highness Minia, Ryan said, bowing slightly. Ryan, last time we were in Meister, I already felt you had great potential. However, your rate of growth has far exceeded my expectations. I remember I gave you a dragon scale from Thassa back then. Now it seems that was unnecessary. Your Highness Minia, your concern back then gave me great encouragement and confidence. Really? Minia glanced at Ryan with her beautiful eyes, well aware that this was a compliment from Ryan. Of course. By the way, you should know why I'm here, Ryan. Is your ancestor? As expected, the question was asked. Ryan was naturally prepared for this. Your Highness Minia, as far as I know, my ancestors are not descendants of the imperial family. In fact, I'm quite surprised. Perhaps, it's a case of atavism? I've read in ancient texts that before the founding of the empire, there were several kingdoms named after dragons in this land. Ryan attributed his exceptionally high dragon bloodline to atavism. Atavism? The probability isn't impossible, but it's incredibly low. Minia, after giving Ryan a deep look with her beautiful eyes, seemed to agree with his explanation and spoke slowly. Ryan could see that Minia didn't quite believe it. But he wasn't worried. Sometimes, with someone as powerful as him, unless he's treasonous, some things aren't worth investigating. At this moment, many people looked up at the eastern sky, where they saw a fleet of large imperial airships, approximately 20 in number, rapidly approaching Ferdinand's city. Clearly, these were the Empire's follow-up reinforcements. Huh? Your Highness Minia, are these the Empire's follow-up reinforcements? Yes, the Empire's second batch of reinforcements. Soon, as the airships docked, Red Queen Minia, as the representative of the imperial family and the highest-ranking official on the ground, was naturally overwhelmed with work and had no time to speak to Ryan. Ryan, well done. At this moment, Sect Leader Moria approached, a look of great satisfaction on her face, and patted Ryan on the shoulder. Sect Leader, I'm sorry, I self-destructed the destroyer. The destroyer is a valuable asset of the school, and I am willing to compensate you, Ryan said to Moria with a guilty conscience. After all, ever since he acquired the destroyer golem, Ryan had been well aware of Moria's importance to the destroyer. It's no exaggeration to say that Moria placed high hopes on the destroyer, the foundation of the Bishio Constructivist School. One destroyer in exchange for killing a demigod-level evil god clone is a bargain no matter how you look at it. Ryan, you did the right thing. Moria waved his hand, reassuring Ryan. Also, you're wrong about one thing. Ryan, it's you, the people, who are the school's most valuable asset, not the destroyer golem. Moria's words made Ryan's heart tremble slightly. I just checked it out. Although the golem is severely damaged, some of its internal structures can still be repaired. I think if we organize a team and conduct thorough research, even if we can't create an exact replica of the destroyer, we could still create a supergiant golem with roughly 70% to 80% the power of the destroyer. Moria said, pointing to the location of the destroyer's wreckage. That's not bad. Ryan's eyes lit up, and he nodded. I've already sent a message to the school. They'll be sending someone soon. Oh, and your mentor, Magaro, will be here too. Moria smiled, seemingly recalling the contents of the Valzig ruins. Is Magaro coming too? That's great. Ryan nodded and smiled. Yes, your friend is here. We talk later. I need to arrange for someone to collect the destroyer's wreckage first. Moria glanced to the side and said with a smile. Okay, Sect Leader. Luther and Lambert approached together. Sir Ryan, you've once again surpassed my expectations of your strength. Sir Luther, Sir Lambert, thank you both. Sir Ryan, you're welcome. I'm not simply offering assistance. This is also a form of training for me. I feel that with a few more days of reflection, I'd be able to reach that realm, Lambert said with a broad smile. Oh, excellent. Congratulations in advance, Sir Lambert. Ryan raised an eyebrow and congratulated. He wasn't overly surprised. After all, Lambert had been very close to the Sword Saint realm since his last encounter. This time, having experienced several major battles, and even bathed in the aftermath of the Demigod War, it was natural for him to have some insights. Sir Lambert, you. Luther, standing beside him, was clearly unaware of this development and looked shocked. Alas! I don't know whether it's my misfortune or my fortune to be friends with you two. It's truly devastating. Luther shook his head in annoyance. Hearing this, Ryan and Lambert both laughed. A moment later, Lambert and Luther also left. At this moment, Elder Nessa, accompanied by Anna, approached and said apologetically, Sir Ryan, I have one more matter. May I trouble you again? Oh, please, Elder Nessa. Ryan was puzzled. Well, there are still many elves in the area who have fallen into the hands of other cults. But we're afraid we won't be able to rescue them all in a short period of time. Therefore, we've just reached an agreement with the Empire to immediately carry out a joint rescue operation. And I heard that you came to Ferdinand Forest this time because of Anna, Elder Nessa said, glancing at Anna beside her. Ryan immediately understood. The elves hoped he would also participate in the rescue operation, but the Empire seemed to have stated that his visit was a personal one, and that he would personally direct the subsequent operations. That's why Elder Nessa came to see him personally. Of course, none of this is free. We will provide you with a generous reward. At the same time, at a camp not far from Ferdinand City, a group of men in black robes, with black flames tattooed on their sleeves, were rapidly evacuating, led by an elderly man. The Mother Tree cult's operation must have failed. We should withdraw? Vice-Pope, how could that be? The Mother Tree cult has mobilized all its forces this time. How could they fail? Several of his subordinates nearby looked puzzled. After all, they could observe that massive object in the sky earlier. The golden giant tree, even from dozens of kilometers away. This is at least demigod-level power. Even this failed? How powerful is the Empire? Just now, over 20 large Imperial airships passed by in quick succession. What do you think would happen if the Mother Tree cult gained the upper hand? The old man asked rhetorically, rather than directly answering. A battle is inevitable. One of his subordinates immediately chimed in. As soon as he finished speaking, a look of realization crossed the faces of the others. Because several Imperial airships had just arrived over Ferdinand City, no fighting had broken out. Clearly, the situation there was under the Empire's control. Sir, you are truly wise. Retreat immediately. As you command, sir. And a secret camp, dozens of kilometers northwest of Ferdinand City. Sir, should we retreat now? There should still be quite a few scattered elves nearby. We retreat immediately, a middle-aged man in black knight armor said solemnly. If my suspicions are correct, the elves will likely join the Dragon Empire in searching Ferdinand Forest immediately. Staying here wouldn't be wise. Didn't we see that giant red dragon earlier? It clearly escaped wounded, didn't it? While that's true, we haven't received any signals from the Mother Tree cult or their accomplices. Something must have gone wrong. For safety's sake, retreat quickly. As you command, sir. Similar scenes unfolded throughout Ferdinand Forest. When Ryan and other powerful Imperial warriors split up to conduct sweeps against the cult in Ferdinand Forest, they found little success. Most of the cult had already evacuated, with only the plague cult remaining in the camp. Imperial and Elven warriors quickly surrounded and annihilated them, rescuing a number of captured pure-blooded elves. When Ryan returned to Ferdinand City, Great Elder Auburn and Elder Nessa approached him. Sir Ryan, thank you very much for your continued assistance. Here are some tokens of our kindness, said Great Elder Auburn, pointing to a tray held by a pure-blooded elven woman. There were 2 items on the tray. The first was the ancient tree heart, which Ryan had seen before, but this time, there were 10 of them. The second was a talisman. Although Ryan didn't touch it, he could clearly sense the powerful energy emanating from it. It was clearly a rare and precious high-level magical artifact. Anna blinked her beautiful eyes. As a member of the elves, she naturally understood the value of the gifts. The preciousness of the ancient tree heart was self-evident. The amulet, called the Heart of Ferdinand, was a token of trust given by the elves to their most distinguished guests. With it, the bearer could make a request of the elves. It was also a high-level magical weapon. Great Elder Auburn, these items are truly precious. I believe I've only done what I should. Ryan waved his hand, politely declining. Sir Ryan. After some humility, the elves were remarkably resolute, hoping that Ryan would accept them. Great Elder Auburn, can I choose a different reward? Ryan asked, glancing at the Fernley shoulder guards. A thought struck him. Hearing Ryan's words, Great Elder Auburn and Elder Nessa exchanged glances. Could it be that Lord Ryan's refusal was merely an excuse, his true motive being to seek other, more precious treasures? Great Elder Auburn, I heard from Anna that the elves have their own unique understanding and techniques for crafting leather armor. If confidentiality isn't a concern, could you arrange for a leatherwork master to help me learn about elven leather armor crafting? What? This completely unexpected answer left both Elder Auburn and Elder Nessa's eyes wide open, dumbfounded. This Lord Ryan actually rejected such a precious gift, and instead wanted to learn what? Leatherworking? Lord Ryan, are you talking about leather armor crafting? Elder Auburn, having calmed down, confirmed. Yes, I would like to learn from an elven leatherworking master. As for the gifts here, I accept the amulet. As for the rest, consider it all as tuition. Is that okay with you? Sir Ryan, Elder Nessa is actually our tribe's top leatherworking master. But this gift? Great Elder Auburn continued to persuade. Anna excitedly tugged at Ryan's sleeve and whispered, Ryan, do you really want to learn leatherworking from me? Finally, unable to refuse the generous offer, Ryan accepted the amulet and 3 ancient tree hearts. Great Elder Auburn stated that the elves would provide all the materials Ryan needed for his leatherworking studies free of charge. Soon, Ryan gave the 3 ancient tree hearts directly to Moria. This naturally delighted Moria. The ancient tree hearts could be used to make radiation shielding devices. This way, when the school explores the Valzig ruins, more people could enter at once. Chapter 470. In Ferdinand City, in the garden, outside a warehouse within the Imperial Palace, Ryan was demonstrating his leatherworking skills to Elder Nessa, while Anna, standing by, watched with interest as he mastered the art. This was the first time Anna had heard Ryan could actually make leather armor. In the field, Ryan quickly crafted a Murloc scale breastplate and a thick leather breastplate, both of which he had mastered. Elder Nessa took the Murloc scale breastplate and examined it carefully, nodding approvingly. Sir Ryan, I think I'm now aware of your skill in leather armor crafting. First, regarding your craftsmanship of specific leather armor components, such as the breastplate, your craftsmanship is truly masterful. Even I wouldn't be much better. It's impeccable. Hearing her teacher's words, Anna's beautiful eyes widened even further as she gazed at Ryan in amazement. It was as if she were meeting Ryan for the first time. Elder Nessa continued, however, your shortcoming is also very obvious. You have almost no experience crafting other types of leather armor. Ryan nodded at Elder Nessa's fair assessment, naturally arguing with her. At the time, he was simply trying to be quick. To earn skill points as quickly as possible, he deliberately chose to craft the chest armor, which was complex and difficult to craft. Thus, he had completely neglected to learn and master other types of leather armor, such as boots and leg armor. I think the first step should be to master the crafting of all body leather armor. After that, I teach you the elven leatherworking techniques. Is that okay with you? Master Nessa said with a smile. Ryan's skillful leatherworking skills convinced her that his previous words were true, and that he truly wanted to learn leatherworking. Of course, Elder Nessa, you are a master in this area. I will follow your instructions. Ryan nodded with a smile, agreeing with him. Then why don't you try making leather boots first? Here's a pattern for the carved leather boots commonly worn by our people. You can take a look at it and try making them. If you have any questions, we can discuss it later. Elder Nessa spoke politely throughout. Due to Ryan's recent contributions to the elves, not only she, but almost all pure-blooded elves would bow when they saw him. Furthermore, Ryan was an epic-level powerhouse. Given these two factors, even Elder Nessa, a fellow epic-level powerhouse, treated Ryan with great respect, showing no disrespect due to his age. Okay, Elder Nessa. Ryan took the parchment scroll, opened it, and began to carefully read through it. At this point, he had a basic understanding of the path forward in leatherworking. It seemed that to master elven leatherworking, one still needed to lay a solid foundation. In other words, one needed to first advance from leatherworker to master leatherworker, reaching the level of Old Henry, before moving on to the next level. Of course, this wasn't too difficult for him. It simply required continuous study, and crafting of previously unmade leather armor parts. With the system's support, Ryan was able to accomplish this without much effort. Sure enough, after just over an hour, Ryan had successfully crafted a pair of carved leather boots. In just over 3 hours, they had mastered the crafting of carved wristbands. This learning efficiency left Elder Nessa and Anna speechless for a moment. And Anna finally understood. Why was she, a gifted druid within the elves, so far behind Ryan in terms of strength growth? It turned out it wasn't her fault, but Ryan's sheer abnormality. Elder Nesha, on the other hand, was more receptive. After all, if Ryan had nothing special, how could he have reached the level of a 4th level Dawn Wizard at such a young age? He must have some extraordinary qualities. Half a day later. As Ryan finished crafting a pair of carved leather gloves, the system prompt sounded. Detected prerequisites for the host's promotion to Leatherworker Master. 1. Leatherworker level 5 or higher. 2. Agility 7 or higher, Strength 8 or higher, Constitution 6 or higher. 3. Mastery of the crafting techniques for leather armor for different parts of the body. All the current requirements are met. Should I advance to Master Leatherworker? Note: after advancing to Master Leatherworker, the new Master Leatherworker class panel will overwrite the previous Leatherworker class panel. Naturally, there was no need to consider whether to change classes. Ryan chose yes without hesitation. Ding! Promotion successful. Master Leatherworker promoted. Strength increased by 1, Agility increased by 2. Gain the Master Leatherworker core skill. Leather Armor Crafting Level 1. Leather Armor Crafting Level 1. Passive: your frequent crafting of leather armor increases your success rate. Having already advanced through various life classes, Ryan wasn't surprised by the core skill's emphasis on crafting and the sparse attribute point rewards. At the same time, the previous Leatherworker panel had vanished, replaced by the Master Leatherworker panel. Of course, it was still a blank screen. Below the panel, a brand new icon appeared. The simple design depicted a set of leather armor. Beneath the icon, a line of small text read, Core Skill, Leather Armor Crafting Level 1, Passive, Leather Armor Crafting Level 1, Passive, Effect, increases the success rate of crafting any piece of leather armor by an additional 10%. That's pretty standard, Ryan nodded slightly. Although he had already become a master leatherworker, reaching the level of Old Henry, Ryan wasn't in a rush to switch to elf leatherworking. For him, gaining attribute and skill points through his life professions was paramount. Especially after the battle, he only had 3 attribute points left. This was after he had previously defeated the clone of the Void Mother Tree, Ganethir, and had leveled up his Dragon Mage Wizard by 2 more levels, gaining 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. Currently, including the gains from leveling up, Ryan now has a total of 3 attribute points and 14 skill points, plus 532 gold skill points. Yes, in the battle with Ganethir, Ryan was rewarded with 144 gold skill points. 3 days later, Ryan handed Anna a dark leather armor top decorated with vines. Wow, so beautiful. Ryan, is this the Moonlight Vest? Anna asked in surprise, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she gazed at the dark leather armor. Well, Anna, do you like it? It's for you. This Moonlight Vest, in addition to its excellent defensive properties, also provides concealment in the jungle, making it a common item of clothing for elven druids. Of course, for Anna, this Moonlight coat, made by Ryan himself, held special meaning. I like it. Anna nodded emphatically. After accepting it, Anna quickly tried it on. The dark leather armor fitted her perfectly, the size perfect, outlining Anna's slender figure. Even the high point of her bust was just right. A little more would have been loose, a little less would have been tight. Anna spun around delightedly, then, as if suddenly realizing something, asked in confusion, Ryan, it fits me so well. But you didn't even ask me for my size? Ryan, how come you? But the next second, she couldn't continue. An instant thought flashed through her mind, and she blushed profusely. Ryan gestured, making Anna even more embarrassed, not daring to look up. Over the past 3 days, Ryan had already advanced his leatherworker from level 1 to level 7, a 6-level jump. His remaining attribute points also increased from 3 to 9, and his remaining skill points from 14 to 20. The slow progress was due to Ryan's involvement in other tasks. The day before yesterday, the team from the Bishio Construction School arrived. Including Ryan's mentor, Maguro, approximately 10 different construction masters were present. School leader Moria had summoned the school's most accomplished individuals. Of course, considering the significance of the Valzig ruins, this arrangement was perfectly natural. Coincidentally, Moria had also completed the production of 3 new sets of radiation shielding devices, bringing the total to 5, along with the 2 previously constructed. So, at school leader Moria's invitation, Ryan spent half a day accompanying his classmates on another trip into the Valzig ruins and thoroughly inspected the site's high-risk locations. For him, having reached the level of a Dawn Wizard, this task was naturally not a challenge. Unfortunately, there was no second destroyer or similar top-level golem within the ruins. After confirming that there were no potential threats to the school's exploration team, Ryan returned to Ferdinand City to learn leatherworking. As for the detailed exploration that followed, it was a very time-consuming and energy-intensive task, naturally best left to professionals like the sect leader Moria and his mentor Maguro. Just as Ryan and Anna were chatting intimately, the capable young woman Alina approached from afar, smiling. "Lord Ryan, Miss Anna, I'm sorry to bother you." "Miss Alina, please don't bother me. I just go and familiarize myself with what my teacher is teaching me," Anna said, blushing slightly. These past few days, she and Ryan had been inseparable. While Anna didn't want to neglect the special druid techniques taught by her teacher, Elder Nessa, she simply didn't have the time to practice them. Anna knew that Ryan would likely leave Ferdinand Forest in a few days. She would stay to learn the ways of druidry. This meant that for the foreseeable future, the only time she could spend with Ryan would likely be these few days, a time she naturally cherished. However, this caused Anna considerable distress. She wanted to find time to practice druidry, while also wanting to be with Ryan. In truth, Anna was creating a dilemma. Because of Ryan, Anna's talent was completely unimportant to Elder Nessa and even the elves. In fact, it was a bit of an exaggeration. Even if Anna was clueless and lacked druidic talent, the elves would still invest heavily in training her to become a druid because she was Ryan's companion. "Lord Ryan, the Imperial Supreme Military Council yesterday adjusted your rank to Deputy Chief of Staff. However, your specific position has not yet been determined. For the time being, you will continue to serve within the Imperial Swordbearers. In return, you will be equipped with a 12-man guard, and will have access to Imperial-level confidential intelligence, among other privileges." Deputy Chief of Staff? Hearing Alina's words, Ryan nodded. It was to be expected that his rank would change after this. After all, an epic-level warrior could represent so much. The rise and fall of a ducal family, or even a guardian family. The stability of one or even several provinces. However, the Deputy Chief of Staff's words were a bit unexpected, as this was equivalent to the rank of General Augustus. The appointment and dismissal of personnel at this level was no longer within the power of Marshal Alfred. Only the Emperor, or in His Majesty's case, the Imperial Supreme Military Council can appoint or remove him. This meant that Ryan had transcended the sword-bearer system and entered the purview of the highest echelons of the Empire. "Lord Ryan, these are the Empire's recent important battle reports," Alina said, handing Ryan a document. Ryan took it and quickly read through it. After a moment, Ryan frowned slightly and sighed. It seems the Empire's recent situation remains grim. Ryan had originally thought that after the near-total annihilation of the Mother Tree cult, some cults would perhaps become more restrained. But it seems that's not the case. Some cults have become increasingly active. Yes, some cults must have learned of the serious injury to His Majesty the Red Dragon King, Strahd, and so they seized the opportunity to act. "Very likely," Ryan nodded. Ryan agreed. This suggests that many cults are using this period as a window of opportunity to improve their strength. And as a newly promoted epic, his deterrent power is naturally far inferior to that of His Majesty the Red Dragon King, Strahd. "By the way, Lord Ryan, there's one more matter the Marshal would like to seek your opinion on. It's about..." But before Alina could finish, she was interrupted by a slightly hurried voice. "Ryan!" A familiar voice called out. Ryan and Alina turned to see the sect leader, Moria, approaching with a hint of excitement. "Master, why are you here?" Ryan asked, slightly surprised. After all, he had just returned from the Valzig ruins yesterday, and the two had just met. Besides, Moria, as the sect leader, should have been busy coordinating various matters at the ruins, so why would he come all the way to see him? "Ryan! Good news. You never guess what we found at the ruins. The second-level metal spell, Ironthorn Path." Moria excitedly and delightedly handed an old parchment scroll to Ryan. Ryan's eyes lit up, and he quickly took the scroll and examined it. It was indeed the Ironthorn Path. So wouldn't the metal-based Dawn's ultimate move, Iron Forest, be missing just one last item? The first-level spell Ironthorn? Ryan was overjoyed. Alina and Anna, standing nearby, exchanged a surprised glance, seemingly puzzled by the two's excitement. After all, neither Moria, at the peak of level 3 crystallization, nor Ryan, who had already reached level 4 Dawn magic, should be lacking level 2 magic. In other words, at their level, they should require even more advanced magic. By the way, sect leader, wasn't the data room destroyed? You? At this moment, Ryan seemed to have thought of something and asked curiously. Chapter 471. Speaking of which, it was also a matter of luck, Mariah said with a smile. "Ryan, do you remember the man named Snape mentioned in that black-covered diary?" Snape? Ryan's face was thoughtful, and he quickly recalled the description in the diary. Master, are you talking about Snape, the deputy master who oversees the daily work of the Walzig school? Ryan asked, as if a thought had occurred to him. Could it be that this was found in his office? Indeed. It was in this deputy master's office that we also found a safe, and inside it, we found the second-level sorcery Ironthorn path. In addition, we also found 2 important blueprints, one of which is for the destroyer. Now, our chances of repairing the destroyer have greatly increased, Mariah said with a smile. This time's harvest was truly a surprise to him. Not only could the destroyer be repaired, but the Metal Dawn killing move was only missing the final piece. Great. Ryan also smiled. Ryan was still deeply distressed by the damage done to the destroyer, and now, hearing it could be repaired, he was naturally overjoyed. The destroyer's combat power was especially impressive, practically equal to that of an Imperial Guardian, and even surpassing it in some respects. By the way, we've also roughly pinpointed the exact location of the ruins of the Goblin Empire's capital, the owner of the Blackskin Diary, the leader of the Varzig school. Our analysis suggests that since the exploration team led by the leader of the Varzig school never returned, the probability of an accident elsewhere is low. The most likely scenario is that something went wrong during the exploration of the Goblin Empire ruins. In other words, the 5th level of the Ironheart Advanced Meditation method may, very likely, have been lost in the ruins of the Goblin Empire. Even optimistically, this 5th level of the Advanced Meditation method may have been obtained by another expedition team. If we can contact the high-level wizards of the Eagle Federation, perhaps we can investigate this matter. As Moria spoke, he took out a document and handed it to Ryan. Ryan took it and immediately opened it to read. It was an ancient map. A dotted line began at the Empire's borders, extending northwest for a distance before crossing the Summer Sea and reaching another continent, what was then the New World and is now the home of the Eagle Federation. At the end of the dotted line was a large cross symbol, adjacent to a mountain range. Clearly, this was the destination. Ryan focused his gaze once again on the Empire's borders. He discovered that although the names of many places had changed, the general direction of the mountains and rivers could still be determined. This meant that with this map, finding the ruins of the Goblin Empire's capital in the Eagle Federation, as Sect Leader Mariah had said, would be no problem. Sect Leader, I understand. When the conditions are right, I will travel to the Eagle Federation. Ryan, of course, understood Sect Leader Mariah's intention and said after a moment's thought. Originally, Ryan had thought that becoming a level 5 full moon wizard was a long way off. But now it seemed that wasn't necessarily the case. He possessed a system that could absorb the energy emitted by the gods, and his strength was increasing at a rate far beyond expectations. In this case, the importance of the 5th level of the Ironheart Advanced Meditation technique became increasingly prominent. No rush. For now, let's focus on understanding the situation. We don't know the current status of this Goblin Empire capital ruins. Perhaps it has already been explored by the Eagle Federation. Of course, it's also possible that for some reason, the Eagle Federation hasn't discovered it yet. Well, I make the preliminary preparations, Ryan nodded. After Sect Leader Moria left, Ryan remembered that Alina seemed to have something to report to him. By the way, Alina, you just said. Alina immediately snapped back to her senses and said, Oh Lord Ryan, so the Marshal asked if you have time to accompany the Sword-Bearer Department on a visit to the Eagle Federation? Visit the Eagle Federation? Ryan was stunned. Just now, he had been planning to visit the Eagle Federation when the conditions were right to explore the Goblin capital ruins, or at least to find out the whereabouts of the 5th level of the meditation technique. Just as Ryan was pondering this, Alina added, As you know, the Eagle Federation sent a delegation last time. This time, it's essentially a return visit from the Empire. By the way, the head of the Imperial delegation is Her Royal Highness, Red Queen Minia. Ryan nodded. He was naturally aware of the Eagle Federation's delegation's arrival last time. Going to the Federation? Of course he was thinking about it. After all, whether it was the dawn-killing move Hamadi mentioned last time or the 5th level of the Ironheart Advanced Meditation, to complete them, they had to go to the Eagle Federation. You know, the dawn-killing move is a true killing move. As Reginald's Earth Pulse's Earth-based dawn-killing move showed, it was at least 3 times more powerful than a normal 4th-level sorcery. If he could master the Metal Dawn-killing move and activate Dragon Soul Smash during battle, the damage from the spell itself, combined with the added true damage, would easily make the final blow. There wouldn't even be any need for bloodline transformation. The importance of the 5th level of meditation is self-evident. However, this time, exploring the Goblin ruins wasn't necessary. If he could acquire the 4th level spell Hamadi mentioned, it would be well worth the trip. The only thing that gave Ryan some hesitation was regarding Anna's mother. Originally, he had planned to begin rescuing Anna's mother, Darian Hawkmoon, upon returning to the Imperial capital. With his current strength, he no longer needed to be as cautious and hesitant as before. After a moment's thought, Ryan asked, "Is the time confirmed?" "Yes. We plan to depart in 7 days, and the trip will last about a month. If you, Lord Ryan, are determined to go, I suggest arriving in the Imperial capital at least a day in advance to prepare for the trip," Alina said quickly. "Yes," Ryan nodded, a thoughtful look on his face. 7 days. Even if they wanted to rescue her, it would be too hasty. After all, Anna's mother had been missing for over 2 years, so there was no rush in just 2 weeks. He wasn't even sure if Anna's mother was still alive. If they acted rashly, and the Dragon Scale Brotherhood destroyed the body, then Ryan immediately decided to wait until he returned. "Alina, inform Marshal Alfred that I agree to participate in this trip." "Okay, Lord Ryan, I do it right away." With that, Alina quickly left. At this moment, Anna, who was standing nearby, trotted over quickly, her large, beautiful eyes filled with both disappointment and curiosity. She asked, "Ryan, are you going to visit the Eagle Federation on behalf of the Empire?" "Yes," Ryan rubbed Anna's head, reassuring her. Although he longed to stay in Ferdinand Forest for a while longer, there were things he had to do. "I heard there's a big difference between the Eagle Federation and the Empire?" "Yes, not only in terms of political systems, but also in terms of social development levels. However, I've never been there, so this is a good time to take a look." "Well, remember to tell me when you get back." "Of course. By the way, Ryan, you just said this 2nd level sorcery is part of a certain Dawn's killer move?" Anna asked, glancing at the parchment scroll in Ryan's hand. "Well, don't underestimate this 2nd level spell, Ironthorn Path. It's actually a component of the 4th level metal-based Dawn's ultimate move, Iron Forest. I already have the 4th level spell, Steelthorn Grove, and the 3rd level spell, Thorn Iron Ball. Now I have this 2nd level spell, Ironthorn Path. That means I'm just missing a 1st level spell called Ironthorn to complete my Dawn's ultimate move." "No wonder you're so happy to get this 2nd level spell," Anna said, suddenly realizing. "Is the only spell missing the 1st level spell Ironthorn?" "Huh? I think I've heard of that spell before." Anna frowned slightly, a thoughtful expression on her face. Ryan was a little surprised at first, but then he smiled. "That's right. The word thorn appears in many nature-based spells. It's understandable that you find it familiar. But the spell I need, Iron Thorn, is a rare metal spell." "Yeah, but I really do think I've heard of it before." Anna thought Ryan's words made sense, but also felt confident she was remembering correctly. "No, I asked the teacher. Maybe she knows." Anna thought for a moment, and decided to confirm it. Firstly, she seemed to have seen it before, and secondly, from Ryan's description, Anna understood how important this 1st level spell was to him. Since that was the case, confirming it wouldn't take long. "Okay." Ryan couldn't bear to dampen Anna's enthusiasm. Watching her excited departure, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He had never heard of elves using metal spells. As darlings of nature, elves generally practice nature spells. After Anna left, Ryan thought for a moment, then opened the old parchment scroll containing the 2nd level spell, Ironthorn Path, and began to read it carefully. Now that he had acquired a new 2nd level spell, there was no reason not to learn it. Besides, he was accumulating skill points to rapidly improve his spells. However, Ironthorn Path was only a 2nd level spell, and Ryan had already reached the 4th level Dawn Wizard realm. So, he decided to try self-study first. A quarter of an hour later, a system prompt appeared. "You have studied Ironthorn Path, and your understanding of it has improved. You have learned a new skill. Ironthorn Path. Your Ironthorn Path skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 4. As expected, mastering a 2nd level spell at the level of a 4th level Dawn Wizard is indeed much easier. It took Ryan just a quarter of an hour to master this new metal-based sorcery. At the same time, a new icon appeared in the lower center of the Dragon Vein Wizard Epic panel. The icon depicted a path of sharp thorns, with a dark silver metallic sheen. Also, the small text below the icon read, Iron Thorn Path LV1, 1/100, Iron Thorn Path LV1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of mental energy to activate surrounding metal energy particles using a specific sorcery model, forming an Iron Thorn Path that pierces all targets in a straight line. Note: casting time, 3 seconds. A straight line attack? This is somewhat similar to the Thorn Ball. It looks like a weaker version of the 4th level spell, Steelthorn Grove. Steelthorn Grove can attack in a fan-shaped or even circular pattern, but Irethorn Road can only attack targets directly in front of it. However, this is quite consistent with the power level of a 2nd level spell. Ryan! Look! What is this? Anna ran towards him like a live deer, waving something at him with a look of delight on her face. With Ryan's eyesight, he could clearly see the parchment scroll in Anna's hand. Considering Anna's reason for leaving, an incredible thought suddenly occurred to him. Could it really be? Ryan suddenly stood up and hurried towards Anna. Ryan, I found it. I told you I wasn't mistaken, Anna said as she handed the parchment scroll directly to Ryan, her towering breasts still heaving from the running she had just done. Ryan took it and immediately opened it. He saw the words Ironthorn written on the parchment scroll. Is this really true? Ryan was genuinely surprised. Well, I stumbled across it while studying with my teacher these past few days. Ryan, you're wrong about one thing. Although we primarily practice nature magic, that doesn't mean the library only contains books on nature magic. In fact, there are many other types of magic as well, Anna said with a hint of playfulness. I see. I just assumed that. Anna, thank you. Ryan gently picked Anna up and kissed her passionately. 5 days later. During these 5 days, Ryan didn't work on leather armor, but instead repeatedly practiced the 2 new magics he had mastered. By this time, Ryan had upgraded his newly mastered 2nd level magic, Ironthorn Path, from level 1 to level 5, 76/2000. After reaching level 5, the speed of Ironthorn Path's advancement began to slow. As for the lower difficulty level of the 1st level sorcery, Ironthorn, Ryan directly upgraded it to level 6, 23/3000. This meant that Ryan only needed 7 and 6 skill points to upgrade both new sorceries to level 20, for a total of 13 skill points. He currently had 14 skill points. While he could continue to improve with practice, Ryan was about to visit the Eagle Federation. Of course, most importantly, faced with the allure of Dawn's ultimate move, Ryan didn't want to wait any longer. After a brief moment of thought, Ryan invested 7 skill points, plus 8 gold skill points, into the 2nd level sorcery, Ironthorn Path. As the 2nd level sorcery, Ironthorn Path, advanced from level 1 to level 20, a flood of memories of the sorcery, Ironthorn Path, instantly flooded Ryan's mind. For a moment, Ryan seemed to have entered a mysterious space, constantly practicing the 2nd level sorcery, Ironthorn Path. A few minutes later, Ryan once again invested 6 skill points and 8 gold skill points into the 1st level sorcery, Ironthorn. Chapter 472. Since the 4th level spell, Steelthorn Grove, became a natural spell upon reaching the 4th level Dawn Wizard, now, with the 2nd level spells, Ironthorn Path, and the 1st level spell, Ironthorn, having reached level 20, Ryan's proficiency in all 4 spells has reached the required level for Dawn's ultimate move. Next, Ryan must experiment and master the technique of chaining these 4 spells. This step is actually Ryan's most confident part. After expending 16 gold skill points, he now has a full 516 gold skill points left. Ryan looked around the garden and headed straight ahead. He quickly found a relatively open clearing in the forest and began experimenting. Level 1 Ironthorn Magic. Level 2 Ironthorn Road Magic. Level 3 Thorn Iron Ball Magic. Level 4 Steelthorn Grove Magic. Over 10 minutes later, a system notification sounded. Ding! Host has grasped the prototype of Dawn's ultimate move. Do you want to spend 286 gold skill points to refine it? 286 points. Ryan's eyes widened slightly, surprised. That's ridiculous. You know, the last time I refined the crystallized ultimate move Sawtooth Slicing Net, I only spent 79 gold skill points. This time, it's more than tripled. I thought over 500 gold skill points were a lot, but now it seems not so much, Ryan thought to himself. Of course, despite his grumbling, Ryan quickly chose yes. I'd saved up so many gold skill points just to use them. If it could improve my combat power, there was no need to be stingy. As before, the system's deduction and improvement was essentially adapting the Dawn's ultimate move, Iron Forest, to Ryan's personal needs. This would make it even more suitable for Ryan, increasing its speed and slightly increasing its power. So even if it cost a lot, Ryan knew it was a good deal. If any other Dawn Wizard had attempted this, it would probably take at least 100 years. As he added points. Instantly, a torrent of memories from his sorcery training flooded into Ryan's mind, as if he'd been practicing the coordination of these 4 sorceries repeatedly in some mysterious dimension for 200 or 300 years. When Ryan opened his eyes again, his understanding of these 4 sorceries had become a seamless whole. Ding! Deduction successful. The host has mastered the metal-based dawn-killing move, Iron Forest. Finally, I have my own dawn-killing move. Ryan beamed with joy. He could hardly contain his excitement, and planned to find a place to fully unleash his first dawn-killing move. Since this location was in a corner of the Elven Palace's gardens, unleashing the dawn-killing move there would create too much noise, potentially alerting the entire Elven hierarchy. So, Ryan rode Bloodfeather to a clearing in a dense forest dozens of kilometers away. As Ryan silently chanted the incantation, the metallic energy fluctuations around him suddenly intensified. Dawn-killing move, Iron Forest. Ryan gently pressed his hand to the ground. The next second, a dark silver ring of ripples rapidly spread out from his position. 50 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. 220 meters. Swish, swish, swish. Looking down from midair, one could see a vast circular area where all the trees, shrubs, and low-lying plants had transformed into metal. The open ground suddenly erupted with trees and thorns of varying sizes, all bearing sharp spikes and a metallic sheen. For a moment, it was as if the area surrounding Ryan had transformed into a steel forest. A few seconds later, boom! The steel forest shattered. All the trees, shrubs, and even vines within its reach were reduced to shreds, leaving only a vast, circular wasteland. At this moment, a shivering mole poked its head out of its burrow, took in the bare ground, and immediately retreated back in a flash. It's like petrification, Ryan thought to himself. It's almost like metallization. From the effects just now, the existing shrubs and trees seemed to be covered in a layer of metal. The open ground was quickly covered with metallic shrubs. But in either case, a dense mass of metallic spikes would quickly form on the surface. Plus a piercing effect. Ryan was naturally pleased with the power of this Dawn's killing move. Not good. Ryan's expression changed, and he quickly rode Bloodfeather away from the scene. He had been so busy looking for a deserted spot that he hadn't realized he completely destroyed a large area of forest. Elves prioritize protecting the natural environment, and druids are among the most extreme environmentalists. Ryan had to leave quickly. Otherwise, while there wouldn't be any trouble, Anna might complain. And Ryan had been gone for only a few minutes. Sure enough, several archdruids soon arrived and surveyed the scene, their faces solemn. However, with Elder Nesh's arrival, a strange expression crossed her face, as if something had occurred to her. That afternoon, at the airship dock in Ferdinand's city, a group was seeing Ryan off. By the way, is that large clearing in the forest over there yours? Anna whispered in Ryan's ear, her sparkling eyes as if to say, it must be you. Ahem, it was just an accident, Ryan said, blushing slightly. Well, the teacher also guessed it was you, so the matter was dropped. Ryan, be careful on your trip. Anna looked at him reluctantly. Yes. As the sword-bearer airship slowly took off, Ryan concluded his trip to Ferdinand Forest. His gains from this trip were undoubtedly immense. At this moment, his cabin was still filled with elven leatherworking supplies, all donated free of charge by the elves. Although he hadn't yet transitioned to elven leatherworking, his few days of study with Elder Nessa had already triggered the transition requirements. This meant that, as long as he followed the steps, he would be able to smoothly transition. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Tamriel, Hamadi's residence. In the study, Hamadi anxiously asked his subordinates again, has Earl Ryan not returned yet? Sir, no. We have 2 teams stationed at Earl Ryan's residence 24 hours a day. We be notified immediately if he returns, the servant said respectfully. Yes, report immediately. Hamadi finished, then waved his hand slightly irritably, dismissing the servants. He continued pacing back and forth in his study. After a while, he let out a long sigh and said, alas, Lord Ryan hasn't returned yet. If he doesn't, we won't be able to operate. 2 days ago, he received word from his boss, Royce, that the Empire would be sending a delegation to visit the Federation. After discussing it, the two agreed that this was a perfect opportunity to invite Ryan to the Federation. As for the Imperial delegation, if it was just a matter of finding a spot, it wouldn't be too difficult for them. But the problem was that Lord Ryan hadn't returned since leaving for Ferdinand Forest. And naturally, this matter required Ryan's consent before it could proceed, otherwise, it would likely backfire. This wait had lasted until now. But more importantly, just yesterday his boss, Royce, told him seriously that he must convince Ryan to join the delegation. The reason was that news from Ferdinand Forest indicated that Lord Ryan's potential was even greater than they had previously anticipated. This immediately shocked Hamadi. It was even higher than he'd expected. Doesn't that mean he's number one in the Federation's talent recruitment pipeline? Hamadi knew all too well what this meant. Your Excellency, Earl Ryan has returned. Suddenly, a servant's hurried report came from outside the door. Excellent. Arrange a carriage immediately. Hamadi's face lit up with joy, and he spoke quickly. Inner ring of the Imperial capital. In the second prince's residence, in the study. Your Highness, I've confirmed it. I've found 2 Imperial personnel, who participated in the battle, and bribed them with a large sum of money. I've confirmed that this Ryan transformed into a 2-headed dragon, and delivered the final blow to the evil god's clone. Buchanan spoke with a grim expression, his thoughts swirling. Ever since receiving the news of Bostaff's death a few days ago, he'd been terrified. You have to remember, this was Lord Bostaff, whose power rivaled that of the Imperial Guardian. And yet, he was no match for that Ryan. The subsequent series of news shocked him even more. Even the second prince was astonished upon hearing the news, and immediately ordered a thorough investigation to determine what had happened in Ferdinand Forest. But the more he investigated, the more terrified Buchanan became. This Ryan was a monster. According to their description, the dragon form Ryan assumed was completely different from the Imperial Dragon Rider dragons they'd seen before. One of the dragon's heads was almost translucent. As Buchanan finished his story, Second Prince Everton nodded and said, "That's right. This differs significantly from the official reports from the Imperial channels." This was why he had Buchanan conduct a thorough investigation. As the second prince, he naturally had access to the top-secret intelligence regarding Ferdinand Forest. However, the problem was that the description of Ryan's battle was only briefly mentioned, with only the outcome reported. This immediately puzzled him. Buchanan, remember that void dragon? I've always felt there was something fishy about the previous report. Now it seems my suspicions are correct. Someone is covering up something for this Ryan. The second prince carefully examined the investigative report Buchanan handed him, and said with certainty, "Oh, could it be the sword-bearer? Marshal Alfred?" Buchanan's brows raised, and his eyes lit up as he offered an answer. "No, the sword-bearers don't possess such power yet," said Second Prince Everton, shaking his head. This time, the Imperial reinforcements in Ferdinand Forest were led by Lothar and Reginald. These 2 Imperial Guardians aren't from the sword-bearer system, so even Alfred wouldn't have such a high position. But then, Her Highness Minia arrived in Ferdinand Forest. From then on, she'd be in full charge. Buchanan frowned, puzzled. Second Prince Everton pondered Buchanan's words in silence. After a long pause, the second prince murmured softly, "Could it be that Aunt Minia is covering for Ryan?" Hearing the second prince's words, Buchanan was stunned, then he lowered his head even further. It was completely inappropriate for him to comment on this matter, because Red Queen Minia was no ordinary person. She was also of the respected imperial royal bloodline and the second prince's aunt. It could be said that this was entirely the second prince's family affair. The second prince waved his hand, signaling Buchanan to withdraw. He himself continued to ponder. If this is true, what is Aunt Minia's purpose? You must know that the multi-headed dragon has long since disappeared from dragon records in the long river of history. It was once a formidable enemy of the 5-colored dragons of the Dragon Empire. Aunt Minia couldn't have been unaware of this. And the appearance of a translucent dragon head during the battle, this, combined with the void dragon corpse that Ryan brought back from the Dragon Valley secret realm, could it be that this creature possesses some ability to absorb and fuse the bloodlines of other dragons? I really want to capture him and experiment on him, the second prince sighed. Unfortunately, his power has now reached epic level, which makes things a bit cumbersome. As for Ryan, after arriving at the sword-bearer headquarters in the Imperial capital, he naturally planned to visit Marshal Alfred. But unfortunately, the Marshal had just left the Imperial capital. Although General Augustus was in the Imperial capital, he was currently in a meeting with another department. So, Ryan returned to the mansion. But as soon as he arrived, before he could even chat with his family, Hamadi came to visit. In the reception room, "Sir Hamadi." "Sir Ryan, do you remember our agreement last time?" "Of course I do." Ryan nodded. Previously, after obtaining the serrated ring from Hamadi, he had promised to visit the Federation within 6 months. "Sir Ryan, due to time constraints, I get straight to the point. The Empire will soon be sending a delegation to visit the Federation, and I highly recommend that you join. Of course, we assist you with the quota issue. I'm here to seek your personal opinion." "Oh!" Ryan raised an eyebrow, but didn't elaborate. It seems the Federation spies weren't aware he would be joining the delegation. That's right, the original sword-bearer seemed to be General Augustus, and he had only agreed to it 2 days ago. Of course, Ryan primarily wanted to hear the other party's reasoning. Is it that urgent? Yes, Lord Ryan, the current situation is worse than you realize. The Empire and the Federation, backed by their ample forces, can currently contain some of the danger. But perhaps you're not aware that, outside the Empire's borders, many tribes have completely fallen and become supporters of the evil god. Just like the recent Ferdinand Forest incident, how do you think the situation would have developed without the Empire's support? Hamadi asked. Yes. Ryan nodded, agreeing with Hamadi. This largely aligns with what he'd learned from the Empire's confidential intelligence after being promoted to deputy chief. Many primitive tribes on the islands have been seduced and corrupted as a whole, throwing themselves into the arms of the evil god. Therefore, in the near future, a demigod-level evil god clone will inevitably descend. By then, the Dragon Empire will face a great crisis and challenge. Lord Ryan, we very much hope that you can travel to the Federation as soon as possible. In that case, then. As for the delegation quota, there's no need to trouble Lord Hamadi. I should be able to take care of it. However, I also have something I need Lord Hamadi's help with, said Ryan with a smile. Chapter 473. Hearing Ryan's agreement, Hamadi, despite his best efforts to conceal it, could not help but smile, revealing that his expression was far from calm. He quickly said, Sir Ryan, please speak. As long as it doesn't violate principles, I can guarantee that there will be no problem. Oh, that's great. Ryan smiled and nodded. I'm going to the Eagle Federation this time to learn more about the situation there, so I want to travel around the Federation more freely. Here, Ryan paused briefly. Hamadi's face grew serious, and he asked, Sir Ryan, what do you mean by more freely? As a secret agent, he was still concerned about the words traveling around. Sir Hamadi, please rest assured. I will not be heading to the Federation's confidential military departments. Instead, I want to learn about the local customs and get to know more cities. Ryan naturally understood the key point of Hamadi's concern and explained with a smile. That shouldn't be a problem, Lord Ryan, Hamadi said with a sigh of relief. He planned to report this matter immediately. After watching Hamadi leave, Ryan pulled out a map. The purpose of his recent conversation with Hamadi was naturally because Ryan wanted to investigate the ruins of the Goblin Empire's capital. After so many years, he wanted to find out whether the ruins had been excavated or not by the Federation. Furthermore, this matter wasn't suitable for the sword-bearer to investigate. But even diplomats with immunity couldn't freely travel through another country's territory, and Ryan needed this privilege. It looked like there shouldn't be any problems. The map before him was a map of the entire Federation that Alina had brought him from the sword-bearer headquarters. Since the Federation had numerous spies in the Empire, naturally, the Empire also had numerous spies and informants within the Federation. Ryan pointed somewhere on the map and whispered, It should be here. Following Ryan's finger, he saw that it was near a place called Rezaret Canyon. Ryan was almost certain that the ruins of the Goblin Empire's capital were located on one side of Rezaret Canyon. Coincidentally, not far from Rezaret Canyon was a large Federation city called Zataya. That's great. We could go to Zataya under the guise of sightseeing. I wonder if they stop by here. Ryan wasn't sure yet about the Empire's return visit route, but he could ask ahead of time. For the next day and a half, Ryan didn't plan much work, choosing instead to spend time with his family. The beautiful woman Jennifer and the barbarian girl Lager were still busy with Chamber of Commerce affairs in Munster, and were not in the Imperial capital. However, Jennifer did send a letter, reporting on recent Chamber of Commerce developments and the preparations she had begun for a new store in the Imperial capital. Claire was also not in the Imperial capital. She had gone to Nam province to train with her instructor at the Royal Academy. 2 days later, early in the morning, at the Imperial capital's Royal Airship dockyard, a group of people were seen bidding farewell to a massive, streamlined airship as it took flight. 3 long-distance airships escorted it from its front and rear. A fleet of 7 airships, totaling 7, sped eastward. On the airship, in a luxurious cabin, Ryan was looking over the newly received itinerary. For the sake of confidentiality, even Ryan had only just received it. First, we go to Weston, a major city on the Federation's west coast, then to Antihor, the Federation's capital. The last stop happens to be Zataya. That's even more convenient. But this return visit is a little unusual, Ryan mused. Because Ryan discovered that in addition to Red Queen Menia, Reginald of Earthpulse, whom he had met last time, had also joined the delegation. This also meant that, including him, the Empire's delegation this time had 3 epic-level warriors. At a time when various cults were quite active within the Empire's territory, Having 3 epic-level warriors in a single delegation was a bit unreasonable. Knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the cabin door. Lord Ryan, Her Highness Menia requests that you come in. The attendant outside the door bowed. Okay. Ryan and his attendant soon arrived at the cabin of the head of the delegation, Red Queen Menia. The door was open, and Menia, clad in a red wizard's robe, sat sideways by the porthole, gazing out at the view. As if hearing footsteps, Menia turned to Ryan, smiled, and nodded, saying, "Ryan, I'm here. Take a seat." "Your Highness Menia," Ryan said, bowing slightly. "This is meat from Anvilmar. Try it. It has a unique flavor." Menia pointed to the amber-colored wine on the coffee table. "Thank you." Ryan took a small sip. Sure enough, a mellow aroma of honey, mixed with the refreshing taste of some kind of fruit brew, lingered in Ryan's mouth. "Ryan, do you still remember that 3-headed sea dragon with a demonic tail?" "Of course. The first thing I remember is that you defeated the 3-headed sea dragon." Ryan was naturally deeply impressed by the 3-headed sea dragon back in Mayest. "Well, about 3 days later, after we arrive in Weston on the west coast of the Federation, we will cooperate with the Federation to jointly defeat it." Hearing Menia's words, Ryan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, quite surprised. "Your Highness Menia, are you saying that we should first go to Weston, the Federation's major city, to meet up with the welcoming team, and then head to the west coast of the Federation to eliminate the 3-headed sea dragon?" Originally, he had thought it was just a simple return visit. Now it seemed that the purpose of this imperial return visit was not simple, or rather, the significance of this return visit was more important than he had anticipated. "Yes, although we've repelled the demonic-tailed 3-headed sea dragon's numerous attacks on the Empire's coast, they've managed to escape each time, relying on the sea's convenient terrain. Over this period of time, the demonic-tailed 3-headed sea dragon has gradually recovered its strength. Now, it's learned its lesson, alternating attacks between the Empire's east coast and the Federation's west coast. This poses a significant threat to both us and the Federation, so this time we will unite and completely defeat them. In a sense, this is the first substantial cooperation between the Empire and the Federation." "I see." Ryan's face lit up with realization. He had previously wondered why the Empire had sent Her Royal Highness, Red Queen Menia, to lead a delegation to the Federation. Because even if it was a return visit, the level was too high. Now it seems, that was the reason. This mission wasn't simply a return visit, but rather had far-reaching implications for cooperation. Recalling what Hamadi had said earlier, the increasingly severe environment was beginning to force cooperation between the two most powerful nations. "By the way, Ryan, you're now a level 4 Dawn Wizard, right?" Menia said, sizing him up with her beautiful eyes. "Yes, Your Highness." Ryan nodded. There was no need to hide this, and it couldn't be concealed. "Well, in the battle against the demon-tailed 3-headed sea dragon, try not to use your bloodline transformation. I suppressed the 2-headed dragon incident during the last Ferdinand Forest incident." Ryan couldn't help but glance at Menia in surprise. "What do you mean?" Ryan asked. "There are some complicated details here. You just need to remember this. Try not to transform into a 2-headed dragon, especially in front of the Imperial family." Menia gave Ryan a deep look and said no more. "Okay," Ryan nodded. Ryan could naturally sense that Red Queen Menia held no hostility toward him. In fact, from what she had just said, it was not hard to tell that Menia seemed to be caring for him to some extent. Not in front of the Imperial family. Ryan pondered the words, and immediately formed a hypothesis. It seems this involves a secret of the Imperial family. A quarter of an hour later, Ryan said goodbye and returned to his cabin. He quickly shook his head, deciding to put it aside for now. Since Menia had reminded him, he would simply avoid performing his 2-headed dragon transformation in front of everyone. In fact, for Ryan right now, since mastering the Dawn's ultimate move, Iron Forest, even without transforming, the difference in combat power wouldn't be significant. That's the point of the Dawn's ultimate move. However, as for attribute points, I'd better try to save as many as possible. Whether it's for restoring mental or physical strength, they're essential for combat, Ryan thought to himself. Ryan approached the desk. The desk was filled with various leatherworking ingredients. Before this, Ryan had brought a lot of leatherworking materials with him, considering the long journey to the Federation. While traveling, he could use the free time to level up his leatherworker class. Once he reached level 10, he could then transition to elf leatherworker. Since Ryan's leatherworker class had reached level 7, the experience points provided by the Moonlight Vest were no longer sufficient for rapid upgrades. Therefore, Ryan would try a new leather breastplate. This leather breastplate, called the Thornwood Vest, was, like the moonlight vest, a common piece of leather armor worn by druids. However, in terms of functionality, it was superior to the moonlight vest. Besides being more concealable in the jungle, it also provided protection similar to the thornwood shield. The required raw materials were 1 thornwood bark, 1 bloodvine, and 4 cured hides. Of course, there were other small items, such as tendon. But materials weren't a problem. The elves had provided Ryan with sufficient supplies before he left Ferdinand Forest. 10 minutes later, a system notification sounded. You have crafted a thornwood coat, and your understanding of the relevant items has improved. You have mastered a new skill. Crafting a thornwood coat. Your thornwood coat crafting skill has been improved, adding 12 experience points. You have successfully crafted a thornwood coat, adding 10 leatherworker class experience points. Shortly after the Imperial airship fleet departed Antor, the capital of the Eagle Federation. In front of a massive, 10-story, pointed roof building, people dressed in white lab coats, dressed like researchers, came in and out. The sign on the front door read in large, gilded characters, Eagle Federation Mechanical Research Institute. In a top-floor office, the decor was simple, with only a few green potted plants on a crimson coffee table as embellishment, seemingly fitting the stereotypical and minimalist image of a researcher. However, behind the dark desk was not a balding, middle-aged man, but a young woman in a white lab coat. The woman, with wavy blonde hair and beautiful features, appeared to be in her early 20s, diligently flipping through a thick file. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Lady Rebecca, the diplomatic department says the Dragon Empire's delegation has already departed. Should we also prepare to depart? A young woman in a short suit and a tight skirt asked. No rush. Normally, they take 3 days to reach the west coast. But a day will be enough for us, Rebecca said, without even looking up. Okay. By the way, Lady Rebecca, the intelligence department says that Ryan, the key target for the Dragon Empire, will also be here. The intelligence department hopes we can communicate more with them. If they're interested in our research and willing to stay, that would be even better. As if she'd heard something interesting, Rebecca immediately put down the information in her hands and raised her beautiful eyes to look at her secretary. As a top genius institute in the Federation, and also a genius metal wizard in the early stages of level 3 crystallization, Rebecca Hayden understood only too well the significance of a high-level metal wizard to the Federal Mechanical Research Institute. She had heard about this person in particular from her mother long before. That's great news. By the way, our institute's mission this time is to deploy the newly developed Ajax in combat, right? Yes, Lady Rebecca. Have the others prepare themselves. We depart in an hour. After 3 days of sailing across the vast summer sea, the Imperial delegation finally arrived over the Federation's major city of Weston at dawn on the 3rd day. Ryan also left the cabin and walked to the side of the airship, taking in the scene before him. Compared to the medieval feel of most county and provincial capitals in the Dragon Empire, Ryan felt that Weston before him had almost entered the Industrial Revolution. Ahead of him, he saw a sea of buildings, and even more so, a series of massive chimneys. At this moment, plumes of black smoke billowed from the chimneys, casting a gloomy and slightly oppressive veil over the entire city. Looking down from the chimneys, he could see vast factories. With Ryan's keen eyesight, he could clearly see that early in the morning, large numbers of workers in plain, threadbare clothing were coming in and out of the factories. As for the city center, although the bustling streets were still dominated by horse-drawn carriages, Ryan could already see some steam-powered vehicles, similar to buses, on some of the main thoroughfares. Look over there, is that steam power? At this moment, many people began to gather on both sides of the airship, and many of them also noticed the steam-powered locomotive. Yes, it should be. The ships on the river seemed to be too. Indeed, on the river that snaked through the city center, steamships could also be clearly seen coming and going, and their number was quite significant. While the Empire had large energy furnaces, they were extremely few in number. In contrast, steam power in the Federation had been practically universally implemented, used in every aspect of people's daily lives. The shock this scene brought to the people of the Empire was naturally unparalleled. Chapter 474. The Dragon Empire airship formation slowly landed at the official airship dock near Weston City Hall. Below, a group of people, led by an elderly man, had been waiting at the docking station long before. Ryan also spotted a familiar face, the federal senator who had previously visited the Empire, the special envoy Tarina. She had clearly dressed up for the occasion. Tarina's upper body was a cinched, light white silk, wide-sleeved top with intricate lace trim at the neckline and cuffs. Both the material and the exquisite workmanship exuded a sense of understated luxury. Her lower body, while relatively simple, consisted of a pair of slim-fitting, stretchy black hunting pants, which beautifully accentuated her voluptuous figure. The entire outfit exuded elegance and sophistication, yet also competence. But at this moment, even as a federal senator, she was still a step behind the old man. Clearly, this old man was the primary person responsible for this reception, holding a higher status than even Trina. Ryan sensed that while this old man was also a transcendent, his strength wasn't high, perhaps at the level of a peak knight or a grand knight. This was the difference from the Empire. While his individual strength wasn't particularly strong, he was the vice speaker of the entire Federation. This meant that in the Federation, individual strength wasn't the sole factor determining status. Seeing Minia, clad in a red wizard robe, walk down the gangway first, the Federation's members immediately greeted him with smiles. "Your Excellency, Your Highness Minia, welcome to the Federation. This is our Vice Speaker, His Excellency Bertrand Rees," Trina introduced with a smile. "Your Highness Minia, welcome to the Federation," the elderly man named Bertrand said with a beaming smile. "Your Excellency Bertrand is so polite. It's my honor to visit the Federation." Minia nodded with a smile. Next came the official diplomatic proceedings, and Minia briefly introduced the accompanying personnel. "This is His Majesty Reginald, the guardian of our Dragon Empire. Your Excellency Reginald, welcome to the Federation. This is His Majesty Ryan, the representative of our Empire's swordbearers. Your Excellency Ryan, you are truly young. Your Excellency Ryan, we meet again." At this moment, the beautiful woman Tarina stepped forward and said with a smile, "Your Excellency Tarina, long time no see. You are still as charming as ever." Ryan bowed slightly. "Oh, do you two know each other?" Red Queen Minia's eyes flashed with surprise, and her gaze lingered on Ryan for a moment. "Yes, Your Highness Minia, when I visited the Empire, we were attacked by the corrupted dragon Agnes. It was Lord Ryan who ensured our safety." "That's right." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Federation's welcoming staff escorted the Imperial delegation towards Weston City Hall. Banquet Hall Number 1 within the City Hall was already adorned with flowers, and arrangements had been made for the subsequent welcome ceremony. But as they walked, Ryan felt a subtle sense of being watched. He noticed a pair of eyes in the crowd that seemed to be frequently glancing at him. Perhaps this observation would be subtle to others, but to him, a level 4 Dawn wizard, this repeated scrutiny was perfectly obvious. So, Ryan glanced slightly sideways and spotted the person. The woman was a young, quite beautiful woman, but he was certain he had never seen her before. Perhaps it was because he was the younger of the representatives from the Empire? However, the woman had been observing him frequently since the beginning, which made Ryan pay more attention to her. Interestingly, the faint particles lingering around her were very familiar to Ryan. They were also metallic particles. A metallic wizard? Interesting. Ryan couldn't help but ponder. As the group walked towards the banquet hall, suddenly, a man in a Federation military uniform trotted up to Federation Vice Speaker Bertrand and whispered something quickly. Ryan and everyone else, including Red Queen Minia and Earth Pulse Reginald, were Dawn wizards with extremely keen perceptions. Therefore, even without listening intently, they could still easily hear what the other person was saying. "Sir, the presence of a three-headed sea dragon with a demonic tail has been detected at sea. It's rapidly advancing towards the west coast city of Oberdeen and is expected to arrive in half an hour. What do you think?" "Huh? Didn't they attack just 10 days ago? According to your military's previous analysis, the three-headed sea dragon won't likely attack for at least a week." Federal Vice Speaker Bertrand frowned slightly upon hearing the officer's words and retorted. From his expression, he was clearly troubled. According to diplomatic convention, it's natural for guests to first learn about the customs and culture of the Federation and attend a welcome banquet to deepen their familiarity before discussing matters of cooperation. But who would have thought that the demonic tail three-headed sea dragon would appear at this very moment? According to the attack habits of the three-headed sea dragon, after one attack, it would not launch a second attack for half a month. But now, this pattern was clearly violated. "Mr. Vice Speaker, since the demonic tail three-headed sea dragon has appeared, let's seize the opportunity." At this moment, Minia, who had already noticed Bertrand's conflicted expression, took the initiative. "If the Federation is already prepared." Bertrand was slightly stunned, but immediately realized what was going on. "Then, Your Highness Minia, it is truly rude for you to visit the Federation for the first time. But you are right. Since they have appeared, we must seize the opportunity. How about we go to the City Hall to hold a pre-war meeting now?" Vice Speaker Bertrand was not one for hesitation, and made a decision immediately. I think we could hold this pre-war meeting on the airship. What do you think? Minia said with a smile. You're so thoughtful, Your Highness Minia. If you don't mind, you can take our airship. We hold a pre-war meeting there, Bertrand said, bowing slightly. Well, that's a bother, Minia nodded. The crowd immediately turned around and quickly boarded the airship. Ryan, Reginald, and other important figures accompanied Red Queen Minia to the Federation-arranged airship. After crossing a long pier, Ryan once again saw the Federation's massive airship. Behind it lay 6 medium-sized airships, 2 abreast. Thick steel cables dangled from the base of each of the 6 airships. Ryan, perched on the airship docking platform, looked down along the numerous cables and saw several people on the ground busy securing them to 3 massive, cloth-covered structures. Judging from the shape revealed by the cloth, they were likely some kind of giant golem. This piqued Ryan's curiosity, and he took a closer look. Soon, the Federation airship fleet and the Imperial delegation's airship fleet took off, forming a parallel formation and rapidly flying toward Aberdeen, another city on the Federation's west coast. At this point, Ryan had already arrived with the others in the conference room of the massive Federation airship, the Macon. Because it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, there were no nameplates in the conference room, and Ryan randomly found a seat. As soon as he sat down, a fragrant breeze wafted past him. The girl who had been observing him so frequently had seemingly casually taken the seat next to him. Seeing Ryan looking up at her, the girl smiled slightly and said, "Hello, Sir Ryan. I'm Rebecca, affiliated with the Federal Mechanical Research Institute, and I'm the person in charge of this Ajax Golem." "Hello, Rebecca." Although he could tell that this Rebecca seemed to be approaching him proactively, he was also expecting this. Hamadi had contacted him in the imperial capital of Tamriel, so naturally someone from the Federation would contact him. However, Ryan hadn't expected this person to be a serious intelligence officer like Hamadi, but rather a talented young woman with expertise in golems. To be honest, Ryan was very interested in the so-called Ajax Golem developed by the Federation. Although we haven't seen its actual combat power yet, judging by its size, it should be quite capable. I just wonder which one is superior, the Destroyer Golem or the Destroyer Golem. I heard that Lord Ryan is also a metal wizard. I wonder if you're interested in golem making? The girl asked, looking at him with sparkling eyes. Oh! It seems Miss Rebecca is quite familiar with me. I'm indeed very interested in golems. Excellent. Perhaps we can exchange more experiences on this subject. As the two were conversing, the meeting officially began. Your Highness Minia, please allow me to first brief you on the Federation's preparations and plans. A Federation officer, clearly a high-ranking general, spoke rapidly. This time, we prepared 3 newly developed Ajax supergiant golems to engage the Devil-Tail 3-headed sea dragon head-on. Of course, this is actually a tactic, intended to draw the Devil-Tail 3-headed sea dragon's attention. At the same time, we hope the Empire can cut off its retreat, trapping the 3-headed sea dragon on the coast of Aberdeen to prevent it from escaping back into the sea. Cutting off its retreat? That's certainly no problem. But to prevent the Devil-Tail 3-headed sea dragon from noticing our encirclement, we need to circumvent it from a distance, which will take about 5 minutes. Minia nodded. So, can the Ajax golems you mentioned hold off the 3-headed sea dragon head-on for 5 minutes? The Empire had naturally tried this strategy of encircling the Devil-Tail 3-headed sea dragon from both sides before. The problem, however, is that the Devil-Tail 3-headed sea dragon is very shrewd. If it detects more than 3 epic-level fighters, it will quickly retreat and dive deep into the sea. Well, the senior officer hesitated for a moment, his eyes fixed on Bertrand, the vice president of the Federal Parliament. However, before Bertrand could say anything, the girl next to Ryan suddenly stood up and said, Your Highness, Minia, the Ajax supergiant golem is the pinnacle of our Federal Mechanical Research Institute's current state-of-the-art golem technology. Each one, if controlled by a crystallized wizard, can unleash epic combat power. Although it's only at the early epic stage, 3 of them should be enough to hold off the demon-tail 3-headed sea dragon for a quarter of an hour. The speaker was Rebecca, the girl who had taken the initiative to sit next to him. Ryan couldn't help but glance at her in surprise. Unexpectedly, this girl was quite bold, daring enough to express her opinion directly to Red Queen Minia. Hearing the girl's words, Red Queen Minia glanced at her, nodded, and said, I think you misunderstood me. I don't doubt the Federation's newly developed golem's combat effectiveness, but I'm afraid it's not safe to use against the 3-headed sea dragon. I have a question. Why has the demon-tail 3-headed sea dragon's activity pattern suddenly changed? Minia said slowly, gazing around at everyone present. At this question, everyone's expressions paled slightly, and whispers broke out. Yes! This doesn't make sense. Your Highness Menia hits the nail on the head. Could it be? Someone seemed to have a thought. Red Queen Menia glanced at Federal Vice Speaker Bertrand and Councillor Trenna, saying, I suspect their strength has almost fully recovered. You mean? Hearing Menia's words, Bertrand's heart sank. Everyone present also wore a serious expression. You have to understand that the previous demon tail three-headed sea dragon, while displaying formidable power, was only at the late epic stage. But if the opponent had regained some of its strength, then it could very well reach peak epic power. The threat level would skyrocket. Moreover, and most importantly, the current tactical plan was designed based on the power previously displayed by the demon tail three-headed sea dragon. In other words, if what Red Queen Menia said was true, and the three-headed sea dragon truly recovered to peak epic power, then even Rebecca, who had the greatest faith in her golems, didn't believe her 3 Ajax super golems could withstand it. Of course, this is merely my personal opinion. What I'm saying is, perhaps we should be more prepared. After hearing Menia's words, Federation Vice Speaker Bertrand bowed his head, and said something to Tarina beside him. Then, turning to Menia, he said, Your Highness, Menia, we've contacted His Majesty Tyrion Paul. Judging by the timeline, we should be able to reach the coast of Oberdeen on time. Menia had heard of Tyrion, and knew he was also a powerful figure of epic rank within the Federation. Well, in that case, there won't be any problems on my end. Your Excellency, Vice Speaker, we also need to return to our airships, and make some preparations. Of course, Your Highness, Menia, let's proceed as planned. A few minutes later, the combined airship formations of the Federation and Empire began to separate. The Federation airship formation flew directly toward the distant destination, the coast of Oberdeen, while the Imperial airships arced out toward the sea. Suddenly, the alarm on the Imperial airship blared. Attention everyone! A three-headed sea dragon with a demonic tail has been spotted. The lookout shouted. Chapter 475. A few minutes ago. In a small conference room off to the side of Menia's cabin, Ryan, Reginald, and Menia were discussing battle plans. Your Majesty Reginald, I'm afraid encircling the demon tail three-headed sea dragon this time will be more difficult than we anticipated. My idea is that Thassa and I will command the right wing, and you and your dragon companion, Ted, will command the left wing. Hearing this, Reginald's eyes flickered, and he tilted his head slightly to glance at Ryan, as if about to say something, but held his tongue. As for the demon tail three-headed sea dragon's vassals, Ryan, can I leave them to you to deal with? Red Queen Menia turned to Ryan and asked. Vassals? Ryan understood Menia's reason for this arrangement after a moment's thought. Menia had previously spoken with him, telling him to avoid using his two-headed dragon transformation in public. This battle arrangement seemed to take into account his combat power, when not transformed, requiring only the vassal of the demonic tail three-headed sea dragon to be dealt with. Of course, no problem, Ryan nodded readily. However, upon hearing this, Reginald could no longer hold back. Although Reginald was much older than Ryan, having experienced the Battle of Ferdinand Forest, he greatly admired Ryan's combat prowess, and was extremely friendly. He simply said, Your Highness Menia, in terms of combat power, Lord Ryan is even stronger than me. I don't understand why you didn't let Lord Ryan command the left wing. Without a dragon companion, Ryan would be at a disadvantage in the battle against the demonic tail three-headed sea dragon. At this moment, before Menia could finish, the alarms on the airship blared. The lookout's voice reached the small conference room. Reginald nodded at Menia's explanation, but then realized it didn't hold water. Ryan's agility after transforming into a dragon was probably even greater than that of the dragon riders. However, seeing that Menia and Ryan had already stood up and headed for the side of the ship, he immediately shook his head and said nothing more. Ryan and the other two walked to the side of the ship and gazed into the distance. Off to the left, far off on the blue sea, a white line slowly emerged, like a tide, rushing towards the coast of Oberdeen. The long coastline seemed like a dividing line. On one side was the plant-covered continent, on the other, the boundless blue sea. Ryan, as if observing something, narrowed his eyes and observed motionlessly. With his eyesight, he could now gradually make out the opponent's outline. The faint presence of 3 long necks indicated that it was undoubtedly a demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon. The fact that it could still make out its distinct outline at such a distance gave one an idea of its immense size. When Ryan saw the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon, he clearly remembered that back in Meister, he hadn't even had the energy to observe. Unexpectedly, he now had the strength to face the opponent head-on. Turn right, and encircle from behind. Menia's crisp voice, transmitted quickly to the captain's ears through some kind of sorcery, saw the Imperial airship formation slowly change course. Suddenly Ryan frowned. After watching it several times, he vaguely sensed something was amiss. "Your Highness Minia, Your Majesty Reginald, why do I feel like the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon isn't heading towards Oberdeen, but rather towards the mountains over there?" Ryan asked, pointing in the direction of the mountains. The two men stared intently. "Your Excellency, Ryan is correct. There's something a little off about the direction the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon is heading." Reginald observed it for a few more seconds before nodding, a thoughtful expression on his face. "It's indeed off." Minia also nodded, but after only a few words, her brows furrowed slightly, as if she were also pondering. Because the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon's pattern of movement is straight lines, so, according to common sense, it would head towards the most densely populated cities, devouring large numbers of humans and regaining its strength. But now, it's heading towards the sparsely populated mountains. Abandoning the large city of Oberdeen simply doesn't make sense. The side of a medium-sized airship at the rear of the Federation airship formation. "Rebecca, was the person sitting next to you in the meeting just now, Ryan, the Imperial genius the instructor mentioned?" A middle-aged man approached and asked. The man's name was Old Lee. Like Rebecca, he was the operator of the Ajax Super Golem. Furthermore, they were both students of Hiram, the director of the Federal Mechanical Research Institute. Rebecca nodded, her thoughts lingering. "This Ryan is so young, I feel like the rumors are exaggerated." Old Lee had always harbored a desire for Rebecca. After seeing Rebecca's keen interest in Ryan, he developed a natural male competitive streak towards this Ryan, whom he had never met. However, Rebecca seemed to come to her senses at Old's question, but she didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked Old, "Do you know why I'm sitting next to this Ryan?" "Why?" Old asked, puzzled. He was certain Rebecca had never met this Ryan before. Such initiative was unladylike, and it wasn't Rebecca's nature. Also, a talented young woman with scientific achievements possessed not only talent, but also a meticulous mindset, and wouldn't resort to meaningless tasks. This was also why Old was drawn to Rebecca, her combination of intelligence and beauty. "Because I want to sense her strength," Rebecca said softly. Old's face flashed with realization, a look of utter realization. But the next moment, he became even more curious and immediately pressed, "Oh? And what's the result?" The result isn't what you want to know. Although the intelligence says the other party is a crystallization-level wizard, I don't think so. Unlikely? That's normal. Judging from Ryan's age, he seems a year or two younger than you." Old smiled politely, as if relieved. "But even you, a rare genius in the entire Federation, have only just reached the level of crystallization wizard. If the other party is stronger than you, that would be strange." At the same time, Old stated what he considered to be a reasonable inference, and gave Rebecca a little praise. "No, Old, I think you misunderstood me," Rebecca said, shaking her head. Rebecca's words also attracted the attention of another middle-aged man, with a flat head sitting nearby. The crew-haired man, approximately 40 years old, and with a resolute demeanor, was named Benito Riley. Unlike Rebecca and Old, he wasn't from the Federal Mechanical Research Institute, but rather from the Federal Military. Because both were rare metal wizards, he had been assigned to this special mission. He was well aware of Old's pursuit of Rebecca, but he had no intention of interfering. It wasn't that Rebecca wasn't attractive, but rather that he was already married and had a lovely daughter. Thus, he had little interest in their small talk. However, Rebecca's mention of Ryan from the Empire had intrigued him. "Because when I sat next to him, I didn't sense any mental fluctuations. That's quite unusual. You know, even from a mentor, I could sense a trace of unfathomable mental fluctuations," Rebecca said, her pretty face slightly serious. "Huh? How is that possible?" Old's smile faltered. Clearly, this answer had surprised him. Benito was also slightly stunned when he heard this. "I didn't believe it at first, but the truth is, it's here," Rebecca said, a thoughtful look on her face. "Wait, is it possible that they're carrying some magical weapon, the kind that can block mental fluctuations?" Suddenly, Old seemed to have a thought and spoke up. "Maybe," Rebecca waved her hand, unwilling to discuss the topic further. But then, Benito suddenly looked toward the sea. "You too, perhaps we should move out," he warned, gazing at the water. Hearing Benito's reminder, Rebecca and Old immediately stopped chatting and cast their gazes toward the sea. A white streak appeared in the sea, rapidly advancing toward the coastline. "Huh? This direction?" After observing for a few seconds, Rebecca's brow furrowed slightly. She glanced at Albertan's position, and immediately noticed something was amiss. The current path of the demonic tail three-headed sea dragon indicated it wasn't heading toward the Federation city of Alberton, but rather toward the mountains on the other side. Something's wrong. The demonic tail three-headed sea dragon doesn't appear to be targeting Alberton, Benito said gravely, realizing the situation immediately. Old was also taken aback. Naturally, someone on the Federation's main airship had observed the same situation. In the captain's cabin, a group of senior Federation generals were observing the situation on the sea. Sir, it seems the enemy's target is in Alberton? A lookout reported after repeated confirmation. The senior generals present all picked up their bronze telescopes and examined the situation again. If it weren't Aberdeen, wouldn't it be even better? We wouldn't have to rush the evacuation of the city. Besides, we could fight without any hesitation, and we wouldn't have to worry too much about our artillery. A senior military commander seemed unconcerned, instead beaming with joy. Shouldn't we investigate further? But time seems to be running out. Based on their speed, they could reach the coast in 5 minutes at most. Although many present had questions, no one could figure out why the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon was heading towards that mountain range in such a short time. Time ticked by, and as the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon became clearly visible, the highest-ranking official present, Federal Vice President Bertrand, pondered for a moment and immediately declared, "Since we can't figure it out, let's intercept it. Otherwise, we miss the opportunity. The Imperial airship fleet is still watching us. I hope you won't bring shame to the Federation." "Yes, Mr. Vice Speaker," everyone chorused. Although the two behemoths, the Federation and the Empire, have decided to cooperate, they naturally want to prioritize their respective roles, requiring both sides to demonstrate their respective strengths. Thus, this campaign to encircle and suppress the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon can be seen as a display of strength, a flex of muscle. The Federation airship fleet is responsible for direct interception, so the coastline is considered a natural line of defense. No matter where the three-headed sea dragon's destination is, according to the plan, they must stop it at the coastline. Inside the massive device beneath the Federation airship fleet, Old, Benito, and Rebecca each entered their respective Ajax supergiant golems. Ajax golem, prepare to release. The messenger's voice rang out. 3, 2, 1. Boom. The first Ajax plummeted from dozens of meters in the air, plummeting into the shallow waters dozens of meters in front of the coastline. Boom. Followed by the second. The third. The Federation's actions were naturally clearly visible to the Imperial airship formation. When Ryan saw the Ajax's colossal golem, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Judging from its powertrain, it seemed to be on the same level as the destroyer. While slightly smaller, the difference wasn't significant. However, the biggest difference seemed to lie in its operating mode. Compared to the destroyer's automated control system, the Ajax golem before him seemed to employ a different approach, using crystallized wizards with exceptionally high mental power as operators. Seeing this, Ryan seemed to understand why the Federation valued him so highly. For a massive metal golem, a high-level metal wizard is naturally the best operator. Even when it comes to maintenance, metal wizards are the most suitable craftsmen or engineers. Not only can this greatly improve the speed and precision of golem production, but common battle damage can also be quickly repaired. This is particularly important during times of frequent combat. The Federation's golem production standards are truly ahead of ours, Reginald explained with emotion as he observed the scene before him. Red Queen Mia remained silent, seemingly still pondering why the three-headed sea dragon with a demonic tail was heading towards the mountains. The three Ajax golems formed a triangle, stationed in the water dozens of meters in front of the shore. Benito, the operator from the Federation military, stood at the front, with Rebecca and Old to the left and right. The approaching demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon had evidently noticed this as well. Awing! However, it showed no sign of stopping. Instead, it roared furiously and charged forward. Boom! 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 The first to attack was not the Ajax golem, but the 6 medium-sized airships of the Federation airship fleet. The 6 airships formed a horizontal battle line and immediately unleashed fire at the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon. But the next second, a vast, pale blue film of water suddenly appeared on the three-headed sea dragon, instantly blocking the high-speed projectiles. However, the appearance of the film did allow a faint human figure to appear on the three-headed sea dragon. Look out! Benito! There seems to be someone on the three-headed sea dragon's back and behind it. Rebecca, standing to the side and rear, suddenly exclaimed in the Ajax golem's control room. What? Benito's eyes narrowed, but it was too late. Bang! The Ajax Golem, controlled by Benito, was instantly knocked dozens of meters away by the oncoming three-headed sea dragon. Chapter 476. On the Federation's giant airship. In the captain's cabin, everyone was observing the battle scene with bronze telescopes, and the sound of discussion about the battle situation was endless. No, how could the attack power of the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon be so strong? Indeed, Benito's Ajax supergiant golem was completely at a disadvantage in a head-on duel. During the meeting, Her Majesty the Red Queen Minia's warning came true. The demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon's strength has recovered far beyond expectations. Something's wrong. There seems to be someone on the back of that demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon. And there are other sea beasts too. Suddenly a lookout warned. What? At this moment, the others realized that each of the sea beasts, including the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon and the group of smaller sea beasts behind it, seemed to be controlled by a black-robed figure. Judging by the attire, is this a cultist of the Poseidon cult? How is that possible? Indeed, according to ancient records, there's no connection between the demonic-tailed three-headed sea dragon and the Poseidon cult. They even worship different gods. How can this be? The captain's cabin was in an uproar. The faces of the senior officers were displeased. It now appeared that the demonic-tailed three-headed sea dragon and the Poseidon cult were somehow allied, which greatly complicated the situation. Federation Vice Speaker Bertrand's expression was even more dismal. Just now, he had said he would perform well, demonstrating the Federation's combat power before the Imperial delegation, and now, what the hell is the Federation's intelligence department for? Where is His Majesty Tyrion Paul? Deputy Speaker Bertrand took a deep breath, calming himself. "We be there in 3 minutes," an officer said immediately. Hearing they'd be there in just 3 minutes, Bertrand's expression brightened slightly. He said, "Well, quickly contact Benito and the other 3 golem operators to hold off the three-headed sea dragon and the Poseidon cult for 3 minutes. Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, do you think we should contact the Dragon Empire and ask them to abandon their encirclement and send their Dragon Knights to support them?" A senior general, after a moment's deliberation, offered a cautious suggestion. That wouldn't be a good idea. The Imperial airship formation is just off the flank of the three-headed sea dragon. If their Dragon Knights attack directly, they most likely retreat toward the sea. Then this encirclement operation would be a complete failure. And the Federation would bear the responsibility for this initial failure of cooperation, Deputy Speaker Bertrand said, shaking his head. This first collaboration, crucial for the subsequent priorities between the two parties, was of great significance. Originally, according to the Imperial Mechanical Research Institute's calculations, the 3 Ajax super golems could hold off the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon for at least a quarter of an hour, and even potentially surround and kill it. But now, with a series of unexpected events, the situation is gradually spiraling out of control. Once His Majesty Tyrion Paul arrives, the situation should be stabilized. Meanwhile, on the Imperial airship formation, Red Queen Minia, perhaps because she had been lost in thought, wasn't particularly surprised by this scene. Instead, she introduced it to Ryan. The demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon, according to ancient records, was a minion of the ancient sea beast god Siraj. So, in ancient times, the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon was also known as the son of Siraj. Now, it seems, with the resurrection of the undersea goddess, the sea god cult has somehow reached some kind of cooperation with the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon before us. It's even possible that this demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon has been subjugated by the undersea goddess and become her subordinate. The undersea goddess? Ryan was deeply impressed by the black-robed girl she had transformed into. Counting the 2 previous encounters, if they met again, that would be 3. But to be honest, Ryan's impression of her wasn't bad. Because every time the undersea goddess appeared, he seemed to have gained something good. Also, for some reason, seemingly due to his increased strength, Ryan felt no fear when he heard about the undersea goddess and saw the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon before him. Instead, he felt an urge to try. Meanwhile, a fierce battle raged on the coast. Although Benito's Ajax golem was instantly knocked back, the golem itself was quite heavy, and the collision caused the three-headed sea dragon to pause briefly, creating an opportunity for Old and Rebecca. 2 Ajaxes instantly leaped towards the three-headed sea dragon from the left and right, each grabbing one of the other's heads. With their massive steel fists, they unleashed a flurry of attacks. Bang! 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 Though the successive blows didn't inflict significant damage on the tough-skinned three-headed sea dragon, they kept it locked in a short burst of attack, causing it to roar in fury. However, the middle dragon head, unrestrained, launched a counterattack, aiming at Old's Ajax Golem on the right and unleashing a burst of dragon breath. "Be careful." Rebecca sensed the energy fluctuations, her pretty face changing as she exclaimed in alarm. "Don't worry, Rebecca, I..." Just as Old confidently controlled Ajax to dodge, suddenly, the black-robed elder on the back of the three-headed sea dragon smiled at him and pointed at Old's golem. Dozens of transparent black water snakes suddenly appeared and instantly wrapped around Old's golem's legs, pinning it to the spot. Before Old could formulate a response, the next moment, a powerful, pale blue breath blasted towards Old's golem, Ajax. Bang! Old's Ajax golem managed to raise its arms and cross them over its chest, but was instantly sent flying, leaving a large dent in the thick metal of its arms. Oh no! With this level of sorcery power and speed, the opponent is most likely a dawn wizard. Rebecca's alarm bells rang as she saw the black water snakes entwined around Old's golem. The situation before her was extremely dangerous. Besides the three-headed sea dragon with a demonic tail, there was also a high-ranking Poseidon cult member, a fourth-level dawn wizard, watching closely. If her Ajax golem continued to fight, it would be like dancing on the edge of a knife, and could be seriously injured at any moment. Damn it! Where's Benito? Even if he was knocked back, according to the tactical plan, he should have already filled in by now. Rebecca was extremely anxious. However, perhaps because he underestimated Rebecca and the other two, the black-robed old man did not cast a spell again after his first attack. Instead, after Old was knocked back, the dragon head on his left also lost control and immediately spewed a sharp, white breath of ice towards Rebecca. That's frost breath. Faced with the frost breath, which the golem feared most, Rebecca had no choice but to abandon her fight with the sea dragon head on her right and retreat. At that moment, Rebecca noticed from the corner of her eye that Benito behind her had already been surrounded by over a dozen enormous sea beasts. While the aura of these sea beasts didn't seem to reach epic levels, it wasn't far off. However, with such a large number, it's no wonder Benito couldn't break through to provide support in a short period of time. Hold on for 3 more minutes. His Majesty Tyrion Paul will be arriving shortly. A command from the giant airship came from the control room of the 3 people. 3 minutes? But given the current situation, even a minute isn't possible, Old said angrily. On the Imperial airship formation. Your Highness, Minia, the situation in the Federation is looking dire. Should we act early? Ryan asked, observing the scene before him. The Federation's Ajax golems had already demonstrated their full potential. The golems' defense and sturdiness were impressive, but their attack power was slightly lacking. They couldn't inflict significant damage on the three-headed sea dragon, which had recovered somewhat. Furthermore, the cultists of the Poseidon cult were assisting them. If the Federation relied solely on these 3 golems, they would likely be overwhelmed. No need. The Federation hasn't contacted us. They should have contingency plans. For example, Tyrion Paul hasn't appeared, Minia said, shaking her head. Besides, if we move out now, and the three-headed sea dragon sees the situation and flees, then we'd be in trouble. As if to make his point more thorough, Minia added. As they spoke, the battle situation on the coastline suddenly shifted. The three-headed sea dragon, freed from its restraints, began to spit from its third head. This time, however, it didn't attack any of the Ajax golems. Instead, it spit upwards. A thick cloud of fog suddenly dissipated, like ink dropped into a glass of water. The air around the three-headed sea dragon suddenly filled with thick fog, rapidly spreading for hundreds of meters, enveloping everything, including the 3 Ajax golems. Quick! Activate the detection device, Rebecca warned immediately. A disc suddenly rose above the 3 golems' heads, followed by the sound of some kind of engine starting up. A pale red image of the three-headed sea dragon and other sea beasts appeared before the 3 of them. Oh no, Old! The three-headed sea dragon is just to your right. Be careful. Alas, it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. A series of violent crashes echoed. Bang! A massive metal golem was flung out, and the right arm of an Ajax golem was ripped off. Clearly, this Ajax golem had essentially lost its combat effectiveness. By this point, only a minute had passed, and the Federation's 3 Ajax golems were practically defeated. Ah! The Ajax golems had a mental connection with their operators. If the golems were severely damaged, the pain felt by the operators was intense. Old screams rang out, causing both Rebecca and Benito's expressions to change drastically. On one hand, they both realized that the demon-tailed 3-headed sea dragon's strength had indeed recovered to the late epic stage, just as the Empire's Red Queen Minia had predicted, surpassing even its previous level. On the other hand, after their combined defense had been broken, the 2 of them, left alone, were completely unable to stop the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon's subsequent attacks. In other words, the interception had failed. Quick, retreat immediately. In the control room of the three men, a command from the Federation airship flagship came through. This time, it sounded like it came from Vice President Bertrand himself. At this moment, in the captain's cabin of the Federation airship, Vice President Bertrand clutched a communicator, his face gloomy, practically dripping with water. This was no longer a question of whether to intercept or not. The fact was that if they continued to intercept, Rebecca and Benito would both be severely damaged. The Federation would then lose face. Even if His Majesty Tyrion Paul arrived, he wouldn't be able to resist the three-headed sea dragon and the Poseidon cult without the assistance of the three Ajax golems. Retreat 10 miles. Airships and artillery fire from the rear. Urgent orders were issued. As the Ajax golems retreated, the three-headed sea dragon and the sea beasts controlled by the Poseidon cult did not attack Oberdeen, but continued their advance towards the Falder Mountains. This puzzled everyone in the Federation. But then, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look! It's His Majesty Tyrion!" A silver ball of light flew rapidly from the sky behind them. On the Imperial airship. "Hey, that's a Swordmaster," Ryan asked curiously upon seeing the silver light. "Well, I've traveled to the Eagle Federation before. Tyrion is a renowned Swordmaster there, very powerful," Reginald explained. On the coast, the silver light rapidly approached the three-headed sea dragon, while the two uninjured Ajax golems immediately coordinated to contain it from either side. "Huh? A Federation Swordmaster?" The black-robed elder on the three-headed sea dragon was surprised. He was certain that this operation within the church was secretive and unlikely to be leaked. But if encountering the Federation airship formation was a coincidence, then encountering a Federation Swordmaster at this moment was a bit much. Could it be that the Federation is also conducting important operations nearby? Deepwater domain. Facing the incoming Federation Swordmaster, the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon suddenly became surrounded by dense pale blue water spheres, each approximately 1 meter in diameter, hovering over 100 meters in radius. Super Divine Cross Slash. With a roar like a tiger, two phantom giant swords, tens of meters long, forming a cross, suddenly descended from the sky hundreds of meters away. Pa pa pa! Boom! Instantly, the giant swords collided with the dense pale blue water spheres, and a violent explosion engulfed the surrounding area. Before the smoke and dust had cleared, a man, approximately 2 meters and 2 meters tall, with blonde hair and a beard, bearing a two-handed greatsword, descended over 100 meters in front of the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon. It was the Federation Swordmaster Tyrion Paul. Though he had blocked the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon's advance, his expression was now unusually serious. Originally, he had intended to seize the opportunity of a surprise attack and unleash his ultimate move, securing victory in one fell swoop. But now, it looked like he was in for a tough fight. Even his ultimate move, the Transcendent Cross Slash, seemed unable to completely penetrate the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon's territory. After penetrating about 4/5 of the way, the Transcendent Cross Slash's sword power was completely sapped by the dense swarm of pale blue water spheres. Tyrion's strike wasn't completely ineffective, however. At least, it made the expressions of the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon and the black-robed old man behind him look more serious. For a moment, neither side continued to fight. Meanwhile, aboard the Imperial airship. "It's almost time, Your Majesty Reginald. We should move." Minya first spoke to Reginald beside him. Then, she turned to Ryan and said, "But, Ryan, there's a change of plan. Stay on the airship for now. I have a feeling they might have other tricks up their sleeves. You have to act accordingly." "Very well, Your Highness Minya." After a brief hesitation, Ryan nodded and agreed. He too sensed something was amiss. At this point, the Imperial airship formation had already arrived less than 10 kilometers behind the demonic tail three-headed sea dragon. Clearly, the enemy should have spotted them long ago, yet they showed no sign of retreat. This defied common sense. Could it be that they weren't afraid of being attacked from both sides? He wanted to see what they had in store. Sensing the summons, two giant dragons, one red and one yellow, took off from the last two airships in the Imperial airship formation. Minya and Reginald leaped onto their respective dragon companions, and flew rapidly towards the demonic tail three-headed sea dragon. At this moment, the black-robed elder perched on the back of the three-headed sea dragon, with a demonic tail turned his gaze away from the Federation Swordmaster, and instead glanced at the sky behind him in surprise. These are two dragon knights from the Dragon Empire? He had always assumed the Federation was the only enemy, but he hadn't expected there to be Imperial Dragon Knights as well. The black-robed elder's face darkened. After a moment's thought, he glanced at the nearby Fadil Mountains and quickly made a gesture. Soon, a complex pattern appeared before him. It was a communication magic circle. Initiate the awakening ritual immediately, the black-robed elder said to the communication magic circle. A response instantly came from the other end of the communication magic circle. As you command, Your Holiness the Vice Pope. Chapter 477. Over 100 meters away, Federation Swordmaster Tyrion saw the black-robed elder on the back of the three-headed sea dragon whisper a few words, and immediately felt a sense of unease. It seemed as if something bad was about to happen. But just as he was about to try to interfere, the other party stopped the transmission. Tyrion had just taken a step, but then stopped again. He looked at the two dragons, which were rapidly growing in the distance, and thought to himself, according to reports, the ones coming this time are the Red Queen Minia and Earth Pulse Reginald of the Dragon Empire, two veteran dragon riders. Delaying this should be more advantageous for our side. From the control room where Barika and Older were, commands were received from the command center aboard the massive Federation airship. Two Imperial Dragon Riders have already encircled the three-headed sea dragon and are expected to complete the encirclement in 2 minutes. Great! Benito breathed a sigh of relief. The brief, intense exchange had instantly shattered his confidence. But then, something strange happened. Awing! Suddenly, the three-headed sea dragon abandoned its attack. As if sensing something, its three massive heads roared excitedly. This scene naturally drew the attention of everyone in the Federation, wondering why the other side had acted so swiftly. Logically, the enemy would have immediately launched a breakout before the Imperial Red Queen Minia and two other Imperial Dragon Riders arrived. This would have been the most advantageous option. But now, Tyrion of the Federation felt a growing sense of unease. Something terrified him, as if it was about to happen. Soon, everyone sensed something was amiss. Barika, why do I feel like my Ajax is broken? It's shaking non-stop. Old, who was slightly further back in the scene because his golem had lost an arm, suddenly muttered. No, it's not just yours. My Ajax golem is shaking too, Benito said gravely. It's the ground. It's the ground shaking. Rebecca reacted immediately. Watch the mountain behind you. A warning from the Federation airship rang out in the control room. What? The three of them turned to look. The towering mountain not far behind them was now ripping apart with falling rocks, some so large that even they had to dodge carefully. The ground shaking was coming from there. What the hell is going on? Old noticed that today's battle had been full of unexpected events. For example, the power of the three-headed sea dragon with a demonic tail, and the sudden appearance of the Poseidon cult, were completely unexpected. He was already a little confused. Rebecca, on the other hand, was much calmer, quickly analyzing the possible scenarios. If a creature caused a landslide of this magnitude, one can imagine how massive it would be. Could it be the legendary mountain giant that is resurrected? Rebecca muttered to herself. Suddenly, a massive dragon head emerged from the crumbling mountain, roaring upward. Followed by a second, and a third. Is this another demon-tail three-headed sea dragon? How could it be so massive? Compared to that, the demon-tail three-headed sea dragon we just fought looks like a child. And look, its scales are surprisingly white. Even Benito, a military veteran, was stunned by this scene. Even Tyrion, the Federation Swordmaster, was stunned for a moment. Meanwhile, Minia and Reginald, who were controlling the dragon's swift flight, also watched in amazement. Your Highness Minia, this three-headed sea dragon with a demonic tail is unusual. Its white scales seem. Reginald pondered, as if he had seen a related record in some ancient tome. It is indeed unusual. If I remember correctly, it should be the ancient three-headed sea dragon king, Gazrian, also known as the Siren. Minia said, a gleam in her beautiful eyes. Reginald, upon hearing Minia's reminder, suddenly remembered something. His eyes widened, and he said, that's right. But I didn't expect it to be this mythical creature, a demigod. No, it's been sealed for so long that its strength has greatly diminished. I can sense it's not at the demigod level right now, Minia said, shaking her head. It's definitely not easy to deal with. And on the Federation's giant airship. In the captain's cabin, a group of senior generals' expressions changed drastically. Oh my god. It's another demon-tail three-headed sea dragon. I remember now. Ancient texts record that the demon-tail three-headed sea dragon is also known as the son of Seerage. There's a connection between them, said a senior military general with the strength of a crystallized wizard. The wizard's profound knowledge allowed him to grasp some clues to this matter. But why didn't they come here before? Perhaps this is why the demon-tail three-headed sea dragon and the sea god cult are together. However, there were some questions that even this military commander, a crystallized wizard, couldn't answer. Is it possible that the Poseidon cult, at some point, discovered a sealed area within the Falder Mountains? Sealed within it is another demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon? The problem now isn't that, but how are we going to fight two demon-tailed three-headed sea dragons? Furthermore, this newly revived one is significantly larger than the previous one. Inferring from this, its combat power is likely even greater than the previous one. Right now, I need to know what to do, not how this happened. It's already happened. I need to know how to resolve it. Federal Vice President Bertrand said with a cold expression. The senior generals in the airship room exchanged bewilderment. Yes, resolving this issue is the most crucial issue. Tracing the source of the problem can be discussed later. It's not that they don't want to offer constructive advice, but in the face of sheer strength, they believe a safe retreat from the upcoming battle is a good thing. As for victory? That's practically out of the question. Although the situation has far exceeded expectations, it's not disastrous. A middle-aged general said solemnly. With the Empire's 2 Dragon Knights and His Majesty Tyrion, we have 3 veteran epic-level warriors. The enemy has 2 three-headed sea dragons with demonic tails, plus 1 cultist epic. Overall, our forces are fairly even. He didn't mention the 2 Ajax golems. Everyone understood that they were just enough to neutralize the remaining sea beasts and Poseidon cultists. Indeed, although the encirclement and suppression failed, there's no danger of collapse. Someone nearby immediately understood and echoed. Is that the question? Vice Speaker Bertrand said, his face grim. We've mobilized so many elite troops and expended so much effort, only to watch helplessly as the Poseidon cult resurrects another, even more powerful, three-headed sea dragon. Everyone, don't forget the significance of our operation. This silenced the high-ranking Imperial generals present. They then recalled that even within the Federation's leadership, not everyone was willing to cooperate with the Empire. Of course, the percentage of those willing to cooperate might be higher than within the Empire itself, but there was still considerable opposition. The main purpose of their operation was to declare, with a resounding victory, that cooperation was the only optimal option. Your Excellency, Vice Speaker, His Highness Menia has sent a message. At this moment, a messenger ran into the captain's cabin and said, "Read." Vice Speaker Bertrand said, raising an eyebrow. The newly resurrected demon-tail three-headed sea dragon is the ancient king of three-headed sea dragons, Gazrian, also known as the Ice Sea Kraken. It has just been revived, and its strength has been greatly reduced. However, once it escapes, it will quickly recover, just like the previous demon-tail three-headed sea dragon. Demigod level. When the messenger read this, many high-ranking generals gasped. What? A monster with demigod-level strength? Don't panic. Didn't His Highness Menia say that its strength is greatly reduced now? It's more likely to be in the late epic stage, at most, peak epic. But even at peak epic, we don't have anyone who can withstand it. On the Imperial airship formation, Ryan naturally saw the exceptionally large three-headed sea dragon emerging from a corner of the Falder Mountains. At the same time, he also received a message from Red Queen Menia. The pattern on the chest of his wizard robe flashed, and a mature female voice rang out. Ryan, this is Gazrian, the ancient three-headed sea dragon king. His Majesty Reginald and I will go to prevent them from joining forces. I hope you can immediately support the Federation and help kill the first three-headed sea dragon with a demonic tail. If that's difficult, at least defeat the Poseidon cult's forces. Are you confident? Ryan's face was thoughtful. Although he had anticipated that the other party might have some backup plan, he had never expected such a turn of events. A demigod-level behemoth? The three-headed sea dragon king? This sparked a thought in Ryan's mind. He had once experienced a time in Meister when he entered the sealed gate. On that occasion, he happened to crush a demon-tail three-headed sea dragon egg, thus undergoing an egg baptism. Ryan remembered clearly that the sea dragon egg had granted him a significant boost in his dragon bloodline. When he heard about the plan to encircle and eliminate the demon-tail three-headed sea dragon, Ryan considered the potential boost it could bring. However, he also quickly realized that, given his current level of strength, killing and obtaining the blood of the demon-tail three-headed sea dragon might not bring him much of a boost. But now, the situation was different. This newly emerged demon-tail three-headed sea dragon king, Gazrian, was known in ancient times as the Ice Sea Kraken. Ryan was certain that its blood would bring him a significant boost in strength. Even if the opponent's power level had fallen from demigod status due to the long-term seal, logically speaking, their genes shouldn't be significantly affected. Furthermore, Judging from Menia's description just now, Gazrian's power in his prime was at least on par with the Red Dragon King Strotzid. In fact, he might even surpass Strotzid. So Ryan was now pondering, should he confront Gazrian directly? Or, as Red Queen Menia had instructed, deal with the three-headed sea dragon with a demonic tail, and the Poseidon cult? After a brief moment of deliberation, Ryan made a decision and said, "Okay, Your Highness Menia, I be off now." "Well, if there's a real emergency, Ryan, you can transform. There's no need to worry." Menia hesitated for a moment before adding, "Okay, I understand." In fact, Ryan thought the same thing. Although Menia was vague about the details, he already knew that the Imperial family seemed to have some kind of taboo regarding the Hydra bloodline. However, he couldn't forego using this ultimate weapon in the face of such a crisis. After all, one only has one life. As for the Imperial family, they had to survive first. After hearing Ryan's agreement, Menia naturally passed the news to the Federation immediately. For Menia and Reginald, who knew Ryan's true strength, having Ryan help the Federation deal with the demon-tail three-headed sea dragon and the Poseidon cult was highly feasible. It was simply a matter of time. However, when word of Menia's decision reached the Federation's giant airship, the senior officers in the captain's cabin were instantly in an uproar. "Your Excellencies, report. Imperial Highness Menia has sent word that she and His Majesty Reginald of Earthpulse will attempt to prevent the resurrected sea dragon King Gazrian from joining the Poseidon cult," a messenger announced quickly. "Also, His Majesty Menia has sent Lord Ryan for support, hoping he can join the Federation in defeating the Poseidon cult." "What? Defeat the demon-tail three-headed sea dragon and the Poseidon cult? Your Highness Menia and His Majesty Reginald are going to stop the ancient three-headed sea dragon King Gazrian? How can they defeat the Poseidon cult if neither of the two dragon knights come? And who is this Ryan? Have you heard of him?" Many high-ranking Federation generals exchanged glances. They had never heard of Ryan. Ryan is a young man from the Dragon Empire, a rising star. His combat prowess is said to be on par with that of an epic warrior. A general, seemingly from the intelligence department, said gravely. "Young man?" "Yes, the young Imperial who sat next to Rebecca during the meeting." "Him? That's bullshit. No matter how talented a young man is, he's only at the level of Baraka. He might be considered a top-tier fighter among young people, but in the current situation, having another young warrior like Rebecca is meaningless. To be safe, I think we should unite our forces and slowly block the enemy. At the same time, immediately contact the nearest Federation warrior for support." "No, it's too late. The enemy is only a few kilometers from the coast, a distance that Gazrian's size can cover in just a few minutes. Your Highness Menia just said that we must not let Gazrian return to the sea." "Right. And if they reunite, there's no guarantee that the Poseidon cult hasn't made some advance arrangements. Is it possible that Gazrian's strength will be quickly restored? We can't take that risk." "Yes, I agree with Your Highness Menia. We must not let them reunite. In military terms, divide and encircle is the most effective tactic." Of course, some disagreed. But this? For a moment, the generals were unable to reach a consensus, their gaze fixed on the highest-ranking official on the scene, Federal Vice President Bertrand. Bertrand frowned, pondered for a moment, and then made the final decision: inform Her Majesty Menia that we will follow her advice and proceed immediately. "Yes, sir." The messenger saluted. Chapter 478. Center of the battlefield. "What? Cooperate with the Imperial powerhouse, Ryan, to defeat the three-headed sea dragon and the Poseidon cult before us? What a joke. The Empire has gone mad, and the Federation too?" Old, dodging massive falling rocks in the rear, couldn't help but exclaim after hearing the command from his superiors in the control room. Benito, who heard this order, also remained silent in the control room. Though he didn't say anything, he found it somewhat absurd. Adding a young Imperial powerhouse, Ryan, could turn the tide? But who was this Ryan? A fourth-level Dawn Wizard, or a Dragon Rider? However, his long military service had taught him one thing: obedience. So, despite his confusion, Benito would still follow orders, and consider retreating only when the situation became dire. Old, perhaps Ryan's strength is beyond our imagination. Don't forget, I just told you that when I sat next to Ryan, I felt he was even more unfathomable than my mentor. But even if he were unfathomable, at his age, he couldn't possibly be a fourth-level Dawn Wizard, could he? Old retorted. In his opinion, Rebecca was simply captivated by Ryan. Rebecca, let's take a step back and say, even if Ryan possesses the peak crystallization strength of my mentor, how much combat power could he unleash alone, without the support of an external force like a supergiant golem. Even with my mentor, combined with the prototype golem excavated from the goblin ruins, I doubt he would be a match for this three-headed sea dragon with a demonic tail, Old said excitedly. Rebecca was momentarily speechless after hearing Old's analysis, unsure how to respond. Old's reasoning was undeniably logical. But she felt that since His Highness Menia of the Empire had made such a decision, there must be a reason. Suddenly, Swordmaster Tyrion shouted, "Be careful!" At the same time, he charged forward like an arrow from a bow. The three-headed sea dragon, taking advantage of the moment of everyone's surprise, spewed another cloud of thick fog into the sky. The once azure sky above them suddenly darkened, as if a storm was brewing. A vast cloud of fog instantly spread to a radius of hundreds of meters. The other two dragon heads focused their attacks on Benito's Ajax Golem, unleashing Frost Breath and Torrent Breath in quick succession. Federal Swordmaster Tyrion immediately understood the other party's plan. The Poseidon cult and the three-headed sea dragon in front of them were trying to seize this opportunity to defeat another Ajax Golem, then break out from the side and converge on the behemoth known as Gazrian. Bladestorm. Tyrion roared, swung his great sword, and spun at high speed. A tornado rapidly formed, instantly expanding from over 10 meters in height to over 30, and then to over 50 meters. Then, this massive blade tornado, composed of hundreds of thousands of silver sword beams, swooped down towards the dense fog before them. Instantly, the dense fog was violently stirred. The fog immediately cleared in the area where the blade tornado passed. Even some Poseidon cult members and sea beasts who hadn't been able to dodge were wounded by the blade light, their flesh torn and blood splattering as they screamed in agony. Bang! However, the demon tail three-headed sea dragon's sneak attack was also successful. The Ajax Golem controlled by Benito, struck by the Frost Breath, suddenly slowed down in its dodging motion. The three-headed sea dragon then launched a swift and fierce charge. Metal, coated in low temperatures, was extremely fragile. Not only was the golem sent flying dozens of meters after the collision, but its metal arms also shattered. For a moment, Rebecca was the only Ajax Golem left standing. Although Swordmaster Tyrion had inflicted casualties on many sea beasts, the Federation suffered the greatest losses. If the epic powerhouse of the sea god cult is included, the balance of victory is gradually tilting towards the demon tail three-headed sea dragon. Damn it! Rebecca couldn't help but curse unladylikely. This Old was always so analytical. What he had just said had distracted Benito. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't have deteriorated so quickly. At this moment, Ryan, riding a blood-feather hippogriff, was flying towards the area where the sea beasts and the Poseidon cult were located. However, flying wasn't the blood-feather hippogriff's strong point, so its aerial speed wasn't particularly fast. For a moment, even Rebecca's confidence was waning. At the same time, Red Queen Menia and Earth Pulse Reginald had arrived in the Falder Mountains, before Gazrian, the ancient three-headed sea dragon king. Gazrian had already emerged from the Falder Mountains. Over 100 meters tall, like a small mountain, it was the largest creature Reginald had ever seen, second only to the Mother Tree in size. However, both the Elven Mother Tree and the Void Mother Tree are plants, while the one before them is a behemoth, so a simple comparison is impossible. Your Majesty, Reginald, please make the first move. Yes, Your Majesty Menia. Reginald nodded, his face serious. Although many earth-based spells, such as Mud Swamp and Earth Wall, are effective at restraining the enemy, this one was different. The enemy was too large, so the aforementioned spells would be ineffective unless performed by several Dawn wizards working together. Of course, to prevent the enemy from joining forces, besides slowing their movements, another way was to provoke them and cause the behemoth to pursue. But to achieve this, Reginald knew he could only unleash the earth-based Dawn-killing move. So, Reginald launched his Dawn-killing move. Controlling the ochre-colored dragon, Ted, he swiftly arrived at Gazrian's left wing and immediately began chanting and casting spells. Level 1 spell, Mud. As Reginald chanted loudly, the ground within a radius of several hundred meters around the glacial siren, Gazrian, suddenly softened like mud. Level 2 spell, Earth Binding. The swampy ground suddenly became sticky. Although Gazrian wasn't restrained, each step he took was much slower than before. Level 3 spell, Stone. A massive stone, over 10 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared in midair in front of Reginald. The stone spun at high speed, continuously absorbing the incoming earth energy and rapidly expanding. Level 4 Sorceress Earth Hand. A pair of enormous ochre-colored hands suddenly burst from the ground in front of Reginald, grasping a massive rock that had expanded several times its original size and throwing it backward. Dawn's killing move, rock throw. As the final line of the chant ended, Reginald, nicknamed Earth Pulse, pointed a finger fiercely at the Siren Gazarian in front of him. The ochre-colored hand suddenly hurled the rock. Whoosh! With a fierce sound of breaking through the air, the rock, trailing a long ochre-colored tail of flame, shot towards the Siren Gazarian. Bang! The rock arrived in the blink of an eye. Apparently having just awakened, Gazarian was a moment too slow to react, and the rock struck him squarely in the chest. Ah! A large section of the white scales on Gazarian's chest shattered, leaving a large dent. He roared in excruciating pain. The ochre-colored dragon, Ted, then exhaled a breath, striking the opponent's body. However, after the strike landed, Reginald's expression grew even more solemn. The damage inflicted was far less than he had anticipated. This meant that, although Gazarian's power had fallen from the demigod realm, it remained at the peak of epic, not the late epic realm he had previously suspected. Your Highness Menia, be careful. Gazarian's power is at least peak epic. My Dawn's ultimate move, rock throw, will only inflict minor damage. In reality, without Reginald's communication, Red Queen Menia, to Gazarian's right, had already assessed the opponent's power level. The glacial kraken, Gazarian, in pain, immediately shifted his gaze, previously directed toward the sea, to Reginald. Reginald's heart tightened under the gaze of three enormous dragon heads, and he immediately cast a defensive spell. The three dragon heads suddenly spit out vast clouds of white ice crystals, spreading a breathtakingly cold air. Don't take it, Your Majesty, Reginald. This is frost condensation, Menia warned, quickly casting a spell. Reginald, upon hearing this, immediately abandoned the idea of a defensive spell and quickly controlled his dragon companion, Ted, to dodge. But the icy breath exhaled by the three dragon heads had a wide range, and even though Ted tried his best to dodge, a small amount of it still stained the edge of his right wing. Crack! Instantly, a thick layer of frost formed on the affected area of the dragon's wing, rapidly spreading from less than a meter to 4 or 5 meters. Ah! Reginald's dragon companion, Ted, cried out in agony, his body swaying violently in mid-flight. Thankfully, Menia's timely warning prevented Ted's injuries from being extensive. But then, one of Gazarian's dragon heads suddenly thrust forward like lightning, passing tens of meters in a flash. Its maw opened wide, snapping down at Ted. Suddenly, a red beam flashed. Puff! A fist-sized hole was pierced through the dragon's forehead. The flesh surrounding the hole was charred black by the scorching heat of the flames. The caster of that attack was, of course, Menia of the Red Queen. She unleashed her renowned fire-based Dawn Killer move, Blazing Wave Cone, renowned for its immense penetrating power. Ong! Gazarian's head instantly drooped, as if dead, and its counterattack against the dragon Ted was naturally interrupted by Menia. Seeing this, the senior officers aboard the massive Federation airship breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the strength of the Empire's veteran dragon knights is even greater than we anticipated. The power of His Highness Menia's dawn-killing move is truly astonishing. Well, in that case, the Siren Gazarian shouldn't be a problem. The key now is for the Poseidon cult to prevent them from joining forces. But just as everyone was feeling relieved, something strange happened. The Siren Gazarian's other two heads roared in anger. The next second, the dragon head, apparently dead and crouching with its neck limp, suddenly opened its eyes and stood up. This immediately startled Reginald. As expected, according to ancient records, the Siren Gazarian's three heads possessed the uncanny ability to resurrect one another. Only by simultaneously destroying all three can this ancient beast be slain. Menia's expression was also quite solemn. What? Reginald's face flashed with shock upon hearing what Menia had said. In that case, only 3 or more Imperial Guardians could possibly defeat the enemy. No, if we include the one holding them back, we'd need at least 4. To be conservative, we'd need 5 Imperial Guardians working together. On the massive Federation airship. The senior generals and Vice Speaker Bertrand in the captain's cabin naturally witnessed this scene and were stunned. Empire Highness Menia's powerful dawn-killing move couldn't even kill a single head of the Siren Gazarian? Information on the Siren Gazarian has arrived, the messenger quickly reported. What? We need to kill 3 heads in a short period of time to completely defeat him? A young general muttered after seeing the information. Immediately contact the nearest Federation expert, Vice Speaker Bertrand said gravely, frowning. We need at least 2, no 3, epic-level experts to truly surround and kill the Siren Gazarian here. But we might not have enough time. A nearby general warned. The nearest Federation epic level powerhouse to us won't arrive for at least half an hour. Contact us immediately, regardless of whether they make it in time. On the side of the Falder Mountains, Minia's attack naturally enraged Gazrian. It now turned 90 degrees, abandoning its quest to join the nearby three-headed sea dragon with the demonic tail, and instead charged towards Minia, who was riding the red dragon Thassa. That previous attack had truly wounded it. Seeing this, Red Queen Minia showed no sign of panic, but rather a sigh of relief. For while her attack hadn't had the intended effect, she had achieved her strategic plan. At this moment, the Ice Sea Siren Gazrian, having abandoned its attempt to join the Poseidon cult's forces, pursued her, a form of successful interception. However, after a moment, as if realizing something, or perhaps the rage from the injury subsiding from its peak, the Ice Sea Siren Gazrian suddenly stopped and abandoned the pursuit. Its massive form began to turn again, heading toward the sea, toward the Poseidon cult's forces. Boom! Another massive rock, trailing a khaki-colored comet's tail, struck the Ice Sea Kraken, Gazrian. This caused it to abandon its attempt to rejoin the enemy, and instead pursue Reginald, who was riding the khaki dragon. For a moment, the two Imperial Guardians, Minia and Reginald, attacked each other from left and right, distracting Gazrian's attention. But they soon realized the problem. Although they had delayed the enemy's reunion, the continuous use of the Dawn-killing move had consumed a significant amount of their mental energy. Even veteran Imperial Guardians as powerful as they were could not perform the Dawn-killing move repeatedly. It wouldn't be long before their mental energy was exhausted. Chapter 479. On the massive Federation airship. Everyone in the captain's cabin, observing both battlefields simultaneously, wore solemn expressions. As high-ranking Federation generals, many immediately noticed the plight of the Imperial Dragon Knights, Minia and Reginald. Your Excellency, Vice Speaker, although the Kraken has only just awakened, its strength far exceeds our imagination. We're afraid it will be impossible to stop it this time, a gray-haired old general said gravely. This old general clearly held a high position among the group, and he had been silent until recently. His words this time caught Vice Speaker Bertrand's attention. That's right. Hearing the old general's words, many other generals began to echo him. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, both battlefields will collapse. That's right. If one battlefield collapses, the other side will converge. Well, once they converge, the situation will collapse. In fact, they had been meaning to say these words, but under the dominance of Vice Speaker Bertrand, they had been forced to keep them to themselves. This made Bertrand's expression grow increasingly grim. After all, if this operation failed, he, as the highest-ranking officer, would bear primary responsibility. Unless, a young general whispered thoughtfully. Unless what? Hearing these two words, Vice Speaker Bertrand immediately tilted his head, his eyes piercing as he looked at the young general. As for the others, they all turned their gazes to the young general. The young general, seeing so many people looking at him, felt a little nervous and said, unless, after Lord Ryan joins the battle, he can work in perfect harmony with His Majesty the Swordmaster Tyrion and eliminate the Poseidon cult and the three-headed sea dragon within 2 minutes. Then, everyone immediately go to support the 2 Imperial Dragon Riders. Together, we can contain the Kraken and delay the battle until the nearest Federation warriors arrive. Once enough warriors arrive, simultaneously destroying the Kraken's 3 heads won't be too difficult. Before the young general finished speaking, several people immediately objected. 2 minutes? How is that even possible? This scenario only exists in theory. It's practically impossible. For a moment, everyone was buzzing with discussion, but almost everyone felt the young general was just trying to impress the crowd, trying to show off in front of Vice Speaker Bertrand. Why not? The young general said, stiffening his neck. It's just that the chances are smaller. However, his voice trailed off as he spoke, clearly lacking confidence. On the ground. Rebecca and the other 2. Rebecca, prepare to retreat. This mission is impossible. See? Even if we fought tooth and nail to stop them, that ancient behemoth, the Kraken, withstood the Dawn's killing blows of 2 veteran Dragon Knights of the Empire, and it had little effect. We can't hold out much longer. Both battlefields will collapse soon. Because Old, whose golem arm was broken, was at the rear of the group, he had the opportunity to observe the battle between Red Queen Minia and Gazrian. After a brief moment of observation, his confidence turned to a chilling chill. The innate abilities of this Kraken Gazrian were too terrifying. Rebecca and Benito. Meanwhile, on the Bloodfeather Hippogriff, Ryan received a message from Red Queen Minia. Ryan, Gazrian's strength far exceeds expectations. I'm afraid he's at the peak of epic power. His Majesty Reginald, and I may only be able to hold him back for another 2 minutes. On your side. It could be heard that the battle on Minia's side was intense, and her breathing was rapid. Ryan immediately said in a deep voice, I understand, Your Highness Minia, leave it to me. At this moment, he was less than a kilometer away from the Poseidon cult's forces. But if you do that, you have to warn them. Otherwise, it would be bad if we accidentally hurt our allies. Ryan drew a symbol on his chest, and then his voice echoed in the ears of Barika, the other two, and Blade Master Tyrion below. Everyone, I'm going to attack in a moment. Please stay out of the way if possible. In 10 seconds, please be sure to stay 100 meters away from the three-headed sea dragon. Since he wanted to resolve the situation quickly, Ryan didn't intend to launch any more probing attacks. What? Tell Blade Master Tyrion to leave? Cut the crap, old. Do as Lord Ryan demands. Rebecca had no objections, as she had always believed Ryan must have some secret. Ryan was no idiot. Didn't he know that if Blade Master Tyrion retreated, the three-headed sea dragon and the cult of Poseidon would be able to march directly to join the Siren Gazrian? Perhaps, she would soon witness Ryan's strength. Rebecca, at this point, you still believe that Ryan can turn the situation around? Old said in a tone of disappointment. Benito, you're the most steady, you say? Give it a try. There's no better way now, is there? Benito's words startled Old. All right. I hope you won't regret it later. Swordmaster Tyrion was also slightly taken aback after hearing Ren's message, but immediately said, all right. However, I'm faster, and I move 100 meters away at the last moment. All right. Lord Tyrion, please be careful. I'm afraid I might accidentally injure you. Hearing this, Old couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that this Ren wielded some powerful weapon that could indiscriminately attack any enemy? Since the outcome would be decided in a few seconds, he kept his mouth shut. The next second, Ren leaped from the blood-feather hippogriff, like a cannonball, hurtling straight into the center of the demon-tail three-headed sea dragon and the Poseidon cult's forces. To avoid being stopped, Ren didn't use his levitation spell, choosing instead to fall directly. However, everyone saw something fishy about Ryan's landing position. Judging from his current landing position, he wasn't heading for the demonic tail three-headed sea dragon or the Poseidon cult's epic warrior. Instead, he was charging towards the open space in the center of the group. Neither Rebecca nor Benito understood Ryan's intention. Shouldn't he be attacking the demonic tail three-headed sea dragon or the Poseidon cult's epic warrior? At this moment, the Poseidon cult's vice-pontiff also spotted Ryan's swooping figure and shared a puzzled expression. What's he doing? He could tell at a glance that Ryan was landing in open space. If that were the case, he only needed to wait for the opponent to land, and then arrange for his subordinates to calmly attack him. He didn't even need to hide. However, in a moment of caution, he still cast a defensive spell on himself. A swirling black water envelope appeared on his body. For the three-headed sea dragon, the most important priority was to reunite with its king, the glacial kraken, Gazrian. Thus, it didn't even bother to pay attention to the airborne Ren, continuing its attack on the Swordmaster Tyrion, trying to force him back. 2 seconds later, with a loud bang, Ren slammed heavily into the ground, creating a dent several meters in diameter and sending smoke and dust billowing everywhere. Then, amidst the smoke and dust, everyone could vaguely see a blurry figure kneeling on one knee and slamming its palm heavily onto the ground. Just as everyone was still wondering what Ryan was doing, suddenly, an extremely intense wave of metallic energy particles, centered at the landing point, swept out in all directions like a wave. The massive sea beasts and Poseidon followers, who were attacking, suddenly felt as if their bodies were losing control. From the perspective of bystanders, like Rebecca and Benito, a layer of dark silver metal covered the bodies of these sea beasts and Poseidon followers. For a moment, they seemed to be transformed into metal men and metal sea beasts. Not good. The only person present who reacted was the Poseidon vice-pontiff. The black water shield surrounding his body was also rapidly eroded by the dark silver metal ripples. It only held off for half a second, and in his utter horror, he took the opportunity to crush the black ring on his ring finger. The three-headed sea dragon with the demonic tail paused in confusion, its three heads turning to look at Ren behind them, as if trying to understand what had happened. But the next second, its massive form, tens of meters tall, was also covered in dark silver metal. Tyrion, the swordmaster who had just been battling the three-headed sea dragon, widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost, and retreated at lightning speed. As a swordmaster, his honed perception told him that if he were covered by this dark silver metal, he would be seriously injured. Or even killed. As a rare metal-based killing move of the dawn, the covering of the dark silver ripples was only the first step. The next moment, something abruptly changed. Sizzle! Within the hundreds of meters of the covered area, densely packed metal plants with sharp spikes suddenly appeared and grew rapidly, instantly piercing every person and sea beast within their reach. The scattered metal plants, like a steel forest, covered the entire area. Those ferocious sea beasts and Poseidon followers barely had time to utter a scream before their bodies were riddled with wounds and instantly fell silent. Only the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon uttered a shrill cry. It seemed, having received special care from Ryan, that its body was now pierced by a massive metal tree several dozen meters high. Blood gushed from the various holes. Although the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon attempted to heal itself with its innate ability, the true damage dealt to it felt as if its soul had been torn apart. Not far away, the vice president of the Poseidon cult was also struggling in agony, clutching his head. He bore no obvious injuries. It seemed the crushed ring magical artifact had negated most of the damage from Dawn's killing move, Iron Forest. The problem, however, was that true damage couldn't be defended against. So, at this moment, he was also suffering the pain of his soul being torn apart. Huh? Such tenacious vitality. As the caster, Ryan could naturally sense that within the area covered by his Dawn's killing move, Iron Forest, only the three-headed sea dragon with the demonic tail and the epic-level warrior of the sea god cult had survived. This was somewhat inconsistent with his plan of a single, decisive blow. Then we have to try again. Just as the original Iron Forest dissipated, Ryan slammed his palm down on the ground again. Just like last time, metallic ripples instantly spread, covering the surrounding area. Swish! Having yet to recover from the pain, the demonic-tailed three-headed sea dragon and the Poseidon vice president were once again pierced by densely thorned metal trees, shrubs, and brambles of varying sizes. This time, even the demonic-tailed three-headed sea dragon couldn't withstand it. After being pierced by an unusually tall tree thorn, its three heads instantly drooped. The Poseidon elder, his eyes wide open, stared up at the sky in agony. A several-meter-tall metal cactus protruded from his chest, and it was clear he was doomed. Ryan unleashed his Dawn's killing move, Iron Forest, twice in quick succession, instantly wiping out the Poseidon cult troops and the demonic-tailed three-headed sea dragon. He felt a wave of dizziness surging through his brain. Dragon Soul's heavy attack doubles the mental energy consumed. So, that's the equivalent of using the Dawn's killing move 4 times. No wonder even I'm about to collapse. Ryan immediately added a point to his spirit stat, and instantly, the dizziness vanished, and he was back to his full, energetic best. Add some recovery. Dragon Soul Smash and Dawn's killing move are a perfect match. If 1 doesn't work, try 2. If 2 doesn't work, try 3. Just blast them. Seeing this, everyone present, including Blade Master Tyrion, stood there stunned as if struck by lightning. They seemed to be in utter disbelief at what they were witnessing. This can't be real. He's so young, and he's actually a Dawn wizard. And he's mastered the Dawn's killing move. How could this Ryan be so powerful? Older muttered to himself, distraught. He had repeatedly questioned Ryan before, but now, it felt like he was the clown himself. Even Sword Master Tyrion couldn't handle this three-headed sea dragon, yet he killed it in just 2 strikes. This Ryan is terrifying. Benito's eyelids twitched. Rebecca's eyes widened, her cherry lips parted. She had thought Ryan might be very powerful. But she had never imagined he could be so formidable. He truly deserves to be number 1 on the Empire's list of most worthy recruits. After Swordmaster Tyrion regained his composure, he lowered his head and pondered silently. That feeling just now, the opponent's Dawn-killing move was very special. His keen perception told him that Ryan's Dawn-killing move was different, very special. It seemed to possess an unusual power. At the same time, aboard the massive Federation airship, the senior officers in the captain's cabin were all stunned. Look, I told you. Even if it's just theoretically possible, it's possible. The young officer's cheeks flushed with excitement. He waved his fist with a fist pump of excitement. Next, we just need to hold off the Siren Gazerian and wait for the other Federation warriors to arrive, and we be victorious. Chapter 480. The other senior officers on the airship looked at the young general with a look of idiocy. Is this the question now? Shouldn't any normal person be shocked by this Ryan's strength? However, this guy was right about one thing. Although the ancient behemoth, the Siren Gazerian, had yet to be defeated, the balance of victory had already tilted significantly in their favor. So, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Deputy Speaker Bertrand held the bronze telescope for a long time. He watched Ryan slowly approach the three-headed sea dragon, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. No wonder the intelligence department has been strongly recommending that we find a way to recruit this talented young man, Ryan. I remember that after Trina's visit, she also mentioned this Ryan in her report. I didn't expect him to be so talented. But if we want to recruit this gifted young man now, ordinary means may not be enough. Deputy Speaker Bertrand's thoughts drifted. After all, judging by the Empire's Red Queen Menia's treatment of Ryan, the Empire holds him in high regard, assigning him a high position. Additionally, given his imperial origins, conventional tactics of wooing him would likely be slow and ineffective. Bertrand said gravely, "Contact the intelligence department immediately, and provide me with the latest information on Sir Ryan. So young, so talented. What a waste in the Empire." On the ground. After slaying the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon, Ryan approached its massive corpse and reached into its bleeding wound. To others, Ryan's action seemed cautious, a way of checking to see if the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon had truly been slain. As Ryan's palm entered the still-warm wound, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected. Host has touched the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon's blood essence. A partial dragon gene fragment has been found that can be absorbed. Yes/no? Note: absorption of this dragon gene fragment will enhance the host's dragon bloodline concentration. As expected, the system used the word partial. For me at this stage, there will be some improvement, but not a significant one. Ryan smiled and immediately selected yes. Instantly, Ryan felt a sudden surge of warmth from his palm, which had penetrated the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon's body, rapidly flowing throughout his body. After about a second or two, Ryan quickly stood up and left. The entire process was smooth and effortless, and others naturally could not detect anything. However, Ryan could sense subtle changes and improvements deep within his body, though these changes were not noticeable. For example, on the attribute panel, his mutant dragon bloodline still displayed as pure blood. In other words, his bloodline level had not changed at all. He had anticipated this situation. Bloodline levels are like steps on a ladder. Only after reaching a certain level can one smoothly advance to the next. Furthermore, the further one advances, the more difficult it becomes. As I absorb more dragon genes, the less effective the bloodlines of less powerful giant dragons and hybrid dragonborn seem to be. So, if I want a significant improvement, this glacial kraken, Gazrian, might be a surprise. Ryan's eyes flickered as he looked up at the enormous figure of Gazrian in the distance, thinking to himself. However, not reaching the next stage doesn't matter. A slight increase in bloodline concentration will also increase the true damage percentage of Dragon Soul Smash. My own strength has also increased. At this moment, during a break in the battle with the glacial siren Gazrian, Menia, aboard the Red Dragon Thassa, glanced back at the battle situation on Ryan's side. This sight stunned her. Near Ryan's location, the corpses of sea beasts and black-robed members of the cult of Poseidon lay sprawled on the ground. Clearly, they had all been slain. Even the three-headed sea dragon with the demonic tail, with whom she had fought twice, lay in a pool of blood. Menia remembered clearly that just over 10 seconds ago, she had observed the battle here. The Federation Swordmaster Tyrion was nearly overwhelmed, and Ryan had yet to arrive. But just a moment later, the three-headed sea dragon with the demonic tail, and the Poseidon cult's troops were completely wiped out. For a moment, Menia was a little stunned. However, losing focus during battle is extremely dangerous. Be careful. Your Highness Menia, Reginald exclaimed beside him. A massive cloud of ice crystals descended midair towards Menia and her dragon companion, Thassa. It was the glacial siren Gazrian's special breath, frost condensation. Red Queen Menia, regaining her composure, frantically controlled the red dragon, Thassa, to evade. Though she narrowly avoided the attack, Thassa's fire defense spells, including the Ring of Fire Resistant and Flame Shield, shattered upon contact with the massive cloud of ice crystals. For a moment, the heat and cold collided, filling the air with mist. Reginald was surprised by Menia's recent distraction during the battle. You know, for a Dawn Wizard as experienced as Red Queen Menia, that action was incredibly unprofessional. This made Reginald glance back. But upon seeing that, he was dumbfounded. At the same time, he understood why Red Queen Menia had made such an unprofessional mistake. Although he had witnessed Ryan's combat prowess during the Battle of Ferdinand Forest, and believed that Ryan, combined with the Federation Swordmaster Tyrion, was stronger than the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon and the Poseidon cult, he believed that achieving this within a few minutes would be difficult. But who would have thought that in just 10 seconds since he last turned around, the enemy had been eliminated? Ryan didn't even seem to use his dragon bloodline transformation. beside the corpse of the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon. Ryan quickly walked towards the nearby Swordmaster Tyrion and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, we should immediately support His Highness Minya." "Oh yes. Of course." Federation Swordmaster Tyrion, having regained his composure, nodded quickly. His attitude was kind, as if he were leading the charge with Ryan, without the slightest air of a veteran epic powerhouse. At this point, Ryan turned to Rebecca and the other two, who were controlling the Ajax Golem, and said, "Miss Rebecca, if you three still have the strength to fight, you can come along. Having you nearby to provide some remote support will also help alleviate some of the pressure on us." Because Ryan observed that even if two of the three golems had their arms damaged, hand-to-hand combat against an ancient beast of the Siren's level, Gazrian, would be practically suicidal. So, whether or not the arms were damaged wasn't actually important. What mattered was that the Ajax Super Golem possessed considerable ranged attack capabilities. In other words, 3 more Ajax Golems would be like 3 more high-speed mobile turrets, naturally attracting and distracting Gazrian's attention. "Of course, Your Majesty Ryan," Rebecca agreed immediately. "Yes, Your Majesty Ryan," Benito replied immediately. And Old, who had previously been the most talkative, now remained silent, silently controlling the golems and following behind Rebecca and Benito. For Gazrian, Ryan didn't intend to unleash his Dawn Killer move right away, as he had just done. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in his own abilities, but rather that Ryan didn't want to be mistaken for an outlier. If the demon-tail three-headed sea dragon could withstand his Dawn's killing move, Iron Forest, twice after activating Dragon Soul's heavy attack, how many times could the Ice Kraken, Gazrian, withstand it? 8 times? Or 10 times? Okay, even if Ryan could increase his skills and be able to perform Dawn's killing move multiple times in a row, the question is he still human? Or in other people's eyes, is he still a normal person? To kill the demon-tail three-headed sea dragon and the Poseidon cult team, Ryan used Dawn's killing move twice. This is considered normal among Dawn wizards, and he could even be considered a genius. But if he used Dawn's killing move 8 or 10 times in a row to kill the Ice Kraken, people would definitely suspect that Ryan was the incarnation of a deity. Or something else entirely, but they certainly wouldn't treat Ryan as a human. Ryan didn't want that. Also, Ryan had a concern. Could the Siren, Gazrian, launch some sort of powerful counterattack? In Ryan's opinion, it was quite possible. At least, he didn't need to take that risk. The 2 men and 3 golems advanced swiftly in the direction of Gazrian. At the same time, unbeknownst to anyone, the old Poseidon cultist, lying in a pool of blood, suddenly loosened his clenched right hand. A large black pearl slipped from his palm and slowly rolled to the ground beside him. As the black pearl touched the bloody liquid, a unique aura began to spread. Soon, the shadow of a black-robed girl emerged from the black pearl and rapidly expanded to the size of a normal human. The black-robed girl first surveyed the scene before her, a thoughtful expression on her face, as if she had grasped something. Her deep eyes fixed on the red-robed Red Queen Minya, battling the glacial Siren Gazrian in the distance. Then, she glanced at the departing figure of Ryan, and her beautiful face suddenly darkened. It was as if some deeply unpleasant memory had come to mind. Then, like a bubble, her figure vanished into thin air. At this moment, Ryan, still moving forward, paused for a moment, then suddenly stopped. He quickly turned to look behind him. But when he turned, he saw nothing. Just then, Ryan had a vague sense of someone watching him from behind. "What's wrong, Master Ren?" Swordmaster Tyrion asked, turning to look at Ren, who had suddenly stopped in his tracks, in confusion. "Nothing," Ren thought briefly, then waved his hand. He could tell from the expression of Swordmaster Tyrion beside him that he hadn't noticed anything either. As a veteran swordmaster in the Federation, his perception was quite sharp. If even he hadn't noticed, it must have been his own illusion. Perhaps the powerful sea god cult member had glanced at him one last time before dying? Several kilometers away, on a small hilltop in the Falder Mountains, more than a dozen black-robed men were secretly observing the distant battle between the ice-cracking Gazirian and the Imperial Dragon Knights, their faces solemn. Behind them was a black magic circle over 10 meters in diameter. Clearly, this was the special magic circle that had awakened the ice-cracking Gazirian. It was clear that they were the ones the sea god cult's vice-pope had summoned. "Lord Jonas, the vice-pope is dead. What should we do now?" a Poseidon member asked with a look of shock. The middle-aged man named Jonas was clearly the leader of their group. He watched the scene with a sullen expression, his eyes flickering. Not only him, but everyone else, had never imagined that the situation, which had been so favorable, would be completely overturned by a single young man. The three-headed sea dragon with a demonic tail, and the elite troops, led by their Poseidon vice-pope, were all utterly slaughtered in just over 10 seconds by this incredibly terrifying young man. What the hell? Where did this monstrosity appear? While they could save their lives if they retreated quietly now, the thought of the harsh punishment they would face upon returning filled them with dread. The most important thing was that the strongest glacial siren, Kazarian, hadn't suffered any serious injuries. In Jonas's view, they still had a chance to turn the tables. But he needed to think carefully about his next move. As he pondered, a black-robed girl suddenly appeared, floating several meters above the magic circle behind them. The emanating, distinctive aura startled Jonas. He turned around, and the next second, he prostrated himself. "Great goddess of the underworld, your humble disciple, Jonas, pays you the highest respect." The others also reacted quickly, prostrating themselves before the black-robed girl, repeating Jonas's words in unison. "Believers, I need you to do something now. Show the mortals below this magic formation the true power of the Lord of the Underworld. As you command, great goddess of the underworld." Excited, Jonas immediately began to organize his men to adjust the magic formation. Some believers, daggers in hand, stood at key points in the magic formation, their faces flushed, their expressions of fanatical worship. After a while, as if the magic formation had been fine-tuned to perfection, the sea god cult members present began to chant softly. Those standing at the key points of the magic formation suddenly slashed their wrists with their daggers. Strands of blood immediately dripped and began to flow into the magic formation beneath them. A few seconds later, the intricate lines of the magic formation gradually shimmered with a black light. More importantly, the illusory figure of the black-robed girl in the air above the magic formation began to solidify rapidly. Chapter 481. Due to the distance and the presence of a concealing magic array, the events unfolding in the Falder Mountains went unnoticed by the lookouts aboard the massive Federation airship. Whereabouts, Ryan and Tyrion quickly arrived near the location of the glacial siren, Gazrian. Minia and Reginald, leveraging the maneuverability of their dragons, held Gazrian from either side, maintaining a certain equilibrium. If Gazrian, angered by one of them, pursued, the other would attack with all their might, drawing Gazrian's attention back. This back and forth kept Gazrian in a state of flux, and while it seemed they could maintain this momentum for a short period, it seemed like they had no significant problems. But both Ryan and Tyrion knew this situation couldn't last. For at this moment, both of them were giving it their all. "Lord Tyrion, shall I go with you to the other two positions?" "Lord Ren, do you mean that we each take one position, taking turns distracting Gazrian, so that everyone has time to adjust?" Swordmaster Tyrion immediately understood Ren's intention. "Indeed. Good idea," Tyrion nodded, smiling. He had been exhausted from the journey and battle just now, and if he were to launch another fierce attack right away, he would be a bit overwhelmed. So, upon hearing Ren's relatively safe suggestion, he immediately nodded in agreement. At this moment, Red Queen Minia also sent a message, "Run just now you." "Never mind, we talk about this later." Minia was clearly curious about how Ren had just done it. However, she also knew it wasn't the right time to discuss this. "You and His Majesty Tyrion will hold the other two positions. His Majesty Reginald and I will need to adjust the situation a bit." "Okay, Your Highness Minia." Clearly, Minia's plan coincided with Ryan's. After Ryan and the Federation Swordmaster Tyrion joined the battle, Red Queen Minia and Reginald felt noticeably more relaxed. All four of them were incredibly experienced in combat, and they quickly coordinated their efforts, maintaining a steady rhythm and confining Gazrian to a relatively fixed area. In reality, if the enemy had been intent on escaping, the four would never have had such an easy time. The problem was, as the king of the ancient three-headed sea dragon, the glacial kraken Gazrian naturally never considered retreating when facing a few ants. These ants must pay. Furthermore, since being sealed in ancient times, its 3 dragon heads have been filled with rage. After Minia and Reginald's provocation, this rage has suddenly become overwhelming. So, facing the rotating attacks, Gazrian had no intention of retreating into the sea, but instead launched a furious counterattack. This naturally played into everyone's hands. In the sky, in the captain's cabin of the giant Federation airship, the situation has stabilized. It looks like this battle will yield fruitful results. Indeed, this young man from the Empire named Ryan is truly amazing. Many Federation generals breathed a sigh of relief at the stabilization of the situation. Deputy Speaker Bertrand, gazing at the battlefield below, smiled for the first time. "As long as we stabilize the situation first, and since this is Federation territory, our team will only grow stronger with each battle." "How long will it take for the nearest epic-level expert to arrive?" asked Deputy Speaker Bertrand. "About 20 minutes. "Very good. Bertrand nodded slightly. As long as they could hold out for those 20 minutes, the battle would be largely settled. In the center of the battlefield, thanks to Ryan's timely assistance, Minia and Reginald had almost recovered after just a few minutes of adjustment. Minia said, "Everyone, it's almost done. Perhaps we can try to force the enemy." Clearly, Red Queen Minia knew that the Ice Kraken, Gazrian, was not so easy to deal with. He must have some kind of trump card. However, with the current strength of their attacks, he simply didn't feel threatened. Furthermore, not all of the Ice Kraken's abilities were recorded in ancient texts, so she needed to observe them in person. "I agree. Okay. No problem." Hearing Minia's message, everyone naturally had no objections. Instead, they were eager to give it a try. For Ren, the ancient beast before him would likely boost his bloodline concentration. And for the others, slaying the renowned Kraken of ancient times was naturally a great honor. "Leave the left head to me, Ren, you take the middle one. His Majesty Reginald will attack the right one, and His Majesty Tyrion will finish him off." According to ancient texts, only by simultaneously destroying all three of Gazrian's heads could the ancient beast be completely slain. Under the command of Red Queen Minia, the four immediately launched a coordinated attack. Blazing Wave Cone. A red beam flashed before Minia, striking Gazrian's right dragon head. Boulder Throw. A massive boulder, like a meteorite, slammed into Gazrian's left head. Steel Forest. A forest of dark golden metallic spikes enveloped Gazrian's center head. Faced with this crisis, the glacial Kraken Gazrian seemed to regain some clarity for a moment. All three of its dragon heads roared to the heavens simultaneously. A halo of ice crystals appeared from nowhere on its massive body. The next instant, the halo rapidly expanded upward and downward, forming an ice crystal sphere that enveloped Gazrian's massive form. In an instant, the red beam, the massive rock, and the steel forest struck the massive ice crystal sphere almost simultaneously. Boom! Boom! Two mushroom clouds appeared in quick succession. Tyrion, the Federation Swordmaster who was tasked with finishing off the enemy, had already charged forward, but he was surprised to find that Gazrian, shrouded in the dust and smoke, remained unscathed. Even the ice crystals covering his body remained unchanged, demonstrating the incredible defensive power of these ice crystals. Even after being struck by three of Dawn's killing moves, they remained unbroken. Not broken. Tyrion quickly transmitted a message. Not broken. Reginald's expression changed. He knew the power of his boulder throw, and he was also well aware of Minia and Ren's strengths, but he hadn't expected that even with a combined attack from all three, the enemy remained unscathed. "Your Highness Minia, is there any record in the ancient texts?" "It's not recorded in the ancient texts, but I think our actions have at least revealed one of the enemy's trump cards. Also, this level of mobilizing icy energy might not be a big deal for the Kraken in its prime, but for it now, it's definitely no easy task." "Indeed?" Ryan nodded, gazing at the massive ice crystal ball. Red Queen Minia's words were exactly what he wanted to say. "Well, in that case, I test the upper limit of the opponent's ice crystal ball." Tyrion, the Federation Swordmaster who hadn't yet taken action, took a deep breath. He couldn't believe the opponent's defense was so strong. Then, like a flash of lightning, he rushed towards Gazrian. Super Divine Cross Slash. Two silver sword beams, tens of meters long, crossed in a cross, blasted towards the ice crystal ball on the Kraken's body. Clearly, after charging, Tyrion's killing move had become significantly more powerful. She. Unlike the clash of sorcery, the collision between the Super Divine Cross Slash and the ice crystal sphere did not create a mushroom cloud. Therefore, everyone could clearly see the two silver sword beams piercing the ice crystal. A clear crack. A cracking sound echoed, and a cross-shaped gap appeared on the surface of the massive ice crystal sphere. Success? Piercing? Hearing the shattering sound, Rebecca and the other two within the Ajax Super Golem all expressed surprise. After all, the three who had just attacked, whether Red Queen Minia or Ryan, all belonged to the Dragon Empire. But this time was different. The one who made the move was Tyrion, the Federation Swordmaster. Most importantly, it succeeded. It's still up to our Federation Swordmaster to take action. Old, who had been silent since a while ago, seemed to have finally come to his senses after some repressed emotion and exclaimed excitedly. However, Ryan, standing nearby, sensed a subtle unease. This was the warning brought on by the perception of danger. "Retreat! Your Majesty Tyrion!" Before Ryan could finish his words, suddenly, "Pah!" The entire ice crystal ball exploded. A strong icy chill, mixed with shattered, irregular ice crystals, instantly swept all around. Swordmaster Tyrion reacted extremely quickly, swinging his sword to block, but the endless silver sword light was no match for the dense, exploding ice crystals. Puff! Instantly, more than a dozen ice crystals pierced his body, and he was sent flying dozens of meters by the powerful icy airwaves. In midair, Tyrion's eyebrows, hair, and body were all covered in a white frost, rapidly freezing. This sudden change stunned Rebecca and the other two. Naturally, this situation also caused the expressions of the senior generals aboard the Federation's giant airship to change drastically. Judging from the scene where the Federation Swordmaster Tyrion had just been sent flying, he must have been seriously injured, perhaps even severely. If the Federation lost a veteran Swordmaster in this battle, then even if they ultimately won the next battle, there would be nothing to celebrate. That would be a victory for the Dragon Empire, not the Federation. Your Majesty Tyrion, how are you? Ren flashed, shielding Tyrion in front of him. It's okay. Just a minor injury. However, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold off the enemy, as I did before in the upcoming battle. Tyrion quickly stood up after landing, but his movements were noticeably stiffer than before. The blood that had been oozing from the corner of his mouth had now turned to blood-red ice shards. Tyrion could clearly feel an unusual chill seeping into his body from the outside. You have to remember, he was a sword master, his body forged with countless battles, yet he couldn't withstand the onslaught of this cold. The enemy's cold is too terrifying. I need some time to force it out, Tyrion reminded Ren. Meanwhile, in the distance, at a corner of the Falder Mountains, the figure of the black-robed girl on the witch formation grew increasingly condensed, and the intense energy fluctuations just now naturally caught her attention. Huh? They've actually forced out Gazirion's ice barrier. Indeed, these individuals are elite among mortals, and Gazirion's strength has been greatly diminished after a long period of sealing. This increase and decrease has narrowed the gap in strength considerably. But this is a good thing. It seems I won't have to exert too much effort to subdue Gazirion. The black-robed girl waved her hand, and black vortexes appeared around her one after another. These vortexes varied in size, but what they shared was that they seemed to contain something, with white figures constantly surging within them. Go! With the clear and melodious voice of Hela, the goddess of the underworld, hundreds of black vortexes slowly rose, forming a vast dark cloud that rapidly drifted towards the center of the battlefield. The center of the battlefield. Just as Ryan and the other two continued to contain the enemy, a large dark cloud suddenly and rapidly approached from the side of the Fadil Mountains. Soon after, a gentle drizzle began to fall. Because the weather at the seaside is always unpredictable, and everyone's attention was focused on Gazrian, they initially didn't notice anything unusual about the drizzle. However, the drizzle quickly turned to heavy rain, and fog began to spread. The sky grew increasingly darker, and in a short time, apart from Gazrian's massive figure, which still flickered in and out of view, the area beyond 10 meters was barely visible. This situation naturally alerted everyone to something unusual. There's something wrong with this rain, warned Tyrion, the swordmaster, who was adjusting his position nearby, frowning slightly. There's something wrong with these raindrops. There's an indescribable smell to them. Ren felt the raindrops falling on his palm and reported. Yes, there's something wrong with this rain, and even with these dark clouds. Suddenly, Ren felt a chilly presence approaching rapidly from behind. He turned immediately, only to see a white, faceless figure appear in the rain about 7 or 8 meters behind him. It was reaching out, its pale, sharp fingers carrying a distinctly cold aura. Clearly, it was attempting a sneak attack. Noticing Ryan had spotted it, it didn't retreat or cease its movement. Instead, it suddenly accelerated, lunging at Ryan like an incredibly swift white streak. A flash of silver light flashed. The white figure was struck diagonally from its right shoulder to its left abdomen. Instantly, it let out a scream, its entire body churning strangely like mist. Ryan's strike seemed to have merely inflicted pain, not completely vanished. The figure suddenly looked up, glaring at Ryan with a ferocious, resentful expression, as if they held some deep grudge. Is this a ghost? Ryan thought, his eyes narrowing. Ryan sheathed his hardened adamantium sword, which reverted to a metal sheet wrapped around his arm. He extended his hand again, and the glowing ingot instantly transformed into another knight's long sword. A flash of white sword light flashed. This time, the opponent seemed to have met his nemesis, like morning mist meeting the rising sun. In an instant, he dissipated like foam. Before he could even scream, he was gone. It's a ghost indeed. Seeing the effectiveness of the pyroxene weapon, Ryan's previous judgment was confirmed. Chapter 482. Be careful, a ghost has appeared here. I suspect it's the rain. After a moment's thought, Ryan immediately sent a warning message, then asked, "Your Highness Minia, you are quite familiar with the glacial kraken Gazrian. Do you know if the appearance of these ghosts is related to it? From what I understand, Gazrian doesn't seem to have the ability to imprison or summon ghosts," Minia's mature female voice quickly echoed. "However, the situation you described does seem a bit like... the underworld." The communication magic seemed to be disrupted, and Ryan could only hear Minia and the others' responses intermittently. But Ryan clearly heard the word underworld. Could it be the incarnation of the underworld goddess? Ryan immediately thought of something, and the image of the black-robed girl suddenly appeared in his mind. Very likely. After all, the group just now, with the three-headed sea dragon with a demonic tail, was from the cult of the sea god. But according to Her Majesty Minia, the two should have been in opposition. Why would Hela, the goddess of the underworld, help Gazrian? Ryan thought, frowning slightly. However, the reappearance of several cold auras around him interrupted his thoughts. Huh? Will there be more? Ryan looked up and saw that less than 10 seconds after he had killed a ghost, 4 white humanoid figures appeared around him, attacking him again in unison. She. Several flashes of white sword light flashed. The 4 white ghosts were easily killed one by the knight's longsword transformed from the pyroxene ingot in Ryan's hand. Suddenly, Ryan looked down and noticed a drop of rain falling onto the shimmering white knight's longsword, emitting a faint black hue. Black rain? Ryan's eyes narrowed. He examined it more closely. It was indeed black rain. Furthermore, upon contact with the white shimmer of the pyroxene, some of the raindrops transformed into a thin black smoke, giving it a faint sense of familiarity. Just now, surrounded by a faint mist, he hadn't noticed this. This feels like the black water wraith cast by Hela, the goddess of the underworld. Could it be that such a large area is her domain? Ryan couldn't help but glance up at the sky and his surroundings, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. In the center of the battlefield, after casting his ice crystal barrier, the ice sea kraken, Gazrian, was noticeably weaker than before. However, its 3 enormous dragon heads now also looked up at the vast gray cloud in the sky. For the first time, their multiple vertical pupils revealed confusion, surprise, and even a hint of fear. Although due to its inherent icy domain, all raindrops falling from the sky were frozen into ice particles before they reached its body's surface. Nearby around its massive body, faint white shadows also emerged. These white shadows drifted, moving swiftly, within the growing rain curtain. Combined with the hazy fog, it was impossible to discern any details. But one thing was certain. These seemingly ghostly beings were becoming more and more numerous. The same scene occurred to Minia and Reginald in midair. At this moment, Minia, riding on the red dragon Thassa, was surrounded by a ring of flames 30 to 40 meters in diameter, completely shielding her from the rain. And, seemingly due to the flame's ability to suppress the rain, Minia's red wizard robe remained unstained, and she encountered no attacks from the undead. On the contrary, in the sky on the other side, Reginald, controlling the khaki dragon Ted, though also protected by a yellow vortex, had just been attacked by 3 undead. Though he quickly blasted them away, the white shadows lingering around him grew in number. "Ted, break out of this rain curtain," Reginald said, patting the neck of his dragon companion. "Ah!" With a roar, the khaki dragon soared into the sky. Common sense dictated that if one broke through the clouds, one could naturally break through the rain curtain. But strangely, the dragon Ted flew upward for a long time, yet still failed to break through the clouds. Furthermore, judging by the naked eye, the distance between the dragon and the clouds remained unchanged. This is a very special domain. As a veteran Dawn wizard, Reginald quickly realized the problem. He controlled the dragon Ted to slow down. Since he couldn't break through, he naturally had to conserve his energy. Such a vast domain? Could it be the domain of the underworld goddess? Combining this with the word underworld Minia had previously conveyed, Reginald couldn't help but think of something, and his face suddenly changed. But then he shook his head, thinking to himself, no, it must be the domain power released by my clone, or perhaps some legendary item left behind. But this is going to be troublesome, Reginald muttered, glancing around again. At this moment, the man and the dragon seemed completely isolated in the dim rain. Compared to the several epic-level warriors, at this moment, the situation for Rebecca and the other 2 was even more dire. "Rebecca, the interference is too strong. Activate the special communication channel," Benito said, controlling the Ajax golem. "Benito, did you encounter those weird things over there? I'm sure those things are undead. They actually penetrated the golem and entered my control room. Oh my god! What should we do?" On the special channel, Old was clearly frightened and spoke incoherently. Remain calm, Old. There aren't many of them. As a level 3 crystallized wizard, you shouldn't have any trouble handling them, Rebecca's crisp voice echoed. Not many? 7 or 8 undead just rushed into the control room, and you're telling me it's not many? Old screamed. I can't take it anymore. I have to run. The only way to survive is to escape this rain. At this moment, he no longer cared about maintaining his composure in front of the girl he loved. With that, Old controlled the broken-armed Ajax golem and sprinted towards the perimeter. But moments later, he screamed again, How is this possible? I can't get out. It's over. We seem to be trapped. We can't get out. Rebecca, Benito, both of you, help me. Hold still, Old. Haven't you noticed? You've been running around, and now the number of souls lingering around you is significantly greater than Benito and I. Rebecca said with a tone of frustration. I feel like stirring this fog will attract the attention of the spirits. Benito's steady voice also came over the special channel. What? Is that so? Old cursed. But I'm surrounded by at least dozens of spirits. If I don't move, they charge into the control room. What should I do? What should I do? Damn it! Think of a solution. Old was feeling desperate. If he didn't move, dozens of spirits of varying strength would charge into the control room. Even a wizard in the early stages of crystallization would likely be unable to withstand them. Because the control room was too small, there was no way to hide, so he could only fight it out. But if he continued running, he would attract even more souls. Soon, the number would reach a terrifying level, and some would inevitably rush into the control room as they ran. He was now faced with a dilemma. Beyond the rain curtain, in the distant sky, senior generals aboard the massive Federation airship watched as a vast gray-black cloud obscured the center of the battlefield. At first, most people thought it was a natural phenomenon. But after 2 or 3 minutes, many noticed something was amiss. After the apprentice wizards in charge of communication were unable to contact Blade Master Tyrion, Rebecca, and the others within the rain curtain, everyone became completely certain of this. This cloud is strange. Did you notice how it formed? No, I was just focusing on the battle between us and the siren Gazrian. Me too. Many senior generals began to discuss in low voices. Because only by understanding the origin of this dark cloud could they determine who released it, and thus contain it at its source. Report. The small reconnaissance airship has lost contact after entering the rain curtain, a messenger reported. This caused Deputy Speaker Bertrand to frown again. Including him, no one present had expected such a change to occur again, with victory so near. Hasn't the origin of this dark cloud been discovered yet? Bertrand asked gravely. Who is this enemy? Where is it? The feeling of not knowing anything was extremely uncomfortable for the decision-makers. Report, it seems I just saw that dark cloud drifting in from the Fadil Mountains, a non-commissioned officer dressed as a lookout said nervously. Everyone present was a senior general, and normally, he wouldn't have had the right to speak. However, he did inadvertently notice that the dark cloud was drifting in from the Fadil Mountains. He remembered the strange speed of the dark clouds as they approached, seemingly slow but actually swift, as if they had arrived in the blink of an eye. Everyone looked in the direction his finger pointed. Huh? Isn't that where the siren, Gazrian, first escaped? I wonder if there's any secret there. Deputy Speaker, I go over there, the young officer who had stood out from before volunteered. Okay. Send 2 medium-sized airships to quickly investigate the situation. Deputy Speaker Bertrand thought for a moment and nodded. Whether there's a clue or not, an investigation will reveal it. Besides, there are currently no other clues to trace the origin of this strange dark cloud. At the same time, on the small hilltop of the Fadil Mountains, the black-robed girl's once solid form gradually became more ethereal, as if the previous move had consumed too much energy. And now, within the magic formation, the faces of the several Sea God cult members who had slashed their wrists were pale, devoid of any trace of blood. The others also looked listless. Clearly, activating this magic formation didn't come without a price. The black-robed girl gazed at the dark clouds and rain curtain in the distance, as if she could see through the rain curtain and observe the interior. This red-robed dragon heir, while quite capable, lacks the strength to break through the domain's blockade. As for that damn human boy, he's still far from it. The black-robed girl's beautiful eyes, peering through the rain, lingered on Ryan. She seemed to immediately conjure up some unpleasant imagery, and snorted coldly. Gazrian is probably the only one capable of breaking through the domain. However, once it does, it will weaken significantly again. It will be much easier for me to bring it under my wing. But if it doesn't break through, it will be like these elite humans, gradually weakened by my underworld domain. It's just that this group of believers can't hold out for long. They're simply too weak. The black-robed girl, the incarnation of Hela, the goddess of the underworld, turned her head and glanced at the group of believers who were fully supporting the operation of the magic formation, a look of disdain etched in her eyes. Almost there. It should be almost there in a little while. Inside the rain. Ryan had already casually slain 3 groups of revenants, and he also felt a peculiar chill, as if it were pervasive, infiltrating his body in strands. It was different from the icy chill of Gazrian. This chill had a damp feeling. The power of the sorcery has been affected, decreasing by less than 0.5%. The surrounding metallic elemental energy particles don't seem to have changed much. This decrease seems to be due to mental and physical factors. Is it the influence of this domain? Ryan's face was thoughtful. Just now, during the battle, he had cast Metal Transfiguration again and immediately noticed some subtle changes. It's only been less than 10 minutes. If this continues, I'm afraid my condition will deteriorate further, as if my body is corroding. Ryan quickly sensed the thorny nature of the problem. At this point, he couldn't leave, and he couldn't contact anyone else. After a quick move, he noticed the number of souls had increased significantly. So, Ryan returned to his original position. This location was only 100 meters away from Gazarian. Perhaps because isolating Gazarian had consumed so much energy, Ryan could only vaguely see the massive form of the cracking Gazarian, motionless just ahead. Large shards of ice crystals splattered from its body. However, Ryan could not sense any energy fluctuations from it. Does this field also have the effect of isolating energy fluctuations? Yes, if it weren't for the fact that we could find each other quickly, Ryan thought to himself, nodding slightly. If that's the case, then doesn't that mean this realm not only harbors a vast number of dead souls, but also gradually weakens those within it? At the same time, it also possesses a powerful isolation effect. Truly remarkable. However, this also seems to create an environment where I can unleash my level 4 Dawn Killer attack without restraint, without fear of being discovered. Ryan glanced again in the direction of the Kraken, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. Chapter 483. During his journey to the Federation, Ryan upgraded his Leatherworker class from level 7 to level 9, which granted him 2 more attribute points and skill points. Having just defeated the Demon Tail 3-headed Sea Dragon and the Poseidon Cult's Epic Warrior, his Dragon Vein Wizard's level wasn't increased again due to his high level, but it did reward Ryan with a generous bonus of gold skill points. He now has a total of 11 attribute points, 22 skill points, and 427 gold skill points. As long as I'm in good spirits, I can withstand the effects of activating Dragon Soul Smash. After the double mental energy consumption, perform 2 consecutive Dawn-killing moves. So, if I had 5 points in a row, I can perform 10 Dawn-killing moves. Although Her Highness Minia mentioned earlier that according to ancient texts, killing Gazrian requires destroying all 3 of his heads simultaneously, I'm actually relying on the added damage, not the damage from the sorcery itself, but the collateral damage. Even if Gazrian is powerful, I estimate that the cumulative damage from 10 consecutive Dawn-killing moves will be enough to take him down. At the very least, if he's sufficiently weakened, I can use Metal Transfiguration to instantly create 3 javelins and simultaneously destroy all 3 of his heads. As for potential threats like the Undersea Goddess or the Poseidon Cult, after defeating Gazrian, my strength should increase again as I absorb the dragon genes. Plus, I still have a lot of attribute points left, so the situation should be even better than it is now. After a moment's deliberation, Ryan hurried forward in Gazrian's direction. Soon, a colossal figure, resembling a white skyscraper, appeared before Ryan in the distance, piercing through the rain and mist. Gazrian, the Icy Kraken, possessed a massive form and astonishing strength that even the underworld could not completely conceal. Ryan glanced at Gazrian before him again, silently chanting a spell. The next second, he slammed his dark silver palm, emitting a rich ripple of metallic energy particles, into the ground. Bang! Instantly, dark silver metallic ripples, centered on his striking palm, spread out across a vast fan-shaped area directly ahead. This time, Ryan precisely controlled the reach of Dawn's ultimate move, Iron Forest. Soon, the dark silver metallic ripples enveloped Gazrian's immense form, rapidly rising along its immensely sturdy legs. At this moment, the glacial siren, Gazrian, naturally sensed the sudden attack. As expected of a former demigod, even without a true counterattack, the cold aura emanating from his body and the white icy aura began to automatically resist the dark silver metal ripples. This caused the metal ripples to spread more and more slowly, reaching the neck at a snail's pace. Ryan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately abandoned his attempt to completely cover Gazrian's immense form. Instead, he unleashed Dawn's ultimate move, Iron Forest, instantly unleashing a burst of energy. Suddenly, jagged, sharp metal spikes burst forth from the area covered by the dark silver metal. She. Suddenly, the white scales on Gazrian's body shattered, and hundreds, even thousands, of densely packed holes appeared on his body below the neck. Pale blue blood gushed out from these holes. Ah! Gazrian, who had just attempted to counterattack, was severely injured, and his 3 dragon heads screamed in pain. At the same time, his breath became noticeably weaker. In reality, the pain inflicted on Gazrian was due to the effects of the Dragon Soul's heavy blow. The real damage inflicted by Dawn's killing move truly stunned the ancient beast, which had just escaped. It worked! Ryan was delighted. But then, his expression froze. Ryan noticed that the dense holes on Gazrian's body were healing at a visible rate. Even the broken scales were falling off, and new white scales were growing. Obviously, if it had just been a sorcery attack, even Dawn's killing move wouldn't have caused Gazrian much trouble, and his injuries would have healed rapidly. At this moment, caught off guard, Gazrian counterattacked with exceptional ferocity. Its 3 dragon heads slammed forward in quick succession, charging directly ahead. Boom! 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 The 3 dragon heads, like giant lances, instantly gouged deep pits in the ground, sending mud scattering everywhere. However, Ryan dodged and swiftly moved to Gazrian's left, dodging this swift counterattack. At the same time, his right palm, radiating a rich dark silver light, slammed down on the ground once again. Boom! Dark silver ripples rapidly enveloped the surroundings, flowing along Gazrian's lower limbs and continuing upwards. This shocked and enraged Gazrian. Again? She. This time, Gazrian's body, barely healed, was once again pierced by a dense web of metal spikes, leaving it riddled with holes. Ah! Gazrian roared in agony as 2 soul-tearing pains ripped through him. The powerful sonic waves, his body swaying wildly, caused the surrounding mist to surge like waves. At the same time, the enraged siren Gazrian suddenly erupted with a powerful pulse of icy cold from its massive body. Instantly, the surrounding raindrops transformed into black ice crystals, blasted outwards by the shockwave. Instantly, the rain curtain was torn apart by hundreds of meters, nearly piercing even the dark clouds above. Inside the rain curtain. Ah! A scream rang out from Old in the control room. Rebecca and Benito noticed that the Ajax golem controlled by the other party had immediately come to a grinding halt, while dozens of white wraiths flew out of it. Clearly, the other party had been slain instantly by these wraiths. Damn it! Old. Although Old had his flaws, he was still a teammate after all. Rebecca couldn't help but slam the dashboard in front of her. The situation was becoming increasingly dire for the remaining 2 of them. Rebecca, have you noticed? Both your mental strength and your body are gradually becoming rigid. The power of your magic has decreased by at least 10%. If we don't find a way to break free, sooner or later we end up like Old, gradually invaded and besieged by the wraiths. For the first time, Benito's deep voice was thick with anxiety. Because even if they stayed put, the longer they stayed within the realm, the more the spirits began to pursue them. He naturally wanted to escape. Benito had a wife and a lovely daughter, and he had a strong desire to survive. You're right. But the problem is, this realm is strange. It seems to have some special isolating effect. If we don't think of a way to escape first and run around aimlessly, we only attract more spirits and die faster. Rebecca's voice rang out clearly. She understood that the more critical the moment, the more important it was to remain calm. Benito, did you faintly hear a roar? It sounded like Gazrian's roar. Although the undersea realm had a special isolating effect, Gazrian was no ordinary person. Complete isolation would require the presence of the undersea goddess herself. Rebecca and Benito were only a few hundred meters away from Gazrian. Normally, Gazrian's roar would have been deafening, but now, it rang in their ears like a cat's meow. In the sky beneath the dark clouds, Red Queen Mia fell into deep thought. Facing the underworld domain, she knew that ordinary sorcery, even the Dawn's killing move, would not be able to successfully break through. However, she was not completely helpless. She had a special killer move that required the burning of dragon blood to activate. The aftereffects were extremely severe, as once activated, the concentration of dragon blood in her body would be permanently reduced, which also meant a permanent reduction in her strength. So she hesitated. Suddenly, she looked up and to the side. Huh? Sounds like Gazrian's roar? This is... At the same time, in the air not far from the Falder Mountains, Two medium-sized airships sent by the Federation airship fleet for investigation had already arrived near the target point. Young General Jason took up his bronze telescope and observed, his brow slightly furrowed. The area he saw showed no trace of the enemy. But he knew well that seeing is not always believing. After a brief thought, he said, "Prepare for artillery fire." "Sir, there's nothing ahead." "Where should we attack?" The adjutant beside him asked, puzzled. "Just head towards that hilltop and launch a blanket attack." "Just because we can't see it doesn't mean it's not there," Jason said, pointing ahead. "This?" "Follow orders, Adjutant." "Yes, Major General." The adjutant saluted. Seconds later, two medium-sized airships quickly swung sideways and formed a battle line. Flames erupted. Boom! 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 Small mushroom clouds rose from the peak of the fatter mountains. The airship's fire gradually spread outward, covering the entire mountaintop. Suddenly, ripples formed in the air above an open space behind the mountaintop, as if a previously invisible transparent membrane had been pulled apart. "That's it!" Jason's face lit up with surprise. "The fire is concentrated behind the mountaintop." Soon, the transparent membrane burst like a bubble, revealing a clearing on the mountaintop. Above the clearing, a black magic circle over 10 meters in diameter emanated powerful energy fluctuations. Even more astonishing was the sight of a stunningly beautiful black-robed girl floating above the magic circle. This scene stunned not only the Federation soldiers aboard the two medium-sized airships, but also the senior officers aboard the rearward Federation airship formation. They hadn't expected someone to actually engage in such activity right under their noses. "This is the incarnation of the undersea goddess," a senior Federation officer exclaimed in shock, lowering his bronze telescope. He was in charge of the Federation Navy, and naturally knew the common physical characteristics of the undersea goddess. "That's for sure. That means the dark clouds and rain are controlled by the undersea goddess. Based on the witch formation that just appeared, I infer that the undersea goddess's goal is to subdue the ice sea kraken, Gazrian." "Why?" "According to ancient records, Gazrian is the king of all three-headed sea dragons. All three-headed sea dragons have a certain affinity for their king. So, the previous three-headed sea dragon must have been subdued by the Poseidon cult, and used to locate the sealed location of the ice sea kraken, Gazrian." "That's right. That makes sense." After a quick discussion, the senior generals roughly grasped the true situation. However, Federal Vice President Bertrand interrupted the discussion, saying, "Everyone, now is not the time to delve into the source of this. The question now is, our people are trapped inside. What should we do? Since the magic formation over there is personally guarded by the incarnation of the underworld goddess, it must be very important," said a middle-aged general. "Indeed. The other party must need to maintain the magic formation in order to cast their domain over such a large area. The simplest and most brutal tactic is to attack the magic formation directly." "That's true, but even the most powerful artillery can't harm a god, even if it's just a shadow," a gray-haired old general said solemnly. On a hilltop at the edge of the Fadil Mountains, the black-robed girl looked up at the two medium-sized airships that appeared before her, her face calm. "Oh, have we been discovered? But it's not time yet. These little ants operating the airships must be dealt with." The black-robed girl extended an exceptionally white finger and pointed at the two approaching medium-sized airships. A black beam of light shot out from the tip of her finger, incredibly fast, and its size gradually increased with distance. By the time the black beam reached a medium-sized airship, its diameter had grown from the size of an index finger to the diameter of a wash basin. Puff! The black beam instantly pierced the airship's airbag. The medium-sized airship suddenly began to tilt and plummet towards the ground. A single casual gesture destroyed a medium-sized airship. This scene naturally caused young Major General Jason's expression to change drastically. He immediately shouted, "Quick! Speed up and dodge! Immediately contact the rear airship formation and provide cover fire." However, to Jason's surprise, the black-robed girl could have destroyed them with another wave of her finger, but she didn't continue her attack. Instead, she suddenly turned and looked towards the area covered by the dark clouds. "Huh? Gazrian is going all out?" The black-robed girl's beautiful eyes widened slightly in surprise. "I haven't attacked directly to avoid provoking it, but how could this happen?" Beneath the dark clouds, something massive was clearly surging. In reality, this was due to the continuous hits of the Siren Gazrian by Ryan Dawn's killing move. The stinging true damage to his soul had driven him to near frenzy. The frenzied, indiscriminate wave of attack had gradually reached the limit of her avatar's control. In the center of the battlefield, Ryan's figure flashed again, arriving behind Gazrian. At the same time, he added a point to his spiritual attributes. A warm current coursed through his body, and Ryan's entire state instantly returned to peak condition. He slammed his palm against the ground once more, sending another wave of dark silver metallic ripples radiating outward. Fifth wave. Chapter 484. As Ryan activated Dragon Soul Smash and unleashed his fifth dawn-killing move, Iron Forest, a vast mass of white ice crystals suddenly formed on the body of the glacial kraken, Gazrian, rapidly coalescing into a mass. Instantly, it was encased within a massive, irregular block of ice, over 100 meters tall. At this moment, Ryan's dawn-killing move suddenly detonated. Instantly, a vast mass of dark silver, spiky metallic vegetation sprouted from the surface of the massive block of ice. But to Ryan's astonishment, his iron forest didn't seem to cause any damage to the frozen Gazrian. Aside from a few shards falling from the massive block of ice, the white scales on Gazrian's body, visible through the ice, remained unscathed. Is this some kind of survival trick of Gazrian? Indeed. As a behemoth that has survived from ancient times, it must have some special methods. Seeing this, Ryan immediately understood. However, he wasn't discouraged. For this was within his expectations. As an ancient glacial kraken whose power reached the level of a demigod, if Gazrian were so easy to kill, he wouldn't have left such a great reputation in ancient texts. However, this freezing seems to have abandoned attack and favored defense. Ryan examined the surface of the ice carefully, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. At this moment, he looked at the frozen Gazrian with a smile, as if he was confident. His right palm once again radiated a rich dark silver light, and then, it slammed heavily onto the ground. Sixth wave. Suddenly, dark silver ripples appeared again, spreading towards the massive block of ice where Gazrian lay. Explode. Instantly, hundreds of trees, shrubs, and vines of varying sizes, covered in metallic spikes, covered the massive block of ice and surged forward with a roar. After the powerful energy wave dissipated, the massive block of ice still bore no visible marks, let alone cracks. But seeing this, Ryan, far from feeling disappointed, his smile widened. Gazrian's ice block, logically speaking, should perfectly protect against all sorcery and physical attacks. But the problem is, it also can't protect against real damage. It used this ice block, but it backfired, trapping itself within the ice. And now I can safely unleash my dawn-killing attack on it. Just as Ryan unleashed his sixth dawn-killing attack, he carefully sensed it again. He could sense the true damage mixed in with the sorcery, and it was harming Gazrian. In addition, the life force within the massive ice block weakened further. It seems this true damage is of a very high level. The Dragon Vein Wizard truly deserves to be a legendary class. Just as Ryan was adding another point of recovery, and about to unleash his Dawn Kill move, Gazrian within the ice block suddenly seemed to sense some kind of danger. The massive, incredibly solid ice block suddenly cracked. A massive fissure, over 100 meters long, began at the center of the ice block and stretched upwards. At the same time, on the platform atop the Falder Mountains, the black-robed girl, with her beautiful eyes, was about to investigate the reason behind Gazrian's rampage within her domain, but the next moment, she looked up and forward. Hundreds, even thousands, of crimson shells whizzed toward her. It was the barrage from the main Federation airship formation in the distance. What nasty ants! The black-robed girl frowned slightly. She could easily dodge these shells, but the problem was that the magic formation below her, and the believers struggling to maintain it were unable to withstand them. Furthermore, since the magic formation had already begun to operate, she couldn't move it. She waved her fair hand, and a swirling black water shield appeared directly above the magic formation, blocking the dense barrage of shells. This delay caused the black-robed girl to look below the dark clouds again, and her expression immediately changed. To be more precise, she looked a little stunned. Clearly, what was happening within the Nethersea had once again exceeded her expectations. This guy actually forced Gazrian to cast Absolute Freeze? To be able to force Gazrian to this point, his strength has increased far too quickly. No! I don't know how he did it, but we can't let him kill Gazrian. Hela, the goddess of the underworld, made a decision immediately. She would stop Ryan. However, without my control, the magic circle will become increasingly ineffective. In a matter of minutes, it might be breached by the elite mortals below. Then, after defeating this Ryan, return quickly. The black-robed girl suddenly vanished from above the magic circle, and reappeared within the rain curtain beneath the dark clouds. Then, she vanished again into the rain curtain. When the black-robed girl reappeared, she was already not far from the battleground between Ryan and Gazrian. In the underworld realm, her speed reached an extreme. Huh? Such a strong energy fluctuation? The underworld goddess Hela believed that with the blessing of the underworld realm, a surprise attack should be able to quickly resolve the battle. But when she actually arrived at the scene, she realized she had miscalculated. The underworld realm was, after all, only one of her clones. The intense energy collision between Ryan and Gazarian had created a near vacuum. There was no rain. Even the dark clouds overhead were so thin they were almost transparent. Crucially, as soon as she appeared, Ryan's palm, emitting a strong dark silver light, slammed down on the ground again. It was Ryan unleashing his 7th dawn killing move, Iron Forest. The slightest movement from Hela, the goddess of the underworld, immediately alerted Ryan, so this time, his dark silver metallic ripples were all-encompassing. The area within a radius of several hundred meters was completely covered. The black-robed girl was shocked and furious. She swiftly cast a black water vortex, instantly levitating into the air. This sudden attack also thwarted Hela's sneak attack plan before it even began. Having escaped the ice, Gazarian was met with a 7th wave of attacks from Ryan just as he stepped out of the ice. This further damaged the already weakened Gazarian. After all, even a demigod-level ancient beast, already weakened by the long-standing seal, and then subjected to 7 of Ryan's Dawn's killing moves, each with its own true damage, could no longer withstand the pressure and was on the verge of death. No, Gazarian must not die. Hyla, the goddess of the underworld, dodged Ryan's attack and watched the shaky Gazarian with a wavering anxiety. Gazarian was the king of the 3-headed sea dragon, the demon tail. She had originally intended to subdue him, thereby finding and commanding all the seal 3-headed sea dragons. If successful, this would greatly accelerate her recovery. But if Gazarian died, this plan would obviously be thwarted. Ancient Blackwater Revenant. Without hesitation, Hela, the goddess of the underworld, parted her lips slightly and raised her delicate hand. In an instant, a vortex of rapidly swirling black water suddenly appeared before her. Compared to the Blackwater Revenant she had previously unleashed in the Dragon Valley secret realm, Hela, now within the underworld realm, was unleashing the ancient Blackwater Revenant in its prime, or even its complete form. Not only were there far more than 5 of them, but the number of resentful souls trapped within the black vortex was also greater than just one. Ryan took a quick glance and noticed that within each black vortex, there seemed to be several white faces of pain, screaming and crying. Then, Hela gently pointed at Ryan. Instantly, dozens of blackwater vortexes attacked Ryan one after another. Ryan's face changed immediately, as he felt the immense power and sheer number of the incoming blackwater vortexes. If I still choose to attack Gazarian at this moment, there's a high probability that I kill him. But the problem is, if I focus most of the energy of my Dawn's killing move on Gazarian, I'm afraid I have a hard time with Hela, the goddess of the underworld. Ryan made a decision immediately, temporarily foregoing the opportunity to kill Gazarian and instead redirecting most of the energy of his 8th wave of Dawn's killing move, Iron Forest, towards Hela, the goddess of the underworld. Suddenly, dozens of blackwater vortexes collided with a dense forest of spiky metal. The black water that formed the vortexes was highly corrosive, but the metal forest had the advantage in numbers. Like Aqua Regia, the black water continuously corroded and melted the metal forest, yet the metal forest continued to expand from below. For a moment, 2 energies of different attributes clashed fiercely. Ordinarily, the souls trapped in the black water vortex should have emerged and attacked the enemy when the vortex shattered. However, because Ryan's sorcery killing move contained true damage, the moment these white souls appeared, they fell like wheat being cut and dissipated into nothingness. Hela hadn't expected Ryan to be evenly matched and block her attack. You have to know that this ancient black water soul was several times more powerful than the one she unleashed during her time in the Dragon Valley secret realm, because her clone had already been severely injured at that time. Then come again! I don't believe you can withstand it a second time. Hela's pretty face was filled with anger, and her lips moved slightly as she chanted the incantation once more. As the energy within the underworld sea was mobilized to this area, the energy in other areas inevitably decreased. In many places, the rainfall was noticeably lighter. Even the dark clouds in the sky were thinning and fading. This indicated that a clear weakness had emerged in the underworld sea. Of course, Hela knew this was a problem. But the key point was that she needed to deal with Ryan as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he killed Gazarian, all her previous plans would be in vain. Amidst the rain. The power of the underworld is weakening. Red Queen Menia, riding on the red dragon Thassa, opened her beautiful eyes slightly, clearly surprised by the situation. For a moment, she couldn't figure out the reason. But the next second, she patted her dragon companion, and both she and the dragon soared into the sky. Great opportunity. Let's get out first. A spiral beam of flame suddenly pierced the dark clouds before them, and immediately, Minia and the red dragon Thassa successfully broke free from the underworld that had trapped them for so long. Ah! This made Thassa roar with excitement to the sky. The same scene happened to Earthpulse Reginald. However, he and the dragon Ted under his crotch were in a worse situation than Minia. The underworld had weakened his mental strength by at least 20%, so Reginald exerted all his strength to barely break free. As soon as he emerged from the clouds, Reginald saw Minia already in midair, which delighted him greatly. Your Highness Minia, when did you emerge? Were you the one who weakened the underworld domain just now? Your Highness Reginald, if it weren't for me, I would have escaped before you. Minia shook his head. If it wasn't you, could it be a powerful figure from the Federation? Because this was Federation territory, Reginald naturally assumed that a Federation expert had arrived and aided them. Probably not, Minia shook his head again. Look, that Lord Tyrion escaped almost at the same time as you. Besides him, I don't see any other epic-level Federation experts around. Reginald followed Minia's gaze, looking down. He saw the Federation Swordmaster Tyrion, who had just broken free from the rain. Clearly, he had just escaped. This made Reginald ponder. I suspect it's the glacial kraken Gazrian. As a former demigod-level behemoth, if he unleashed his might at all costs, there's a good chance he could break through the underworld's domain, Minia said, gazing at the swirling dark clouds. It's certainly possible. By the way, Your Highness Minia, have you seen Lord Ryan? Logically, if I can escape, he should be able to too. Reginald looked around, but didn't see Ryan, and he couldn't help but wonder. Having experienced Ferdinand Forrest, he thought he had a good understanding of Ryan's abilities. I didn't see it either. He's probably still trapped. Oh no! Lord Ryan is likely still trapped. Your Highness Minia, I think we should immediately launch a joint attack and completely destroy the domain. After all, the longer he stays inside, the more his strength will decline. I'm afraid that by then, Ryan won't even be able to protect himself. Yes, but to be safe, it would be better to call on His Majesty Tyrion, the Federation Swordmaster, to join us. The three of us can attack a weak point in the domain together. We should be able to successfully break through the underworld domain. Minia naturally nodded in agreement. Ryan possesses such strength at such a young age. He is the future star of the Empire, so he must be saved. However, just as the two of them were controlling the dragons beneath their crotches to descend, the underworld domain suddenly began to violently ripple. It was as if a massive hand was violently stirring the rain, dark clouds, and fog within the domain. Huh? What is this? Minia and Reginald exchanged a surprised glance at this. Chapter 485. In the heart of the rain. Ryan was engaged in his second battle with the Black-Robed Girl, the incarnation of Hela, the goddess of the underworld. The intense energy fluctuations were making the underworld domain increasingly unstable. The dwindling rain and the thinning dark clouds overhead caused the Black-Robed Girl to frown slightly. Ryan's peripheral vision repeatedly glanced at Gazrian beside him. Although Gazrian didn't seize the opportunity to attack him or attempt to break through the underworld domain, he was recovering on the spot, his three dragon heads continuously spraying icy mist onto his body. Even without relying on his naked eyes, Ryan could sense the opponent's aura slowly growing stronger. Clearly, the icy mist expelled by the opponent's three dragon heads had some special effect in restoring the damage done to his soul. No, I can't get caught up in Hela, the underworld goddess. While I don't know the exact situation between the underworld goddess and Gazrian, it's clear that Hela doesn't want me to kill the ice kraken. Ryan's eyes narrowed, his mind racing. If I continue to waste time, the damage I inflicted on the ice kraken will quickly heal. By then, the ice kraken and Hela, the underworld goddess, might attack me from both sides. If that happens, I'd be completely at a disadvantage. Although Ryan wasn't certain they would do so, he couldn't take the risk. But escaping Hela will be difficult. We're now in the underworld realm. Hela can teleport to any location almost instantly, easily catching up to me or easily avoiding the range of my Dawn's killing move. It'd be difficult to inflict effective damage on the enemy. At this moment, Ryan's eyes lit up, a sudden thought dawning on him. He looked up at Gazrian. Gazrian was surrounded by no rain or fog, but instead, a faint, icy air. That's right. Although I'm in the underworld realm, this small area around Gazrian doesn't seem to be affected by it. It seems that the combination of Gazrian's recent freeze and my repeated use of the Dawn killing move has created a near-energy vacuum in this area. This way, I can use my speed to swiftly move around this area, avoiding Hellas' entanglement. I could even seize the opportunity to attack Gazrian again. Thinking this through, Ryan flashed, leaving several afterimages behind, and turned to rush to Gazrian's side. Giving up resistance, planning to escape? The black-robed girl's face shone with a hint of triumph and mockery. In Hellas' opinion, this was perfectly normal human behavior. Even though the young man before him, named Ryan, was a genius and elite among mortals, having just unleashed his dawn-killing moves repeatedly, his mental energy must have been greatly depleted. So, choosing to flee now was a perfectly natural choice. But can I escape? A faint smile crossed Hellas' beautiful face. The next moment, in the rain near Ryan, a series of black-robed girls, even more numerous than Ryan's afterimage, appeared one after another. One after another, the black-robed girls appeared behind Ryan, like a cat playing with a mouse, seemingly intent on inflicting psychological pressure on him. However, when Ryan stepped within a few dozen meters of Gazrian, Hellas' expression changed. Hela realized she couldn't get any closer. A body formed from rainwater had frozen into ice upon entering that area. At that moment, a lifelike ice sculpture of a black-robed girl appeared in that area. The other figures in the rain also paused. Iron Forest. And Ryan instantly seized the opportunity. As soon as he reached Gazrian's side, he unleashed his ninth dawn-killing move without hesitation. Dark silver metallic ripples instantly enveloped and interrupted Gazrian's recovery, inflicting another soul trauma. Ah! Gazrian roared in pain, his white scales shattering, and pale blue blood oozing from the dense holes. The three dragon heads attacked indiscriminately. The excruciating pain nearly drove it mad. Instantly, its movement sent the surrounding rain, mist, and dark clouds surging in a turbulent ripple. Oh no! We can't let this creature attack Gazrian again. Hellas' brow furrowed upon seeing this. She could clearly see that Gazrian was in dire straits. His attack still seemed powerful, but his aura had weakened to the point of extreme weakness. From a distance of dozens of meters, Hela surrounded Gazrian's massive form, forming 8 rain-formed avatars within the rain. Just as Ryan was about to deliver one final blow to Gazrian, a final blow, a sharp cone of black water suddenly struck. Faced with the unknown sorcery, Ryan had to abandon his Dawn's killing move and dodged once more. Puff! The cone of black water, with its immense penetrating power, ripped a bottomless, bowl-sized hole into the ground. This sent a chill through Ryan's heart. With such penetrating power, even his third-level combined sorcery, iron armor, would struggle to withstand it. As he moved rapidly, black water cones attacked from all directions. Only then did Ryan realize that he was surrounded by black-robed girls, transformed by Hela, the goddess of the underworld. How formidable. This had foiled his original plan to evade Hela by moving at high speed around Gazrian. This meant he wouldn't have the chance to pause and unleash his dawn-killing move on Gazrian. As for the other sorceries, while Ryan could cast them instantly, they were too weak to inflict a fatal blow on Gazrian. Looks like that's the only way. Ryan, while performing his ultimate shadow step technique and moving at high speed, said, Hela, goddess of the underworld, it seems your power as a deity isn't that great. The last 2 times, I defeated both your projections and clones. This time you. Ryan's goal was, of course, to cause Hela, goddess of the underworld, to experience a violent emotional upheaval. If she became enraged or lost her mind, he would have his chance. Shut up, Aunt! The black-robed girl trembled with anger. Clearly, Ryan's words had brought back 2 incredibly embarrassing memories for Hela. What? Did I hit a sore spot? Isn't what I said the truth? Ryan's slightly sarcastic tone caused Hela's emotions to spiral out of control, like a volcano about to erupt. Go to hell. To increase her chances of success, Hela mobilized all the energy within the underworld domain. The human figures formed by the rain instantly nearly doubled in number. Instantly, denser cones of black water shot towards Ryan. At the edge of the underworld domain, the 2 Ajax golems lay motionless in the rain, yet a growing number of white souls lingered around them. But suddenly, many of the souls, uncharacteristically, took the initiative to leave, drifting deeper into the rain. Huh? Benito, the number of souls on my side has suddenly decreased. What about you? Rebecca, who had just been besieged by over a dozen souls in the control room, was surprised to find that the number of souls besieging her had begun to decrease significantly. Same here. Rebecca, look outside. The rain has also subsided, and even the fog has thinned. What's going on? Benito exclaimed in surprise. I don't know, but this is a good thing. Rebecca's beautiful eyes peered out through the control room's glass, also quite puzzled. In the sky beyond the rain curtain. Your Highness, that just now seemed to be Gazrian's roar, Reginald asked the Red Queen, Gazrian, in a questioning tone. Logically, the underworld domain blocks sound waves and energy fluctuations, so they shouldn't be able to hear the movements within. I heard it too, Gazrian nodded, confirming. If I'm not mistaken, the energy within the underworld domain is being consumed in large quantities, making it impossible to isolate the movements within. Could it be that the underworld goddess is using some kind of secret technique on Gazrian? No, I just sensed a slight fluctuation of metallic energy particles. Something's wrong with Ryan. He's probably fighting both Gazrian and the underworld goddess's incarnation at the same time. Minia seemed to have a thought, her expression changing slightly as she controlled the dragon to dive even faster. Reginald, hearing this, frowned as he followed Minia closely. Because they both believed that even if Ryan faced the siren alone, even if he used his ultimate move, transforming into a dragon in Ferdinand Forest, he would be no match for both Gazrian and the avatar of the underworld goddess. They had to immediately break through the underworld domain and provide support. Otherwise, Ryan, the imperial genius, would likely perish in a foreign land. The two dragon riders swooped down in record time and arrived beside the Federation Swordmaster Tyrion. Your Highness Minia, Your Highness Reginald, you two have escaped successfully. By the way, where is Lord Ryan? Swordmaster Tyrion asked, looking around and noticing that Ryan was nowhere to be seen. Your Highness Tyrion, Lord Rin is probably still trapped within the underworld realm and is likely under attack. I hope the three of us can immediately join forces and destroy the underworld realm. Is this the underworld realm? Tyrion's eyes widened, and he immediately understood. Yes, it's probably being controlled by the incarnation of the underworld goddess. Can the three of us do it? We know if we give it a try, we have a good chance. The battle inside seems intense. The energy distribution within the realm is already distorted. We just need to find the weak spot in the underworld realm, and we might be able to completely defeat it. Okay. I follow your instructions. Thank you, Your Highness Tyrion. Your Highness Minia, when I escaped just now, if I'm not mistaken, there seems to be a clear weak spot in the center of the clouds. Perhaps we can attack from there, Reginald suggested. What are we waiting for? Let's go! Reginald, controlling his dragon companion, Ted, instantly took off with the Federation Swordmaster Tyrion and flew into the sky. Soon, the three men and two dragons reached the center of the dark clouds and spotted an area so thin it was almost translucent. It's a weak spot indeed. The perceptive Swordmaster Tyrion immediately spotted the weakness of the underworld domain here. Let's begin, then, both of you. Okay. Of course. The three epic level warriors each unleashed their ultimate moves, unleashing a combined attack towards the center of the underworld domain. Giant Rock Throw. Super Divine Cross Slash. Blazing Wave Cone. Instantly, two massive sword beams, one red and one yellow, blasted towards the thinnest part of the dark clouds. Boom! The glacial kraken, Gazrian, attempting to recover below, suddenly felt a powerful energy surge overhead, and alarm bells rang in its heart. A red beam of light traveled at the fastest speed, but it missed any of its three heads, instead piercing the even larger Izhong's body. However, the remaining massive rock mass and the cross-shaped silver sword light each managed to strike one of its heads. This sudden attack and unexpected turn of events startled both the Black-Robed girl and Ryan, who were engaged in combat. A good opportunity. Ryan's eyes lit up, and he instantly transformed the hardened adamantium in his hand into a sharp spear, hurling it at the final dragon head. Puff! Instantly, all three of Gazrian's dragon heads were slain. The massive body began to falter and teeter, its icy shield, which had been instinctively protecting it, could no longer be maintained, and its icy energy began to dissipate in large quantities. No! Hela, the goddess of the underworld, couldn't help but rage. She looked up at the sky. Through the huge hole in the center of the dark clouds, she saw the three men and two dragons outside. Hela's gaze paused, focusing on the Red Queen Minia, clad in a red wizard robe. Damn ants. Dragon's offspring. But Hela knew by now that her plan had failed. If she stayed any longer, the clone she had hastily conjured would likely fall to the hands of these ants. I'll be back. The black-robed girl gave Ryan a deep look, and then, nearly a dozen figures in the arena began to dissipate. Huh? Leaving now? Ryan was slightly taken aback. He had expected the enraged Hela, the goddess of the underworld, to stay and fight. But he hadn't expected her to leave so resolutely this time. It seems his ability to control his emotions has improved. It's becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. At this moment, As the underworld domain gradually faded, the roar of a dragon echoed from the sky. "It's Your Highness Minia and the others. I must hurry." In a flash, Ryan arrived beside the bloodied siren, Gazrian, and placed his hand into one of his wounds. As Ryan's hand reached the wound, as his hand touched the pale blue blood, a sudden, tingling heat surged through his arm, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Soon, as the heat was absorbed, a system notification flashed across the screen. Host's bloodline has mutated, and the special ability 2 heads has been upgraded to 3 heads. In the 5th form, the host will possess the special ability 3 heads. Triple head effect. In addition to the host's head, the host can choose and grow 2 additional dragon skulls with different attributes, gaining corresponding dragon abilities, including but not limited to dragon breath, innate abilities, and melee combat abilities. Note: the current host possesses the head of the void dragon, the head of the corrupted dragon, the head of the ancestral dragon, and the head of the red dragon. Chapter 486. Huh? 3 heads? Ryan was pleasantly surprised to see his special ability, 2 heads, upgraded to 3 heads. But at the same time, he was also somewhat puzzled. Logically, Gazrian, at the demigod level, should have been enough to boost his bloodline concentration again. According to the system's description, while his bloodline concentration has increased, he hasn't advanced to the next level. Could it be that the pure blood dragon bloodline has reached its limit? No, that shouldn't be the case. Ryan's face was thoughtful, as he carefully examined the system prompt again. When he saw the words bloodline mutation, he paused and thought. Perhaps the problem lies in Gazrian's lack of pure dragon bloodline. That's why my dragon bloodline concentration hasn't increased, but my special ability, 2 heads, has increased. Ryan felt he might have found the reason. Of course, for a more accurate answer, he'd have to consult the relevant ancient texts. But 3 dragon skulls? Isn't that Gazrian's appearance? No, not really. After transforming, I have a dragon body, and with 3 heads, it looks a lot like Ghidorah from a monster movie from my past life. Just as Ryan was pondering this, 2 giant dragons, one red and one yellow, descended from the sky. The 3 of them first cautiously examined the fallen siren Gazrian. After confirming he was dead, they were all taken aback. Gazrian is dead? The 3 of them exchanged glances, each with a look of surprise and confusion. Although their combined attack was indeed powerful, they were only aiming to breach the underworld domain and had never intended to kill Gazrian. At this point, the men also clearly saw the varying injuries on Gazrian's 3 heads. One appeared to have been cracked by a boulder, another severed by a sharp weapon, and the leftmost head bore a metal javelin. Clearly, the former was killed by Reginald's Dawn's killing move, the Great Stone Throw, while the middle one was slain by Tyrion's Transcendent Cross. The metal javelin was most likely thrown by Rin. But even with Rin's javelin, it wouldn't have been possible to kill Gazrian. It seemed as if Gazrian had already been weakened. Hence, he was killed by a single blow from the men. Run, are you alright? By the way, were you fighting Gazrian just now? Minia, clad in red wizard robes, approached Rin and asked. Thank you, Your Highness Minia, for your concern, and thank you, Your Highness Reginald and Your Highness Tyrion, for your timely support, Rin greeted Minia. Yes and no. Just now, the incarnation of Hela, the goddess of the underworld, was engaged in a fierce battle with Gazrian, and I happened to be nearby, so I cast a few spells to protect myself. I just happened to see the 3 of you take down 2 of Gazrian's heads with your attacks, and I immediately responded with another. Ryan, of course, wouldn't tell the truth. He had already demonstrated a sufficiently high level of talent, already dazzling. He naturally didn't need to take credit for killing Gazrian. I see. Federation Swordmaster Tyrion nodded, seemingly unconvinced. But Red Queen Minia and Earthpulse Reginald exchanged a glance, half believing and half doubting. Both of them had their doubts. For example, why Hela, the goddess of the underworld, would choose this moment to attack Gazrian was a bit illogical. However, it was naturally difficult to question Ryan about these matters in front of the Federation Swordmaster. At this moment, a faint blue light appeared in the distant sky. Crown Hernandez has arrived, Swordmaster Tyrion said with a smile. Minia and Reginald exchanged glances again. Could it be that Hela, the goddess of the underworld, had anticipated the imminent arrival of a powerful Federation warrior, and therefore couldn't help but attack Gazrian? In that case, what Ryan said was quite possible. Meanwhile, on the Federation's giant airship, the expressions of the senior generals in the captain's cabin were strange, a mixture of shock, joy, and confusion. They had just seen the figures of Minia and Reginald, 2 Imperial Dragon Knights, break free from the dark clouds. After a short while, the entire underworld domain gradually dissipated. On the ground, an exceptionally large corpse appeared. It was none other than the ancient behemoth, the Siren Gazrian. This scene was truly baffling. 3 epic-level masters combined their strength to not only shatter the Nethersea realm, but also slay Gazrian. This is truly unbelievable. I'm not questioning the combat prowess of the epic masters of the Empire and the Federation. However, even before the dark clouds appeared, the 4 of them combined against Gazrian seemed to be at a disadvantage. How could this suddenly? Indeed, something must have happened in the Nethersea realm that we didn't see. By the way, could that imperial genius named Ryan be involved in Gazrian's sudden death? It's unlikely. I think it's probably the work of the underworld goddess. The senior generals were discussing the situation. After all, the situation had reversed far too quickly. Furthermore, no one knew what had happened within the underworld. My lords, Lord Tyrion has sent word that the underworld goddess has departed, and the Siren Gazrian has been slain, a messenger reported urgently. Yes. Order the airship formation to move forward. Deputy Speaker Bertrand nodded. The General Staff will immediately analyze the situation. As you command, Your Excellency, Deputy Speaker. With the arrival of the combined Federation and Imperial airship formation, what followed had little to do with Ryan. Deputy Speaker Bertrand, on his side, carefully reviewed the latest intelligence on Ryan. Likes beautiful women, seems to have a fondness for Senator Trenna? A hint of surprise flashed across Vice Speaker Bertrand's eyes at this. Is the intelligence reliable? He glanced up at the middle-aged officer in front of him, who came from the intelligence system. Your Excellency, Vice Speaker, it's absolutely reliable. This is the latest intelligence submitted by a spy lurking in the Dragon Empire. Hearing this, Vice Speaker Bertrand was stunned for a moment, then nodded and continued reading the intelligence. Huh? Has the intelligence department already made preliminary contact? Although it was under the guise of Senator Trenna, this Lord Ryan didn't refuse. That's great. Yes, the intelligence department has accepted both gifts so far. This shows that Lord Ryan has a favorable impression of the Federation, the middle-aged officer said with a smile. No, it just means he has a favorable impression of Senator Trenna, said Deputy Speaker Bertrand, shaking his head. Well, strictly speaking, yes. The middle-aged general was taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. Since we've discovered the other party's human weakness, it would be most appropriate to let Senator Trenna intervene. Well, as for Senator Trenna, our intelligence department, the middle-aged general said with embarrassment. I speak to her personally, said Deputy Speaker Bertrand, waving his hand. Excellent. If you, Vice Speaker, intervene, that would be even better. The intelligence officer smiled, visibly relieved. Because, in terms of political status, although he was a lieutenant general, he was no match for a federal senator. Even if he wanted Trenna to cooperate with his plan to win over Ryan, using a false name was the limit. A few hours later, the joint airship formation of the Federation and the Dragon Empire slowly landed at the official docking station at Weston City Hall. A group of people, led by a beautiful woman named Trenna, were already waiting at the docking station. Since the previous joint combat mission had been personally commanded by Vice Speaker Bertrand of the Federation, Trenna, a council member, had not participated and remained in Weston City. After the warm welcome ceremony, Vice Speaker Bertrand immediately met with Trenna. In an office at Weston City Hall, Bertrand's temporary workstation. Counselor Trenna, the strength and potential demonstrated by this young man, Ryan, is currently unmatched by any young person in the entire Federation. So, this young man, we must do everything we can to keep him in the Federation. Mr. Vice Speaker, I understand your point. However, I've tried to win him over before, but it didn't work. Now, what can I do about this? Trenna couldn't help but feel puzzled. Well, faced with Trenna's question, Vice Speaker Bertrand was embarrassed to answer directly. He simply handed Trenna the latest intelligence he had on Ryan. You understand after reading it. Trenna, curious, quickly flipped through it. These things. The intelligence department is using my name. Seeing some of the information in the file, Trenna couldn't help but feel angry. Because some of the information in the file was being processed directly on her behalf without her knowledge. Senator Trenna, please don't be angry. Keep reading. Everything is for the Federation, isn't it? Hearing Vice Speaker Bertrand's words, everything is for the Federation, Trenna suppressed her dissatisfaction and continued to read. After a while, her fair face gradually turned red. Mr. Vice Speaker, are the conclusions in the data reliable? Does Ryan prefer mature women? Trenna finally understood why the Federation Intelligence Agency had used her as a pretext. and the purpose of Vice Speaker Bertrand's conversation with her this time. Her husband, Archduke Heidenberg, had died last year in battle with a resurrected ancient behemoth. The subsequent numerous resurrected behemoths made the Federation, which had just begun its steam revolution, realize that even ordinary people, armed with guns and cannons, were no match for behemoths. Only top-tier combat prowess and mechanical genius are decisive in the battle against the behemoths. Reliable intelligence indicates that this young Lord Ryan's only weakness is his fondness for women. Furthermore, he seems to prefer beautiful women to young girls. Within the Empire, he already has at least 2 beautiful women under his wing. Hearing this, Trena's face flushed even more. Although Vice Speaker Bertrand didn't specify what she was supposed to do, Trena, as intelligent as Bertrand was, naturally understood what he meant. Isn't there a young woman of sufficient quality to impress him? At present, there certainly isn't. Of course, we haven't conducted a Federation-wide search for young women, but judging by Rebecca and Ryan's interactions, even a young woman as outstanding as your daughter Rebecca doesn't seem particularly interested in him. Instead, he seems to be less interested in you. Alright, I try. After a moment's reflection, Trina reluctantly nodded, her face flushing. After returning from her last visit to the Empire, she had mentioned Ryan to her daughter, Rebecca. Rebecca seemed quite interested in Ryan. Otherwise, Rebecca wouldn't have joined this mission. Well, I look forward to hearing good news from Counselor Tarina, said Deputy Counselor Bertrand, smiling faintly. In her youth, Tarina had been known as the flower of the Duchy of Heidenberg. Even he, in his youth, had harbored a desire to pursue Tarina. After leaving Bertrand's office, Tarina's face was troubled. It wasn't that she disliked Ryan. In fact, when she encountered the corrupted dragon Agnes during her visit to the Dragon Empire, Tarina had been quite impressed by him, as he had fought the corrupted dragon alone. But the problem was that Ryan was not even older than her daughter Rebecca. Is she really in Ryan? Oh! What a mess. Perhaps, maintaining an ambiguous relationship with Ryan, for the time being would be more appropriate. It would both persuade Ryan to leave the Empire and join the Federation, and at the same time, preserve my own reputation, Trina thought to herself. That evening, in the banquet hall of Weston City Hall, the Federation held a grand reception for the Imperial delegation. Due to the resounding victory in their first joint battle, the welcome reception was extremely high profile, with the Vice Speaker of the Federation and Her Highness Menia, head of the Imperial delegation, also in attendance. This forced Ryan, who had originally planned to remain in the airship cabin to continue his leatherworking master rank, to attend. Ryan sat in a corner of the banquet hall, seemingly avoiding attention, yet a steady stream of noble ladies came to toast him. Hee, Mr. Ryan, your popularity has surpassed my expectations. With so many charming ladies, don't you have one you like? Rebecca, dressed in a white evening gown, sat beside Ryan and jokingly said with a smile. It's not that I don't like them, but rather than chatting with these ladies, I'd rather discuss golem making with Miss Rebecca. Hee, Mr. Ryan, I find you incredibly talkative. Is that a disguised compliment? Rebecca couldn't help but chuckle. This enigmatic young man, with his unfathomable strength, seemed to possess a natural and mysterious attraction to the opposite sex. Rebecca's beautiful eyes would periodically survey Ryan. At this moment, a beautiful, mature woman, unadorned but with an extraordinary demeanor, sauntered over. Mother, why are you here so late? Seeing Trina, Rebecca joyfully stepped forward and embraced her arm. Ryan's eyes widened slightly, staring at the young woman in front of him in surprise, then glancing at the beautiful Trina beside him. Rebecca, Counselor Trina is your mother? Ryan was astonished. Yes, Mr. Ryan, didn't you notice before? Rebecca stood playfully beside Trina. Sure enough, their beautiful faces bore at least a 60% resemblance, and together, they looked like sisters. This is truly unexpected. Ryan had never considered this before, so he hadn't noticed. At this moment, the beautiful woman Tarina raised her glass and saluted Ryan with a smile, saying, Sir Ryan, on behalf of the Federation, I thank you and the other lords for your joint efforts in slaying the Kraken. I truly wish your Excellency Ryan were born in the Federation, not the Empire. Tarina wore a wasted, light purple silk button-down shirt and fitted black hunting trousers. Her bust and hips were accentuated, her waist slender, and the graceful curves of a mature woman. A closer look revealed patterns or lines woven with gold thread on both the shirt and the trousers. The workmanship was exquisite, evidently valuable, highlighting the noble status of the beautiful woman before her. Even compared to the other young noble ladies, Tarina's aura was unique. Thank you, Counselor Triana, for your compliments. In fact, His Highness Menia, His Majesty Reginald, and His Majesty Tyrion, the swordmaster of your federation, all contributed most to the successful slaying of the Siren Gazrian. I merely assisted, seizing an opportunity at the last moment. Sir Ryan, you are far too modest. His Majesty Tyrion praised your performance in battle. Counselor Triana, looking at Ryan with her beautiful eyes, said with a smile. Since Ryan wanted to inquire about the aftermath of the sorceress' jagged ring, his words were naturally quite polite. Triana, driven by her mission to win over Ryan, was also quite flattering. After all this back and forth, the two of them had actually left Rebecca aside. Rebecca, standing by, looked suspiciously at Ryan and her mother. She felt something was off about them. Not only did they become increasingly captivated, but there seemed to be a strange feeling between them. Ryan, sensing the time was right, smiled and said, "By the way, Counselor Trena, I have something I'd like to ask you privately. Is that convenient?" Chapter 487. This. Trena blushed slightly. But remembering what she had just discussed with Vice Speaker Bertrand, she nodded and said, "Of course, Mr. Ryan. There's a lounge nearby. Let's talk inside." Rebecca stared at her mother in shock. She remembered that her mother, Trena, had always been rude to men pursuing her since her father's death. But when Rebecca asked for a private chat, she accepted without hesitation. Where was her female reserve? Could it be that her mother truly had feelings for Rebecca? Rebecca felt as if her previous notions of her mother had completely collapsed. No, it must be because Rebecca, along with several other powerful warriors, had killed Gazrian in battle. So, on behalf of the Federation, Mother expressed gratitude to Rebecca. That must be it. What Mother did just now was an official act. After some reflection, Rebecca finally found a reason to comfort herself. However, she felt a pang of discomfort as she watched her mother and Ryan disappear through the lounge door. Inside the lounge, Trena and Ryan sat next to each other. It had been years since Trena had seen a man and a woman alone together. She glanced at Ryan, her cheeks flushing slightly, and she rubbed her hair sheepishly, trying to ease her nerves. Originally, Ryan had intended to ask Trena directly about the subsequent 4th-level sorcery of the Sawtooth Ring. However, when he saw Trena, a mature beauty, tossing her hair and her cheeks flushed, his heart somehow stirred, and he couldn't help but look the beautiful woman up and down. Her fair, oval face looked dignified and elegant, now tinged with a blush that added a touch of charm. With a voluptuous upper body, a slender waist, and peach-shaped hips, her figure rivaled that of a young woman. Add to that the fact that the other person was a federal senator, and Ryan suddenly felt a surge of heat rising in his abdomen, and his mouth went dry. However, Ryan, now a Dawn Wizard, quickly realized this. Huh? My reaction is a bit exaggerated. Could it be that I'm under the influence of the dragon bloodline? But now is not the time for romantic affairs. I should first clarify the details regarding the subsequent witchcraft, Ryan thought to himself. When faced with important matters, Ryan still had a clear sense of priorities. Hey, Senator Trena, I really liked the several metal-related sorceries you entrusted to Lord Hamadi last time. But I've noticed there should be a subsequent 4th-level metal-related sorcery. Senator Trena, are you willing to? Hearing what Ryan said, Trena's nervousness subsided. So Lord Ryan was asking me about this. I had assumed Trena had already reviewed the information before coming. She was prepared for this. In fact, the Federation Intelligence Department's opinion was that the subsequent 4th-level metal-related sorcery could be given to Ryan, but only if he agreed to join the Federation. Even if Ryan couldn't join immediately, he at least had to agree to join the Federation's intelligence system. Trena, of course, understood the intention to exert coercion. If Ryan broke his promise, the secret of his membership in the Federation would be exposed. But Trena immediately objected. The reason was simple. If she was in charge, then everything had to be done according to her wishes. Besides, she didn't think Ryan was someone who would accept threats. Of course, the subsequent 4th-level metal magic is with me. If Your Excellency Ryan needs it, I give it to you after we arrive in Antihor. Ryan was slightly taken aback by Trena's words. Agreed so easily? Hearing Trena agree so easily, it was clearly beyond Ryan's expectations. A rare 4th-level metal magic was incredibly valuable. Even if the other party had a good impression of him, it would be unreasonable to simply give such a valuable item away. For Ryan, important matters were perfectly clear to him. Good things don't just fall from the sky. After a moment's thought, Ryan's face darkened. He said, "Well, Counselor Trena, with all due respect, what do I need to do?" Seeing Ryan's expression, Trena hesitated, then spoke a little sheepishly. "Well, Mr. Ryan, I just saw Rebecca chatting with you. You two are about the same age, and both are metal wizards. You should have a lot in common, right?" Ryan was puzzled. Why did they suddenly mention Rebecca? Well, Rebecca has high standards. She almost never chats with young men alone. What do you think of Rebecca? Seeing Ryan's puzzled expression, Trina had no choice but to speak directly. Ryan was speechless. Counselor Trina, was she planning to introduce her daughter, Rebecca, to him? But to be honest, although Rebecca was beautiful, Ryan had no romantic feelings for her. Thinking of this, Ryan looked up at the elegant, mature councilwoman beside him. If it were the woman in front of him, he wouldn't be out of the question. But when Trina saw that Ryan remained silent for a long time, instead sizing her up, she couldn't help but blush, feeling a mixture of embarrassment, joy, and a hint of anger. Sure enough, the intelligence was correct. This Lord Ryan, despite his youth, was attracted to a mature woman like me. What a unique preference. It seemed that his earlier plan to match Rebecca up was basically a failure. Well, Counselor Trina, Miss Rebecca is beautiful, but we've only ever talked about golem making. I think she deserves a better partner, Ryan said politely. Marrying a girl he didn't particularly like for the sake of fourth-level wizardry? Ryan immediately rejected the idea. Is there anything else I can do? Ryan asked. Sir Ryan, could you become the guardian knight of the Duchy of Heidenberg? Trina thought for a moment and said. She had a reason for this offer. If Ryan became the guardian knight of the duchy, he could gradually become the protector of the Federation. Guardian knight? Ryan was well aware of what a guardian knight entailed. A family guardian knight, as the name suggests, protects a family. The only family Ryan had agreed to this with was the Crowleys, Jennifer's family. But in reality, Jennifer was now the head of the Crowleys, and since she was his, it was naturally acceptable. As for personal guardian knights, the only one Ryan had agreed to was Claire. I'm sorry, my position is rather sensitive, and it's difficult for me to agree to Ms. Trina's request. Well, how about this? I can agree to be your personal guardian knight, Ryan said after a moment's thought. After all, the other party's conditions weren't harsh, and were even quite generous. However, it didn't make sense for him, as Vice Minister of the Empire, to serve as the guardian knight of a principality under the Federation. Of course, having rejected the beautiful woman twice in a row, Ryan had also proposed an offer he could accept. As for a personal guardian knight, that was much easier to explain. Furthermore, Ryan had taken advantage of this, because as a Federation counselor, Trina was unlikely to face any security issues. In other words, his role as guardian knight was more of a nominal one. Trina's face turned even redder when she heard this. After all, becoming her guardian knight is the equivalent of directly pursuing her, isn't it? Well, okay. Trina thought for a moment and agreed. After all, this would be a step closer between them. Although it was still a long way from the minimum requirements of the intelligence department. After Ryan and Trina emerged from the lounge, Rebecca, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly stepped forward, snorted at Ryan, and then walked away with her mother. The Red Queen Menia, seated at the main seat in the hall, lingered for a moment on Ryan and Trina, who had just left the room, before quickly moving away. Deputy Speaker Bertrand, accompanying them, naturally saw the scene, and his smile grew even brighter. Your Highness Menia, are you interested in a dance? Thank you. I haven't danced in a long time. After the banquet, the Imperial delegation prepared to return to their base to rest. However, just as Ryan was about to board the carriage, Menia suddenly called out to him. Ryan, get in my carriage. Yes, Your Highness Menia. Although Ryan was a little confused, unsure why Menia had called him, he immediately nodded in agreement. Ryan followed Menia, dressed in a red wizard robe, into the same carriage. However, as Menia stepped into the carriage, the hem of her robe bulged out considerably, bringing with it a fragrant breeze and revealing her long, round, fair legs. As she bent over, the slim-fitting robe framed Menia's round, perky buttocks before Ryan's eyes. This made Ryan pause slightly. He was deeply impressed by Menia's figure, which rivaled even the beautiful Tarina. However, Ryan glanced at her and immediately looked away. You have to remember that Red Queen Menia is a veteran Dawn wizard with extremely keen perceptions. If he lingered on her for too long, he would undoubtedly notice, which would be awkward. After they sat down, Menia fixed her beautiful eyes on Ryan and said bluntly, Ryan, be careful of the Federation's sugar-coated tactics. Menia's words made Ryan blush slightly, but the dim light of the carriage's oil lamp made it difficult to discern. Well, okay, Your Highness Menia. By the way, if you can, decline personal invitations and avoid attending them if possible. There are also many people in the Federation who are not welcoming us. Also, I've received information from the Empire's spies in the Federation that some opposition forces may be making moves soon. Oh, opposition forces? Ryan pondered. In fact, he knew there were opposition factions within the Empire as well. For example, many powerful nobles remained adamantly opposed to cooperating with the Federation. The reasons for this were complex, encompassing both vested interests and vendettas. Tracing back to the vendettas, it led back to the very beginnings of the Federation. And the Federation seemed to be doing the same. Yes, especially a faction called the Zalal Rebellion, which has been quite active lately. Mina nodded. Zalal Rebellion? Ryan raised an eyebrow. He was quite familiar with them. Back in Maest, he had killed a brigadier general level figure from the other side. Furthermore, he had interrogated the person, and it seemed the Federation was providing military and financial support to the Zalal Rebellion. Now it appeared that it wasn't the Federation officials behind them, but rather some opposition forces within the Federation, who were providing support to the Zalal Rebellion. Meanwhile, outside the banquet hall, a long line of luxurious carriages bearing various family crests stretched for miles along the roadside. In one of the carriages, two men sat facing each other. Mr. Richmond, I never expected that this first collaboration between the Empire and the Federation would result in such a resounding victory, a middle-aged man in a tuxedo said solemnly. It is to be expected that those members of Parliament who advocate for an alliance with the Empire will seize this great victory and push the federal Parliament to further deepen cooperation with the Empire. This is not in our best interest. Therefore, Mr. Richmond, as one of the leaders of the Zalal resistance, you should act now. Well, we have to do something. Otherwise, the Zalal resistance will have nowhere to hide, the bearded, burly man named Richmond said gravely. However, please tell Senators Nelson and Stein that it's too early to draw conclusions. I hope you will continue to support us. Besides, we have made some arrangements. I expect good news soon, Richmond said with a mysterious smile. Oh, that's all very well. I look forward to hearing from you, Your Excellency. The man in the tuxedo smiled. Soon, the man in the tuxedo disembarked from the carriage and disappeared into the night. The next morning, the combined fleet of Imperial and Federation airships set off again. The Imperial delegation, accompanied by Vice Speaker Bertrand, Senator Trenna, and a group of reception staff, headed for the Federation capital, Antahor. In Antahor, the head of the Imperial delegation, Red Queen Mina, would hold talks with the Speaker of the Federation Parliament. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Ryan. At this moment, he was in the luxurious cabin of the airship, intently working on his leatherworking master class. 2 hours later, a pleasant system notification sounded. You have crafted a thornwood vest, and your understanding has improved. Your thornwood vest crafting skill has been improved, adding 12 XP points. You have successfully crafted a thornwood vest, adding 10 leatherworking master class XP points. Congratulations, your leatherworking master class has been upgraded. It wasn't easy, I finally reached leatherworking master level 10. Ryan put down the completed thornwood vest, glanced at the system notification, and smiled. Now, he could finally transition to elf leatherworking. As if reflecting on something, Ryan glanced at the skill points at the bottom of the attribute panel. After defeating the ISC Kraken, Gazrian, his Dragon Vein wizard level was too high, so he only advanced one level, reaching level 16. However, the gold skill point reward was extremely generous, earning 247 points. Now, the leatherworker has advanced another level, gaining 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. So, excluding the 5 attribute points used in combat, Ryan now has a total of 8 attribute points, plus 24 skill points. As for gold skills, it's a whopping 674 points. Not bad, enough skill points. Once I reach Antahor and obtain level 4 metal sorcery, I'd be able to quickly become a combat force. Also, I have enough gold skill points. I should be able to master the new Dawn's ultimate move right away. By then, I have mastered 2 Dawn's ultimate moves. At this thought, Ryan's eyes lit up. You know, the combat power of different level 4 Dawn wizards varies greatly. The powerful Dawn kill move is one of the key factors affecting combat effectiveness. In addition, Ryan has a unique trait. Possessing the Dragon Vein wizard's core skill, Dragon Soul Smash, the greater the power of his spells, the higher the true damage. 8 attribute points are enough to handle a major battle, but it's still a bit insufficient. I'd better change my class as soon as possible and accumulate more attribute points. Just as Ryan was about to change his class, the alarms on the airship suddenly blared. Huh? An enemy attack? Ryan frowned. Logically, facing such a large combined fleet of Empire and Federation airships, it's unlikely that an enemy would actively attack. Confused, Ryan hurried out of the cabin. Chapter 488. When Ryan reached the side of the ship, Mina and Reginald emerged from the cabin almost simultaneously. They all looked off into the distance. What caught Ryan's eye was a mountain range to the right, and below the airship formation. From one of the mountain passes, thick smoke billowed forth, and a stream of fiery red lava occasionally gushed forth. As time passed, the volcanic smoke grew thicker, rising like a black wave into the sky, instantly tarnishing half the sky. Eruption? Reginald frowned. No, not just an eruption. Mia shook her head, as if sensing something. Ryan narrowed his eyes. He, too, felt a massive shadow flash past near the crater. Ong! At that moment, a mighty dragon roar suddenly emanated from the crater. This dragon roar seemed to penetrate the limits of distance, sending a shudder through the hearts of those aboard the combined airship formation, dozens of kilometers away, in midair. Just as everyone was horrified. Boom! A massive fiery red figure leaped from the crater. Immediately afterwards, it unfurled its enormous red flesh wings, blasting lava and black dust hundreds of meters into the air behind it. Huh? It's a fire dragon? Why is it so strangely shaped? Ryan was startled. It was not new to him. He had even fought against one. But compared to the lava dragon her mates, which had fled at the sight of him, this one was not only several times larger, but also looked even stranger. Its surface wasn't the smooth, fine red dragon scales, but rather a mixture of some kind of keratin or red coating, giving it a bumpy appearance. This must be an ancient fire dragon, dormant for a long time within the volcanic magma, likely undergoing some kind of mutation. Mina, naturally noting its strange appearance and 70 to 80 meter long frame, said with a serious expression. The strange fire dragon, having just leaped from the crater, glided through the air for a short distance, seemingly familiarizing itself with its surroundings. At that moment, its crimson pupils noticed the nearby mixed formation of Federation and Imperial airships. The strange fire dragon flapped its wings again, let out a loud, provocative roar, and sped toward the formation. Although the formation consisted of over 20 airships of varying sizes, it was incredibly conspicuous. It was difficult not to notice it. But Ryan keenly noticed that a strange look flashed across the strange fire dragon's crimson pupils. This look was strange, like a deep longing for something. Huh? It seems to be heading straight for us. That's a bit strange. We can tell from the first glance that our mixed airship formation is not formidable. Logically, dragons are quite intelligent and wouldn't actively engage in combat with an enemy of similar strength. Ryan couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, lowering his head in thought. After a moment's thought, Ryan turned his head to look at Red Queen Mia beside him. Facing this suddenly awakened, strange fire dragon, he felt that the Federation alone might not be able to withstand it. At this moment, Reginald said in a deep voice, Your Highness Mia, this strange fire dragon is quite powerful. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the Federation to handle it alone. No hurry, wait a moment. Don't forget, this is Federation territory, Mia said, shaking her head. Upon hearing Mia's words, Ryan immediately understood and nodded. Mia's meaning was clear. This was Federation territory. Moreover, the fact that this fire dragon had arrived at this very moment, rather than earlier, held great promise. Of course, most importantly, this incident would give the Empire greater leverage in subsequent negotiations with the Federation. In relations between nations, the only constant was interest. Report. Your Highness Mia, the Federation has sent a message requesting we expedite our advance and disengage from the battlefield. The Federation airship fleet will handle this fire dragon, a messenger said, running over to the ship's side. Yes, expedite. Mia nodded. After hearing the messenger's message, Ryan couldn't help but admire Mia's judgment. As expected of a royal family, Mia possessed a natural sensitivity to politics. Unlike the previous, pre-planned joint battle, this was a sudden event. As expected, the Federation would attempt to handle the situation independently. Ryan remained unhurried, looking ahead, observing the unfolding situation. But something else suddenly occurred to him, and he smiled bitterly. That's not right. If the Federation can't resist, and Senator Trenna on the flagship is in danger, I still have to intervene. After all, I just promised Madame Trenna that I would be her guardian knight. I can't go back on my word, can I? I thought my guardian knight position was just a figurehead, but I didn't expect to be forced to take action so soon. 1 minute ago. In the captain's cabin of a massive Federation airship. The sudden appearance of the bizarre fire dragon instantly shattered Vice Speaker Bertrand's good mood. Bang! Bertrand slammed his hand on the table, angrily barking, What are the intelligence departments doing? A strange fire dragon revived just as our airship formation was passing? Is this a coincidence? What will the Imperial delegation think? If this happens again and again, it only makes our Federation appear incompetent. It will put us at a disadvantage in cooperation negotiations with the Empire. The barrage of reprimands silenced the senior generals present. No one wanted to offend Bertrand at this moment. The intelligence officer, in particular, blushed crimson with shame. After all, apart from powerful figures like Red Queen Menia, Earth Pulse Reginald, and Ryan, the Imperial delegation consisted mostly of ordinary people. If their airships were destroyed by this sudden appearance of a strange fire dragon, there would be no chance of survival. More importantly, if a large portion of the Imperial delegation were killed or injured within the Federation, the impact would be devastating. Mr. Vice Speaker, please calm down. I think we should hold off on assigning responsibility. We must immediately deploy for battle. The only person who dared to speak up was the beautiful Senator Trenna. Hearing Trenna's distinctively mature, feminine voice, Bertrand's expression eased slightly. He took a deep breath, calming his irritation. He said in a deep voice, Lieutenant General Ruiz, you will command the ensuing battle. Ensure the safety of the Imperial delegation's airships, and ensure the clean and effective elimination of these enemies. As you command, Mr. Vice Speaker, the Lieutenant General named Ruiz saluted immediately. Although he had no idea what to do with the sudden appearance of the bizarre fire dragon, he could only do his best. First and second airship formations, accelerate forward and block the bombardment laterally. Also, have Swordmaster Tyrion and His Majesty Hernandez immediately provide support. Commands were rapidly relayed from Vice Admiral Rise. 2 rows of medium-sized airships, 5 in each row, totaling 10, slightly adjusted their direction, and quickly positioned themselves in front of the mixed formation's flanks, facing the incoming strange fire dragon head-on. At the command of each ship's commander, the fire snakes on its sides expanded and contracted, raining down a barrage of shells like a torrential rain. But to everyone's surprise, despite the fire dragon's enormous size, its flight trajectory was remarkably agile. With a quick adjustment of its flight profile, it easily dodged most of the shells, and the few that did hit it failed to penetrate the protective rings of fire. Suddenly, the strange fire dragon accelerated rapidly, leaping over 100 meters at a breakneck speed, arriving in front of the medium-sized airship blocking the attack. A massive, sharp dragon claw slashed fiercely at the airship's airbag. With a single strike, a single chi sound ripped the massive airbag surface, creating several large gashes. The hot air within instantly gushed out, and the airship began to tilt rapidly, plummeting towards the ground. The strange fire dragon's attack hadn't yet concluded. Immediately, it gave a powerful kick, flapped its wings again, and turned, exhaling a stream of blazing dragon breath towards another medium-sized airship nearby. Whoosh! The airship's entire airbag erupted in flames, and it plummeted even faster than the previous one. In just 7 or 8 seconds, the enemy had destroyed 2 fully armed medium-sized airships at once, demonstrating its ferocious power. Meanwhile, below the volcanic peak, a group of people were fleeing for their lives. One man spat out volcanic ash from his mouth, turning his head to ask the bearded leader as he ran. General Richmond, this ancient fire dragon named Anguskin is even more powerful than we imagined. If we had been a little slower, we would have been completely buried by the lava. Yes, that lousy Imperial delegation is in for a treat now, another man echoed. Yeah. Richmond glanced up at the 2 airships blazing and rapidly falling in the sky, a smile on his face. Although he remained reserved in front of his subordinates, he was deeply delighted. The stronger this ancient fire dragon named Anguskin became, the easier it would be for the Zala rebels to achieve their plan. As the combined airship fleet passed through this area, they awakened the dormant ancient fire dragon. They had already arranged as spies within the airship fleet, ready to immediately open the box containing the Heart of Flame once the ancient fire dragon had awakened. The Heart of Flame is a treasure that holds special benefits for fire-based creatures, including fire dragons. While the ancient fire dragon might attack the airship fleet without needing the Heart of Flame, they considered that the presence of 2 dragon riders from the Empire might cause the dragons to abandon their attack. So, as a precaution, they specifically arranged for the precious Heart of Flame. In addition, they had expended considerable effort and expense to determine the specifics of this ancient fire dragon's location and its dormant location. It was said that this was an extremely violent, bizarre fire dragon from ancient times, named Anguskin. It had a long history of evil deeds and has since disappeared. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield in the sky, suddenly, a column of light blue water, over 10 meters in diameter, cascaded down from a medium-sized airship, hurling itself at the bizarre fire dragon. The attacker was none other than Hernandez, the Federation's powerful warrior, who had arrived at the end of the Battle of Gazran. She. The water column collided violently with the intense heat of the bizarre fire dragon's surface, instantly causing a cloud of steam to fill the area over 100 meters around. Caught directly by the torrent of water, the bizarre fire dragon, sent careening backwards dozens of meters in midair, roared in anger. Just as it flapped its wings, adjusting its stance and preparing to strike back, a cross-shaped sword beam several dozen meters long, veiled in the swirling steam, struck like lightning. It turned out that the light blue water column was a feint, and the true killing move was this cross-shaped sword beam. The one who attacked, naturally, was the Federation Swordmaster Tyrion. Ah! The strange fire dragon roared in pain. Tyrion's super divine cross/pierced its lower abdomen, creating a cross-shaped gash. Strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed from the wound. What? Tyrion's face was filled with shock. He was well aware of the power of his own killing move. The tactic he had just discussed with Hernandez, though simple, was highly effective. It should have been enough to inflict significant damage on the strange fire dragon. But the opponent's defense was far stronger than they had anticipated. Hernandez, a middle-aged man with a mustache and wearing a blue wizard's robe, muttered, "Oh no! The opponent's defense is too strong. Besides, now that they've become alert, I'm afraid we won't have another chance at a surprise attack. We must contact the Empire immediately and seek the assistance of the Dragon Riders." On the side of the Imperial airship, Ryan narrowed his eyes, carefully examining the cross-shaped cut on the strange fire dragon's skin. He soon discovered its secret. This ancient fire dragon's bizarre appearance was likely due to years of immersion in magma, which had fused with its scales, transforming it into a unique form of lava armor. Add to that the protective fire rings on its body. No wonder even the Swordmaster, renowned for his offensive power, couldn't achieve a complete victory with a single strike. At this moment, the enraged fire dragon circled in the air, its vertical pupils fixed intently on the medium-sized airship Tyrion was aboard. It didn't approach, but flapped its wings from a distance. Suddenly, a massive tornado of fire, over 50 meters high, hurtled towards Tyrion's airship. Faced with such a powerful blow, Tyrion could only dodge in panic, evading another airship behind him. Boom! The medium-sized airship he had been aboard was naturally destroyed by the strange fire dragon's blow. With this, Tyrion and Hernandez's joint strategy had completely failed. The strange fire dragon, enraged by the Federation's series of attacks, began charging relentlessly, braving the intense fire from multiple airships. Sometimes it swooped down, breaking the airship in half, and sometimes it swooped past, ripping the metal chains holding the airship's pods with its sharp claws. In just half a minute, the Federation airship fleet lost 6 medium-sized airships. Aboard the Federation's giant airship, the scene before him made Vice Speaker Bertrand's face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip from it. "Your Excellency, Vice President, His Majesty Hernandez and His Majesty Tyrion have both sent urgent reports. The power of this bizarre fire dragon far exceeds their expectations, and they are unable to withstand it. Both His Majesties expressed the hope that Your Excellency can immediately contact the Imperial Dragon Riders for support," a messenger quickly reported. Chapter 489. Alas! Upon hearing this news, Vice Speaker Bertrand's anger faded. Instead, he sighed helplessly, saying, "What a shame! We, the Federation, are within our own borders, yet we rely on others for our security. Contact His Highness Minia immediately, and request support from the Imperial Dragon Knights. Also, Vice Admiral Rise, immediately adjust the airship formation. Once the Dragon Knights are in position, launch a simultaneous attack." "Yes, Your Excellency, Vice Speaker." As orders streamed down from the captain's room, this time, even the 3 Ajax super golems hoisted beneath the cargo airship were unveiled. While the golems couldn't engage in aerial combat with the monstrous fire dragons, their energy cannons were quite impressive. Previously, they hadn't been used for fear of attracting the monstrous fire dragon's attention and damaging the 3 expensive golems. But now, with the situation worsening and the Imperial Dragon Knight support imminent, they were quickly deployed. On the Imperial airship, watching the fierce battle unfold before him, Ryan paused in thought. Although the Federation is ahead of the Empire in the steam revolution, even the most advanced golems would struggle to withstand a resurgent behemoth like this. As for a flying behemoth like this, it's even more difficult to deal with. The Empire needs the Federation's advanced technology, and the Federation needs the assistance of the Imperial Dragon Knights. No wonder the two sides went from hostility to mutual visits so quickly. Just as Ryan's thoughts drifted, a messenger scurried up to the ship's side and announced, "Report. Your Highness Minia, an urgent message from the Federation airship fleet, hoping the Imperial Dragon Knights can provide support. Yes, inform the Federation airship fleet. His Majesty Reginald, and I will dispatch immediately. As you command, Your Highness Minia. Ryan was eager to try, but Minia's words startled him. No way. He's staying behind this time? Sure enough, Minia turned and smiled at him, saying, Ryan, His Majesty Reginald and I will be the only ones to go. You remain on the airship. Well? Okay, Your Highness Minia. Ryan could only nod with a wry smile. He naturally understood Minia's intentions. She hoped he wouldn't be too aggressive. Perhaps, in her eyes, Ryan had already been dazzling enough in the previous battles with the Poseidon cult and the demon-tail three-headed sea dragon, even earning him a spot on the Federation's radar. And Minia's reminder to him in the carriage yesterday only reinforced this concern. However, Ryan knew in his heart that he had already restrained himself. Otherwise, if word got out that he had unleashed the dawn-killing move 9 times in a row in the underworld, who knows how many jaws would drop. Awing! Awing! With 2 resounding dragon roars. Cloaked in a crimson wizard robe, the Red Queen Minia, atop her dragon companion, the Red Dragon Thassa, swiftly flew toward the bizarre fire dragon. And dozens of meters to the right and rear, Reginald rode atop the ochre dragon Ted. Ryan watched the two swiftly disappear, his thoughts racing. If Minia and Reginald can resolve the Federation airship fleet's predicament, then Trina's safety will be guaranteed. As their guardian knight, I wouldn't be remiss. As for absorbing dragon genes, after this monstrous fire dragon is killed, I can find an opportunity to rub it against it. It won't be a big loss. Ryan, having figured it out, immediately stopped worrying and began to focus on the battle. The monstrous fire dragon, that had just been wreaking havoc on the Federation airship formation, suddenly stopped attacking the airships under its claws. Its red vertical pupils cast a slightly cautious glance at the 2 rapidly approaching dragon riders. Generally speaking, while top-tier sub-dragons like fire dragons aren't much different in strength than true dragons, their inherent disadvantages in bloodline make them inherently fearful when facing a giant dragon. Of course, this is only generally speaking. In Ryan's opinion, the ancient fire dragon before him had mutated. Whether in size or appearance, he didn't think it would retreat easily. Sure enough. Awing! Faced with the simultaneous attack of the 2 dragon riders, the monstrous fire dragon showed no fear and actually charged towards Minia and Reginald. Not flinching at all? This bizarre fire dragon is far more powerful than I'd imagined. It seems the bloodline pressure of higher-ranking dragons is completely insignificant to it. Ryan's eyes narrowed. Normally, a typical fire dragon would be more or less afraid of a red dragon, but this gigantic and bizarre ancient fire dragon before him was clearly not one of them. As the bizarre fire dragon and the 2 Imperial Dragon riders flew towards each other, they engaged in a mere few seconds. Instantly, 2 streams of intensely burning dragon breath, one on the left and one on the right, collided in midair. Boom! 2 intense pillars of fire clashed fiercely in midair, but judging by their power, the Red Dragon Thassa's fiery breath was no match. In just a few seconds, it was suppressed to a point 10 meters in front of him. Although Minia had long anticipated that the opponent would be difficult to deal with, she had not expected that Thassa, a pure-blooded red dragon, would be so unable to suppress it. Of course, as a veteran epic-level powerhouse, she was surprised by this scene, but she reacted with great speed. Minia quickly muttered a spell and raised a white finger. Immediately, a red spiral beam of light shot from her fingertips, piercing the surging flames and shooting directly at the strange fire dragon. It was Minia's highly penetrating Dawn Killer move, Blazing Wave Cone. And nearby, the ochre-colored dragon Ted, under the control of Reginald, the Earth Pulse, quickly launched a breath attack from above the strange fire dragon's back. Pebbles Breath. A stream of earthy yellow breath, streaked with dense pebbles, descended from above, blasting directly toward the back of the monstrous fire dragon. Although initially at a disadvantage, the 2 veteran dragon riders immediately switched defense and offense, handling the situation with remarkable skill. This prompted Tyrion, the Federation Swordmaster, aboard a medium-sized airship not far away, to exclaim, Her Majesty the Imperial Minia possesses such extensive combat experience that even ordinary epic-level warriors would struggle to even begin to compare with her. Well, especially with her companion, a giant dragon. Imperial dragon riders are renowned for their combat prowess, Hernandez, who had joined them nearby, agreed. Since the 2 men were a good 700 or 800 meters from the monstrous fire dragon, Hernandez was concerned that his water magic would collide with the dragon's protective ring of fire, creating a massive vapor that would obscure his vision. Therefore, neither of them coordinated their attacks, instead waiting for their chance. However, just when everyone thought this attack would yield promising results, the strange fire dragon suddenly shifted from horizontal to vertical flight, dodging the gravel breath of the ochre dragon Ted. At the same time, after absorbing Minia's blazing wave cone with its chest, it suddenly accelerated towards the red dragon Thassa, delivering a powerful downward strike with its claws. Puff! Dragon scales shattered, blood splattering. Caught off guard, Thassa's right wing was instantly scratched, leaving 4 bloody wounds over a meter long in the middle. Ah! Unbelievably, under such unfavorable conditions, the strange fire dragon managed to fight Minia and Reginald, 2 veteran dragon riders, on equal terms. No! It actually gained the upper hand. Because Thassa's right fleshy wing was severely damaged, its flight speed and balance were affected, significantly hampering its subsequent aerial combat. What? Swordmaster Tyrion's eyes suddenly widened. With this kind of power, this strange fire dragon would have been renowned even in ancient times. I think we should contact the flagship and quickly investigate its origins, Hernandez said, also looking shocked. In fact, directly engaging in battle with a behemoth of unknown power like this is extremely risky. Just now, for example, everyone thought victory was a sure thing. But unexpectedly, something unexpected happened. At this moment, Ren also frowned slightly. He had discovered the problem with the entire battle. Swordmaster Tyrion and the water-based Dawn Wizard Hernandez did not have flying mounts, and were unable to provide timely support to the 2 dragon riders. Of course, to be precise, it's not that the vast Federation lacks flying mounts, but rather that ordinary flying mounts are worse than nothing when facing a giant dragon. Once startled, a flying mount becomes a burden in battle. Without the Federation's powerful forces being able to provide timely support, and if the Red Dragon Thassa's injuries worsen, the rest of the battle will be a situation where the monstrous fire dragon will destroy them piece by piece. This is the special feature of air combat. High maneuverability can lead to one-on-many results. Ryan was keenly aware of this. Although it wasn't obvious yet, the situation was actually beginning to deteriorate. If Thassa withdrew from the battle, Reginald and his dragon, Ted, would likely be no match for this monstrous fire dragon. Then it would be the turn of the 2 Federation men. I must quickly provide support while Thassa still has some fighting strength left, otherwise I'm likely to be destroyed piece by piece by this monstrous fire dragon. Having made up his mind, Ryan took a step forward and leaped off the side of the airship. The next moment, a massive, dark silver dragon suddenly appeared before everyone. Because this was his first transformation since absorbing the dragon gene fragment from Gazrian, Ryan was shocked to discover that his size had grown significantly larger than his last transformation. His length had grown from over 30 meters to nearly 40 meters, even larger than the red dragon Thassa. Meanwhile, in the mountains below, an elite squad of Zalo rebels watched the scene unfolding overhead with great joy. Their leader, bearded General Richmond, even took a rare libation during a mission. He pulled the cork out of the bottle and, with several long gulps, drained the rum from a small steel canteen. General Richmond, take my bottle. A man in leather armor beside him, a friendly smile on his face, handed over another bottle of rum. General, this ancient fire dragon is truly formidable. It just destroyed 6 airships in a row, and now it's even injured the Dragon Empire's Red Dragon. Yes, even the Imperial Dragon Knights couldn't stand up to it. I don't think this legendary Red Queen is that powerful, haha. Yeah. Richmond nodded, saying nothing more, but he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. All his subordinates knew the character of their General Richmond. Simply put, he liked to act pretentiously and put on airs. But in reality, any reasonable person could see the uncontrollable smile on his face. Richmond was naturally extremely satisfied with the outcome of this mission. It was even better than he'd imagined. He'd assumed the 2 Imperial Dragon Riders could flee if they couldn't defeat them. If they could inflict some losses on the Imperial delegation, both in terms of airships and personnel, that would be a complete success. He hadn't expected the ancient fire dragon, Anguskin, to be so ferocious. It seemed even with a little more effort, it might have slashed the Empire's Red Queen Minia from midair. At worst, the red dragon beneath his crotch would likely be dead. Huh? What's that? A subordinate, observing through a bronze telescope, suddenly exclaimed. Why is there another dragon? And it's huge. Another subordinate, curious, also picked up a copper monocular and began to observe. The next moment he exclaimed, Huh? It really is. Another dragon has flown out of the Imperial airship formation over there. How is that possible? Didn't the intelligence say that only 2 dragon riders were coming this time? At this point, several subordinates also took up their binoculars to look, and then, As if they had seen something unbelievable, they began to mutter in low voices. Huh? Another dragon? Richmond, who had just taken a swig of wine, initially thought he had misheard, or that his subordinates were dazzled. But now that several people were saying this, he was stunned, and then he, too, immediately picked up his binoculars to investigate. Then his expression darkened. There really is a giant dragon we'd never seen before. This Imperial delegation is truly well hidden. On the massive Federation airship. Quick, contact His Majesty Tyrion and His Majesty Hernandez. We absolutely cannot let His Majesty Minia of the Empire get hurt. Seeing Minia's red dragon injured, Vice Speaker Bertrand shouted rather uncontrollably. I had thought that with 2 Imperial dragon riders joining the fray, the rest would be easy. But who would have thought that Minia's red dragon would be injured in the first encounter? This bizarre fire dragon is far more formidable than imagined. Furthermore, and most importantly, Minia, as the head of the Imperial delegation and the aunt of the Emperor of the Dragon Empire, holds a very special status. If she were injured, or even killed, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, Vice Speaker Bertrand lost his composure. This time, even Senator Trenna didn't offer any advice. As a senator, she, like Vice Speaker Bertrand, was well aware of the potential impact Red Queen Minia would have if something happened to the Federation. To put it bluntly, even if the Federation lost a sword master here, Red Queen Minia couldn't die here. Instantly, several messengers rushed out, and the generals began to discuss countermeasures. The captain's cabin suddenly felt a bit chaotic. Look! What's that? A giant dragon, unlike anything we've seen before, is speeding towards the Imperial airship formation. A lookout shouted. This shout instantly captured everyone's attention. What? Such a thing? Bertrand immediately grabbed his bronze telescope and began to look. Sure enough, in his field of vision, a dark silver dragon with a metallic sheen was soaring towards the center of the battlefield. Intelligence, are you idiots? You didn't even realize a dragon this massive was hiding among the Imperial delegation. Bertrand was feeling a mixture of joy and speechlessness at the moment. I swear, Mr. Vice Speaker, I can guarantee that this dragon wasn't even aboard the Imperial airships before they set sail from the Weston City Hall. The middle-aged intelligence officer blushed and shouted in defense. That, Mr. Vice Speaker, it was that young Lord Ryan. Just now, I saw that young Lord Ryan jump off the airship, and the next second, he transformed into a giant dragon. A gray-haired general, after a moment's reflection, said hesitantly. He had been wondering if his age had blurred his vision, which was why he hadn't mentioned this situation immediately. But when he checked again, he saw that the young Lord Ryan was indeed no longer on the side of the Imperial flagship airship. Only then did he feel more confident in his statement. After all, in such a fierce battle, Ryan couldn't possibly return to his cabin. What? Ryan transformed into a dragon? The other senior generals, including Deputy Speaker Bertrand, all grabbed their binoculars and looked at the dragon again. Sir, confirm that Lord Ryan is no longer visible on the side of the Imperial airship formation. A lookout reported loudly after a careful inspection. The moment these words were spoken, the answer was self-evident. The dark silver dragon before them must have been Ryan transformed. As for the beautiful woman Trenna, she was also observing through a bronze telescope, her eyes wide and her cherry lips parted. This expression on the face of a high-ranking federal senator was truly rare. And just as everyone was stunned, Ryan had already flown near the strange fire dragon. Chapter 490. At this point, the situation in the air had turned into a chase. Red Queen Minia, steering the injured red dragon Thassa, dodged and swung high and low, while the strange fire dragon pursued relentlessly, determined to slay Thassa. Reginald and the dragon Ted followed closely behind the strange fire dragon, hoping for an opportunity to attack and draw its attention. But with all three parties soaring and maneuvering at high speed, neither Reginald nor the dragon Ted could find a suitable opening to strike the strange fire dragon. Although the strange fire dragon had just been hit hard by Minia's Dawn's killing move, Blazing Wave Cone, it had dodged vital points, like its head and heart, and the fist-sized wound on its abdomen was hardly a serious injury considering its 60 or 70-meter frame. Thus, its agility and flight ability were barely affected. In contrast, the red dragon Thassa, because the injury was on its right wing, its flight speed and maneuverability were somewhat affected, and it was now being pursued ever closer. Minia, prepare your levitation spell. I intend to engage that fire dragon in close combat. The red dragon Thassa telegraphed. Thusa, wait a moment. The size difference between you two is too great. In a close combat, I'm afraid you lose more than you win. Minia disagreed. While bloodline is a factor in dragon power, Size is even more strongly correlated, especially in close combat. Thuso was nearly half the size of the dragon, so how could Minya feel comfortable letting his fellow dragon engage in a bloody battle? It's too late, Minya, the red dragon Thassa said anxiously. It could feel the wind behind it approaching. The alarm bells in its heart kept ringing. Sure enough, before it could finish its words, a pair of massive, ferocious dragon claws suddenly struck from behind. They belonged to the strange fire dragon. Danger! It happened in a split second. Bang! A dark silver figure flashed from above, and then slammed heavily into the back of the strange red dragon. The strange fire dragon, barely touching Thassa's body, suddenly plummeted as if struck by a meteorite. It's Ryan! Minya and Thassa breathed a sigh of relief. They soon discovered that it wasn't Reginald and the dragon Ted who had rescued them, but Ryan, who had stayed behind. Ryan transformed into a giant dragon and rushed over to rescue them. Huh? Minya, have you noticed? The dragon Ryan transformed into seems to be even bigger, Thassa said in a voice transmission. Minya was slightly startled upon hearing this. She immediately focused her gaze on the dark silver dragon grappling with the strange fire dragon in midair. As expected, while the dark silver dragon's size wasn't as massive as the strange fire dragon's, which measured 60 or 70 meters, the difference wasn't significant. It seemed to be at least 40 meters long. It's definitely bigger than before. Minya, I need to go down and help. I'm afraid Ryan alone is no match for that strange fire dragon, the red dragon Thassa said, circling in midair before slowly coming to a stop. Wait, I help you with the wound on your right wing first. Minya muttered a spell as she spoke. With a wave of her fair hand, a ball of flame, tinged with some kind of fine red crystals, enveloped the right wing in Thassa's hand. The torn membrane on the right wing began to rapidly grow. At this rate, it should heal within minutes. This is one of the reasons why the dragon rider needs a two-way choice. The Dawn Wizard and the dragon, with similar attributes, can benefit each other. Hurry up, Minya. However, the red dragon Thassa was extremely anxious. She glanced below and urged. As the two spoke, a huge ochre figure swooped past them, chasing after Ryan and the fire dragon. It's Ted. At this moment, Reginald's rather abashed voice echoed from midair. Your Highness Minya, I've sent Ted to help. Although Lord Ryan is very powerful, his size disadvantage will make it difficult for him to win. Minya looked up and saw Reginald, using the levitation spell, slowly descending from the sky. Since it was a melee between multiple dragons, it would be best for the dragon rider to avoid them. If a dragon tumbled during combat, the Dawn Wizard would be severely injured if he couldn't dodge in time. Meanwhile, on the back of the strange fire dragon, Ryan, transformed into a dark silver dragon, managed to strike with a successful blow, but his expression showed no sign of triumph. Ryan could sense that his claws, after piercing the opponent's lava armor, encountered significant resistance, and their penetration was shallow. So, despite the successful strike, it didn't actually cause much damage. He simply relied on the sneak attack and the impact to knock the strange fire dragon off balance. Ong! As it fell, the opponent began to rapidly adjust its form, engaging in a fierce battle with Ryan. Instantly, dragon scales shattered, blood splattering. Swish! Even though Ryan's skin was protected by steel armor, it was torn by the opponent's claws. In terms of defensive power, the two were surprisingly evenly matched. After all, Ryan was a giant metal dragon specializing in melee combat, while the opponent was merely a top-tier sub-dragon fire dragon. It was easy to see the immense power of the bizarre fire dragon before him. At least late epic strength. The bizarre fire dragon's claws gripped Ryan's body tightly, its bloody maw aimed at his head. Its neck immediately began to swell, as if steam was about to burst forth. Oh no! Its fiery breath. Ryan's heart trembled. He had just seen clearly the power of the other dragon's breath. If it were hit head-on, even he would have been severely injured. Even serious injury is possible. Whoosh! Ryan suddenly turned his head, and a pillar of searing flames flew past the right side of his head. But the next moment, the opponent's fiery breath suddenly ceased. And where Ryan's claws were gripping the strange fire dragon, he felt a sudden sense of weight drop, as if the dragon had suddenly gained a lot of weight. Ryan looked closely, and saw that while he and the strange fire dragon were tangled, the giant dragon Ted had seized the opportunity and swooped down from the sky, attacking. At this moment, Ted was biting the strange fire dragon's right wing, tearing it apart fiercely. As for Reginald, his figure was no longer with Ted. Ryan thought for a moment, and understood that in such a fierce melee, even a Dawn Wizard would be seriously injured if he was not careful. Three giant dragons of varying sizes and colors clashed, collided, and like a giant ball of flesh, they crashed to the ground with a thud. Boom! A massive crater appeared on the ground, and the shockwave created a small mushroom cloud, sending smoke and dust hundreds of meters into the sky. But to everyone's astonishment, even after falling from such a height, the three dragons continued to fight. This truly demonstrates the strength of dragons. The Federation airship formation, beneath the two large airships at the rear. Ajax's energy cannon can't lock onto that strange fire dragon. We can't fire at all. Benito, now in the golem's control room, attempted to aim, but neither the air nor the ground could lock on. The melee between the dragons was incredibly fast, their movements constantly changing. If you weren't careful, you might not only miss a target, but also injure a friendly force. Have the airship descend immediately and drop us too. They're on the ground, and we have to help, Rebecca's crisp voice echoed. Alright. Two large airships, with the colossal golem Ajax suspended below, began to slowly descend. The Sword Masters Tyrion and Hernandez had already descended from the sky, but they also faced Rebecca's problem. The melee between the dragons was too intense, their postures and shapes shifting so rapidly that they were unable to intervene. So, for now, the two of them could only stand aside, ready to strike. If their dragons broke free from the monstrous fire dragon, they would unleash a thundering blow. The core area of the battlefield. The three dragons were still locked in a battle, their random strikes, the flapping of their wings, and even the flick of their tails, raising large amounts of dust. So at this moment, neither the lookouts on the airship in midair nor the Zala rebels observing from the ground could clearly see what was happening within the smoke and dust. All they could hear were the roars of the dragons, filling everyone with fear. Bang! With a heavy sound of flesh striking flesh, a massive, earthy yellow figure was sent flying through the smoke and dust. It was none other than the dragon Ted, struck by the strange fire dragon's tail. Although seriously injured, it had bitten off a large chunk of dark red flesh, armored with lava. And it looked like it was from the strange fire dragon's wing. As for the smoke and dust, with Dragon Ted blown away, Ryan was now alone, and the situation suddenly became critical. The smoke and dust are covering it, so forget it. Ryan immediately decided to stop hiding his strength, and unleashed his newly upgraded special ability, Three Heads. A large gash appeared at the base of the left side of the neck of the dark silver dragon Ryan had transformed into, and a translucent, ethereal head quickly emerged, followed by another gash on the right side. A large, flat head, somewhat barbaric and primitive, but with sharper teeth, also emerged. This was the head of the proto-dragon. Since this was a close-quarters fight, Ryan didn't choose the head of a red dragon or a corrupted dragon. Instead, he chose the head of a void dragon, which possessed the ability to transform, and the head of a proto-dragon, which possessed exceptional melee combat capabilities. Having three heads for the first time, Ryan felt a bit strange. The three heads offered different perspectives, leaving virtually no blind spots, though it was a bit difficult for him to adjust to them. However, Ryan didn't hesitate. Without hesitation, he launched his biting attack. The next second, crack! The massive proto-dragon skull snapped at the strange fire dragon's neck, tearing off a large chunk of dark red flesh. Ah! This instantly sent the strange fire dragon into excruciating pain. And for the first time, its eyes revealed a hint of fear at Ryan in his three-headed form. Just as Ryan was about to launch his void dragon skull to bite, he suddenly felt a scorching sensation beneath his feet. Looking down, he was shocked to see that the mud beneath his feet had transformed into dark red magma, and the steel armor covering his body began to soften. At the same time, a red light suddenly flashed from the strange fire dragon's body, and a powerful surge of fire energy surged within it. Not good. Clearly, the opponent was about to unleash some killer move. Etherealization. Ryan's eyes narrowed as he activated etherealization. Instantly, his massive, three-headed body became translucent. Just then, the giant dragon Ted charged in again. Just as Ryan was about to warn him, a ring of intensely concentrated fire erupted from the strange fire dragon's body. With a single strike, the giant dragon Ted, who had once again plunged into the smoke and dust, felt like he had been struck by a sledgehammer, sending him flying backwards at an even faster speed. Ryan also felt an intense impact, accompanied by a scorching heat that flowed from his body into his interior. Thankfully, after being weakened by etherealization by nearly half, Ryan remained where he was. But the next second, his expression changed drastically, because he discovered that the fire ring had not just one impact, but three. Boom! Boom! Then a second fire ring erupted, and the two dragon heads, that had been biting the strange fire dragon involuntarily loosened their teeth. The final third impact. Ryan was thrown to the ground, stumbling. Although not blown away, the strange fire dragon had put some distance between him and Ryan. Ah! The strange fire dragon roared, struggling to support itself with its claws on its flesh wings. Fluttering its damaged wings, it began to soar towards the volcano's crater. Clearly, the sudden explosion of 3 heads from Ryan had left it feeling hopeless. Furthermore, it was seriously injured and planned to return to the volcano to recuperate. How could I let you escape? Ryan watched the strange fire dragon soar, naturally unwilling to accept this. After all the effort, how could it just let it escape? Just as he flapped his wings, ready to pursue, a massive red figure suddenly descended from the sky above the strange fire dragon, which had just soared. This sent the strange fire dragon plummeting back to the ground, as if struck by a meteorite. A pair of red dragon claws were actually pinning its head, slamming it heavily into the earth. Awing! A dragon roar, clearly filled with joy, rang out. Swooping down was none other than the red dragon Thassa, whose right wing had been torn apart by the strange fire dragon. It's Thassa! Ryan's face lit up with joy. Such a good opportunity, Ryan naturally wouldn't let go. He stomped his sturdy dragon legs hard, cracking the earth as his massive body pounced upon the strange fire dragon. The ferocious appearance of Ryan's 3 heads startled Thassa. Thassa clearly remembered that in Ferdinand Forest, Ryan transformed into a 2-headed dragon, but now it had become a 3-headed dragon. But she also knew that now was not the time to delve into this. After a puzzled look at Ryan with her vertical pupils, she began to tear at the strange fire dragon under her claws. At this moment, the thick-skinned dragon Ted rushed in again from outside. Instantly, 3 dragons of different forms began to besiege the strange fire dragon.